Li Wen sped through the city's streets and alleys on his rickety electric tricycle. Sped was perhaps generous as old trike could barely manage 25 miles per hour. 28 years old, Li Wen was a physical goods entrepreneur of food wholesaler. With the advancement of transportation, information transparency, and the rise of e-commerce, traditional brick-and-mortar businesses were becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. This was especially true for middlemen like him who profited from price differences. The wholesale street in town, once bustling, now had only a few shops left. To save on storefront costs, Li Wen had deliberately rented a private house outside the city. It served as both a warehouse and a residence, saving him a significant amount of money. In today's physical retail industry, survival meant keeping pace with society and constantly improving service. After graduating from a junior college, Li Wen had spent several years in a big city. His youthful dreams of instant wealth upon graduation, reaching the peak of life, and marrying a rich, beautiful woman had turned into fantasies in the face of the harsh reality of graduation equals unemployment. Those fantasies had gradually faded with age, succumbing to reality. He delivered food, hawked goods at street markets, laid bricks on construction sites, screwed bolts in factories, dabbled in e-commerce, sold cars, and maxed out credit cards. His presence could be found in many common industries. After years of work, as he aged, Li Wen felt increasingly unable to integrate into the bustling metropolis of Chang'an. The city's rapid development made him feel alienated and rejected. Living in a big city was truly difficult. The year before last, during the New Year holiday, Li Wen returned home. Introduced to the current retail industry by relatives, he explored it for a while. Li Wen felt that although wholesale was hard work, it was stable. After all, he wasn't getting any younger. So, Li Wen fled back to his hometown, the small county where he was born and raised. With his parents' support, he took over a small wholesale shop, renaming it Time Trading. Perhaps it was a stubborn hope deep inside him, a desire for time, trading to grow into a large trading company. 2 years had passed in a flash. Though hard, he had managed to buy his first car, a significant step forward in life. Every time he saw that car parked outside, Li Wen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. After all, a wife needed a ride. The Banju project had to start somewhere. Damn, it's so hot. Li Wen cursed, looking at the asphalt road shimmering with heat haze. In the north, summer was unbearably hot, not the humid heat of the south, but a scorching, smoldering heat. The midday sun beating down on the asphalt created waves of heat, distorting the air when viewed from a distance. Li Wen estimated the surface temperature of the asphalt could reach nearly 70 C. The sun was too intense, burning his face. Li Wen kept wiping sweat, preventing it from running into his eyes and stinging them. Stopping at a traffic light, Li Wen took a sip of water. He rubbed his burning face and wiped the sweat from his forehead, mentally cursing the god-awful weather. Because of the extreme summer heat, Li Wen usually made deliveries in the morning and afternoon to avoid the midday peak. But today, a customer had requested an urgent delivery at noon. Li Wen didn't want to go, but he had no choice. Business was tough these days. Service came first. He abandoned his half-eaten noodles, quickly loaded the goods, and hurriedly rode off on his beloved, albeit broken-down, trike. But as he arrived at the customer's shop, he saw the door locked, iron gates firmly shut. Instantly, he felt utterly deflated. "Bro, I've delivered the goods to your doorstep. Why is the place locked up?" He would try to keep his tone calm as he called. "I had a sudden urgent matter to attend to. I waited for you for over 10 minutes, but you didn't show. I couldn't wait any longer. Deliver it in the afternoon." The customer's voice on the phone was indifferent. "Your delivery service is too slow. Make sure you deliver it on time this afternoon." The customer added a final instruction before hanging up. Damn it, even food delivery takes an hour. Li Wen mentally exploded with curses. Despite his intense internal rage towards the customer, he still smiled and said, "Bro, you go ahead and take care of your business. I was just passing by anyway. Since you're not here, I'll just leave it. I'll deliver it to you this afternoon." The scorching summer sun mercilessly scorched the earth. Li Wen, weighing 165 pounds and a bit chubby, was sweating profusely, his underwear completely soaked. Riding back to the warehouse, he looked at the noodles that had long since congealed into a mess and instantly lost his appetite. Sigh, what kind of day is this? All I've done is apologize. I've probably played the fool for my entire life in these past 2 years. Li Wen sighed. Reflecting on the hardships of a small business owner, he grabbed a bottle of iced black tea from the fridge and chugged it down in one go. Ah, refreshing. Mr. Ice Forest, the inventor of the refrigerator, I salute you. Li Wen tossed the empty bottle, let out a burp, and shouted loudly. After the iced tea, he still felt thirsty, so he downed a large bottle of ice cold cola in one gulp. Only after quenching his thirst, did he finally sit down. Suddenly, he fell short of breath, followed by intense abdominal pain. Li Wen realized grimly, not good. He understood that drinking icy water after extreme heat had triggered a reaction. Then he collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Bad, bad. Brother Wen has collapsed on ground. A few kids playing in the field, covered in mud, saw a man lying on the stubble and shouted to the adults working nearby. In summer, people wore light clothing, and during harvest season, men worked bare-chested in the fields. Country kids knew that wheat stubble after harvest was especially hard. It could easily cut your hand, and lying on it bare-chested would surely rip your back to shreds. The nearby farmers, seeing someone lying in the field, knew something was wrong. They dropped their sickles and tools and rushed over. Ah, who's slapping my face? Li Wen vaguely felt someone slapping him. His face stung, and he shouted mentally. Just as he tried to cry out, he suddenly felt completely weak. His lips and throat were dry, his mouth sticky, his back painfully prickly, and his head dizzy. Li Wen opened his eyes groggily and saw a middle-aged man, bare-chested and glistening with oil, raising his dark hand to slap him again. Li Wen instinctively tried to block it with his hand, but felt too weak to lift it. Then he was slapped again and passed out. Wenzi, don't scare your dad like this. Fatherly Dio cried anxiously. The man was now completely panicked, only thinking to use a folk remedy slapping Li Wen's face to wake him up. Uncle Five. Just now Brother Wen's eyes opened. He even opened his mouth, but you slapped him unconscious again. A nosy kid shouted. I saw it too. Brother Wen's fingers moved just now. Other kids chimed in. Dad, quickly carry little brother back home to cool down. He must have heat stroke. I'll go call Uncle 3 to look at Wenzi. Li Wen's older brother Li Wu, who had rushed over from the field, shouted urgently. Only then did Li Dio snap out of it, quickly hoisting Li Wen onto his back and running home. It was harvest season, and the fields were full of people. As Li Dio ran, villagers saw him and shouted, Old Five, why are you rushing so fast carrying Wenzi? What's wrong with the kid? They asked with concern. Li Dio panted as he ran. The kid seems to have heat stroke while harvesting wheat at noon. No time to talk. You all keep working. Then he lowered his head and hurried back. Oh, my dear Brother Five. The kid is only 13, still so young. You made him harvest wheat and earn work points in the scorching midday sun? Old Nine, a relative from the neighboring household, said, Kids aren't like us, tough-skinned and used to it, not afraid of the sun. Besides, this year's weather is too damn hot. I can barely stand it, let alone the kid. Li Datsai, Old Nine from the same clan, called out. Family, a term for clan relatives of the same surname, generally within 5 generations, but excluding the immediate 3-generation family. Brother Five, let me help you. Quickly carry the kid back home. Li Datsai threw down his sickle and helped support Li Wen on Li Dio's back. I thought since Wenzi just graduated from junior high a few days ago, and it's harvest season now, harvesting wheat could help the family earn more work points, Li Dio sighed. In the 1950s, primary school was 4 years and junior high was 3 years, though it varied by region. Starting school at 6 wasn't uncommon, so please don't criticize. As they jogged along, Old Nine Li Datsai wiped sweat from his forehead, his skinny arms glistening with sweat. These past few years, I don't know how we're supposed to live. The whole family doesn't know where the next meal is coming from, constantly hungry, and yet we have to work ourselves to death. We adults can endure it, but these kids are in their growing years, growing tall. They definitely can't withstand it, Li Datsai complained all the way. Mom, is second mom in the house? They shouted upon entering the courtyard. What are you shouting about? You're grown men. Can't you be more composed? An elderly woman slowly walked out from inside, scolding them. Oh my, Dio Datsai, what happened to Wenzi? The old lady, seeing Li Wen on Li Dio's back, was startled and shouted. Mom, Wenzi seems to have heat stroke. Quickly fetch a basin of cool water so I can wipe him down. This damn weather is too hot, Li Dio explained hurriedly. I'll get water right away. Datsai, you quickly go call your uncle Junsheng, Guoxiuyan shouted urgently. Duh, a term for uncle. Little Wu has already gone to call my third uncle, Li Dio said, seeing Li Datsai preparing to leave. A wave of coolness. Li Wen woke up, slowly opening his eyes. Instantly, he had a splitting headache. A flood of memories surged into his mind. His throat felt like it was on fire, and his back burned with pain. His mouth was sticky. He weakly called out, I want water. The doctor, who was wiping Li Wen down with alcohol, saw him awake and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Second sister-in-law, bring the kid some cool boiled water. The kid is awake. No major problem, the village barefoot Dr. Li Junsheng said with a smile. All right, Wenzi, wait a moment. Grandma will bring you water. The old lady hurried to the kitchen, muttering, poor kid, suffering like this. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After drinking a full large teacup of cool boiled water, Li Wen instantly felt like he came back to life. Opening his eyes, Li Wen stared at a row of thick, dark wooden beams overhead. Seeing the room full of standing and sitting people, he was momentarily overwhelmed. Div, data fankiata pimage, sorcerza rolled style roofdiv. He rubbed his dazed head and said, "Grandma, I'm fine now, just a bit dizzy. I want to sleep for a while." At this, Uncle 3 Li Junxing smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law, let's all go outside. The room is too stuffy with so many people. Let the kid sleep, cool down, and he'll be fine. Wenzi, rest well. We'll go outside now." Grandma Guoshuyan whispered softly. Li Wen closed his eyes and nodded. Swish, swish, the room emptied as everyone filed out. "Second sister-in-law, it's been too hot these days. If you have mung beans, boil some mung bean soup and keep in the well. Make sure the kids and the family drink some regularly to clear heat and prevent heat stroke," Li Junsheng instructed in the courtyard. In an era before refrigerators were common, the family's own well in the courtyard was the rural people's natural refrigerator. Li Wen, hearing the voices outside, fell into deep thought. From the original owner's memories, he learned that he had somehow returned to his hometown in the parallel world of 1961. And absurdly, he had become the young, deceased third younger brother of his grandfather, a story often told by his grandpa. In his previous life, young Li Wen often listened to his grandfather recount the past. The old man often lamented that he once had a third younger brother, very smart, but died of heat stroke while working in the fields as just a teenager. So, when Li Wen was born in his previous life, the old man insisted against all objections, naming him Li Wen. He didn't mind the taboo, hoping Li Wen would be as smart as his third younger brother. Closing his eyes and accepting the memories of his temporary third uncle, Li Wen's expression became calm. At least he had returned to his own hometown, not reborn into someone else's family. That was a good thing. The original body's third uncle was also named Li Wen, 13 years old this year, the third child in the family. He had one older brother and one older sister, and one younger brother and one younger sister. This large family was truly thriving. Chapter 2. Companion Warehouse. After dozing off for a while, Li Wen finally cleared his head and began to look around the room. The ceiling was a row of thick, rough-hewn wooden beams, the surrounding walls made of mud bricks, smoothed with plaster, looking relatively clean. The floor was packed earth solid underfoot. The entire room had not a single brick, let alone floor tiles. The room contained only a horizontal cabinet and a wooden box on the Kong-heated brick bed. It was very spacious and extremely simple, even more dilapidated than the old house he lived in with his grandfather during his childhood. Sigh. After observing the surroundings for a while, Li Wen finally snapped back to reality and let out a deep sigh. Seeing such a scene, Li Wen didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He only felt he had let down his parents from his previous life. The two elders had worried so much for him, while his return was the grief of parents burying their child. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. Li Wen slapped his forehead and muttered, "Forget it. Even if it's a parallel world, at least I'm back in my own home. From now on, I'll treat the elders and the family better. It's a way to make up for the shortcomings of my previous life." From his memories, this was the year 1961. The original Li Wen had just graduated from junior high. This year was also the last year of the famine, a difficult period. Since the production team disbanded the communal canteen due to lack of food at the beginning of the year, and the commune members returned to their individual families, life had been truly hard, with no guarantee of the next meal. Li Wen's family had few laborers but many mouths to feed. And because of the elderly matriarch, the two brothers hadn't split the household. Their family had 5 children, and his uncle's family also had 5 children, totaling 10 kids, plus parents and the elderly matriarch, 15 people in all. Normally, the large family needed an entire pot of rice, 60 centimeters in diameter, just for one meal. Even then, strong laborers had to drink thick porridge while the children drank thin. In this era, rural strong laborers couldn't be starved. Otherwise, they'd lack energy at work and have their work points deducted. Moreover, the farm work was too heavy. If the family's mainstay got sick from exhaustion, the family would truly collapse. Last year, a man from a neighboring village saw his children crying from hunger. Heartbroken, he secretly gave his own portion of food to the children and ate thin porridge himself. The man had good intentions, but the consequence was that he starved and exhausted himself to death. The family was left with only the wife and 4 children. Desperate from hunger, the wife took the children to dig for wild vegetables and eat tree bark, eventually eating guanine soil and dying from bloating, 3 of them. It wasn't that the village didn't help them. They were close relatives and clansmen. If not for the commune and villagers, the last child wouldn't have survived. Other families in the village were also struggling. Human hearts are made of flesh, but they are also selfish. In times of famine, when even their own families couldn't get enough to eat, no one dared or was willing to take in and help others, especially children without labor capacity. While reviewing these memories, Li Wen's stomach growled, followed by a wave of acid reflux, the stomach acid burning his throat. Li Wen remembered that from last night to this morning, he had only drunk a little bran, wild vegetable, and corn porridge and eaten one steamed cornbread during work. This small amount of food had been digested almost completely by the time he reached the field this morning. Not full, a growing teenager, working under the scorching sun, no wonder he got heat stroke. Sigh. Li Wen thought it wasn't time for a meal yet. There was nothing to eat, so he could only drink some water to fill his stomach. Just as he tried to get up to pour water, his limbs were weak and he couldn't muster any strength. So he had to call out, "Grandma, can you pour me some more water? I'm really too weak." "Ah, Winsy, Grandma is coming right away." A moment later, the old lady hurriedly came in, carrying a large ceramic bowl of cool boiled water. "Winsy, quickly drink more to cool down. Grandma put a little honey in it. It's very sweet. This noon, Grandma will cook something delicious for you to nourish my child," the old lady said with a smile. Looking at his caring and protective grandmother, Li Wen felt a deep warmth in his heart. "All right, Grandma, you still love me the most. I didn't eat enough last night, only had a little steamed bread this morning. I was so hungry that I got heat stroke," Li Wen explained, rubbing his belly. Seeing her skinny grandson, Grandma Guoxiuyun was heartbroken, letting out a long sigh. "Sigh. Winsy, sleep for a while first. Grandma will go cook for us. This noon, my child will eat his fill." Watching her grandmother with bound feet hurry out, Li Wen felt deeply moved. After gulping down several large mouthfuls of sweet honey water, Li Wen had something in his stomach, and his hunger slightly subsided. From his memories, Li Wen knew this honey was Grandma's treasure, something she wouldn't let anyone touch on ordinary days. Li Wen had seen that the honey Grandma stored was less than 2 taels in total, meant for entertaining guests. Anyone who secretly dipped a chopstick in it would get scolded. Li Wen thought about it and couldn't help but find it funny. In his previous life, because he was a bit chubby, he constantly thought about spending money to lose weight. He bought gym memberships, ate diet meals, and devised ways to starve himself every day. But now he was directly turned into skin and bones, truly starving. Thinking about it, Li Wen couldn't help but reminisce about his wonderful days as a food wholesaler. Back then, the warehouse was full of snacks and drinks. For years, even during colds, he had never been in a panic. If only the food warehouse had come with me. As he thought about it, Li Wen dozed off. Feeling the soft bedding, Li Wen suddenly opened his eyes and found himself on a bed. Looking up at the familiar concrete slab ceiling and the familiar room, Li Wen was shocked. "Ah, I'm back again. Could it be that I was dreaming?" Li Wen shook his head vigorously, disbelieving, and pinched his arm. "Ouch, damn it, that really hurts." Looking at his pinched, painful arm and his thin, small body, Li Wen became excited. "This isn't a dream. Damn it, I'm on the verge of making it big. Great-grandma's legs, I'm finally the protagonist. Companion space, I brought my warehouse with me." Li Wen burst into Feng Kong laughter. Li Wen had originally been a hardcore bookworm, having read countless historical, period, and transmigration novels. He was very familiar with golden fingers and companion spaces, so without thinking much, he got up and ran towards the warehouse. Pushing open the door, the half-empty bottle of cola he had left earlier was still lying on the ground, and the shelves in the warehouse were fully stocked with various food and drinks. "Haha, who else has this?" Li Wen put his hands on his hips and let out a triumphant roar. He had originally been worried that this body was too weak, and with the famine, he might starve to death. Now, seeing the warehouse goods, Li Wen instantly felt incredibly happy. He felt alive again, with hope. Looking at the congealed, oil-splashed noodles on the table, his stomach opportunely growled. Looking at the congealed noodles, he had never felt them so delicious. He rushed over, quickly slurping them down, then took a sip of the ice-cold cola lying on the ground. Truly satisfying. After eating a large bowl of noodles, Li Wen felt about 7 full. Looking at the large steamed wheat cake and oil-splashed chili on the table, his mouth watered again. Wet floor. In the original body's memories, it was already very vague. It seemed like he hadn't eaten such good food for many years. Picking up a piece of the cake, he put on some oil-splashed chili and ate it deliciously. But this body was too weak now, so Li Wen didn't dare eat too much. Eating too much could easily upset his stomach. Looking around, Li Wen couldn't help but feel delighted. All the supplies in this warehouse were hard currency, more practical than money. Li Wen couldn't help but marvel at his own brilliance. In the future, I won't have to worry about car loans, mortgages, or not being able to find a wife. Looks like the heavens gave me a pretty good deal with this rebirth, Li Wen thought, his heart blossoming with joy. After a full meal, Li Wen had some free time and began to stroll around the warehouse, like a king inspecting his troops. Row after row of neatly stacked shelves. Drinks, milk, soda, spicy strips, bread, biscuit snacks, and drinks of all kinds. As he wandered, Li Wen couldn't help but burst into loud laughter again. No one could understand how he felt right now. Walking into the small kitchen next to the warehouse, the cooking utensils were still there, complete and ready. The flour jar was full, nearly 100 gene of flour, and in the corner, a 50 gene bag of rice, just opened, along with some coarse grains and cereals. Hee, not bad. With the food in this kitchen, Li Wen wouldn't have to eat snacks and drinks all day, which wasn't healthy. One could say people are only picky when they're full. Try not eating for a day and see if you care about health. When the outside food wasn't enough, he could come in to improve his meals and at the same time, save some food for the family. Looking at the warehouse door, Li Wen thought for a moment and ran over to test it. But as soon as his hand touched the door, he was bounced back. Sigh, can't go back. He had hoped that opening the door would allow him to walk out. Then he could become a trader between two worlds, which would be even more amazing. All right, one can't be too greedy. Having such a large warehouse was already a comfort for him. Li Wen sat in the courtyard feeling a bit sad. Hearing footsteps and shouts, Li Wen realized something was wrong. Someone must be entering the room. Thinking silently about leaving, Li Wen had just lain down when the door was forcefully pushed open. Brother, what's wrong with you? I heard Ergo say you fainted from the sun. A child's voice shouted from outside. Li Wen turned his head and saw his younger brother Li Min and younger sister Li Wen, the two kids running in, sweating profusely. Li Wen smiled inwardly, thinking back then fourth uncle and little Annie were quite cute. Fourth brother Li Min and fifth sister Li Wen were now 8 and 5 years old. The two kids' skin was sunburnt black, skinny as sticks, wearing patched clothes that didn't fit well. Li Wen remembered these were clothes he and his sister Lili had worn, which their mother Wang Chunmei had altered for the younger ones since they had outgrown them. Now, every household was like this. The older ones wore them, then the younger ones, patch upon patch. Some families even had only one set of clothes, taking turns wearing them when going out. Because she was short, fifth sister Li Wen was now trying hard to stand on tiptoe, her face full of concern as she leaned over the edge of the con. Brother, are you feeling better? The little one asked with deep concern. Looking at their muddy hands and expressions, Li Wen smiled and gently patted their two little heads. Brother's fine now. It was just too hot, and I didn't have water to drink, that's why. I'm better now, don't worry, Li Wen said with a smile. After hearing this, little Li Wen quickly said, Brother, then I'll go pour you some water. And she was about to run out. Xiao Wan, come back. Brother just drank 2 large bowls. Look at brother's belly. It's full, Li Wen quickly called his sister. Fifth sister Li Wen looked at Li Wen's belly and exclaimed, Brother, your belly is so round. It's like sister Xia's belly next door. Looks like you have a little brother inside. Li Wen was stunned, then snapped back to reality, and all three burst into laughter. Come, drink the honey water. Just now I was dizzy. Grandma made honey water for me, but I didn't finish it. You two little monkeys can drink it, Li Wen said, seeing the two siblings running breathlessly. We won't drink, brother, you drink more. When you get better, tonight you can catch cicadas for us, little Li Wen said cutely. Hearing Li Wen mention the sweet honey water, little Li Wen swallowed her saliva, but still refused. Li Min also quickly stated he wouldn't drink either. Li Wen was deeply moved, patting the two little ones on the Kong and pointing to his belly. You two quickly drink it. Brother's full. Look at my belly. I really can't drink anymore. You drink it clean, or else when cousin Li Chong from Uncle Nine's house next door sees it, it'll be gone. We won't give it a bad Li Chong. He put a bug on my neck today, little Li Wen said angrily. The two little kids then took turns, one sip at a time, finishing the remaining half bowl of honey water. So sweet. If we could drink honey water every day, how great that would be, little Li Wen sighed after finishing the water. Although 8 years old, Li Min was very playful, but he was very protective of his sister, so most of the honey water actually went to little Li Wen. Li Min laughed. Our family only has that little bit of honey. If you drink it all, Grandma will beat you to death, but this honey water is really sweet. Li Min smacked his lips and said, Brother, when can we go find a beehive, take the honey, then we can drink more. As he said this, the little one became dreamy. Li Wen sighed inwardly. The demands of children at this time were truly not high. A candy was a luxury. A bit of honey water was enough to satisfy them. You too, your muddy paws are making mud everywhere. Mealtime is coming soon. Xiao Min, quickly take your sister to wash your hands, or Mom will beat you when she comes back, Li Wen urged the two mud monkeys. Upon hearing the threat of a beating, The two immediately ran out of the house. It was harvest season, 3 meals a day, 2 thin and 1 thick. The family relied on this 1 thick meal at noon, so the children were very eager. Chapter 3. Noodles with meat sauce in the village. Even children as small as Li and Wen are not spared from the burdens of daily life. Due to a scarcity of resources, compounded by years of natural disasters and various other factors, the villagers awaken each day consumed by the struggle to fill their stomachs. Consequently, these children mature with an unusual sense of responsibility. Li Min spends his afternoons gathering wheat stalks in exchange for work points, while Xiao Li Juan tends to the family pigs, either feeding them or trading fodder at the communal pig farm for credits. Li Wen sits on the heated brick bed, observing the two little ones, Lao Si and Lao Wu, dutifully washing up in the yard, reflecting on the harsh realities faced by rural children. Just then, the courtyard door swings open, and a middle-aged woman bursts in, her head wrapped in a scarf. She is diminutive and frail, almost as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. Her forehead is lined with wrinkles. This is none other than his mother, Wang Chunmei. In a previous life, he had never met his great-grandmother but had heard from his grandfather that his parents had passed away at a young age, both in their 50s, succumbing to illness in the late 60s. Wenzi, how's my child? Don't scare your mother. Wang Chunmei's anxious voice carries from outside. Mom, I'm in my room. Li Wen calls back as he sees her enter the yard. Wang Chunmei rushes into the house, her eyes settling on Li Wen, who is smiling at her from the bed, and she finally breathes a sigh of relief. You little rascal, still smiling. You nearly gave your mother a heart attack. I was in the fields drying wheat when I heard from that little brat that you had fainted. I was almost beside myself with worry. Let me check if you're still warm. I heard you got pricked by the wheat stalks. Let me see how you're doing. Wang Chunmei sits on the edge of the bed, gently touching Li Wen's head. Turning him over, she examines his back, where several abrasions have scabbed over. And only then does she feel completely at ease. Rural children are remarkably resilient. Minor injuries often go unattended, and they heal on their own in a few days. Delicate children simply do not survive in such an environment. Li Wen, having inherited the memories and physical experiences of his late great-uncle, interacts with Wang Chunmei with a natural ease. He smiles and replies, Mom, I didn't eat enough this morning, and I had no water. That's why I fainted from heat exhaustion. Uncle Junxing already checked on me, and I just drank some honey water. I'm feeling much better now. Oh, this dreadful weather. The harvest has been poor these past few years. With so many mouths to feed, the little grain we receive each year is hardly sufficient. Look at my children. All of you are starving, Wang Chunmei laments, stroking Li Wen's head. Upon hearing his mother's words, the resentment that had lingered in Li Wen's heart dissipated. In these times, which family is not plagued by hunger? For their parents to have raised 5 children without any of them perishing is a feat in itself. With inadequate medical care and poor living standards, it is truly a challenge for children to grow into adulthood. Thus, families resort to having more children, not out of desire, but in hopes of ensuring survival through sheer numbers. In his memories, Li Wen recalls that throughout his childhood, there were few occasions when he felt truly full. Especially in recent years, natural disasters had left him waking in the middle of the night, hunger gnawing at him, with little energy for anything beyond the basic act of eating. In his school days, the protagonist excelled academically. However, he could not endure the pangs of hunger he faced daily. On the eve of the crucial entrance exam, his hunger became unbearable, prompting him to stealthily pluck a few ripe melons from the fields. To his dismay, he fell victim to a bout of diarrhea the following day, rendering him disoriented and leading to his failure. As lunchtime approached, he decided to skip work, opting instead to prepare noodles for his family. Wang Chunmei, with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffled Li Wen's hair and said, Yes, today, I will turn the remaining cured meat into a savory meat sauce for our noodles, allowing the children to replenish their strength. Observing that Li Wen and the 2 little ones were as thin as reeds, she adopted a serious demeanor, as if having made a momentous decision. Just then, a sound of swallowing echoed from the doorway, revealing the eavesdropping Lao Wu. Laughter erupted among Li Wen and his companions. Wang Chunmei scooped up Li Wen, playfully pinching her cheeks, teasing, My little Wen is craving meat, you little glutton. The young girl, feeling shy, blushed and turned her head away, clutching Wang Chunmei's neck. Mom, didn't you say the remaining cured meat was reserved for the end of the year when we host a matchmaker for elder brother? Li Wen inquired, recalling the previous conversation. No worries, we'll think of something for your brother's marriage later this year. For now, You all need to replenish yourselves. It has been months since we've had any meat. And seeing you all so thin pains my heart, Wang Chunmei replied, her eyes glistening as she gently touched her younger sister Li Wen's head. You children play for now. I must wash up and prepare your meal, she said hurriedly, leaving the room. During the summer harvest season, time is of the essence. And men typically do not return home for lunch. It is the women and children who come back. After the women finish cooking, they take the children back to the fields, which is why Wang Chunmei was in such a hurry. Are you two sitting on the kong? Li Wen asked, glancing at the two little ones on the ground. Brother, we're not sitting. I'm going out to play soon, Li Min replied cheerfully. We'll be eating soon. Mom is making meat sauce noodles for lunch. If you run off to play, you might miss out, Li Wen warned, teasing him. Upon hearing about the meat sauce, Li Min gulped and sat down on a small stool, opting not to leave. Let me tell you a story, Li Wen said, noticing the boredom in the eyes of the two little ones. Great. Brother is going to tell a story, Li Wen exclaimed, jumping up with joy and clapping her hands. I'll tell you about the journey to the west. Have you heard of it? Li Wen asked with a smile. No. Both little ones shook their heads. But I know about Sun Wukong, Li Min declared, raising his hand. All right, I shall begin. Once upon a time, Panga separated heaven and earth, and Nuwa repaired the sky with a fallen stone. Wow. Out of the stone leaped a monkey. Brother, how did we come into being? Young Li Wen exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. You were fished out of the reservoir by your mother, Li Wen chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. I don't believe it. Reservoirs only have fish and water, she replied skeptically. Sun Wukong is incredibly powerful. With a single somersault, he can travel vast distances. How far must that be? Li Min mused, letting his imagination run wild. Time swiftly passed, and 20 minutes had elapsed when the voice of my mother echoed through the courtyard. Li Wen, Li Min, and Li Wen, it's time for dinner, called out my mother, Wang Chunmei. Brother, your story is so captivating. That Sun Wukong is truly formidable. Not only can he fly, but he can also burrow underground. It's far more enchanting than what our teacher tells us. Will you tell us more after dinner? Li Min chuckled with delight. Yes, yes. Little Li Wen nodded eagerly, her face radiating anticipation. All right, let us eat first, and I shall regale you with tales later, Li Wen said, affectionately ruffling Li Wen's hair. Oh dear. How did you come out? You've just recovered. You mustn't wander about, exclaimed the elderly matriarch, Guo Shiyun, as she hurriedly approached. Grandmother, it's all right. I was merely thirsty and hungry, and the heat caused me to feel faint. I feel much better now. The breeze outside is refreshing. I prefer to eat here rather than in the stifling room, Li Wen replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me, and I shall bring you some noodles, the grandmother acquiesced. Before long, a large ceramic bowl of pale, cool noodles was placed before Li Wen. Topped with a generous spoonful of luscious, red oil and meat sauce, it looked utterly appetizing. The two little ones seated at the table could hardly contain their drool. Although Li Wen had just consumed half a bowl of noodles in the storeroom, the sight of the meat sauce rekindled his hunger. It seemed his body craved nourishment profoundly, leading to a swift digestion. Enough staring, eat quickly. We still have to deliver meals to your father, Wang Chunmei announced, placing 2 bowls of noodles before the little ones. Wow, it smells so good, exclaimed little Li Wen as she clutched her bowl and placed a piece of succulent fatty meat into her mouth, her face beaming with joy. Noticing that both little ones had only a few pieces of meat in their bowls, Li Wen, seeing that his mother had not yet emerged from the kitchen, surreptitiously added a few more pieces into their bowls, delighting the little ones who giggled joyfully. Grandmother, we returned from gathering pig fodder, and we're starving. Is there anything delicious? Shouted the 7-year-old Li Yong from his uncle's family before he even entered the house. Wow, I smell meat. It's so fragrant. Li Tao, the 3rd son of his uncle's family, called out. Little sister, we're not stealing meat. Li Wen mumbled, her head bent over her bowl, dismissively. The 2 boys from her uncle's family were twins, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Unless one noticed the small mole at the corner of Li Yong's mouth, it would be difficult for anyone to tell them apart. These 2 rascals were notorious in the village, often causing mischief, chasing chickens, teasing dogs, and getting into fights. Even dogs avoided them. Compared to them, Li Min seemed almost like a well-behaved child. Enough of the racket. Let me see how much pig fodder you've gathered. If you haven't gathered enough, you shall not eat. If the pigs go hungry, so shall you, Grandma Guo Shiyun warned sternly. Enough, enough. Look, grandmother. We filled a large basket. It's enough for our big black pig for 2 days. The load was so heavy that we nearly collapsed carrying it back. Li Tao quickly replied, "The meat smells too good. We want to eat meat." Li Yong, with his head tilted back, called out in a hurried manner. Observing the flushed faces of her two grandsons, the elderly lady did not truly frighten them. She chuckled while gently patting their little heads, saying, "You both hurry and wash your hands. Grandma will serve you your meal. Off you go, wash up and prepare for some meat." The two boys swiftly dashed towards the backyard, carrying a large bamboo basket. "Grandma, what's the occasion today? Why is the meal so lavish? Noodles with meat sauce. This is as splendid as a festival." Li Yong exclaimed, slurping noodles from a bowl larger than his head, his mouth busy with questions. "Today, your third brother fainted from heat stroke while working in the fields and got a nasty cut on his back, bleeding quite a bit. Your aunt, worried about you all suffering from heat, specially prepared the preserved meat intended for your eldest brother's matchmaker meeting at the end of the year, to make meat sauce noodles for everyone to replenish their strength. You all are quite fortunate to enjoy this feast alongside On today," Grandma Guoxiuyun remarked with a smile, lightly tapping Li Yong's head. "Wow, Aunt, you are so kind. I haven't eaten meat in months," Li Yong flattered, chattering incessantly. Wang Chunmei, observing the children gathered at the table, chuckled, "You little rascal, all sweet talk. Hurry and eat. After you finish, you'll need to take food to your father." After finishing a bowl of meat sauce noodles and having a second bowl of noodle soup, Li Wen let out a satisfied burp, feeling invigorated. He stood up, stretched, and noticed the dizziness had subsided, although his back still tingled a bit. "Have you had enough, Wenzi? If not, I can get you more. You lost quite a bit of blood today and need to replenish," his mother, Wang Chunmei, called from the kitchen with concern. "Mom, after this bowl of meat sauce noodles, I feel completely restored, and the dizziness has vanished. It seems that meat is essential for recovery. How wonderful it would be to have meat every day." Li Wen replied with a smile. "You silly child, who eats meat daily? Even your aunt in the city, from a worker's family, only has meat once every 10 days or half a month. If we had meat every day, we'd be like landlords." Wang Chunmei teased. "Mom, when I grow up, I'll ensure you and Grandma eat meat every day until you're tired of it," Li Wen declared, tilting his head confidently. "Haha, a good boy indeed. Your grandma and mother are waiting for that day." Grandma Guoxiuyun and his mother, Wang Chunmei, laughed in response. Chapter 4. Organizing the space. Li Wen silently vowed to improve his family's circumstances, determined to spare his parents from the tragedy of passing away young due to overwork. "Have you all finished eating? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take food to your father," his mother, Wang Chunmei, urged, having finished her meal and preparing to head to work. "And On, you should rest today after your meal. Don't go back to the fields, as it would be unwise to risk another heat stroke." After giving her reminders to the little ones, Wang Chunmei hurried off. His second aunt, Cui Yanzi, second sister, Li Xia, and third sister, Li Ping, were still toiling in the wheat fields. They had only had a light breakfast, and with the summer harvest's heavy labor, they must surely be famished. Wang Chunmei needed to quickly deliver food to them. The summer harvest was exhausting, and with the threat of rain looming, every moment was precious, as they were literally wrestling with nature for their sustenance. "Hasten, take the meal to your father and the others. Xiaoman, you shall carry the dishes. Yongzi and Atai, you two lift the jar of noodle soup. Shaowan, please fetch the bowls." Grandmother Guoxiuyun placed the basin filled with noodles and the earthen jar of soup into the small backpack. The little ones had already finished their meal and were playing nearby. Upon hearing their grandmother's command, they hurriedly picked up the small backpack and headed towards the door, fearful of being reprimanded. "No sneaking bites of meat. Whoever dares to steal will face my wrath upon returning home. Your father and brother have not had meat for several months. They need sustenance for their heavy labor. Do you understand?" Grandmother Guoxiuyun warned, concerned they might pilfer some food along the way. "Understood, Grandma. I will keep an eye on them," the eldest, Li Min, replied with a smile. "I feel much better now. Everyone has been busy with the summer harvest. I'm the only one resting. Shouldn't I go take a look in the fields?" Li Wen, noticing he was the only one idle, felt a tad embarrassed. "You mustn't. What if something were to happen? You should rest today. Your uncle just examined you and said you need a couple more days to recuperate. We are short on hands during this busy season, and we do not require your assistance at the moment. You spent over $1 on medical treatment today, and we are not well off. Listen to your grandmother and rest properly," the elderly lady urged. Upon hearing this, Li Wen was momentarily taken aback. Nodding, he trudged slowly back towards the house. In truth, He had only been speaking lightly earlier. His body had lost a considerable amount of blood that morning, and combined with heat exhaustion, he still felt quite weak despite the recovery benefits from his transmigration. Moreover, the elderly lady's mention of the medical expenses weighing over $1 struck a chord. That was a significant sum. In recent years, due to natural disasters and poor harvests, their family of 5 laborers barely earned over $50 a year when tallying their work points. $1 was no trifling amount. Good quality flour cost only 22 cents per pound, cornmeal 9 cents, and a single egg merely 5 cents. That $1.30 could buy nearly 6 pounds of flour, over 14 pounds of cornmeal, or 26 eggs. In the village, the bride price for a beautiful wife was a mere $5. Typically, $1 or $2 sufficed, and some even exchanged a few steamed buns for a spouse. Back in his room, due to a back injury, Li Wen had to lie flat, for the sweltering heat could easily lead to infection. At 14 years of age, he stood barely under 4 feet tall, a condition that would be deemed unfortunate in modern times. Yet, in this era, poor nutrition resulted in stunted growth, making such heights common among children his age. It was evident that he needed to consume more nutritious food, otherwise, his health would deteriorate further. Li Wen lamented the frail physique and inadequate height, realizing that without proper care, he would find it challenging to survive until the next year. Having read accounts of the harsh conditions during the first half of 1961, he recalled that many families ran out of food before November, and with the harsh winter, many perished during that season. At that moment, the voice of the elderly lady resonated through the courtyard. 1. Take good care of yourself at home while I venture out to gather some wild vegetables. Yes, grandmother, please wear your straw hat. It's quite hot, don't rush. And remember to guard against the heat. Li Wen called out through the window. Understood. The old man had passed away before the founding of the nation, and the elderly lady was approaching 70 this year, a remarkable age in the countryside. Despite her advanced years, she remained industrious, constantly tending to household affairs for her 2 sons. She also assisted in raising the family's 2 pigs and took care of the children. In the entire production team, she was known for her diligence. Li Wen leaned against the window, observing the elderly lady hurrying out with a basket, filled with myriad reflections. The people of this era truly labored hard for their survival. They were all striving to live. Dismissing such thoughts, he decided to check the storeroom since he was alone. What a bother, he muttered, scratching his head. With a swift turn, he found himself in the courtyard of the storeroom. How pleasant the coolness of this storeroom is. Li Wen mused, pondering the reason behind it. Once inside, the temperature and time seemed to remain constant, with the room consistently maintained around 25 degrees. He glanced back at the garden, noting that the storeroom had been newly constructed when he rented it. The garden bore no flowers, as he had lacked the enthusiasm to tend to it since his arrival. Thus, the 20-square-meter garden was now merely a patch of scattered weeds. It seemed a shame to let it go to waste. Perhaps it should be cultivated. He contemplated what to plant as he surveyed the garden. However, ideas eluded him for the moment. Never mind. I'll clear the weeds first and then see if there are any seeds in the storeroom to plant later, he muttered, shaking his head. The storeroom's utility area housed many tools left behind by the landlord during the construction. Li Wen retrieved a hoe and began to clear the weeds. Having grown up in the countryside in both lives, this task was a mere trifle for him. In less than half an hour, a patch of 3 square meters had been neatly cleared, and Li Wen felt a surge of joy at the fruits of his labor. I'm a bit weary. My body is really overexerted. Time for a break and to see what I can plant, he said, straightening his back. Entering the kitchen, he opened the storage cabinet. Half a bag of mung beans, along with peanuts, soybeans, sesame seeds, and dried chili peppers. Alas, most of these were unsuitable for planting, as many had been processed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed to pull out a small box beside the refrigerator, which contained vegetable seeds he had purchased in his previous life. Due to the influenza lockdown, vegetable prices had skyrocketed, prompting him to buy seeds to grow his own vegetables, though he had forgotten amidst his busyness. Indeed, there were quite a few seeds: cucumbers, water spinach, bok choy, spinach, cilantro, and scallions. Delightful. Li Wen's face lit up with a smile. In the kitchen, there was also a pumpkin and several large potatoes. The pumpkin weighed over 20 pounds. It was an old pumpkin he had brought home, renowned for its sweetness and floweriness, perfect for making delicious pumpkin pie. Pumpkins yield generously, with a single vine producing at least a dozen large pumpkins. Every May, I plant a couple of seeds, and by autumn, I reap several sacks of pumpkins, enough to sustain us until spring, with an abundance left over. Potatoes cannot be cultivated here. As the seeds from the company are far superior, my attempts at planting have resulted in significant degeneration. I plan to sow a few more pumpkin seeds, for they are bountiful and satisfying, allowing us to store several for sustenance over the coming days. I gather the grass from the garden into a pile, preparing to feed the pigs later. This grass has thrived, and the pigs will surely relish it, especially now during this time of scarcity when the village grass has been depleted. The usual pig feed is of poor quality as well. I have planted a ring of pumpkins along the garden's edge. The creeping vines will not be a hindrance as they grow into the yard. Additionally, I've sown cucumbers, spinach, scallions, cilantro, and seeds extracted from peppers, filling the soil to capacity. I take the hose connected to the faucet, ready to hydrate the ground. And upon twisting the nozzle, I was pleasantly surprised to find water flowing. This resolves a significant concern. Earlier in the kitchen, Li Wen discovered that the refrigerator was functioning, which filled him with joy. He hurried to his room, retrieved his phone from the table, and opened a messaging app to send a message. However, to his dismay, the message failed to send, and the computer also could not connect to the internet. Li Wen sank to the floor, taking a moment to compose himself. A deep sigh resonated in the room. Well, having electricity and water is indeed a stroke of fortune. One must not be overly greedy. Li Wen murmured to himself in consolation. After a brief respite, he resolved to thoroughly organize the storeroom for future use. By the end of the afternoon, the items in the storeroom were neatly arranged, and Li Wen had familiarized himself with the entire space. Previously, he had only rented the first floor, while the front room and the second floor remained unleased. Inside the front room were some old clothes and furniture left by the landlord, as well as tools like a chainsaw and a drill that the landlord had acquired during construction. Li Wen documented the various odds and ends on his phone for future reference. As he glanced at his phone, he realized it was nearly 6 in the evening. Darkness would soon envelop the sky. He retrieved several bags of candy and rice bars from the storeroom, opening them and pouring the contents into a box, as the packaging bore production dates that made it impractical to take them out directly. After spending the afternoon organizing, he gained significant insight into the storeroom's functionality. Aside from having access to water and electricity, the storage area seemed to exist in a state of temporal suspension. A cup of boiling water placed in the goods area remained unchanged after an hour, exhibiting no variation whatsoever. Only the lounge and the yard maintained a normal flow of time. Moreover, upon exiting the storeroom, he found that he could only clearly sense and manipulate the lounge and the yard. He could neither sense nor control the goods area in the storeroom. Thus, he could only retrieve items within the lounge and yard. Carrying the candy and rice bars into the house for easy access later, he completed all his tasks. The workload of the afternoon was indeed substantial, and Li Wen, already somewhat frail, collapsed in his grandmother's room, succumbing to sleep. As dusk descended, the weary workers, having finished their tasks at the wheat field, began to make their way home, one by one. Only home can wash away the fatigue of a day's labor for the diligent members of the family. The elderly lady had long returned and, upon seeing Li Wen asleep, chose not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly sat in the courtyard, preparing dinner with the wild vegetables she had gathered that afternoon. Chapter 5. The prosperous family. The cheerful sounds from the courtyard stirred Li Wen from his slumber. He raised his head and glanced outside, only to find that night had completely descended. The summer moonlight bathed the center of the yard, casting a gentle glow over the night, where 2 long tables were set with lively figures engaged in animated conversation. Li Wen rose from his bed, opened the door, and immediately all eyes in the courtyard turned towards him. "Brother, you're awake." A small figure dashed over and leaped into Li Wen's arms. It was his younger sister, Li Wen, whom he lifted up, playfully pinching her cheek. "You little rascal." Li Wen giggled and evaded his hand, her voice ringing sweetly. "Brother, we came back to find you sleeping. No matter how I called, you wouldn't wake up. You sleep just like the hay." Li Wen was momentarily taken aback. "This sister of mine is quite a handful. Your brother needs to take care of his health and rest more," came the gentle reprimand from Wang Chunmei, who emerged from the kitchen. "How is your recovery? You gave everyone quite a scare today. Are you feeling better now?" inquired Uncle Li Dazhong and Aunt Chui Yanzi with genuine concern. Li Wen took a seat on a stool and smiled slightly. "Uncle, Aunt, I merely lost a bit of blood. I felt drowsy after getting overheated, but after a hearty meal and a nap, I'm feeling much better now. From now on, be more prudent when working. If you're tired, take a break. It's no trouble to earn a few less work points. Your father and I are here for you." You're still young, and it's not worth exhausting your health, Uncle advised softly. Li Wen scratched his head and nodded with a smile. Yes, Uncle, I understand. Indeed, Xiao Wen, this is your first time harvesting wheat, and you lack experience. When squatting for extended periods, rise slowly or take a seat on the ground for a moment. Don't spring up suddenly. It can cause dizziness, added his older brother. Li Wu's words held truth. Prolonged squatting can lead to insufficient blood flow to the brain, making it easy to faint upon suddenly standing. Soon, his second sister, Li Xia, and second brother, Li Quan, joined in, showering Li Wen with warm inquiries about his well-being. The affection of his family deeply moved Li Wen. This was indeed his family. All right, everyone, wash your hands and come to dinner. Aunt Chui Yinzi's voice floated in from the kitchen. With a splash, a group of children rushed to the wash basin. Although they had noodles for lunch, their stomachs were empty, as during these times, everyone had little fat to spare, and they digested quickly. The 3 wash basins were crowded, and the mischievous Li Yong and Li Tao continued to splash water, provoking a chorus of complaints from the others. If you two don't behave, you'll regret it tonight. Uncle Li Dezhong's stern voice rang out from the table, instantly turning Li Yong and his companion into quails, which drew laughter from everyone. Come, sit properly. Those who don't behave 1 tea get dinner, admonished the elderly lady. Gua Shiyun, as she and her 2 daughters-in-law emerged with bowls and utensils, glancing at the cluster of grandchildren. In an instant, the long table was filled with quiet children. With food scarce, the dry noodles with meat sauce consumed at noon meant a lighter meal this evening. Dinner consisted of a porridge made from wild vegetables and cornmeal dumplings, accompanied by an additional steamed bun for each child. The elderly matriarch announced the evening's provisions and began serving each little one. Soon the table resonated with the sounds of ravenous eating. Meanwhile, the mother and second aunt distributed food to another table of primary laborers. This table was not faring much better, also receiving the same wild vegetable cornmeal porridge, albeit of a thicker consistency. Due to the arduous tasks in the fields, the adults at their table had a couple more buns than the children. The children understood that their parents and older siblings toiled hard and required nourishment to maintain their health, thus they remained silent. On, you lost a lot of blood today. Here's some leftover meat sauce from lunch. This is all for you. I'll get you another bun. You must eat well to recover, said Wang Chunmei, the mother, placing the remaining meat into Li Wen's bowl. Mother, everyone is having buns and porridge. How can I eat meat? Li Wen replied shyly. Wenzi, hurry and eat. Everyone had meat at lunch thanks to you. You need to replenish your strength, urged Aunt Chui Yinzi, looking at Li Wen encouragingly. Yes, on, don't hesitate to eat. Recovering your health is paramount. We can manage with less, the others chimed in. With reddened eyes, Li Wen nodded and began to eat. In truth, the remaining meat sauce was meager, totaling only 6 or 7 small pieces, amounting to less than 1/4 of a pound, yet warmth enveloped Li Wen's heart. The bowls were quite large, of a ceramic type the size of a human head. After consuming a bun and a generous bowl of porridge, Li Wen felt satisfied. After all, he had been snacking in the storeroom all afternoon and hadn't engaged in any strenuous work, so he wasn't particularly hungry. Father, uncle, I'm full. There are 2 buns left. Please help me finish them, Li Wen said with a smile at his father and uncle. Li Deyo, his father, looked up at Li Wen and teasingly asked, really full? Then your uncle and I 1 tea hold back. Father, I had a large bowl of meat sauce noodles for lunch, slept all afternoon, and didn't tea work much, so I digest slowly. A bowl of porridge and 1 bun is sufficient for dinner, Li Wen explained with a smile. Seeing his son's expression, Li Deyo realized he was not being coy and took the 2 remaining buns to share with his eldest son Li Wu and his second son's eldest son Li Quan. Elder brother Li Wu was 18 this year, while second brother Li Quan was 16, both having stopped attending school early to work the fields, becoming the family's next generation of strong laborers. However, as they were still growing, they were quite lean due to their high energy expenditure from labor. Thank you, uncle, and dad, and Wenzi, the brothers graciously expressed. No need for such formality, it's just a bun. Your uncle and I are older and can manage with less. You 2 young men should eat more to grow strong, replied Li Dio, looking at his eldest son and Li Quan. The entire family of 14 sat at 2 large tables, bustling with life and energy, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Wen gazed at the bustling family surrounding him, filled with profound emotion. This is indeed a large family. In later generations, the traditional Chinese family structure has transformed into a 4-2-1 model, with many families lacking siblings and witnessing the severance of cultural ties. In the evening, the family returned to their rooms. Wang Chunmei sat on the heated kong with her youngest daughter, looking at the circle of her children gathered around, feeling a deep sense of contentment and pride. In recent years, the environment has been challenging, and many families have suffered losses, yet their family remains intact. She felt both satisfied and fortunate. Today, the third child, Li Wen, had suffered from heat stroke, which truly alarmed her, prompting her to prepare for a family meeting that evening to impart some advice to her children. The incident with the third child had indeed startled her, and she had yet to recover her composure. Throughout her life, she had no other aspirations, simply wishing to raise her children safely to adulthood. Moving forward, regardless of whether you are working or studying, you must take care of yourselves, she emphasized. The elders often said that health is the foundation of all endeavors, so it is imperative that you safeguard your well-being, Wang Chunmei sighed. We understand. The children responded in unison. You should rest another day to fully recuperate. We cannot afford to leave any lingering health issues, Wang Chunmei advised. Yes. Let us heed your mother's words, Li Dayo, the usually silent father, interjected. Take another day off tomorrow, and the day after. You can go with Li Yong to gather pig fodder. In the future, engage in less strenuous work, avoid harvesting wheat. I understand, Dad. I am nearly recovered. One more day's rest will suffice. With the busy farming season, everyone is overwhelmed, and I am reluctant to rest any longer, Li Wen replied with a smile. Appreciating his parents' concern. After ensuring everyone was well, Wang Chunmei's expression turned serious as she remarked, be cautious in all your endeavors. Today, treating the third child cost us 1 yuan and 30 cents, and our family cannot withstand such expenditures. Moreover, due to your illness, we had to use the pork intended for your brother's betrothal. Once you are better, contribute more to gathering pig fodder to ensure our pigs grow plump. We hope for a good share of meat this year. Wang Chunmei feigned anger, casting a stern glance at Li Wen. Don't worry, mother. I will take good care of our pigs, Li Wen assured her. During my schooling, I read a book on pig farming that detailed how to raise them effectively for quicker growth. With prior experience in pig farming from his past life, he felt confident. Our family's annual pork and festive provisions rely on the fattened pigs. If you manage them well, there will be rewards. Wang Chunmei's eyes lit up at Li Wen's words. I want to eat pork too. I want to eat the fat, juicy pork. Little Li Wen, drowsy in Wang Chunmei's embrace, suddenly perked up at the mention of pork, drooling as she sleepily gazed at Li Wen. With laughter, the family shared a few more moments of light-hearted conversation before it grew late, and they each retired to their rooms. The Li family was indeed a large household, with 2 brothers who had established families and numerous children. They had not divided their home as their mother was still alive. Before the liberation, the 2 brothers worked as porters in a grain shop in the city. After liberation, the grain shop closed, leading them to lose their jobs. Upon returning to their hometown, they utilized their modest savings to build a large courtyard. The cost of constructing houses in rural areas is relatively low, primarily involving mud, straw, wood, and tiles. The expenses for mud, straw, and labor are quite modest, with the main costs arising from wood and tiles. Li Wen's family courtyard consists of 2 rooms, flanked by 4 additional rooms on each side. The front area includes a small shed for farming tools and a kitchen, along with a spacious hall for dining and receiving guests. In the backyard, there are 2 animal pens, a toilet, and a well, making it one of the more orderly homes in the village at that time. The houses belonging to the Li Dio brothers are also well defined. With a larger number of rooms in the household, each of Li Wen's brothers occupies 1 room, while their parents reside in the room adjacent to the kitchen. Their grandmother and younger sister, Li Wen, live in the inner courtyard, with a nearby room serving as a granary and storage area. Upon returning to his own room, Li Wen noticed the absence of an oil lamp. The windows were merely covered with paper, and during summer, the door was shielded by a straw curtain. He pulled aside the curtain and stepped into the room, where the soft glow of moonlight illuminated the layout. The room was quite spacious, approximately 20 square meters, yet it felt empty, containing only a heated bed and a small desk. On the desk lay a makeshift backpack crafted from fertilizer bags, while the heated bed was covered with a straw mat, accompanied by a thin quilt neatly folded in a corner. This constituted all of Li Wen's possessions in this home. Though summer was warm, the straw mat was uncomfortable for direct sleep due to its rough texture, which caused discomfort on his back. Li Wen spread his bedding over the mat. The single quilt, though thin and somewhat worn, was clean. He felt a deep sense of contentment, aware that many families in the village, with 5 or 6 members, only possessed a single quilt. In the summer, this was manageable, but in winter, they had to huddle together for warmth. Chapter 6. Fishing after dozing for a while. Li Wen still felt discomfort, so he got up to secure the door and returned to the storeroom. In his previous life, he often handled goods in the storeroom, enduring the inevitable bumps and scrapes, so he always kept various ointments for external injuries on hand. He retrieved some ointment from the family medicine cabinet and applied it to his back, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over him, a soothing effect of the menthol within that alleviated pain and disinfected. Noticing it was only 9 o'clock at night, Li Wen ventured into the goods area to retrieve a few sausages and some bread, returning to the lounge to eat. The meager rice porridge he had consumed earlier had not satisfied him, and the coarse grains offered limited nutrition, necessitating his return to the storeroom for a proper fill. After finishing his meal, he drank a bottle of yogurt, finally feeling completely satiated. Checking his phone, he found that it could only access basic functions without internet connectivity. Fortunately, he had downloaded hundreds of novels onto his phone for such occasions, as a true bibliophile must never lack his literary sustenance. After perusing for a while, drowsiness overtook him. His body still needed to recover. Sleep was essential for rejuvenation and better endeavors. Setting an alarm, Li Wen turned over and drifted off. At 5 o'clock the following morning, the alarm rang punctually, prompting Li Wen to hurriedly return to his room. By this time, the sky outside had begun to brighten, and his parents and grandmother were already up, preparing breakfast and getting ready for work. In a previous life, due to the rapid advancement of the internet, people became engrossed in their mobile devices, and he had never retired for the night before midnight. This morning, he awoke feeling refreshed and alert, opting not to indulge in further slumber. Upon opening the door, he observed his father and uncle diligently sharpening sickles. "Hello, Dad. Why didn't you wake me?" he inquired. It's still early. You young ones are in the midst of growth. Sleep a bit longer. I'll call you once the meal is ready," his father replied. "And weren't you supposed to rest for another day? Why are you up so early?" Mr. Li added. "Dad, I'm just accustomed to waking up early for my school days. Besides, I napped for most of the afternoon yesterday, so I've no drowsiness left." "What would you like me to do?" Li Wen responded with a smile. "Well, your complexion is certainly much better today, since you're eager to help. There are your brother's sickles over there. You can assist in sharpening them, but be cautious with your hands," his father advised after assessing him. All right. Li Wen had sharpened knives and sickles at home in his previous life, so he was quite adept at it. He nimbly approached his father, took a piece of whetstone, moistened it, and began to sharpen the blade at an angle. "Not bad. You're sharpening it quite well. Indeed, looking like a true farmer," his uncle praised with a smile. "Hee. I learned from you too," Li Wen replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head and grinned. The meal is ready. Hurry and wake your brothers. We need to head to the fields after breakfast, or the scorekeeper will deduct points." Wang Chunmei's voice called from the kitchen. After sharpening a sickle, Li Wen stood up, stretched, and made his way back to the room. Before long, the little ones emerged, rubbing their eyes and mumbling sleepily. Once they finished washing up, they rushed to the dining table, their stomachs empty after a long night. Breakfast consisted of a porridge made from wild vegetables and cornmeal, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables, with each person receiving a steamed bun. At this moment, the adults had already finished their meal and departed for work early, as the morning hours were cooler and more bearable for labor. After lingering at home for a bit longer, the little ones, urged by the grandmother, also took up their bamboo baskets to begin work. Today, every child under 10 in the village was mobilized, tasked with gathering wheat ears. During the busy farming season, earning work points was relatively easy. The gathered wheat ears would be weighed for points, and the children, being more agile, could collect faster than the adults. If they worked diligently, they could earn a substantial number of points in a day. Once the brothers left, only Li Wen, Li Wen, and their grandmother remained in the house. "Grandma, since there's nothing to do inside, Wen and I are going out for a stroll and to gather some pig feed," Li Wen announced, lifting his backpack. "Aren't you supposed to be resting? Is your body up to it?" The grandmother, busy tidying the kitchen, called out anxiously upon seeing Li Wen. "I rested all day yesterday, and I'm feeling much better now. Besides, gathering pig feed isn't particularly strenuous work, and the morning air is quite refreshing." "I'll be back shortly," Li Wen replied as he prepared to leave. Then go ahead. Just be sure to return before the sun is high. The elderly lady, observing Li Wen's spirited demeanor, ceased her attempts at persuasion. Such is the nature of rural children. Jiazi, come along. Brother will take you out for some fun. With that, Li Wen hoisted a basket onto his back and took little Li Wen by the hand, stepping outside. Let us go. Time to play. The young girl, upon hearing the promise of play, was invigorated with energy. As they exited the door, half the village unfolded before Li Wen's eyes. The village where Li Wen resided was named Sanqing Village, inhabited entirely by individuals bearing the surname Li, a legacy passed down through generations. The village was organized into 2 rows, each approximately 200 meters in length, and boasted a population of over 1,000, making it quite a sizable settlement for its time. Most of the structures in the village were traditional mud houses, similar to Li Wen's, with only a few combining mud walls and brick columns, belonging to families with workers and soldiers in the city. Notably, there was a brick house, once owned by the original landowner, who fled after liberation. It was repurposed as the village office and now served as the commune headquarters. The air was untainted, fresh in the morning, infused with the fragrance of wheat, as the commune was currently processing grain. Brother, where are we going to play? Little Li Wen inquired, tugging at Li Wen's hand and gazing up at him. We're going to the creek to fish, Li Wen replied with a smile. But, Mama won't let us play in the water. If she finds out, I'll get spanked. Li Wen frowned, covering her bottom. Recently, she had ventured to the village river with friends, ignoring her mealtime return, and was caught by their mother, Wang Chunmei, who gave her a thorough scolding. Now, she felt apprehensive. Children of this era were quite adventurous, often lacking awareness of danger. Every few years, a child would accidentally fall into the village reservoir. Fear not. We won't go into the water. I have fishing gear with me, Li Wen reassured, displaying the fishing line and hooks he had pulled from his pocket. Wow, brother, where did you get those hooks and line? The only one in our village is Iron Egg from the village head, and he secretly made his from a sewing needle. The little girl exclaimed with delight. Shoo, keep it down, or someone might overhear. These were given to me by a classmate, Li Wen whispered, raising a finger to his lips for emphasis. In his previous life, Li Wen had a penchant for fishing. Thus, he possessed quite a collection of fishing gear in his storage room. Today, his intention was to fish and improve their circumstances, though he refrained from bringing a conspicuous fishing rod, opting instead for only the line and hooks. All right, I'll be quiet. The little girl mimicked Li Wen, placing her finger to her lips and casting furtive glances around. Let us go. With newfound purpose, little Li Wen no longer needed her brother's guidance, sprinting eagerly towards the village's reservoir. As they traversed the village, they encountered no adults. Only children aged 5 or 6 engaged in play. A few, upon spotting Li Wen, wished to join, but were promptly sent back by Li Wen. In less than 2 miles from the village, they descended a small dirt slope, and a vast reservoir came into view. The village reservoir was substantial, covering over 50 acres, a fork of a great river, primarily utilized for irrigating farmlands. On this summer morning, though the temperature was relatively low, it felt stifling. After their walk, Li Wen found himself perspiring profusely. At this moment, a gentle breeze caressed the reservoir, causing ripples to dance across the water's surface, while the humidity in the air swiftly diminished, bringing forth a refreshing sensation. Below, several children were busy at the water's edge, cutting grass for pigs and rummaging through the reeds in shallow waters for snails and small fish. This expansive reservoir served as the village's irrigation source, connected to the great river, and the villagers, along with their children, were free to fish and collect snails here. As long as they refrained from netting the fish, no one would interfere. Since arriving at the reservoir, Li Wen had been keenly observing his surroundings and, at last, discovered a small locust tree measuring over 2 meters on the earthen slope by the shore. He hurried over and broke it off. This modest tree, measuring more than 2 meters in length, could barely serve as a fishing rod, yet its living wood contained moisture, and the bark was resilient, making it less likely to snap while fishing. Swiftly, he tied the fishing line and hook, then fashioned a float from a hollow piece of wood, completing his makeshift fishing rod. Little Li Wen, having never seen a fishing rod before, clapped her hands in delight upon witnessing Li Wen's craftsmanship, drawing the attention of nearby children who had been cutting grass. Holding the fishing rod, Li Wen sought a level spot along the bank that extended into the depths of the reservoir, preparing to cast his line. He sprinkled pre-soaked corn kernels into the water to attract fish, having soaked them in wine that morning, creating a fragrant bait. In the cool morning air, with the water temperature just right, fish began to surface to breathe and forage. Within mere minutes, the float started to bob. Wow, brother, the little stick is moving. There's a fish on the line. Hurry, pull it up. Little sister Li Wen squatted beside Li Wen, her excitement palpable as she shouted, drawing the attention of the children nearby. Watching the exuberant little girl beside him, Li Wen felt a pang of exasperation. Fishing required patience and tranquility. One could not shout boisterously. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a few candies. Little sister, let me give you something nice. Open your mouth, he said with a smile. Without hesitation, she obediently opened her mouth, and he placed a candy inside. What is this? So sweet. Is it candy? Exclaimed little Li Wen, her delight evident as she savored the taste. However, in her excitement, the candy slipped from her mouth, and she quickly picked it up, inspecting it before popping it back in, spitting out the dirt that had clung to the sugary treat. Li Wen chuckled softly, amused by the little glutton's antics, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had witnessed such a charming scene. Brother, where did you get this candy? It's so sweet. I've never tasted anything this sweet, even sweeter than our grandmother's sugar water. The little girl giggled, clutching her mouth to prevent the candy from falling out. It's from helping a wealthy classmate with their studies, Li Wen explained with a gentle smile. You're really the best, brother, Li Wen exclaimed, beaming as she wrapped her arms around his. At that moment, the children who had been cutting grass rushed over, captivated by Li Wen's fishing. He noticed their wide-eyed stares fixed on his fishing rod and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah Chong, you're out cutting grass so early? Li Wen called out to one of the boys. This particular boy, Li Chong, was a neighbor's child, 8 years old, barefoot with a runny nose. As dawn broke, Wenzi hurried to search for snails, aware that arriving late might mean losing his chance. Little boy, with your runny nose, you seem quite cheerful, he remarked. Wenzi, your fishing rod is truly splendid. If you no longer need it, might you lend it to me? I yearn to fish for my dinner, the young lad flattered, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Ha! You little rascal, I cannot part with it. This rod belongs to my classmate, and the line and hooks cost a pretty penny. You are far too young. A fish might pull you into the reservoir, and then it would not be you fishing, but rather the fish fishing for you, Wenzi teased, casting a glance at the boy. A penny? My goodness, I cannot afford that, the boy exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, nearly flinging his snot onto Wenzi. Sigh. It has been ages since I last had meat. Wenzi, if you catch any fish, could you spare me a little? I beg you. I will help you with your work, the clever lad proposed, devising yet another scheme. Seeing the frail child, Wenzi's innate kindness stirred within him, and he nodded in agreement. Glancing at the 5 or 6 children before him, feeling somewhat encumbered, he produced a few pieces of sorghum candy and handed them to Xiao Li Wen. Xiao Wen, here are some candies. Share them with your older brothers and sisters. Unbeknownst to him, Wenzi had yet to fully acclimate to this era in his past life. A few candies were trifling and easily dismissed, so he extracted them from his pocket without hesitation. The children were taken aback, astonished that they were wrapped in colorful paper. Brother, why do they get to eat? I don't. Xiao Li Wen protested, her lips pursed defiantly. Gently ruffling her hair, Wenzi slipped 2 more candies into her pocket. These 2 are for you. The rest you shall share with your siblings. You all play together often, don't you? Good friends must learn to share. Once you finish, I shall give you more, he whispered affectionately to the little girl. Very well. Though reluctant, the child ultimately nodded in agreement after Wenzi's gentle persuasion. The other children, unable to contain their excitement, swiftly grabbed the candies, unwrapping them and stuffing them into their mouths. In an instant, joyous expressions lit up their faces. Wenzi, your candies are simply delectable, beyond description. They are even better than meat, exclaimed a Chong, showering praise. Wenzi affectionately patted the boy's head, acknowledging his compliment. After enjoying the sweets, the children carefully smoothed out the colorful wrappers, eager to take them home and boast about their treasures. A Chong, take Xiao Wen and the others to play, and while you're at it, help me gather some pig feed. If I catch a fish, I shall give you one, Wenzi suggested, raising his fishing rod. Understood, the little ones responded, thrilled at the prospect of fish. Xiao Wen, along with the Chong and Jiedi, was encouraged to play, while Wenzi reminded them to keep quiet while fishing, for their previous loudness had scared the fish away. Upon realizing his earlier blunder, the small boy timidly responded, All right then. I went to mow the grass. Brother, you must catch plenty of fish. Go now. Don't play in the water, or I won't take you next time. Li Wen advised the reluctant little one. Once the children departed, Li Wen's mind finally relaxed. Their exuberant energy had been incessantly chattering, giving him a headache. He glanced around and discreetly retrieved some bait from his space, scattering it into the reservoir. Before long, the startled fish returned. In this era, the fish in the reservoir had rarely encountered hooks, and it wasn't long before one was caught. It seems to be quite a decent size. Putting up a good struggle. Observing the fishing rod, as thick as an egg, bending slightly, Li Wen surmised that his catch would indeed be substantial. Even though Li Wen's body was still somewhat weak, he was fortunate to have the enhancement of spatial power, making fishing an effortless endeavor. As the float sank, Li Wen stood up, lifting the fishing rod to gently tire the fish. After nearly 10 minutes, the fish finally weakened. He slowly reeled in his catch, revealing a sizable catfish close to half a meter long. Wow, what a remarkable size! He had never caught such a large fish in his previous life. Li Wen felt a surge of delight. Removing the hook, he lifted it with both hands. Goodness, this must weigh at least 20 pounds. With no one around, Li Wen stored the fish in a small pond he had created in a room of the storeroom. Earlier, while fishing, he had blocked a room at the front door, filling it with about half a meter of river water. The room, spanning over 20 square meters, was ample enough to serve as a fish pond. And since it was an independent space, there was no risk of leakage. There were indeed plenty of fish in the reservoir. Li Wen prepared a string of 3 hooks, ready to cast his line and catch more. With the rod cast, he settled into a tranquil wait. However, he did not have to wait long. The rod soon showed signs of life as the fish began to nibble at the bait. As the float sank beneath the surface, Li Wen quickly lifted the rod, and within minutes, 2 carp weighing over 2 pounds each were hauled ashore. Not bad, not bad. If I continue to fish secretly and sell them, I could accumulate wealth. Li Wen mused. In less than an hour, the small pond in his space had yielded over a dozen fish of various sizes. After nearly 2 hours of fishing, there were already 20 to 30 fish in the pond, and Li Wen began to feel fatigued, given his current physical condition. It was already 9 o'clock, and time was slipping away. The temperature had risen, and after a little longer, it would be time to depart. He retrieved the string of hooks and took out a single hook to fish slowly. In truth, the fish in the river were not easy to catch. Otherwise, the community members would have been fishing too. However, Li Wen had high-quality bait that others could scarcely afford to use, let alone wager corn and liquor for fishing. Time flew, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. By then, the water temperature in the reservoir had already risen, causing most fish to retreat to the deeper parts of the river for respite. At this hour, only small fish, barely the length of a finger, remained, and catching them yielded little meat. Li Wen decided to cease fishing and rest. Although fishing may appear to be a leisurely activity, it is, in reality, quite laborious. Although empowered by the forces of the surroundings, Li Wen's frail physique began to protest after several hours of exertion, leaving his arms achingly fatigued. He placed a piece of chocolate in his mouth to replenish his energy and discreetly took out his phone to capture the picturesque scenery of the reservoir. Then, he reclined on the grassy bank, seeking a moment of tranquility. "Brother, have you caught any big fish? We have already finished gathering pigweed." In the distance, his younger sister, Li Wen, and several children scampered toward him. "Slow down. We are by the reservoir," Li Wen admonished gently, observing the little ones with their short legs racing excitedly. "When's he go? We have filled your basket. How about that? I did a good job, right?" Li Chong, the little fellow, beamed with pride. Li Wen affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "Well done, indeed. You deserve a reward. Here are 2 fish for you." With that, he pulled out 2 sizable crucian carp from the water, their gills adorned with aquatic plants. "Look at these. Quite impressive, aren't they? Together, they weigh nearly 2 pounds. When we return, Andy can make you fish soup," Li Wen said with a smile. "Wow, Wenzi Gu, you're amazing. These fish are so much bigger than the little ones I caught," exclaimed the boy, his eyes wide with wonder. "You are so kind to me. I'll cut grass for you again later." Li Wen then distributed a half-pound crucian carp to each of the other 5 or 6 children, urging them to hurry home with their treasures. Once the little ones had scampered off into the distance, he retrieved the remaining fish from the water. With 7 or 8 carp and large crucian carp, the total haul weighed over 20 pounds, with each fish exceeding a pound. Little Li Wen had initially worried about not receiving any fish. Her lips pursed in discontent. However, upon witnessing the impressive catch, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Her mouth agape as she pointed at the fish, momentarily speechless. Li Wen buried most of the fish beneath the pigweed in his basket. retaining only 3 carp weighing approximately 4 pounds. He slung the basket over his shoulder and took the little girl's hand as they began their journey home. "Brother, how are you so skilled? I never noticed before," she marveled, tilting her head in wonder. Li Wen chuckled and tousled her hair. "Well, there wasn't much to catch before. Now that I have the fishing line, I will often take you fishing, all right?" "Yes, yes. Fish is so delicious, and I want to eat meat often." The little girl clapped her hands in delight. "All right. When we return home, if anyone asks, just say we caught 3 fish and gave the rest to Li Chong. If they find out how many fish we caught, they might come to take them from us. Understood?" Li Wen began instructing her on what to say. "Yes, I understand. We only have 3 fish," the little girl nodded earnestly. By the time they returned to the village from the reservoir, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Li Wen, eager to avoid any unnecessary delays, hurried home with his sister, aware that the village adults would not take kindly to their late return. At that moment, several children from the village were returning with their own gathered pigweed, increasing the playful commotion around them. Occasionally, they spotted elderly villagers resting in the shade of trees, and Li Wen and his sister chose to steer clear, engaging only in brief pleasantries if they happened to cross paths. "Grandma, we're back." As soon as Xiao Lijuan entered the courtyard, she called out, "Oh, it's good to be back." The elderly lady responded and emerged from the backyard. "I am preparing pig feed. The pigs have been gaining weight recently and are eating quite a lot. The grass that Xiao Yong and the others gathered has already been consumed," she remarked with a furrowed brow. "Where did the fish come from? They are rather small. But today you are in for a treat," she continued. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the catch that Li Wen was holding and eagerly took it from him. "Grandma, my brother and I caught these at the reservoir today. We caught a lot and even shared some with the Chong and the others," Xiao Lijuan declared proudly. "Weren't you both told not to go into the water? What if you fell in?" "Li Wen, why aren't you listening?" the elderly lady chided sternly. "Grandma, I didn't go into the water. I caught them using a fishing line," Li Wen replied, shaking his head as he pulled out the fishing line and hooks from his pocket. "This fishing gear was given to me by a classmate while I was helping him with his homework. His family used to own a factory, and this was brought back by his father from Shanghai, a big city. Though it may seem trivial, this fishing gear is worth nearly $1. Li Wen explained without waiting for the elder's inquiry. "Ah, this truly is a rare find. The resilience of this fishing line is impressive, and the hooks are quite exquisite," the elderly lady said, admiring the gear with delight. "Grandma, we still have so many fish in the pig feed," Xiao Lijuan said proudly, as she bounced while pulling Li Wen, placing the basket of pig feed down. Li Wen opened the top of the basket, revealing 5 substantial fish lying within, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. "My goodness, you 2 little ones have struck gold. Such big fish," the elderly lady exclaimed in astonishment. "Hee hee, Grandma, aren't we amazing? My brother and I caught these together," the little one exclaimed excitedly. Li Wen chuckled and ruffled the child's hair, opting not to burst the little one's bubble. "Grandma, let us prepare boiled fish for lunch today. And how about making a fish soup with the Crucian carp?" Li Wen suggested, eyeing the catch with longing. "What is boiled fish? I don't know how to make that. And are we really going to cook all these? That seems wasteful," the elderly lady replied, taken aback. "Grandma, I'll teach you. I've seen it in a book at the bookstore. It's a delicacy from Sichuan and is quite delicious. These fish are already dead, and with the hot weather, they can spoil quickly. Let us cook them all for lunch and enjoy them for 2 meals." Li Wen was determined for the sake of the fish. "All right then, I'm curious to see what makes your boiled fish so special," the elderly lady said with a smile. "Grandma, I'll handle the fish. Could you steam some corn buns? Let us indulge ourselves for lunch with just fish and corn buns, shall we?" Li Wen cheerfully assigned the tasks. "Very well. For lunch, we shall follow what my Wenzi says," the elderly lady replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. Li Wen placed the pig feed in the backyard and fetched a pair of scissors from the room to begin processing the catch. At that moment, many Southerners have a love-hate relationship with fish. They love it because it is meat, yet despise the strong, earthy taste it carries. And the substantial resources required to prepare fish make it seem not worth the effort. This is also why many people in southern regions are not particularly fond of eating fish. However, the situation is quite different in the Northwest region. In the Northern Territories, rivers are scarce and fish are a rare delicacy. Not to mention larger fish, even a small finger-length whitebait is considered a treasure. The larger the wild fish, the stronger the earthy flavor. Li Wen gently tapped the fish's body to extract the fishy line before scraping off the dark membrane. In less than half an hour, A dozen pounds of pristine fish flesh lay neatly in a ceramic basin, causing little Li Wen, who was squatting nearby, to swallow hard in anticipation. Li Wen did not discard the fish scales and inedible parts. Instead, he collected them, intending to dry and grind them into fish meal to feed the pigs. A valuable source of protein and nutrition. Grandmother, could we indulge a bit today and perhaps procure 4 eggs? I wish to marinate the fish, Li Wen proposed, glancing at his busy grandmother. His family raised 4 hens, and the eggs they laid were precious, saved diligently by the elderly lady. Once there were enough eggs, his father would exchange them for salt and soy sauce at the supply cooperative to help with household expenses, rarely consuming them himself. Recently, as Li Wen had been feeling weak, his grandmother had only granted him a boiled egg for breakfast. Oh my, what kind of food is this, so precious? And you wish to marinate it with eggs? The elderly lady exclaimed in surprise. However, despite her words, her feet did not stop moving. She understood well how difficult it was to acquire meat, especially during busy farming seasons when nourishment was essential. She hurried into the room and carefully handed 4 eggs to Li Wen, continuing to chatter about how much this meal would cost. Xiao Wan, go next door to Aunt Hua's and borrow some ginger. They must have planted some in their garden this year. Hearing this, Li Wen, who had been playing in the yard, dashed out. Before long, she returned, breathless with excitement. Brother, here's the ginger. She proudly presented a piece of ginger the size of her palm. I just went to a Chang's house, and he and his wife were also preparing fish. They praised me, and they even gave me a large piece of ginger. The little one beamed with pride, her cheeks flushed. Haha, you little rascal. Go tell everyone in the fields to come back for lunch. Otherwise, if they eat out there, it will cause jealousy. Be discreet when you deliver the message. Li Wen advised, pinching the little girl's cheek affectionately. Once again, she scampered out of the yard. Grandmother, let me take charge, and you can cook. The stove was rather high, and more importantly, the pot was too deep for Li Wen to reach without standing on a stool. A few years back, during the Great Steel Melting Campaign, the brigade had confiscated all the iron pots from households. The pot they now used was an aluminum one obtained through connections from the county's hardware factory, while the one at the back was still a ceramic pot. Grandmother, a ladle of oil is far too little. We need more since we're feeding over a dozen people. Li Wen observed as the elderly lady added just a ladle of lard, which was indeed insufficient. He urged her to add a few more ladles, but she hesitated until he insisted. Yes, after adding the oil, toss in the chili, scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili to stir fry until fragrant. Then, add this basin of vegetables, a splash of my father's white wine, and water. Once the water boils, add the fish. And wait about 5 minutes for it to be ready, Li Wen instructed as his grandmother cooked. My goodness, this meal consumed 2 taels of lard. The young boy lamented the unnecessary waste, observing that a week's worth of oil had vanished in an instant. The elderly lady grimaced in distress. My dear, this is still a modest amount. Typically, one would splash hot oil over it after cooking, but given our circumstances, we shall forego that. Nevertheless, she noted, only 2 taels of oil were used for this considerable quantity of fish, which is quite minimal. However, any less would compromise the flavor. Fear not, Li Wen reassured her. Once it is done, the taste will surely rival that of any restaurant in the city. In truth, he had secretly added a small piece of hot pot base to the mix. Chapter 8. Eating fish. 5 minutes elapsed, and Li Wen lifted the pot lid to inspect the contents. Ah, the water has boiled. It is time to add the fish. Grandmother, let us begin with the fish head, as it is larger and requires longer to cook. Soon, the aroma of the simmering fish head infused with red oil wafted through the air, tantalizing and inviting. As he observed the fish head bubbling in the pot, Li Wen called out, Grandmother, the fish head is ready. We can now add the fish slices. The tender fish slices, marinated in egg white and starch, were gently placed into the pot by the elderly lady, while Li Wen tended to the flames behind the stove. Oh, how delightful! When your grandfather and I were young, the scent wafting from a grand tavern in Chang'an was just like this, she reminisced, savoring the fragrance of the boiled fish. Today, I shall let you indulge in this flavor, Li Wen announced, as he noted the fish floating to the surface. It is ready to serve. Excellent, excellent. Today, I shall relish this dish thoroughly, the elderly lady exclaimed, her hands moving swiftly as she ladled the fragrant fish soup into 4 large bowls. Li Wen sprinkled each bowl with chopped scallions and segments of chili. Traditionally, one would top it with additional chili, Sichuan peppercorns, coriander, and a drizzle of hot oil after serving. However, given our current circumstances, we shall make do with what we have. Once our lives improve, I promise you a truly authentic boiled fish experience. Now, please, take a taste and let me know how it fares." As he spoke, Li Wen picked up a piece of fish and offered it to her. "Delicious, delicious. Quite wonderful. The fish is so tender," she praised. "Spicy and rich. It melts in the mouth. Truly delightful, even better than the meals at our county's state-run restaurant." In truth, her praise was somewhat exaggerated. The dish contained merely 2 taels of lard and a small piece of hot pot base. To Li Wen, the flavor was rather bland, primarily due to the excessive quantity of fish and vegetables. However, despite the modest amount of oil, this was a rare culinary delight, and such hearty fare was hard to come by even in the county's establishments. "All right, on, go call your mother and the others for dinner. I will prepare a crucian carp soup, and then we can feast. Today, we have an abundance of meat. Let us enjoy a hearty meal," the elderly lady said with a cheerful smile. "Certainly, grandmother. Please sit. I will fetch my mother and the others for dinner." Seeing that only the soup remained, Li Wen felt it unnecessary to linger. As lunchtime approached, some women in the village hurriedly returned home to prepare meals, and Li Wen quickened his pace towards the wheat threshing ground. The production team's wheat field was extensive, situated right at the entrance of the village committee, spanning over a dozen acres. At this moment, hundreds of individuals were busily engaged in their tasks. Some large livestock were tirelessly grinding wheat with heavy stone mills, while a few men pulled smaller stone mills together. Women were using wooden forks to continuously turn the straw, ensuring the wheat was thoroughly crushed, while others removed the straw, and some used the wind to winnow the impurities from the grains. A few younger children were busy shoveling the wheat onto the drying ground to be sun-dried. Suddenly, the large gong of the production team rang out, signaling the end of work. Adults sought refuge in the shade of trees to rest, while the children hurried home to assist in bringing meals. The adults lingered at work instead of returning home, hoping to steal a moment's respite, for working on an empty stomach all day was quite taxing. Many, driven by hunger, discreetly snacked on a handful of wheat to stave off their appetite, although such actions were liable to be reported and could incur reprimands. Once work ceased, the members of the collective sought out cool spots to sit on the ground, resting, as a brief nap was the only remedy for their exhaustion. In the distance, Li Wen spotted his mother and second aunt making their way toward a shady spot and called out to them. Upon hearing his voice, they paused. "What is it, On? Didn't we tell you to rest? Why have you come to the fields?" His mother, Wang Chunmei, inquired. "Mom, Aunt, let's head home for lunch. There's something delicious to eat." Li Wen whispered mysteriously. "Oh dear, what could it be that is so delectable? Do share with your aunt to whet her appetite," chuckled their neighbor, Aunt Hua, who stood nearby. "Hee hee, I want to tell you," Li Wen replied playfully. "Your son, Qiang, has come to call you home for lunch. Look over there." He pointed to Li Chong, who was standing at the entrance of the village committee. Aunt Hua, spotting Li Chong, hurried over to him. "All right then, let us go home and see what delightful dishes await us," his second aunt said, adjusting her straw hat and calling out to her 2 daughters in the distance. With time being short, they hurriedly made their way home. Along the way, Aunt Hua learned from Li Chong that the fish for today's meal had been caught by Li Wen, who was waiting for them. There's hardly anyone else around. Aunt Hua remarked with a smile. "Your son is quite capable. Today my Chong helped him gather pig feed, and Li Wen presented him with 2 fish, each weighing nearly a pound. I'm sure he has called you home for the fish as well." Wang Chunmei glanced at Li Wen and smiled, replying to Aunt Hua. "It's only right that as an older brother, Qiang helps Li Wen with the pig feed, and in return, Li Wen caught fish for him. Enough chatter. Let us return home for our meal. After we eat, we still need to rest. The days of farm work have been exhausting," Wang Chunmei sighed, stretching her waist in complaint. Upon arriving home, they found that Li Wen's father and second uncle were already there, washing up. Seeing Li Wen and the others return, little Li Wen, who had been waiting by the kitchen door, leaped over to them. "Brother, today's fish smells amazing. Grandma just gave me a piece and said you made it. You're truly impressive," the little one exclaimed, showering Li Wen with praise. "You little glutton, always flattering." Li Wen laughed, playfully pinching her nose. "Hasten, everyone, wash up for dinner. Today's feast is abundant, with an array of meats. The elderly lady has brought forth the boiled fish and fish soup." Instantly, a tantalizing aroma fills the courtyard, prompting both children and adults to wash up and gather at the table. Wow, today's dishes are extraordinarily fragrant, laden with oil. Are we really indulging this much? Li Yong and Li Tao exclaimed, leaning over the table, mesmerized by the pot of boiled fish. With such a delightful spread, take your seats. Dinner is served. The elderly lady placed a basket of steamed buns on the table, distributing 2 buns to each person. After devouring the 2 large pots of meat and the generous fish soup at noon, there will still be more for dinner. With a command from the elderly lady, the eager guests swiftly wielded their chopsticks. Ah, a fish bone is stuck in my throat. Li Tao leaped up in distress. Quick, drink some vinegar. The elderly lady hurriedly passed the vinegar on the table, and the little one gulped down half a bowl in one go. After a few coughs, he dislodged the fish bone and rejoined the fray for food. Slow down, why the rush? Be cautious of the fish bones, the elderly lady admonished, observing the enthusiastic diners. This is simply delightful, so delicious, Li Min remarked after finishing his bowl of fish soup. An hour spent cooking, mere minutes devouring, and in just a few moments. Every bowl was immaculate. Uncle Li Daizhong savored the last drop of fish soup, reminiscing, Xiaowen, you've truly excelled. Your studies were not in vain. This boiled fish, spicy and fragrant, with ample oil, after a hard day's work, a bite of this revitalizes the spirit. One must indulge in oil. The household nodded in agreement, all enchanted by today's culinary offerings. Such a waste of oil, the elderly lady lamented. Today's meal consumed 2 taels of oil and 4 eggs. Only then did the family realize the lavishness of the feast. Fatherly Dio chuckled, Mother, don't fret, we must think long-term. On now has fishing gear. He can fish occasionally to supplement our household. Firstly, we can enjoy the catch ourselves, and secondly, we might trade the fish for oil or other provisions. Ditsai, tonight you and the eldest shall dig a water tank in the backyard to store some water. On, let us go fishing together tonight. Tomorrow evening. We'll visit your aunt in the city and ask your uncle to exchange for some goods, Li Dio said with a smile. The family brightened at this. The uncle, a worker at the machinery factory in the city, enjoyed good benefits and a high salary, making it feasible to barter for items not found in the countryside. What is discussed at home must remain confidential. Anyone who speaks carelessly outside shall face my wrath, Li Dio warned, surveying the room. The younger children had already finished their meals and dashed outside to play, leaving only the older ones, who were also quite sensible. Satisfied after lunch, everyone took a brief rest before returning to work, full of vigor. After lunch, Li Wen also indulged in a 2-hour nap. With the recent meals being rich in oil, combined with his secretive supplementation, he felt a noticeable recovery, and the weariness had dissipated. Grandma, the pigs are calling again. I'm off to feed them, Li Wen announced, lifting the pig feed with a loud voice. In the pig pen, 2 sturdy black pigs, each weighing over 100 pounds, were grunting and nudging at the gate, their sounds growing louder upon noticing the arrival of a visitor. Li Wen admonished them briefly and tossed some wild grass he had gathered from the storeroom into their trough, prompting the pigs to eagerly devour the offering. On, how can you feed the pigs raw grass like that? Guo Xiuyun, the grandmother, scolded as she entered the backyard. The grass needs to be cooked first, otherwise, the pigs might suffer from diarrhea. Grandma, cooking the grass diminishes its nutritional value, Li Wen replied, enunciating each word clearly. Moreover, when you cook the pig feed, you always cover the pot, which can lead to the pigs falling ill and having digestive issues. But this is how the older generations have always raised pigs, Grandma Guo questioned, puzzled. Grandma, have you ever seen wild boars eating cooked feed? They primarily consume tender grass, seeds, wild fruits, and occasionally raid crops. Feeding our pigs cooked food can easily lead to illness. Every year, many pigs in the village do not survive to maturity. We are raising these 2 to prevent that very fate, Li Wen explained patiently. I read a book on pig farming at the bookstore, which states that with scientific methods, pigs can be ready for market in 6 months, reaching weights of up to 200 pounds. What about us? We catch pigs in spring and slaughter them by the end of the year, and they may not even reach that weight, he added thoughtfully. Large-scale pig farms raise thousands of pigs at once. If they cooked their feed, they would need enormous pots. Hence, they utilize dry feed and silage. Li Wen was, in fact, shifting the argument, as these principles were based on the assumption that pigs had an ample supply of food. In rural pig farming, the animals often went hungry one meal and overindulged the next. Achieving market readiness in just a few months was considered a success. You're trying to mislead me. There are no farms raising 10,000 pigs in our area. Besides, our ancestors have always caught pigs at the beginning of the year and sold them at the end. The grandmother insisted stubbornly. Grandma, I plan to sell some of the fish I've caught recently to buy a piglet from the commune. I want to test whether the scientific breeding methods from the book work. If they do, our family could earn a considerable profit, and the commune would offer us rewards. Li Wen responded after a moment of contemplation. That sounds reasonable. When your father returns, discuss it with him. You are growing up. As long as you remain sensible, our family will support your endeavors, the grandmother said with a smile. Chapter 9. Future Plans. Grandma, I understand. I merely wish for our family's life to improve so that everyone can have enough to eat. In recent years, we have faced famine and poor harvests. And with so many mouths to feed, we often work on empty stomachs. On the eve of my high school entrance exam, I was so hungry that I ate something raw and fell ill, which resulted in my failure to gain admission. Li Wen sighed. My dear, such is fate. The past few years have been hard, and our family is truly struggling. It is a pity that such a promising student like you has been hindered, the grandmother lamented. It's all right, Grandma. I have come to terms with it. With our rural household registration, even if I graduate, securing a job is not guaranteed. It might be better to return home earlier. At least I can contribute as a laborer, Li Wen replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was aware that in a few years, a significant movement would commence, and given his circumstances, he would at most complete high school, rendering a university education futile. Thus, the pursuit of further education has lost its significance. It would be more prudent to step into the workforce sooner, especially since he harbors no desire to continue his studies. Ah, child, you have truly grown, the elderly lady remarked softly, gently stroking Li Wen's hair. Li Wen leaned against the pig pen, observing the two pigs as they gradually consumed the grass, lost in contemplation about the path he should take next. Should he remain in the village to cultivate the land, or seek connections to secure a position in a factory in the city? Staying in the village to farm, given the current policies, would likely yield little change in the coming decades. Should he rise above his peers, he would risk being undermined, and his family would suffer the consequences. Conversely, if he were to work in the city, with the resources available in his storeroom, securing a factory job would pose no issue. After all, in these times, city workers may lack financial abundance, yet they often find themselves short on supplies. As long as Li Wen is willing to barter his resources for employment, it would be relatively straightforward. However, having grown accustomed to freedom, Li Wen is reluctant to conform to the monotonous routine of a two-point commute. In his previous life, he was known for his penchant for mischief. After merely 6 months of employment post-graduation, he ventured into entrepreneurship. In recent days, Li Wen has been contemplating how to balance both work and family obligations, aspiring to maintain his freedom while ensuring his family's well-being. Nevertheless, as an avid reader in his past life, he has already formulated a plan. Li Wen has considered the possibility of utilizing the supplies in his storeroom to feed his family, but he dismissed this notion due to the substantial risks involved. While some smaller items could be discreetly allocated for family use without raising suspicion, larger items or frequent withdrawals would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. During these challenging times, it would be suspicious for his family to indulge in lavish meals when others are struggling, especially with the recent memory of that movement still fresh. I'm going out for a stroll, Li Wen said to the elderly lady before stepping outside. Upon reaching the small grove at the village entrance, he swiftly returned to the storeroom. He surveyed the afternoon's catch of fish, which were lively and swimming in the small reservoir, and took out a bag of leftover dog food to feed them. The famished fish eagerly competed for the morsels, creating a delightful splash in the water. Li Wen plans to transform this small reservoir into a breeding area, ensuring he has easy access to fish when needed. As he wandered through the storeroom, Li Wen devised a plan. He intends to utilize another room and the foyer of the front house as a space for raising poultry and rabbits, allowing for a considerable number of cages. Adjacent to the kitchen, there is a small storage room of approximately 10 square meters, originally reserved by the landlord for bathing purposes, but it has remained unused. Li Wen now intends to repurpose it for grain storage, making it convenient to store agricultural produce nearby the kitchen. There is a narrow passage in the backyard, measuring about 20 square meters, suitable for raising 5 to 6 pigs. In a few days, during the communal market, he plans to procure a few piglets for breeding. The inventory area will remain largely unchanged, as the shelves and storeroom are not yet fully utilized. Li Wen organized several sets of shelves to facilitate the preservation of fresh meats, fruits, and vegetables, as the storeroom offers a stable environment that surpasses even a refrigerator's utility. Beside the garden, Li Wen was astonished to discover that the vegetables he had planted the previous day had actually sprouted, a revelation that left him somewhat incredulous. Could it be that the garden had the ability to accelerate the growth of crops? It certainly seemed so. Typically, these vegetable seeds would take 3 to 5 days to germinate, yet now they had done so in less than a day. This implied that the maturation period had been reduced by 3 to 5 times, meaning these vegetables would be ready for harvest in just 6 to 10 days. Li Wen mused with excitement. Well, no need to rush. I shall wait until the vegetables are fully matured to confirm the specific timing, he murmured to himself. This discovery in the small garden filled him with joy, for it was indeed a vital asset for any time traveler or reborn individual. After observing the little garden, Li Wen ascended to the second floor, which was entirely vacant, comprising 4 rooms and a spacious living area. However, he had not yet decided how to utilize the space, so for the time being, it would serve as a storage room. He took out a pen and began to jot down notes on a piece of paper, nodding in approval at the preliminary arrangement, planning to commence action in the coming days. By 7:30 in the evening, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and Li Wen emerged from the thicket, making his way home. At this hour, the villagers were returning from their labor, with groups of adults and children hurrying homeward, eager to rest after a long day's work. A cluster of young people, around 18 or 19 years of age, were loitering at the entrance of the village's supply store, engaging in boisterous banter. Upon seeing Li Wen approach, one young man called out enthusiastically, "Wenzi, I heard you caught quite a few big fish at the reservoir today. When can I borrow your fishing line and hooks?" "Ah, it's you, Shotsai," Li Wen replied with a grin. "Wenzi, I've been itching to fish lately. Is it all right if I borrow your hooks?" The young man, Li Shotsai, asked again, draping an arm over Li Wen's shoulder. "That's fine, but I must say up front that my fishing line and hooks are borrowed from a classmate. They were purchased by his father from Shanghai, and they are quite valuable, worth 2 yuan for a set. You must be careful when using them. If you lose them, you'll have to compensate me at that price," Li Wen explained with a smile. Li Wen had long realized that he could not conceal his fishing endeavors, as villagers often sought to borrow such items. Refusing would certainly offend them. Thus, he decided to elevate the perceived value of his fishing gear, which would deter most from pursuing the matter further. "Damn, 2 yuan for a fishing set, that's quite a treasure," one bystander remarked. "All right then, it's settled. I'll come by your house to pick up the gear tomorrow afternoon after work." Li Shotsai replied gleefully as he made his way back to boast about his good fortune. Noticing the crowd that had gathered around him, Li Wen nodded in acknowledgement and hastily continued toward home, eager to avoid further entanglement. Sanqing Village, a large community with over 1,000 residents, boasted a supply store run by the cooperative. This store typically sold daily necessities to the villagers and occupied a central location akin to a CBD within the village. The individual borrowing the fishing gear today was Li Shotsai, the eldest son of his uncle, and also a relative within 5 degrees of kinship. Li Wen had borrowed the least durable fishing hooks and line, as they were more prone to dislodging or breaking. By doing so, should Li Shotsai lose the hooks, he would owe compensation, further dissuading others with ulterior motives. The village's reservoir was primarily used for irrigation, and the fish within were all wild. In this village, fishing is permitted. However, net fishing is strictly prohibited due to the reservoir's connection to the Great River, which is overseen by the public authority. Moreover, fish caught from the reservoir are meant solely for personal consumption and cannot be sold at the market. Doing so could lead to serious repercussions. Consequently, villagers borrow hooks only to catch fish for their own sustenance. Should they lose a hook, they would have to compensate, which undoubtedly deters many from seeking to borrow from Li Wen. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he found his family had returned from work, engaged in washing up. As Li Wen entered, he hurried to wash his hands and prepare for dinner, as he had other matters to attend to that evening. His father, Li Dio, tended to him. With the entire family present, Li Dio refrained from disclosing the day's events. Dinner was once again bountiful, featuring 2 large bowls of boiled fish left over from lunch. However, there were no steamed cornbread rolls tonight, only a cornmeal porridge. Everyone had to make do, as the household's grain supply was dwindling. The elderly matriarch observed the hungry gazes fixed upon the boiled fish, while the porridge was met with disdain. Her expression weighed down by concern. The previously cheerful atmosphere fell into silence upon her words. In recent years, food supplies had been insufficient, and during winter, they often resorted to a single meal per day to conserve resources. Fortunately, rural life in winter meant fewer labor demands, allowing families to endure the hunger by sleeping more. However, as the months of February and March approached, the reserves began to dwindle, and the harsh reality of late spring cold snaps often claimed the lives of the elderly who had survived winter. Li Wen's family was relatively better off. Come spring, they would forage for wild vegetables. Additionally, his father and second uncle, having previously worked in the city, had connections with friends at a flour mill, enabling them to procure some unregulated coarse grains. Their aunt in the city also provided assistance, allowing them to manage until the summer harvest. In recent years, whenever the topic of food scarcity arose, both adults and children felt a pang of anxiety, as no one wished to endure hunger. Regarding this year's summer harvest, Li Wen had observed it to be mediocre. With the public grain quotas increasing, he estimated that their share would be insufficient. The meager yield from the autumn harvest would certainly not last until the next summer, necessitating early planning. His mother, Wang Chunmei, expressed her worries. Noticing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Li Wen smiled and broke the silence, reassuring them, "There is no need for excessive concern. I will catch fish. Recently, I have been catching more, and we can sustain ourselves until the summer harvest concludes. At that time, we can devise a plan together." Li Dio, observing his son's hesitant demeanor, felt a surge of ideas. He glanced at the fish and corn porridge on the table, nodding with a smile. "Let us eat. As for the grain situation, your second uncle and I will find a way. You all need only to listen and work diligently." Li Dio's assurances brought solace to the family. "Oh, dinner is served. Let us enjoy the fish," little Li Wen exclaimed with carefree exuberance. The sight of her innocent joy lifted everyone's spirits, allowing them to relax. Dinner unfolded amidst lively chatter and laughter, with the sumptuous meal satisfying the entire family. After dinner, the hour grew late, and both adults and children, weary from a day's labor, began to feel exhausted. Once all the children had drifted off to sleep, the adults remained in the dining room, resting and conversing, troubled by thoughts of future sustenance. 2 hours later, in the deep of night, Li Wen, along with his older brother, second sister, and second brother, quietly approached the front hall. "Dad, we are well rested." The eldest, Li Wu, gazed at the elders and spoke softly. "Yes, eldest, you and your second uncle will dig the water channel, while your second aunt, your mother, and Xiao Xiao will assist you. Remember, try to be as quiet as possible tonight to avoid drawing attention." Li Diyu instructed, "Wen, Quan, let us three grandfathers head to the reservoir for fishing." "All right." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Let us climb over the wall. If we open the door, it may cause a commotion, and encountering anyone would be troublesome. So let us proceed with caution," Li Diyu advised Li Wen and Li Quan, who were following closely behind. Chapter 10. Selling Fish Under the Moonlight. The three grandfathers hastily scaled the wall from the backyard. Beyond the yard lay the village's private plots, generally situated behind the houses for convenience. After walking carefully for a while, the group was on the verge of exiting the village when Li Wen, with his keen senses, noticed something amiss. "Shoo, Dad, don't move. It seems there's someone ahead," Li Wen whispered urgently. Upon hearing this, the other two immediately halted and peered forward. They spotted a figure laboring in the field, who, upon hearing the noise from their direction, shouted, "Who's there?" Li Wen swiftly picked up a clod of earth and tossed it towards the thicket ahead. A sound arose, startling the figure momentarily before they resumed their work, muttering, "Oh, it's just a mouse. You nearly gave me a fright. All right, I'm done. It's getting late. Time to head home and sleep," the figure remarked, taking their tools and slinging them over their shoulder. Working at this hour, this old Lu is truly industrious. Li Diyu chuckled as he recognized the voice. "Huh, you gave me quite a scare just now. I feared being discovered, but Xiao Wen is clever." Li Quan patted his chest proudly. "Hurry up. We need to leave some time for fishing." The three hastily made their way to the reservoir. Upon arriving at the reservoir, Li Wen noted the water pump station near the spot where he had fished the previous day, urging caution among them. With the autumn sowing imminent, there were workers stationed at the pump station at night to repair the water cart, so the trio opted for a secluded slope instead. "Dad, you and second brother should prepare the fishing area. I'll go find a fishing rod," Li Wen whispered. He located a suitable platform for the two to set up. This area was relatively isolated, with just the right depth of water, likely harboring large fish below. After running about 20 meters, he retrieved the small tree he had crafted the day before from his space, along with some luminous tape to wrap around the small wooden stick intended for a fishing float, lest they lose sight of it at night. All right, done. You and second brother can rest over there. No need to tidy up further, Li Wen softly instructed, observing his father and brother clearing a patch of dry ground. I'll watch you fish. Ah Quan, you can take a nap, his father smiled, expressing concern for his son's safety while fishing alone. Li Wen remained silent, preparing the bait from his pocket and scattering it across the water's surface to attract fish. Xiaowen, what did you sprinkle? It smells of alcohol. Li Diyu inquired curiously. Dad, this is the bait I made, mixed with the alcohol from your room, Li Wen replied with a grin. Father Li shook his head in silence, observing Li Wen's actions with quiet contemplation. Fishing necessitates the preparation of bait. Casting a mere worm and waiting for a fish to bite would be excruciatingly slow. This is my specially formulated bait, rich in aroma, which the fish can detect from a distance, Li Wen explained. Ah, it seems there is much to learn about fishing. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Li Diyu remarked thoughtfully. I gleaned all this knowledge from books. Li Wen chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. On a cool summer evening, the fish surfaced to seek sustenance. Before long, Li Wen, illuminated by the moonlight, noticed fish beginning to gather at the water's surface. The fish float, wrapped in luminous tape, was distinctly visible against the dark water, occasionally shifting as fish nibbled at the bait on the hook. Fish on, as the float dipped. Indicating a fish tugging at the line, Li Wen swiftly lifted his fishing rod. By heavens, what tremendous strength! He stumbled momentarily, nearly being pulled into the water, but quickly regained his balance. On, do you need my assistance? His father inquired, excitement evident as he witnessed the fish caught. No need, Dad. Fishing requires finesse, otherwise the fish may escape, Li Wen replied while skillfully maneuvering the fish. After a vigorous struggle lasting several minutes, Father Li succeeded in hauling a sizable fish, close to 20 pounds, ashore using a net made from a burlap sack. At that moment, Li Quan, who had been dozing nearby, was roused by the commotion and was thrilled to see such a large catch. All right, Dad. You and second brother tie the fish's mouth shut and place it back in the water. This way, it won't perish easily, Li Wen directed with a smile. For the next 2 hours, Li Wen managed to catch over a dozen fish, varying in weight from 2 to 20 pounds. Much to the delight of Father Li and Li Quan, who watched in exhilaration. During this time, a catfish exceeding 30 pounds was hooked, but its immense strength nearly snapped the fishing rod. Ultimately, however, the fishing line, not being sufficiently robust, broke, allowing the fish to escape. Interestingly, the most valuable item at that moment was not the hook, but the sturdy fishing line itself. After all, nylon fishing lines had only recently been introduced, making them a rarity in the country. Let us head home. We've caught enough fish, and there's no room left to store them, Li Diyu said, beaming with joy. Both burlap sacks were filled with fish, yielding nearly 200 pounds of bounty, which brought great satisfaction to the group. Father Li carried one heavy sack, while Li Wen and his companion hoisted the second sack as they made their way home. Upon arriving, Li Wen scaled the back wall, allowing his uncle to pull the catch up from the other side, while his aunt and mother hurried over to assist. Goodness, did you catch all these with a net? His uncle exclaimed in astonishment. We must place the fish in the trough to keep them alive, otherwise they'll perish before we can transport them to the city tomorrow night, and the smell would be unbearable, Li Diyu cautioned. Heeding his advice, the group promptly carried the fish to the cellar. Li Wen's cellar was quite spacious, measuring approximately 3 meters in circumference, while the trough that his uncle and Li Wu had dug was smaller, about 2 meters square, yet ample enough for the fish. With a splash, the fish from the burlap sacks were released into the water, their tails creating a lively commotion on the surface. A multitude of fish floated upon the surface of the water, yet only 2 small ones, weighing a mere 2 or 3 pounds, succumbed to the depths, while the larger fish thrived with vigorous life, darting energetically beneath the surface, a testament to the resilience of wild fish. Wang Chunmei retrieved the lifeless fish from the water, her gaze shifting to the lively fish in the tank, her face alight with joy. She seized Li Wen's arm and bestowed a kiss upon him. My son is truly remarkable, she exclaimed, bursting into laughter. All right, time to sleep. Tomorrow we must work, and we'll be journeying into town tonight. I'm utterly exhausted. At this moment, her father relaxed, stepping out of the cellar while yawning. I will go and salt the fish, otherwise they will spoil by morning. You all should rest. I, being an old woman, require less sleep, Grandma Guo Xiuyun chuckled as she walked toward the kitchen, fish in hand. Upon returning to his room, Li Wen secured the door latch and retreated into the space. Glancing at his watch in the lounge, he noted it was already past 2 in the morning. However, as he had been napping in the afternoons these past few days, he did not feel excessively fatigued. After a night of fishing and lifting, he had worked up quite a sweat and felt sticky all over. Li Wen entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower and emerged to enjoy a box of milk and a chicken leg, which served as his late-night snack. Fearing he might oversleep, he chose not to rest in the space. Back in his room, he lay on the heated bed, applying some ointment to his sore arms to alleviate the muscle discomfort. The past few days had imbued him with a sense of fulfillment, and he drifted into a drowsy slumber, conversing with the Sandman. Knock, knock, knock. On, it's time for breakfast. Grandma's voice resonated from outside, rousing Li Wen from his dreams. I'm up, he called out hastily. This morning's breakfast consisted once again of cornmeal porridge, albeit without the usual steamed cornbread. Each person received a small steamed sweet potato instead. On, having had a couple of days off, your body should be nearly recovered, right? Today we must get to work. After breakfast, you and your mother will head to the mill to grind the wheat, Li Deo remarked with a smile. Yes, I understand, Dad. I've fully recovered. Li Wen replied with a nod and a smile. By 6 in the morning, everyone had arrived at the mill, where a sizable gathering had already formed. Engaged in casual conversation. Ding, ding, ding. The work gong sounded, signaling the start of the day. Today, Li Wen partnered with his second aunt to pull the millstone, while his mother and second sister, Li Xia, dealt with the wheat straw. They all worked diligently in the cool morning air, making significant progress before the sun fully ascended. By midday, as the sun climbed high overhead, everyone donned straw hats, taking breaks to avoid heat exhaustion. Lunchtime approached swiftly, and after finishing their work, Li Wen and his companions sought refuge under the shade of a tree, awaiting the arrival of the little ones with their meal. Oh my, the youth possess such strength. I'm utterly spent. You're working like there's no tomorrow, exclaimed his second aunt, Cui Yanzi, wiping the fine sweat from her brow. Although breakfast had been meager, Li Wen had surreptitiously taken a few marinated eggs from the space before leaving home, so he felt quite satiated and energized. Having enjoyed good nourishment these past few days, and being still a child, his body recovered swiftly. Aside from being a bit thin, he no longer felt any weakness. The mother glanced at Li Wen, whose face was flushed from the sun, and reproached him. My dear child, you work too recklessly, which is why you fainted from heat stroke a few days ago. In the future, take your time with your tasks. Even if you finish early, you cannot leave and might even offend others. Do you all understand? Li Wen nodded, acknowledging his mother's words. Before long, the little ones returned with lunch, cornmeal soup accompanied by 2 cornmeal pancakes each, indicating that the provisions at home were indeed quite meager. Not long ago, they had occasionally seen some gray noodles and cornmeal buns. The term gray flour refers to a type of flour made from wheat ground in a mill, yielding 9 parts flour to 1 part bran. Due to the high bran content, the flour appears gray, resulting in steamed buns and noodles of a pale gray-white hue. Nevertheless, Li Wen considered their circumstances to be relatively fortunate, as he observed many neighbors subsisting on sweet potato buns and potato cakes, with a thin cornmeal porridge as their beverage. After lunch, everyone rested under the shade of a tree for about an hour until the gong began to sound. The temperature in the afternoon could reach as high as 40 degrees, and the sun was scorching, yet Li Wen's body seemed to have acclimatized to such heat, causing him little discomfort. His second aunt and mother took turns grinding the grains, while he refrained from switching places with his second sister, earning praise from his second aunt for growing up. Ding ding ding. The gong resounded in the late evening, around 7 o'clock. The crowd in the wheat field paused their work upon hearing the sound. After a long day of labor, everyone felt weary and began to tidy their tools, heading home in small groups. Upon arriving home, Li Shotsai was already waiting at the door. He greeted everyone with a smile. 5th aunt, 12th aunt, all one. You are back from work. The mother and second aunt returned the greeting with smiles. Come in, Shotsai. I have some fishing line and hooks for you, Li Wen said, nodding with a smile. This was a 5-meter fishing line, along with 2 hooks, which had been prearranged at a clear price by a classmate. The fishing line costs 13 cents per meter, and each hook is 20 cents. Be careful when you fish, the line is precious, and losing it would be a significant loss, Li Wen advised. Don't worry, if I lose it, I will compensate you at the agreed price. I won't put you in a difficult position, Li Shotsai assured, patting his chest. However, if you lend the fishing line to others, what will you do if they ask for it? Li Wu, the eldest brother, interjected, concerned about Li when lending the line to others. I just mentioned how valuable the fishing line is. It requires skill to use. If they break or lose it, they will have to pay for it, and naturally, others would hesitate to borrow it. Li Wen replied calmly. Wen is right. Refusing to lend it might offend people, someone remarked. Enough talk. Quickly wash up and eat. After dinner, make sure to rest, as we have matters to attend to tonight, instructed fatherly Dio. Dinner consisted once again of wild vegetable cornmeal porridge, accompanied by sweet potatoes, but this time they had a fish as well. This was the fish that had died the previous night. The elder lady had brought it out to share with everyone. After dinner, the mother and second aunt tidied the kitchen, and everyone returned to their rooms to sleep, as they needed to rise in the middle of the night to head to the city. At 11 o'clock that night, everyone got up and made their way to the cellar. That evening, we shall first test the waters by catching half the fish. Eldest brother, you and my older son shall proceed ahead to keep watch, while Aquan and I will carry the fish from behind. Wen, perhaps you should refrain from joining us, Li Dio remarked as he glanced at Li Wen. Father, I wish to accompany you. I want to learn the art of trading. Li Wen replied calmly. Chapter 11. The aunt Li Dio stared at Li Wen for a moment, then nodded. Very well, you may join us. When we reach our destination, remain behind to keep watch. If anyone approaches, mimic the calls of birds, Li Dio instructed. Having organized their group, they caught 6 large flower carp and 2 grass carps weighing around 5 to 6 pounds each, totaling nearly 100 pounds. Under the eager anticipation of the women at home, the group scaled the wall and departed. The distance from home to the county seat spanned over 30 miles, requiring more than 2 hours of walking. The eldest brother and second uncle had already forged ahead, while the father and second brother each bore 40 to 50 pounds. Striding swiftly onward, Li Wen trailed at the back. In the darkness, the group maintained a distance of about 50 meters from one another. Though they could not see each other, they could hear the sounds. Along the way, they occasionally encountered others stealthily heading to the black market in the county, and they all evaded detection. By the time they reached the county seat, it was already past 1 in the morning. The home of the uncle was a secure, standalone courtyard, as they were native residents of the county. The second uncle circled to the back and gently tapped the window with a branch, prompting a voice from within. Who is it? A light flickered on. It's me, your brother-in-law, Dio. Please open the door, the second uncle whispered. Oh, it's you, second brother. Just a moment. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing Uncle Zhao Hongjun in slippers, followed closely by Aunt Li Xiaolan. Upon seeing Li Wu and the second uncle at the entrance, Aunt Li Xiaolan hurriedly ushered them inside. Quickly come in. Wait, Aunt, don't close the door just yet. My father, Aquan, and Wen are still behind us. They will arrive shortly, Li Wu urged. Very well, you and your second uncle go inside first. I will wait here for your father and the others. Aunt Li Xiaolan replied with a smile. Before long, Li Wen and the others entered the courtyard one after another. As everyone settled in the living room, Aunt Li Xiaolan inquired with curiosity, what brings you all out tonight? What have you brought? Is there something amiss? The father retrieved the 2 grass carps from the sack and presented them to Uncle Zhao. We caught some fish last night and brought a few for you to taste, he said with a smile. At that moment, other members of the family awoke and entered the living room to greet everyone, their faces lighting up at the sight of the 2 large fish on the table. Standing nearby, the older cousin grinned. Uncle, did you catch these fish? I suspect your sack is filled with fish. The family members stared in astonishment at the sack as the father opened it, revealing 6 large flower carp weighing over 10 pounds each. Wow, these fish are enormous, Uncle Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Wen managed to procure some fishing line and hooks from his classmates. He possesses remarkable fishing skills. All these fish were caught by him last night, Li Dio said, his face beaming with joy. Wow, our Wen is truly impressive. So many large fish, and he caught them all by himself, Aunt Li Xiaolan exclaimed happily. Sister, brother-in-law, it has been quite some time since we last visited the county's black market, and we are not very familiar with this place. Brother-in-law, do you know anyone acquainted with the black market? We wish to sell these fish and, in the process, exchange them for some grain. Father gazed at Uncle. After pondering for a moment, Uncle nodded and replied, I seldom frequent the black market, but there is a friend from our village who regularly buys and sells various items, usually through mutual acquaintances. If there are people interested in these fish, Jianjun, go and fetch Uncle Peng to our home. Be cautious on the way. Zhao Hongjun instructed his second son. Uncle, I will go with my second cousin. It will be safer on the road, Li Wen said, seizing the opportunity with a smile. Very well, you may accompany him. Jianjun, please look after Li Wen, uncle cautioned. Cousin, how has life been at home lately? Is there enough grain to eat? Li Wen inquired. Enough to eat? We only have 2 meals a day, and they are meager. I am perpetually hungry, lacking the energy to do anything. Even walking makes me feel faint, Zhao Jianjun complained. Li Wen took a few candies from his pocket and handed them to Zhao Jianjun. Cousin, eat some candy quickly. Your blood sugar seems low. A couple of candies should do the trick. Oh, you little rascal have money for candy. You are better off than I am. I am nearing 18, yet my pockets often contain no more than a dime, Zhao Jianjun replied, unwrapping the packaging and popping 2 candies into his mouth. This fruit candy is delightful. It has a creamy flavor, he exclaimed in surprise. I have no money. This is extra I earned by helping classmates with their homework during school. These candies were brought back by my classmate's father from Shanghai. I saved some to treat friends. Li Wen said with a proud tone. Quite impressive. If you ever need anything in the county, do not hesitate to seek your cousin. I know every nook and cranny of this town, Zhao Jianjun boasted with a smile. Li Wen nodded in agreement and continued the conversation. Cousin, is Uncle Peng a significant figure? I hope we can sell all these fish. It's summer, and they cannot be kept for long, Li Wen probed. Uncle Peng, you ask? He is quite substantial. I often see him at home exchanging goods for stacks of cash. Moreover, he has a wide array of items for sale, ranging from essentials like firewood, rice, and oil to bicycles and tickets. My father claims he wields considerable influence in our county and is quite well connected, Zhao Jianjun replied thoughtfully. Having received the information he sought, Li Wen nodded and began contemplating their next steps. Meanwhile, at Uncle's home, discussions of recent happenings continued. Uncle sat on a stool, hands resting on his knees, his face reflecting concern as he lamented. Our family is on the brink of running out of food. This year's harvest has been poor, and it seems we shall endure yet another difficult year. Indeed, the city has been supplying significantly less grain these past 2 years. Previously, cornmeal was considered coarse grain, but now it has been classified as fine grain. Potatoes and sweet potatoes have become mixed grains, and even substitute foods have emerged. Uncle nodded in agreement. Substitute foods refer to mixtures of straw, leaves, and bran ground into powder, used as a replacement for actual food. Thus, time and again, straw leaves and bran are ground into powder, blended together to substitute for food, and even with grain coupons, it is often difficult to procure any grain. Only his father holds a formal job at home. The rest of the family, including Liberation, works as temporary laborers with meager wages and scant benefits. Over the past few years, a significant portion of their income has gone to the black market for food, leaving Liberation, now 21, unable to afford a bride. Aunt Li Xiaolan sighed as she spoke. Uncle, my name is Li Wen. May I ask how to address you? Li Wen smiled at the slightly plump middle-aged man before him. You are quite the sociable one. I am Peng Yuyan, but everyone calls me Old Peng. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Peng. What? Peng Yuyan. Li Wen stumbled at the name. Is there a problem? The middle-aged man looked at Li Wen with curiosity. Oh no, not at all. It just sounds quite similar to a celebrity, Li Wen chuckled. Haha. I enjoy your way of speaking. I like it. The man laughed heartily. Old Peng has arrived. Please, take a seat. Aunt's husband, Zhao Hongjun, quickly stood to greet them as the three entered. You're too polite, Hongjun. What are we? We've known each other since childhood. Old Peng waved his hand, encouraging everyone to sit. Old Peng, take a look at these fish on the ground. Can you eat them? My brother caught them, and they are still alive. Zhao Hongjun said, kicking the sack on the ground, causing the fish to thrash vigorously. Old Peng's heart soared at the sight of the lively fish. Recently, several major clients had reached out to him for meat, as they were preparing gifts, and he had been at a loss for how to procure it. It was truly fortuitous to encounter such an opportunity. These fish were indeed substantial. With food being scarce, meat was even more so. Though fish meat may be a bit leaner, it is still meat. These large fish are quite impressive and plump. Old Peng beamed as he examined the catch. He glanced at Li Dio and continued, Since Hongjun and I are close friends, I shall address you as brother. I see these fish are still alive and fresh, but I wonder if they will survive the journey home. I can offer you 3 yuan per gene for half-dead fish on the black market. What do you think? Brother? Food is precious nowadays. The price of flour on the black market has surged to 2 yuan per gene, which is outrageous. The price for fish meat is comparable. Zhao Hongjun nodded in agreement. Father and second uncle also concurred with a nod. Very well, we are quite satisfied with that price. We shall sell them to Brother Pong, and may our collaboration be fruitful. Ant quickly retrieved a scale, and the 6 large fish weighed a total of 82 jin. On average, that's over 13 jin per fish. Quite impressive. The crowd marveled. 82 jin of fish amounts to 188. 6 yuan. Brother, would you prefer cash or in exchange for something else? Old Peng cheerfully patted the bag. Brother, let's keep it simple at 188 yuan. Please give me 88 yuan in cash, and for the remaining 100 yuan, help me exchange for 70 yuan in grain tickets. Cornmeal will suffice. And for the remaining 30 yuan, I would appreciate some oil and cloth tickets, Li Dio calculated. Just so happens I have 5 jin of oil tickets. Priced at 3 yuan per jin. I will give them all to you, brother. Prices for food are quite high now, and tickets are not cheap either. I hope you understand. Peng Yuyen, while speaking, took out 8 large black tins and 8 1 yuan notes to hand over to Li Dio. He then retrieved another pocketful containing 10 half-kilogram oil vouchers along with a few fabric tickets. Brother, check if everything is in order, Old Peng chuckled. Li Dio, the father, received the money and counted it, nodding in affirmation. No problem, old friend. Please, everyone have a seat. It's getting late, and I must hurry to process the fish. Old Peng remarked, weighing the burlap sack. And, brother, in the future, should you come across anything of value, come directly to me, I assure you. The price will be to your satisfaction. Li Dio glanced at Li Wen and nodded with a smile. Eldest, allow me to see off Uncle Peng. It's quite a haul of fish to carry. Uncle Zhao Hongjun rose to say. Very well, I appreciate the assistance, Old Peng replied with a smile, patting Zhao's shoulder as he bid farewell. After escorting Old Peng out, everyone settled back down, their faces alight with joy, surprised at the substantial value of over 80 pounds of fish. 1 pound of cornmeal vouchers now costs 8 dimes, an astonishing increase of 8 times, one remarked. It used to be just 1 dime. Now, food is truly precious. Aunt sighed. Dad, tonight Uncle helped us immensely. Please give Aunt 20 pounds of cornmeal vouchers and a pound of oil vouchers. Earlier, on the road, my cousin mentioned they only eat 2 meals a day, often going hungry. Aunt's family surely has little grain left, Li Wen suggested. Uncle, upon hearing this, responded excitedly. How can that be? We are relatives. This is a trivial matter. You shouldn't think of us as outsiders. Aunt quickly stood up to decline. All right, on. I will heed your advice. These fish are yours. You decide. Li Dio nodded in approval. Indeed, you've grown up, understanding the importance of honoring your elders. Aunt's affection for you is well placed. Li Dio handed the vouchers to Li Xiaolan, stating, Sister, take these. Over the years, you and your husband have supported our family immensely. Li Xiaolan, unable to refuse, accepted them. She smiled and affectionately ruffled Li Wen's hair, saying, You've matured, dear boy. Aunt is also facing difficulties at home, so I'll accept them. Thank you. Aunt, aren't you being a bit harsh on me? Li Wen said, his face flushed. It's just a little grain voucher. We're all family. There's no need for thanks. These fish were caught from the reservoir, incurring little cost, so please, no need for gratitude. Chapter 12, Paving the Way. Haha. Aunt is being overly polite. Very well. We are family, so I shall not stand on ceremony. Li Xiaolan chuckled, nodding in agreement. Eldest sister, brother-in-law. Today's fish is merely a fraction of what we caught yesterday. There's still 100 pounds left at home. This year's harvest has been poor, and next spring will surely be challenging. We plan to catch more fish and stockpile grain for future needs, Father Li Dio said with a grin. What? Today's catch is just a portion, and there's still 100 pounds at home? Aunt's family was taken aback. Li Wen and his companions nodded in affirmation. Then this year ahead will surely be more bearable, Aunt said with a radiant smile. Brother-in-law, please inform Old Wang and Old Chun at the flour factory tomorrow, asking them to come by around this time tomorrow. I shall also gift them some fish. In recent years, I have been immensely grateful for the assistance of both of them, who have occasionally provided me with unexpected rations of grain. Otherwise, it would have been quite unbearable. We must not forget those who have helped us, and now that we are fortunate, we should remember them as well, my father, Li Dio, remarked with a smile. Before liberation, my father and second uncle worked as porters at a grain store in the county and frequently interacted with the flour mill, which led them to form a deep friendship with Old Wang. As previously mentioned, after liberation, the grain store closed, and my father and second uncle returned to the countryside. They had not seen each other for nearly a decade, and the famine 2 years ago had been severe, making life exceedingly difficult. Even with money, acquiring grain was impossible. So my father reached out to old Wang, who was still working at the flour mill. To my surprise, they readily agreed to assist him. And over the past 2 years, they have helped my father procure a considerable amount of grain, for which Li Dio is truly grateful. Very well. I shall inform old Wang tomorrow. Although they work at the flour mill, they have many children at home and are merely scraping by. When they see you delivering fish and meat, they will surely be overjoyed, my uncle Zhao Hongjun said with a smile. Dad, I'm back. At that moment, my older cousin Zhao Jiefeng rushed in. Did you safely deliver Uncle Peng? Did he say anything? Zhao Hongjun inquired. I delivered him safely. And Uncle Peng was quite pleased with today's fish. He kept telling me to reach out to him again when there's more. Zhao Jiefeng replied, glancing at my father and second uncle, feeling a bit shy. Jiefeng, what about your job? Speak up. They are all your uncles and cousins. No need to be shy. My aunt gently chided. Uncle Peng mentioned that if I could procure 50 pounds of fish, he could help me secure a permanent position at the fertilizer company. Zhao Jiefeng exclaimed excitedly. Really? Uncle Peng wouldn't he be trying to cheer you up, would he? Both my aunt and uncle responded with enthusiasm. My father, Li Dio, took a puff from the rooster cigarette that my uncle had offered and remarked with a smile, this is wonderful news. 50 pounds of fish could allow my nephew to become a permanent worker, and we will cover the cost of the fish together with your second uncle. Li Detsai nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, uncle. Finally, I can hold my head high, Zhao Jiefeng expressed with overwhelming excitement. Previously, as a temporary worker, my mother tried to introduce me to several potential partners, but as soon as they learned of my status, they all lost interest. It has been quite disheartening. Zhao Jiefeng jested. If I become a permanent worker, uncle, you can count on me for any future fertilizer needs, Zhao Jiefeng assured, patting his chest. All right, that is a promise. Just don't go missing when we need you, my father teased. Li Dio was aware that Zhao Jiefeng worked at the fertilizer company, but he was still a temporary worker, uncertain about his future. The thought of dealing with fertilizers seemed like a distant dream. However, if he became a permanent worker, he might be able to lend a hand in the future. My brother-in-law, let us visit again tomorrow evening and store the remaining fish at your place. Tomorrow, ask some of your well-connected friends and superiors if they have any needs. This way, we not only strengthen our connections, but also gain some benefits. You can keep the fish at your house and let them take it discreetly at 2 yuan per pound in the evening. Li Dio glanced at Zhao Jiefeng with a smile and remarked, as for the liberation, let us not rush regarding your 50 pounds of fish. Allow your Uncle Peng some time to digest today's catch. In these times when meat is a rarity, should he manage to sell it tomorrow and reap substantial benefits, he will naturally come seeking us. Let us give it a couple of days. We must let them realize the value of our fish, which is not easily obtained, thus facilitating a more favorable negotiation. I understand, I grasp this principle, Zhao Jiefeng nodded in agreement. Dear sister, brother-in-law, we shall not linger any longer. We must rise early for work tomorrow. Here are the tickets and 10 yuan. Sister, please exchange them for grain and cooking oil for us by tomorrow. We shall return in the evening to collect them, their father said with a smile. Lu Xiaolan tucked away the tickets and replied cheerfully, these are mere trifles. It is getting late, and I shall not keep you any longer. Do take care on your way back. After bidding farewell to their aunt's family, the group hurried home under the moonlight. They maintained a respectful distance from one another to avoid detection by patrolling militia. The return journey was swifter without any burdens, and they reached the village in just over an hour. In this era, every household was relatively impoverished, struggling to provide for their own sustenance. And thus there were no dogs kept in the village. The darkened village came into view as they circled around the wall to the backyard, one lifting while another climbed back into the home. Is that you, eldest? The elderly matriarch, concerned for her descendants, had been vigilantly waiting in the backyard, and upon seeing shadows scale the back wall, she whispered, Mother, it is us, replied Li Dio. Why are you sitting here? Did I not tell you to rest before leaving? Uncle Tu helped the elderly mother to her feet, voicing his complaints. Eldest, Aquan, on. You all should head to bed early. I shall converse with your Uncle Tu, Li Dio said softly. Li Wen and the others nodded and returned to their respective rooms. For it was indeed late, and they hoped to catch a few more hours of sleep. Li Dio and Li Datsai entered the matriarch's room, where their mother, Wang Chunmei, and Aunt Chui Yinzi were also awake, having waited at home. Upon hearing the commotion, they emerged from their rooms. Was everything smooth tonight? Did any danger arise? Mother Wang Chunmei inquired anxiously. Do not worry, my dear. We are 5 grown men. Who could possibly harm us? Their father replied with a joyful countenance. Today's catch sold for a handsome price, Li Dayou sighed. As he spoke, he placed the remaining 78 yuan and several fabric tickets on the table, causing mother and aunt to light up with excitement upon seeing the sum. So much money, and 5 or 6 meters of fabric tickets. We can make several garments with this, and 2 pounds of cotton tickets. This is splendid. The two of them joyfully counted the tickets laid out on the table. Aunt, here are 40 yuan for you, and I will also give you 3 meters of fabric tickets, mother offered, handing over the tickets to Aunt Chui Yanzi. That is not acceptable. An caught the fish. We did not contribute much effort. How can we claim a larger share? Aunt declined graciously. That will not do, Uncle too. Aquin, and both you and Xia are also quite deserving of this. You all put in considerable effort, mother insisted, continuously pressing money into Aunt's hands until she finally accepted 20 yuan, relenting. Oh, you women. The father observed the mother gracefully managing the relationships with her sisters-in-law, chuckling softly as he shook his head. This was merely a small portion. There were still over 100 ration tickets for grain and oil. I instructed my eldest sister to exchange them for food tomorrow, and we would carry it back in the evening, Li Dayou continued. So, these fish sold for nearly 200 yuan? Is it over 2 yuan per jean? Mother Wang Chunmei exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, food is quite precious in the city now. Even a jean of flour costs more than a yuan. The prices of meat are even higher. Of course, all this refers to the black market prices. The father remarked softly. Your mother, along with the second child and his family, mentioned today that liberation said 50 jean of fish could convert his temporary position into a permanent one. I have pondered much on this. Could we also leverage connections to exchange 80 or 100 jean of fish for jobs for a few children? Being a worker is a solid livelihood. Far better than scraping by on the land, Li Dayou said excitedly. Upon hearing this, several faces brightened. Being a worker is wonderful. Earning at least several dozen yuan each month, and it offers job security. With the state's support for food, drink, and health, it is undoubtedly superior to being a farmer. Auntie, that sounds splendid. This is truly living off the imperial grain. If our family produces a few workers, we would surely prosper, the second aunt replied. I agree with you, but we must ensure that Awing works hard. Awing is quite sensible. Today at my eldest sister's home, he voluntarily offered ration tickets for grain and oil, which truly impressed me. Uncle Li Dutsai nodded approvingly. Currently, only the eldest and the second child are of age in our family. Awing is still a bit short. After the new year, when he turns 15, he can also join the factory. I estimate that a few jobs could be obtained with 300 or 400 jean of fish. Given Awing's skills, he could manage that in just a few nights, Li Dayou remarked casually. Indeed, Awing has been displaying commendable behavior lately and is beginning to formulate his own ideas. He will surely achieve great things as he matures. However, he is still young, so you fathers and uncles should continue to support him, the elderly matriarch Guoxun said, observing the group discussing Li Wen. Time for bed. It's nearly 4 o'clock, and we have work tomorrow, Wang Chunmei announced, prompting everyone to return to their respective rooms. Li Wen lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the evening. He had made connections in the county town and established a rapport with his cousin's family, providing a preliminary foundation for future development. Hearing his cousin's words, his father surely had similar thoughts. He would also lend a hand to his elder brother when the time came. In this era of workers, having a few in the family would provide some security against external disturbances during the tumultuous times ahead, allowing for a slightly better life for the family. The atmosphere at his aunt's home in the county town was equally lively. They busied themselves with the 2 grass carp that Li Wen had brought, sending the children back to their rooms. Aunt Li Xiaolan lay in bed, smiling. I never expected that after helping my maternal family for so many years, I would receive such a substantial reward this time. Your father, now you can no longer complain about my rural relatives, right? Zhao Hongjun mused as he lay in bed, glancing at his wife with a smile. I wouldn't dare complain. It's just that our living conditions were not good before. I was merely expressing my thoughts. However, your family has truly produced talent this time, Zhao Hongjun reflected. You are referring to An, are you not? Today, I observe that this child is quite different from usual. His demeanor in social interactions is serene and composed, and he speaks with grace, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Indeed, this child has matured. Li Xiaolan remarked with admiration. This child is destined for greatness. It would be beneficial for Jianjun and your maternal nephew to interact more frequently, as it may yield positive outcomes, Zhao Hongjun mused, staring at the ceiling. All right, understood. Let us retire for the night, Li Xiaolan affirmed. We are all relatives. as long as we treat each other warmly. We are all akin to brothers, and our bonds will surely flourish. Chapter 13. A scuffle. Li Wen returned home rather late last night, feeling drowsy and disoriented, and was jolted awake by a knock on the door. "On, rise and shine. You will be late for work," came the voice of his elder brother from outside. Glancing at the clock in the room, Li Wen realized it was already 6 in the morning and hurriedly got out of bed. Upon exiting his room, he found others already dining. Scratching his head, Li Wen chuckled, "I overslept. I know. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast awaits, or you'll be late for work." His mother, Wang Chunmei, remarked knowingly, having been aware of the events from the previous day. Under the apricot tree in the courtyard, Li Wen washed his face hastily and then rushed to the table where breakfast was laid out. A delightful spread of semi-dry wild vegetable corn porridge and 2 steamed buns per person. Having run around all night and returning home in a daze, he had not eaten anything. Upon waking, he felt an intense hunger, and he lifted a large earthen bowl to his lips, drinking heartily. "Brother, you eat just like Dahe," slurping away. Little Li Wen, who had finished her meal, laughed. "Shoo, what do you know, little one? Your brother is simply hungry and eating in a hurry. How can you compare him to Dahe?" His mother gently scolded. Li Wen continued his meal, choosing not to engage with the little one. "Humph, I'm going to play," the child declared, leaping off the stool and scampering towards the door. "Don't wander far, and stay away from the reservoir. Be careful or a stranger might abduct you," their mother warned ominously from behind. "Mom, we're going to play too." Seeing Li Wen dash outside, Li Yong and Li Tao, who had been playing in the yard, prepared to follow suit. "Not so fast. You two are to accompany your mother to gather pig fodder shortly," Aunt Chui Yinzi interjected, rising to intervene. "Oh no, that won't do. We have nurtured these pigs with our own hands," Li Yong protested vehemently. "I was counting on slaughtering Dahe and the others for meat to celebrate the new year," he added, dragging Li Tao along as they attempted to escape with their basket. In recent years, life has been challenging for every household, with any spare money being spent on food, leaving families unable to afford to raise pigs. The 2 pigs at home were not actually theirs, but were entrusted to them by the production team for care. There was a small pig farm in the village, designated for the elderly and widows to manage. However, these seniors, being advanced in age, were unable to gather pig fodder, necessitating the village to procure it. The compensation for the fodder provided by the village was meager, not sufficient for adults, and the children often fell short, leading to the pigs at the farm going hungry throughout the day. The old village secretary devised a strategy to enlist the assistance of capable farmers in the village to rear pigs, offering a reward of 20 pounds of pork at the year's end for each pig raised. If a farmer took on 2 pigs, one would be considered theirs, significantly incentivizing their participation. However, there were risks involved. If a pig died, compensation was required. The loss of a piglet cost the farmers 15 yuan, while the compensation for a reared pig was set at a mere 5 yuan, as the piglets were bred from the village's sows, resulting in lower costs. Additionally, each pig raised would receive a monthly subsidy of 10 pounds of bran, which amounted to a considerable quantity over a year, 120 pounds for a single pig, and 240 pounds for 2. During the famine 2 years prior, the Li family had faced food shortages and had benefited from the pig subsidies. In these times, many families struggled to find enough to eat, making the bran subsidies vital sustenance. The village was aware of this situation and turned a blind eye, as the entire community was interconnected by kinship ties. Despite the leniency, regular inspections of the pig's growth and weight were conducted. Should a pig fail to meet the weight criteria, the farmer's qualification to rear pigs would be revoked, effectively rendering their prior months of effort a gift to others. Typically, the able-bodied members of families were employed elsewhere, leaving the responsibility of pig rearing to the elderly and children. The children would rush home after school to gather fodder for the pigs, with adults seldom assisting. Thus it was indeed the children who primarily nurtured the pigs. The village maintained 2 sows and 1 boar, producing 2 to 3 litters annually, resulting in over 30 piglets. Of these, 6 or 7 were retained for the village pig farm, while the remaining 20 to 30 were allocated to the farmers. The Li family, having more children and better circumstances, received fewer pig subsidies. Moreover, the old secretary and Grandpa Li were brothers, which afforded the Li family additional consideration. They applied to rear 2 piglets, and by year's end, their pigs consistently ranked among the heaviest, leaving no room for dissent from the villagers. Many families who raised piglets fed them solely on fodder, neglecting the bran subsidies, and were subsequently blacklisted for their actions. After dinner, the villagers hurried to the grain yard, which was already bustling with people. The accounting clerk's wife noticed their haste and cheerfully inquired about their urgency. They explained they were running late. In the village, men were addressed according to their generational rank, and since Li Wen's father and second uncle were 5th and 12th in line, their wives were referred to accordingly. Upon arrival, the accounting clerk's wife remarked that they had just finished calling names and noted the two bringing their children in a rush. The mother, Wang Chunmei, laughed and reminded her to ensure they were not overlooked. A moment later, someone mentioned that Li Wen had acquired a fishing line from a classmate and had shown promising fishing skills, prompting an eager request to taste the fish he had caught. Observing Li Wen from a distance, Song Chunyan, the accountant's wife, chuckled. Li Wen, taken aback by her words, responded with a hearty laugh. Auntie, after work this afternoon, I plan to go fishing. I'll invite your son Huzi over to my house later. Haha, that sounds splendid. Thank you in advance, Auntie. I shall not disturb your work any further, she replied, making her way toward the village committee. Song Chunyan has truly struck gold by marrying the accountant. She is quite calculating, muttered second Aunt Chui Yanzi as they walked. Isn't it just because she saw her on fishing and got envious of the fish? She's being rather indirect about it. Second Aunt, it's merely 2 fish. Even if we feast on meat, we should allow others to enjoy the broth, Li Wen said with a smile. There are many watchful eyes in the village. Uniting among the village leaders is beneficial. Tonight, not only will the accountant receive fish, but several other leaders will as well. Upon hearing this, second Aunt fell silent. Indeed, these days, everyone is in the same boat. If your family stands apart, others will bring you down to their level, so one must tread carefully. As the afternoon work bell rang, Li Wen discreetly sought to replenish his strength. He had regained considerable health over the past few days and had acclimated to the labor's intensity. He left work alongside his mother and a few others, wary of encountering adults demanding fish from him again. Upon arriving at the entrance of the village supply store, he spotted Li Shotsai chatting with several young men. Brother Shotsai, where's my fishing gear? I plan to fish tonight. If you still need it, I can return it to you in a few days, Li Wen called out. Li Shotsai looked up, recognizing Li Wen, and scratched his head with a smile. Ah, it's you, Wenzi. Just lend it to me for a few more days. I didn't get to fish yesterday. Li Wen's expression soured immediately. Brother Shotsai, you promised to return it today. Many villagers saw you and your friends heading to the reservoir last night. Are you planning to keep it? Faced with Li Wen's confrontational stance, Li Shotsai dropped the pretense. What is it to you, you little brat? It's just a fishing set. I want to return it, so what? Li Shotsai boasted, slapping Li Wen dismissively. Seeing such blatant disregard, Li Wen recognized that discretion was the better part of valor and turned to leave the store, leaving Li Shotsai and his companions laughing behind him. Hey, what happened to Lon? What is that on your face? Who hit you? Upon returning to the crowd, second Aunt Chui Yanzi, sharp-eyed, inquired. His mother and second sister also rushed over to inspect his face as villagers gathered around. Mom, it was Li Shotsai. Let us talk about it at home. Li Wen whispered, fearing that his mother and second aunt might get hurt by the gang of ruffians accompanying Li Shotsai. In Sanqing village, what is there to fear? You coward. I'll go home and find your brother and father. His mother, Wang Chunmei, snapped, pointing at Li Wen as she stormed towards their home. With a loud bang, she pushed open the door. Old Wu Olda, are you around? Come out. Wang Chunmei shouted from the yard. What is the matter? Why is the eldest daughter-in-law in such a state? The elderly matriarch emerged first from the kitchen, followed by the rest of the family. Our aunt was struck by that scoundrel Li Shotsai. Second aunt exclaimed, furious. He is an adult, and yet resorts to hitting a child. What a disgrace. Especially to his own kin. Chui Yanzi scolded, hands on her hips. I am preparing to confront Li Shotsai regarding the matter. How can that coward, An, send me home? It is infuriating. My mother, Wang Chunmei, exclaimed angrily, hands on her hips. An, what is going on? Why did Shotsai strike you? Li Deo inquired, pulling Li Wenda aside. Li Wenda explained that Shotsai had taken his fishing gear without returning it, and, fearing that his mother and second aunt might confront him and get hurt, he suggested retreating to discuss the matter first. The family understood the significance of the fishing gear, and as soon as Li Wu and Li Quan heard about it, they rushed out wielding a 2-meter-long wooden stick. It's outrageous. Those who indulge in wrongdoing have ensnared the innocent, Li father declared furiously. Dazhong, eldest brother, second brother. Let us go and seek justice for An. Mother, stay home and keep an eye on the little ones. Do not let them follow us. With that, The 5 men and their 2 wives exited the courtyard, brandishing their clubs. Li Wen understood that in this era, one must be resolute to maintain stability. Brawling was a common occurrence. He stealthily retrieved an electric baton gifted by a friend from his past and tucked it into his pocket while carrying a shovel behind the group. Chapter 14. Let us get it done next door. Old Ninth Li Datsai was enjoying the evening breeze at his doorstep when he saw the group of men marching towards the village, sticks in hand, filled with fury. He hurriedly asked, "Fifth brother, what has happened? Why are you going out when night has fallen?" Li father and the others ignored him. Pressing forward in their agitated state, in fights, passion is essential. Hesitation can deflate the momentum. Second Aunt Shui Yinzi, brandishing a hoe, angrily remarked, "That scoundrel Li Shotsai came to my house yesterday to borrow fishing gear from On. Today, when On sought it back to go fishing, not only did he refuse, but he also struck On. Where is the justice in that? Were it not for our kinship, we would never have lent him our precious fishing gear." As more neighbors gathered, Second Aunt Shui Yinzi recounted the tale while cursing. This was indeed the rural way of settling disputes, where men would charge into battle while women shared stories to garner sympathy. Thus, even if one was in the wrong, they could find justification. That Shotsai has lost his mind. He has always been a fool outside the village, but this time he has even struck a relative. He is forsaking kin. The villagers buzzed with chatter, and seeing that the townsfolk were aware of the fight's origins, Second Aunt, now feeling more justified, angrily chased after her family. The fathers and sons marched toward the village supply cooperative, spotting Li Shotsai from a distance, laughing heartily while mingling with his ruffian friends. "Shotsai, you scoundrel, come here. Who gave you the right to strike my brother?" Li Wu, 18 years old and nearly as tall as his father at close to 6 feet, confronted him angrily. Li Shotsai, emboldened by his recent success of catching 2 large fish, weighing over 10 pounds, and selling them on the black market for nearly $30, was in high spirits. Despite losing a fishhook and over a meter of fishing line while angling, he felt unconcerned. Tasting success, Li Shotsai was unwilling to return the fishing gear to Li Wen, let alone offer any compensation. "What brings you, 5th uncle and 12th uncle? This is a matter for our younger generation. You older folks should not interfere," Li Shotsai retorted arrogantly, hands in pockets. "How dare you speak like that? How can you address your elders in such a manner?" Li Dayo and Li Datsai exclaimed indignantly. Although Li Dayo had 5 children, with his eldest daughter already married at the age of 21, he was merely 42 this year, while his younger brother, Li Datsai, was 37. The 2 brothers were in the prime of their lives. As they stepped outside on a summer day, both were bare-chested. Their muscular physiques combined with their height of nearly 6 feet was indeed quite imposing. Li Dayo approached and delivered a slap that sent Li Shotsai staggering. "You are nearly 20, and your brother is only 14. How can you strike him? Aren't you ashamed?" Li Dayo retorted angrily. "You old fool, how dare you hit me?" Li Shotsai was furious at the unexpected blow. The 6 or 7 young men from neighboring villages standing at the shop's entrance rose, ready to intervene. Li Dayo had initially intended to discipline Li Shotsai with a single slap, as a means of correcting the younger generation's disrespectful speech. However, he did not anticipate the boy's audacity to retaliate, which enraged him further. At that moment, 2 young men approached wielding sticks, ready to strike Li Dayo, which could certainly result in serious injury. "You've gone too far. You dare to assault your uncle?" Seeing the situation escalate, the second uncle grabbed a shovel and swung it at the assailants. Li Wu and the others, noticing the confrontation, rushed in to assist. But they were outnumbered by the younger men, all in their 20s. Despite the strength of their fathers and uncles, they were at a disadvantage. Li Wen and his companions endured several blows, with Li Quan sustaining a serious head injury that left him bloodied. When Li Wen saw a young man preparing to strike their mother, he could no longer hold back. He produced an electric baton from his pocket and jabbed it into the young man's chest. A crackling sound echoed as the youth collapsed to the ground. Li Wen continued to incapacitate 3 more attackers, causing panic among the opposing group, who promptly retreated from the scene. "Well done, On. Teach those scoundrels a lesson." Li Quan exclaimed, blood streaming down his face. "What is that remarkable tool you wielded? Did you really incapacitate them?" asked Li Fu, stepping forward. Li Wen revealed the electric baton and explained with a wry smile, "This is a flashlight that can deliver an electric shock. My classmate lent it to me because they thought it might be dangerous for me to walk home alone at night. They were merely stunned, not dead. Oh, let those rascals count themselves fortunate. Even if they were electrocuted, We have every right to defend ourselves. The second uncle laughed heartily. The scuffle had unfolded rapidly, lasting no more than 2 or 3 minutes. The staff at the cooperative store were oblivious to the commotion until they finally emerged to find the two groups facing off once more. Fifth brother, is there no way to resolve this amicably? We are all family. How did this altercation begin? Implored Huang Chunping, the daughter-in-law of the village secretary, observing the tense standoff. There is nothing to discuss with disrespectful wretches like him, the second uncle declared loudly. As darkness descended, villagers began returning home. Those who had lingered outside the cooperative store dissipated upon seeing the unruly youths, leaving no one to intervene during the brawl. Fifth brother, are you all right? The village militia and the old party secretary arrived. From a distance, Li Datsai shouted breathlessly. It was evident that upon seeing these men armed and brimming with rage, he sensed trouble brewing and hurried to summon the secretary at the village committee. Old 5, at your age, how can you still engage in brawls? What if something unfortunate happens? The old secretary, Li Junwei, exclaimed, panting in urgency. At that moment, villagers began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Wang Chunmei, the mother, and her sister-in-law, Cui Yinzi, upon witnessing the scene, sank to the ground in tears, lamenting and scolding. Look at this ungrateful Li Shotsai. Not only has he tarnished On's fishing gear, but he has also assaulted his uncle and the boy. Shotsai, what is the matter with you? Why have you enlisted thugs from another village to beat your uncles and brothers? If you do not provide a valid explanation today, I shall have you dealt with by the commune authorities, Li Junwei admonished, glaring at his niece and bloodied nephew. Indeed, have you lost your senses? You cannot even recognize your own uncle, and you bring outsiders to our village for a brawl? Don't you see how the thousands of Li families from Sanqing village are reacting? The villagers were abuzz with indignation, vocally condemning Li Shotsai. Historically, disputes and fights within the village were considered internal matters, given that generations had lived together for centuries, leading to inevitable minor altercations. However, once outsiders were involved, regardless of the circumstances, the villagers would not tolerate it. In a moment of heightened emotion, the crowd was incensed, causing several young men hiding on the steps of the sales shop to tremble in fear of being overwhelmed by the mob. Li Shotsai found himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself against accusations of coveting his kin's fishing gear or disrespecting elders. Fearing the severe repercussions that could lead to his expulsion from the village in this era where familial bonds were still deeply revered. Seeing Li Shotsai silent reinforced the claims made by his mother and aunt. A group of 20 or so young men, who had long harbored disdain for him, surged forward, ready to confront him. Just then, Li Shochuan, his father, arrived with family in tow. Li Shochuan pushed into the crowd, calling out, "Everyone, please quiet down and show me. Li Shochuan, some respect." Upon noticing his arrival, the young men retreated back into the throng. At 50 years of age, Li Shochuan was the second eldest among his peers in the village and a figure of considerable esteem. In his youth, during the pre-liberation era, when Sanqing village was bustling with young men and arms, he led the village's defense teams against bandits and local police, establishing a formidable reputation. After the founding of the nation, Li Shochuan took on the role of village security chief, managing local law and order and disputes both within and outside the village. Over the years, he had contributed significantly to the village's development, making him a strong candidate for the next party secretary. However, the chaos instigated by his son today had dealt a significant blow to his reputation. Having just learned of Li Shotsai's misdeeds, he quickly approached Li Dio and, with a wry smile, said, "Old 5, I feel utterly embarrassed to show my face. It seems we have truly shamed our ancestors. I wish I could let the village handle this rebellious son, but alas, he is my only child, and I am deeply sorry." Li Dio has always held a certain admiration for his elder brother, Li Dequan. Shaking his head with a smile, he remarked, "What a ridiculous situation we find ourselves in today. It's a shame to see family members fighting, as it will only serve to become a source of ridicule when it spreads. Let us not dwell on it. Brother, please retrieve Xiao Wen's fishing gear, as it belongs to his classmate and must be returned." "Thank you, brother." Li Dequan patted Li Dio on the shoulder. Having said that, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck it against Li Shotsai's leg. Crack! The stick shattered upon impact, causing Li Shotsai to collapse onto the ground in pain. "You blind fool. Disregarding kinship, you dare to strike your own uncle. Do you wish to leave Sanqing village? Will you attack me too when I grow old in a few years?" Li Daquan was determined to provide an explanation to both the Li family and the village, and in his fury, he picked up the broken piece of the stick and relentlessly struck Li Shouzai, clutching his leg and howling in agony. Li Shouzai drew the sympathy of the villagers, who began to urge him to stop. At that moment, Li Shouzai's mother seized the opportunity and rushed from the crowd. She threw herself onto her son, weeping, "Please stop. He has only been married for a little over a year. What will happen if he is seriously harmed?" At the same time, Li Shouzai's wife, clutching their child, emerged, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing that the situation had escalated sufficiently, Li Daquan finally ceased his assault. Though he was undeniably infuriated, feeling utterly humiliated. His lifelong reputation was tarnished by his son's actions. "Look at how you have spoiled this ingrate. You lounge around in the village, and I have been too lazy to intervene. Yet, you dare to lead outsiders in a brawl against your uncle. If news of this spreads, I, Li Lair, will be utterly shamed." With that, he discarded the stick and turned to leave. "All right, everyone disperse. Go home and rest early. We have work tomorrow. From now on, let us all ensure our children behave and refrain from creating such absurd spectacles." The village head called out to the crowd. "We have a militia. Let's capture these ruffians and lock them up in a small dark room. Tomorrow, we shall have their village come to collect them," commanded Li Jianjun, the militia captain in his 20s. Once everyone had returned home, the village head, accompanied by his eldest son Li Dushing and daughter-in-law Huang Chunping, made their way toward Li Dio's residence. "Auntie, everyone is home. We came to see how Dio and the others are doing," Li Dushing, the village chief's son, said while pushing open the door with a smile. Sister-in-law, the village head, Li Junhui, greeted the elderly lady, Guo Shiyun, with a smile. "Your fourth uncle and Dushing are here. Do sit down." Guo Shiyun welcomed the couple with a warm smile. "Dio, is the child all right? Quickly find Uncle Junsheng to bandage that. It's bleeding profusely," Li Junhui said, patting Li Quan's shoulder. "Fourth uncle, I'm fine, just a scrape on my head." Li Quan replied with a grin. "Good lad, just like your father in his youth." Filled with a certain stubbornness, the elder praised him. "Fifth, be more cautious in the future. Our family is not afraid of trouble, but we must also be mindful of the circumstances. It is best to avoid fights that could lead to loss," the elder advised with a smile. "Fourth uncle, we never intended to fight today. Li Shouzai is also one of our own. When he spoke disrespectfully, I merely slapped him," Li Deo explained. "Unexpectedly, this young lad has proven to be quite audacious, taking action ahead of schedule. Alas, today's events are truly disheartening," sighed Li Deo. Chapter 15. Entering the city. Well then, let us be cautious in the future. Refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, as it leaves a negative impression. Li Jun had waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. "Boss, go see who it is," said his mother, Wang Chunmei. Li Wu opened the door and found Li Daquan accompanied by Li Shouzai, greeting them with a respectful, "Second uncle, please come in. Fourth uncle and Dushing are also here. I brought Shouzai to apologize to you, fifth brother," Li Daquan proclaimed with a broad smile. He then assisted the limping Li Shouzai into the courtyard, where they were greeted warmly by the gathering. "Ah, Daquan, it is wonderful that you could join us tonight. We are all kin. The bonds of family are as unbreakable as sinews connecting bones. It is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them," Li Jun remarked with a smile. "Fifth uncle, please have a cigarette. 12th uncle, you too. Today, I was blinded by my greed, and I behaved poorly. I sincerely apologize." Li Shouzai bowed deeply to the assembled company. Seeing Li Daquan's gaze upon them, Li Dayo and Li Dizong reluctantly accepted the offered cigarettes. Were it not for Li Daquan's reputation, they would hardly acknowledge Li Shouzai's presence. "Ah, on. Here is your fishing gear, along with 10 yuan as compensation for the fishhook and line that Shouzai lost. I've heard these items are rather precious. Third uncle has provided this sum for you to repay your classmates," Li Daquan said as he handed over the fishing gear and the money. Li Wen accepted the fishing gear but declined the money, squinting with a smile as he said, "Third uncle, this gear is imported from overseas by my classmate's family and holds considerable value. However, no matter its worth, it pales in comparison to familial bonds." Before Li Daquan could respond, Li Wen continued, "Yesterday, when Shouzai borrowed the gear, he promised to return it today. This morning, I had already arranged with Aunt 8 to share the catch with everyone tonight. I intended to bring gifts for both third uncle and fourth grandpa as homes as a gesture of goodwill. However, Shouzai refused to return it. And when I suggested postponing the loan, he resorted to violence. Shouzai, I understand your desire to fish for a little extra income, but your actions today have truly wounded hearts. With a deep sigh, Li Wen lamented. Alas, I am truly sorry, Wenzi. I had a bit to drink and was goaded by friends, which led to this regrettable incident. Li Shoutsai began to explain, but was swiftly silenced by a kick from his father, lowering his head in shame. Quickly, close that foolish mouth of yours. How dare you claim ignorance after drinking? Look at what you've done to Tsuzi's head. If anything were to happen, how would I explain this to your uncle? Li Dequan scolded. Enough, third brother. Shoutsai has had a drink and momentarily lost his senses. You have disciplined him. Let us consider this matter settled, Li Dayo interjected, offering Li Dequan a way out. Li Wen seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Third uncle, since this matter has been clarified, let us move past it. Given our family's relationship, I cannot accept this money. My classmate is close to us, and I will simply bring a small gift as an apology, he said with a smile, pushing the money back toward the table. This second son of the Dio household is indeed remarkable. The adults present were taken aback by Li Wen's remarks. Li Dequan regarded him with newfound respect, no longer perceiving him as merely a child. In truth, Li Wen's earlier actions were laden with significance. Firstly, he declined the 10 yuan, ensuring that Li Dequan would remember this favor in the future. Moreover, 10 yuan is a considerable sum for a family in their current circumstances. Accepting it could easily breed resentment. Furthermore, Li Wen's initial appeal to familial ties highlighted the fact that the conflict today originated from their household. He then fostered animosity, inciting the accountant and the village secretary's family to harbor grievances against Li Shoutsai. Li Dequan, seasoned in the ways of the world, felt vexed. This child is intricately clever. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, he departed with Li Shoutsai. After the elder, Li Junsheng, tended to Li Dequan's wounds. The family of the village secretary also expressed their intention to leave. Li Dio, seated on a stool, observed his family with a smile and remarked, in rural life, one must not exhibit weakness, otherwise, one risks being bullied and losing face. Although today's altercation involved relatives and carries a negative connotation, it has nonetheless upheld our family's reputation. The elder woman chuckled. It has been many years since anyone dared to display arrogance in our household. I recall the last time we fought was when your grandfather was still alive. Back then, your great-grandfather was also in good health. And your grandfather and your fourth uncle had the others crying out for mercy. The elder spoke with pride. In this era, the populace is generally less educated. Disputes often escalate into fights. In some villages, conflicts have even involved heavy machine guns and artillery. Such occurrences are indeed real. Since the advent of the new age, large-scale brawls in rural areas have become rare. People have evolved into more civilized beings, possessing a greater understanding of legal matters, regardless of victory or defeat. No one reaps rewards from such confrontations, leading many disputes to find peaceful resolutions. All right, mother, please refrain from bolstering their arrogance. If it weren't for On's quick thinking today, we could have suffered significant losses, Wang Chunmei admonished. Enough of that. Let us wash up, tidy the place, and prepare for dinner. We have matters to attend to this evening, Li Dayo replied with a smile. Still smiling. Have you not seen how everyone is injured and bleeding? What a disgrace. Wang Chunmei huffed as she entered the kitchen. For dinner, the elder woman transformed yesterday's leftover pickled fish into a meat paste, mixing it into corn porridge to create a nourishing fish congee. Recognizing the toll of the fight on everyone, she also rewarded them with a boiled egg each, and prepared 2 fried eggs exclusively for Li Dequan, indicating her generosity that evening. After the meal, which extended close to 10 o'clock, Li Wen returned to his room, but did not retire to bed immediately. He secured the door and retreated into his inner sanctuary. The altercation had left him with several bruises. Being still young, his capacity to endure pain was limited, and he felt discomfort. He quickly retrieved a remedy for contusions and applied it to his injuries. This incident illuminated a vital lesson for Li Wen. In this era, physical strength is paramount for effective communication. While today a skirmish occurred within the village, future encounters outside could pose dangers if one is physically unfit, potentially leading to assault or robbery without recourse. It appears that I must earnestly focus on strengthening my body. He ventured into the storeroom, procuring 2 bottles of pure milk and 2 large chicken legs, then reclined on his bed to indulge in his meal. This body, having suffered considerable depletion previously and still in a growth phase, now requires rapid digestion. Only by consuming more and replenishing one's nutrition can the body grow robust. and milk stands as the finest choice. As night fell, Li Wen hesitated to sleep, fearing that Li Dio would leave without him. So he picked up a storybook from the bedside to read. "Get up, Wen." A voice from outside called. It was his elder brother. Li Wen glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. "Come back from the space and open the door," he said. "Brother, are you ready to leave?" Li Wen chuckled softly. "I thought you wouldn't wake up. Hurry, Father and Uncle Air are waiting for us." In the backyard, the adults were already gathered. "Let us go on," his father, Li Dio, said with a pat on Li Wen's shoulder and a smile. Having exited the village, Li Dio instructed, "Eldest, you keep watch in front. On, you stay behind while your Uncle Air and I carry the fish." Li Quan couldn't join us tonight as he had a head injury. After more than an hour of chasing stars and the moon, they arrived at the home of their eldest aunt. The door was ajar, so they quickly entered. Cousin Zhao Jiefeng was seated on the steps inside and hurried over, exclaiming, "Uncle, cousin, you have arrived." Upon entering the living room, they found several middle-aged men already seated, apart from Aunt S' family. Upon seeing Li Wen and the others, they all stood up. "Eldest, second, and Wen, Xiao Wu, you have come. After a long night, please have some water." Aunt Li Xiaolon quickly offered them cool boiled water. Li Dio and his brother set down the heavy sacks on their shoulders, and each drank nearly half a jar. "It's quite muggy tonight. It seems it might rain soon," Li Dio remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Noticing two middle-aged men nearby, Li Dio smiled. "Old Wang. Old Chen, you are here too. Please, have a seat. We will chat shortly." Without further ado, he declared, "Let me show you the fish. The weather is too stifling. I fear they might perish." With that, Li Dio opened the bag. Counting Old Wang and Old Chen, there were 5 people in total. One was likely a neighbor of Uncle Zhao Hongjun, while the other was an acquaintance whom Li Wen had met before. "These fish are truly magnificent. We are in for a treat," remarked Zhao Hongjun's neighbor. Uncle Zhao glanced at everyone with a smile. "You all know the prices. Choose whichever you need. Let us each select one." Uncle Zhao's neighbor suggested, picking up the largest grass carp, which weighed nearly 20 pounds. The other 2 men followed suit, selecting sizable fish weighing over 10 pounds each. After Aunt weighed the fish, the 3 men exchanged pleasantries before hastily departing, for the hour was late. "Old Wang, Old Chen, you have been supportive these past 2 years. Please accept these 2 fish," Li Dio said, humorously selecting the largest fish from the remaining 5 to hand to the 2 men. "Old 5, that is too much. Selling us this fish at a discount is acceptable, but gifting it is excessive. It's far too precious." A bald middle-aged man, known as Wang Jin, smiled and waved his hand. "Why be so polite? This is just our son catching them from the reservoir," Li Dio replied. "Without any cost, just a bit of effort. Quickly accept this," Li Dio insisted, handing the fish to the 2. Uncle and Aunt hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Well then, we shall not be polite." The 2 accepted the fish, their faces beaming with joy. The hefty fish, weighing 7 or 8 pounds, felt heavy in their hands. "The children at home will have a treat," Old Chen remarked with a smile. Old Wang nodded in agreement. In recent years, resources had been scarce, and they had not seen any meat for nearly 2 months. With this large fish gifted by Old 5, the women at home would certainly refrain from complaints. "Brother-in-law, the remaining 3 fish weigh about 20 pounds. Keep them and sell them later to whoever needs them," Li Dio said, kicking the fish catch at his feet. "No problem. These few fish are not enough. Today I informed several friends and leaders, and they all asked me to reserve some for them," Zhao Hongjun replied with a grin. "Make sure to mention it to your friends tomorrow. You can deliver some to the leaders first, as we cannot afford to offend them," Li Dio advised. Zhao Hongjun nodded in agreement. "Brother-in-law, Old Wang, Old Chen, may I ask a favor of you? You know many people in the city. Please help me inquire over the next few days about any vacant job positions, even temporary ones. I wish to trade fish for jobs for a few children. And I will arrange similar trades for you and second sister's family as well," Li Dio said, his expression serious. "Old 5, you are quite ambitious. How many jobs are you aiming to secure?" The others exclaimed in astonishment. "With me and Old Heir's 3 boys, plus 1 each for first sister and second sister's families. That totals 5 positions," Li Dio replied, holding up 5 fingers with a smile. "But how much fish do you intend to trade for these jobs?" Old Wang, Old Chen, and Uncle questioned, puzzled. "Depending on the quality of the job, it would require between 80 to 100 pounds of fish per position," Li Dio contemplated. "My goodness. Then you must prepare at least 400 to 500 pounds of fish. Do you think you can manage that?" Aunt gasped in shock. Li Dio glanced at Li Wen, who smiled slightly and nodded. No problem, I can manage it, Li Dio assured. Given the scarcity of food these years, this is indeed an opportunity. Once the famine passes, such chances may no longer be available. Chapter 16. Visiting relatives. All right then, this scarcity of food is indeed an opportunity. I will ask around over the next few days to see if your plan can come to fruition. If successful, it would be best. At least the children would have stable employment in a factory, which is far better than farming. They all nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while longer, Old Wang and Old Chun saw that there was nothing more to discuss and announced their departure. Everyone stood to see them off. Oh, by the way, why didn't Quan come today? Aunt Li Xiaolan inquired. He injured his foot while working today, so I told him to rest at home, Uncle evasively replied. The Li family had prearranged not to divulge the fighting incident to Aunt, to spare her worry. The group conversed in the living room about recent events and discussed how to sell the fish. That's it for today. First sister, brother-in-law, you should also turn in early. We will return in 2 days, Li Deo said cheerfully. Hey, eldest, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Bring the items along. I have already exchanged yesterday's tickets for you today. Hurry and take them back. Li Xiaolan quickly called out to Li Deo. Sister, you exchanged them so swiftly? That's fine. The second brother and Au can carry them, Li Deo said, beaming as he looked at the supplies in the corner. In 2 bags at the corner, there were 35 pounds of cornmeal each and a small jar of cooking oil. Li Deo hurriedly left Aunt Li Xiaolan's home with Li Wen and the others. Their visit to Aunt's house was rather brief, and they arrived home just as the clock struck 4. After the day's events, Li Wen was already utterly exhausted and quickly fell asleep upon lying down. Knock, knock, knock. Owen, are you up? His mother called from outside. Li Wen rubbed his sticky eyelids and stepped out of the room, heading to wash up beneath the apricot tree in the yard. Recently, the family's situation had improved slightly. Breakfast had become a bit more substantial, with each person having 2 steamed buns. After finishing his meal, as Li Wen prepared to head to work, his mother Wang Chunmei stopped him. On, you need not work today, the cornmeal you brought back last night. Your aunt and I have each taken 15 pounds to do a favor, Wang Chunmei said. Last week, when I visited your grandfather during the busy farming season, your uncle's family was nearly out of food. Your cousins are so hungry they can hardly bear it, foraging for wild vegetables. At that time, our family was struggling too. So I gave your uncle $1. Now that we are a bit more comfortable, please take this 15 pounds of cornmeal to your grandfather's house. The farming work is quite heavy these days, and your grandparents are aging. I fear they may not withstand it. As she spoke, Wang Chunmei wiped away her tears. Mother, why are you crying? It's been a while since I visited grandfather's house. I will take the cornmeal there shortly. On the way, I might sneak in some fishing and bring them a few fish as well, Li Wen said, observing his mother's tearful eyes with a smile. Good, good. Your grandparents have not spoiled you for nothing, his mother replied, smiling at his words. At that moment, Grandma Gua Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, looking at Li Wen with a smile. On, here are 10 pounds of cornmeal. Your second aunt's family and your grandparents are in the same village. Please take this along as well. This time, we owe it all to my good grandson. Everyone is enjoying the benefits. Today is the 6th. There will be a large market in the commune. After delivering the items, you can go take a look. Li Wen's eyes brightened. The market? Right. The commune holds a large market every 6th day. I could explore and see if there are any business opportunities, he thought to himself. He slung a basket over his back, placing some pigweed on top to obscure his view. In reality, the cornmeal was already stored in his space warehouse. The commune was 10 miles from Sanqing village, and both his grandfather's and aunt's homes were located in the same village as the commune. Walking to the commune during the day only took half an hour, and it was still just 6 o'clock, leaving him ample time. Li Wen followed a small path by the reservoir towards the commune, stopping occasionally as he walked. After about 20 minutes, he had crossed several village boundaries. Li Wen arrived at a rather secluded riverbank and quietly slipped down. After clearing a spot for fishing, he took a net and scattered bait into the river. Then, while continuing to spread bait, he began fishing with his gear. The summer morning was cool yet humid, and the fish were surfacing to breathe and forage. The river fork is relatively shallow, yielding a meager catch. After more than 2 hours, Li Wen managed to reel in a mere 7 or 8 fish. Collectively, these fish weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds, with the largest only reaching 7 or 8 pounds. Retrieving his fishing rod, Li Wen proceeded towards the nearby fish basket. As he slowly dragged the basket from the river, he discovered a modest haul of around 30 fish. However, most were small, many weighing less than 1 or 2 pounds, with only 6 larger fish amounting to nearly 20 pounds. It was best not to be overly demanding, he consoled himself. It was still a respectable catch. He then stowed away the net and tossed the fish into a small pond in his space. After emerging from the riverbank, Li Wen hurriedly made his way toward the commune, arriving just past 9 in the morning. At this hour, various stalls set up by farmers filled the marketplace. Scattered across every corner, vendors shouted their wares while patrolling officers, adorned with red armbands, passed by to prevent any unscrupulous dealings. Li Wen's maternal grandfather lived in the commune village, so he hurried through the market without pausing, intent on delivering his goods. "Wenzi, is that you?" A voice called out from behind as he walked. Turning around, he spotted a little girl of about 8 or 9 years old calling to him. She wore a patched-up gray jacket on top and army green shorts that were slightly faded, complemented by a pair of straw sandals. Had she not been so clean, she could easily be mistaken for a beggar. This little girl was Wang Xiaohua, the child of Li Wen's maternal uncle. Although Li Wen's family also wore patched clothing, each garment had at most 2 or 3 patches. Everyone in his family owned a pair of old cloth shoes. While they occasionally bore patches, they were still decent footwear, indicating that his grandfather's family was not faring well. "What are you doing at the market, Xiaohua?" Li Wen inquired with a smile, having recognized the little girl. "We have run out of food at home, so I'm collecting chicken feathers and vegetable scraps," she replied shyly, glancing down at the bamboo basket she carried. "Vegetable scraps are edible, but what do you need chicken feathers for?" Li Wen asked curiously. "I'm saving them up to make feather dusters. They can also be sold for some money," the little girl whispered. "Oh, Xiaohua, you are very clever," Li Wen praised her. "Here, cousin, let me treat you to some candy." He slipped a few pieces of candy into her pocket. "Wow, so sweet," she exclaimed, pulling one out and popping it into her mouth with exaggerated delight. "Let us head home. I've brought something nice for you all today," Li Wen said, pulling along the bouncing Wang Xiaohua, who giggled joyfully along the way. "Grandpa, Cousin Wenzi is here," she shouted excitedly, running ahead and pushing open the door despite still being quite a distance from home. Li Wen's grandfather had 3 sons and 2 daughters, with his mother being the eldest. The youngest of the 3 sons still lived with the family. However, the family had already divided their estate. The elderly couple resided in the old house with their eldest son. Li Wen stepped over the threshold, taking a careful look around. His grandfather's home was modest, constructed from adobe, and appeared rather aged, likely built at least 20 to 30 years prior. The courtyard was arranged in a triangular shape, with houses on the front and back sides, while the eastern wall was left bare. However, only 2 apricot trees were planted, and at this moment, the apricots had ripened, leaving a circle of bare ground beneath the trees, indicating that they had already been harvested, with only those out of reach remaining. Just then, the grass curtain of the back door was lifted, and a frail-looking elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s, slowly emerged. This was Zhang Wang, Li Wen's grandmother. Although she was merely in her 60s, her appearance was so aged that it brought tears to Li Wen's eyes. "Grandmother, I have come to see you," Li Wen said as he rushed to greet her, observing her unsteady gait. "Awen, it has been nearly half a year since you last visited. And you have grown taller." The elderly lady smiled as she gently patted Li Wen's head. "It has only been 6 months. What has happened to you?" Li Wen expressed his concern. "Your grandmother only consumes a bit of wild vegetable porridge each day and refuses to eat anything else, no matter how we persuade her. She won't listen. She is starving," Wang Xiaohua whispered from the side. "Grandmother, you cannot do this. You have so many children and grandchildren." Li Wen's tears began to flow. "It is fine. I am old and eat little. Come inside. I will prepare something delicious for you," the elderly lady said, pulling Li Wen into the room. "Awen, you are fortunate today," she continued with a smile. She then presented a plate containing several peaches, each the size of a fist. "These are early ripening peaches gifted by the captain yesterday. They are a new variety, ripening by the end of June. Hurry and eat." She wiped one of the largest and reddest peaches with her sleeve and handed it to Li Wen. Noticing the little girl standing nearby, who was evidently salivating, Li Wen realized she had likely never tasted such fruit and felt it inappropriate to decline his grandmother's offering. He took a few bites of the peach, which was indeed very sweet. At that time, the fruits were fertilized with farmyard manure, resulting in lower yields and smaller sizes, yet they possessed superb flavor. Li Wen then offered a peach to the little girl, saying, "Xiaohua, you may go play outside. I will talk with grandmother." The little girl, having longed for the peach, seized it, and dashed outside. The elderly lady watched her exit, raised her hand, but ultimately said nothing. Li Wen rummaged through the pig feed in his backpack and retrieved several packages of gifts. On the way, he had also taken a jar of fruit and a bag of rice noodles from his space and placed them in his backpack. "Grandmother, here are 15 pounds of cornmeal. For large fish and some canned goods and fruit," Li Wen said as he placed the items on the table one by one. "What is this? In these times, your family is not affluent. How have you managed to bring so much?" The elderly lady exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Grandmother, these are all sent by my mother. Our family has improved a bit lately. With the recent busy farming season, she asked me to bring some for you and grandfather. All these fish are ones I caught from the river in exchange, so please don't worry. Just you and grandfather should know. Do not mention it to uncle or anyone else, as it might lead to unnecessary gossip." Li Wen then recounted the story of his fishing experience, bringing laughter to his grandmother, who praised her grandson's accomplishments. "Grandmother, please taste this canned fruit. It is very sweet," Li Wen said as he opened the large 15-liter jar of oranges. Li Wen, concerned that the elderly lady might hesitate to indulge, decided to open a can of oranges for her to enjoy. "You, dear child, I shall not waste such a delightful treat," the elderly woman exclaimed, marveling at the rarity of such exquisite canned oranges, which she had never encountered in her lifetime. "This is far too precious," she insisted, attempting to decline the offer. "No, that won't do. You are barely in your 60s. Yet look at you, aging so swiftly," Li Wen replied, as he poured a bowl of the oranges and handed it to her. As the elderly lady savored the sweet fruit, warmth filled her heart, and a smile graced her face. Despite the family's recent struggles with finances, she had resolved not to burden her children, hoping to conserve resources for them. However, the filial piety shown by her eldest daughter and grandson, Li Wen, reignited her spirit, lifting her from despair. "This is how it should be. Grandmother, you must take good care of your health, otherwise we shall worry," Li Wen comforted her. "My mother shed tears this morning recalling you and grandfather. You mustn't act this way again. We shall take care of your and grandfather's provisions from now on." "Ah, with such a dutiful grandson, I believe I can live a few more years," the elderly lady replied, her heart lightened by Li Wen's reassurances. "This is wonderful. Here is 15 pounds of fine cornmeal, along with several pounds of fish, enough for you and grandfather for quite some time. I shall bring more soon. Your grandson is quite capable now," Li Wen said with a cheerful grin. "Where is grandfather?" he inquired, noticing that the elderly lady was alone. "Today is market day, and that old man has gone to sell straw shoes," she chuckled, playfully scolding him. "Ah, I passed by the market just now and didn't see him." Li Wen scratched his head in confusion. After chatting with her for a while, he prepared to take his leave. "It is nearly 10 o'clock, dear child. Stay a bit longer and have lunch," the elderly lady urged, seeing him about to depart. "Grandmother, I must also visit my aunt's house to deliver some cornmeal. They have many children and must be struggling lately," Li Wen replied with a smile. Feeling guilty about the hardships faced by his grandfather's family, he found it difficult to linger at his grandmother's home. Upon exiting his grandmother's house, he noticed that Wang Xiaohua had wandered off, and instead of heading directly to his aunt's, he decided to explore the bustling market. Chapter 17. A stroll through the market. Although referred to as a grand market, it was merely a row of stalls stretching a few hundred meters along the roadside of the commune's second row of houses. The main road at the commune's entrance was paved with gravel and measured about 10 meters wide, flanked by various establishments such as the commune office, police station, supply and marketing cooperative, hospital, post office, credit union, state-run restaurant, grain management office, food station, and veterinary clinic. As Li Wen strolled along, stopping occasionally to observe the wares, he found that most stalls featured handmade crafts from local farmers, straw shoes, straw hats, and farming tools, with few noteworthy items available for sale. The better offerings included eggs, wild vegetables, and mushrooms gathered from the mountains, as well as a handful of fruits from local trees, with very few stalls selling grains or meats. "Come, take a look at these newly hatched chicks," a woman wearing a headscarf called out to a passerby. Li Wen hurried over and beheld a bamboo cage containing over 20 adorable chicks, chirping merrily. "Annie, how much for these chicks?" he inquired. 10 cents each. But if you want more, I'll let you have them for 8 cents apiece," the aunt replied warmly. Li Wen nodded, remarking, "The price seems reasonable. A chicken egg costs about 3 to 5 cents, and it takes over 20 days to hatch. Charging 8 cents or 10 cents is not exorbitant." "Auntie, I don't have any money, but would you consider a trade?" I would like to take all these chicks, Li Wen whispered. Child, what do you have to offer? The aunt asked while glancing around discreetly. Vendors kept their distance from each other for the sake of privacy, as many items were prohibited from being bought or sold in those times, leading to secret transactions. I have white sugar, canned goods, and bread. Would that suffice? Li Wen quietly proposed, setting down his backpack. Ah, you possess such fine goods. The aunt exclaimed, her eyes widening. Take a look, Li Wen replied, opening his backpack. Inside were a pound of white sugar, a liter of canned goods, and 2 loaves of bread. You and I have a deal, young man. I have 32 chicks. So at 8 cents each, that totals $2.56. Your sugar is worth $1.20 per pound, the canned goods $1. And the loaves of bread, considering the current high price of flour, are 15 cents each, totaling $2.50. We can overlook the 6 cents. Does that sound agreeable? Li Wen nodded in agreement, aware that purchasing items often required coupons, particularly for sugar, which was quite valuable. The total value of his goods was at least $3, but an inflated price would hinder the transaction. Come, let us trade at the state-run restaurant. My sister works there, and it's quite safe, the aunt said excitedly. An idea sparked in Li Wen's mind as he followed her into the adjacent state-run restaurant. It was still early, just past 10 o'clock, and the establishment was empty. Xia, are you there? Come out for a moment. The aunt called. Coming. A woman in her 30s emerged from the back, slightly plump with a fair complexion, adorned with makeup, exuding good health. Ah, the restaurant's treatment is indeed favorable. Li Wen thought to himself, having not encountered anyone in better shape recently. Xia, find a place. I need to trade some goods with this young man. The aunt said cheerfully. The three moved to a parlor in the restaurant's backyard. Young man, my surname is Zhang. You may call me Aunt Zhang. I must admit, I am taking advantage of you this time, so I will include the cage as well, she said, handing the chicken cage to Li Wen. Li Wen appreciated Aunt Zhang's kindness, smiling and thanking her as he laid his goods on the table. Oh, sugar, canned goods, and bread. What splendid items. Sister, you've traded for some remarkable goods, exclaimed Xia, standing beside them with a look of surprise. What is so surprising? Your husband works at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. What fine goods hasn't he seen? Aunt Zhang laughed, placing the items into her backpack. Ah, he works at the supply and marketing cooperative, yet it is not my family's establishment. The items within are indeed commendable, but they do not belong to him, at most. He can only scavenge some scraps, the woman lamented. Young brother, do you have anything of value? Please share. Your aunt will not shortchange you, little Xia. Smiling at Li Wen, remarked. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Li Wen absorbed much information in silence. Young man, we've yet to learn your name. How shall we address you? Aunt Zhang inquired, taking a sip from her cup while seated. Li Wen, blushing slightly, replied, I am Li Wen. You may call me On. I do have some fine items to offer, but I must ask both of you to keep it confidential. On, you need not worry. Your aunt has been plying her trade for years, and integrity is paramount. We all make our living in this town. And those who disregard the rules cannot sustain their stalls for even a day, Aunt Zhang explained with a smile. Li Wen, having vaguely heard of the unspoken rules of the market, chuckled as he retrieved 6 or 7 substantial fish from his backpack, weighing over 30 pounds collectively. Goodness! These fish are quite hefty, each weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Both women exclaimed in astonishment. There are too many fish for us to consume. On, my sister and I will each take one, and I will take you to the kitchen to sell the rest to our restaurant, Zhang Xia proposed cheerfully. You two may each choose a fish, let us say 1 yuan apiece. As for the others, I would appreciate it if Aunt Zhang could assist in selling them to your restaurant, Li Wen responded with a smile. You are quite astute, rest assured. Your aunt will ensure you are not at a loss, Zhang Xia said with a grin. She selected 2 of the smaller fish, placing them in her sister's backpack. Old Wu, come take a look. We have some fine goods. Zhang Xia called for the head chef from the kitchen. Indeed, Zhang Xia, these are splendid fish. Today's menu can include 2 dishes, braised fish and sweet and sour carp, Chef Old Wu remarked upon seeing the fish laid out. These were caught by my cousin's son. My sister brought them for you to see, Zhang Xia said, glancing at Li Wen. Old Wu patted Li Wen on the shoulder, smiling. You're doing well, young man. Make sure to bring any good finds directly to us, but remember, we can only offer market price, not black market rates. Do you understand? Zhang Xia, please weigh the fish and calculate at 40 cents per pound for the boy. And give him some tickets, Old Wu instructed before departing the living room. On, let us go, Your aunt will take you to weigh the fish." The three of them proceeded to the front hall, where they measured the catch in a designated room for purchasing loose goods. The total came to 23 pounds, amounting to 9 yuan and 20 cents, along with 2 pounds of meat tickets and 5 pounds of grain tickets. Truly a valuable exchange. In this era, fish and meat are considered fresh goods, and the trade of small fish typically does not require meat tickets. However, to prepare substantial dishes such as braised carp or sweet and sour carp, large fish weighing over a pound are essential, which necessitates meat tickets for their sale. Since the fish Li Wen provided were all of considerable size, he received 2 pounds of meat tickets. The purchase typically only grants a small number of tickets. Li Wen, beaming with joy, held the banknotes in his hand. This was his first legitimate income. He tucked the money into his pocket, bid farewell to the Zhang sisters, and made his way to a narrow alley to store the little chickens in his space. As he strolled through the streets, he spotted a stall selling buns and steamed bread, surrounded by a throng of eager children. The meat buns and steamed bread, each the size of a fist, were priced at 10 cents and 5 cents, respectively, requiring 1 or 2 grain coupons. Please note that the ticket situation has been adjusted for clarity, so there's no need for confusion in the comments. Li Wen purchased 5 meat buns and 10 steamed buns, spending a total of 1 yuan, and placed the remainder into his basket. He took a bite of one bun, revealing a delightful filling of pickled cabbage and pork, which oozed with flavor. Drawing the envious gaze of the children around him, he felt no sympathy for them. Opening his mouth to share would only invite trouble. As he continued to meander, he paused in front of an elderly man in his 60s. The old man had a bamboo basket at his feet, containing 6 small wild rabbits, while 2 children, around 4 or 5 years old, amused themselves by teasing the creatures with leaves. The young man's interest was piqued, 2 dimes each. "And you can have the whole lot along with the cage for just 1 yuan, the elderly man cheerfully offered. Without hesitation, Li Wen agreed, appreciating the old man's straightforwardness, and handed over a yuan. "Grandpa, after selling the rabbits, can I have some meat buns too?" One of the old man's grandchildren, drooling at the sight of the bun in Li Wen's hand, exclaimed eagerly. "All right, since business is good today, Grandpa will buy you buns," the old man replied, pleased with the sale, as he packed up his stall and led the 2 children away with a smile. Having explored the market, Li Wen also bought a few ducklings and 3 goslings, along with some cages to store his purchases, marking the end of his shopping spree. Glancing at the sun, he noted it was already past 11 o'clock. He proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, which was quite spacious, covering over 100 square meters, stocked with everything from rice and oil to vinegar and tea, as well as an assortment of candies and cakes, with 2 bicycles hanging on the wall. Li Wen requested 2 pounds of pork, costing 80 cents along with a meat coupon, and spent another yuan on 5 pounds of large bones. A stroke of luck, as they required no coupons. Initially, he and T planned to visit his grandfather's house, but now, with an unexpected 2 pounds of meat coupons in hand, he decided to take a pound of pork and 5 pounds of bones to his grandfather's home. "Grandma, I'm back. Look what I've brought you," Li Wen exclaimed as he entered, spotting the elderly woman sitting in the courtyard. "My dear boy, where did you get this pork and these large bones? This is quite extravagant. You should take it home for your grandmother and the others to enjoy," she remarked, eyeing the meat he carried. "Haha, Owen has arrived. I heard from your grandmother that you came this morning, but didn't T get to see you? Just as I was wondering where you were, you showed up." His grandfather, Wang Baogui, chuckled, emerging from the house. "You brought such valuable items this morning, and now you come bearing meat again. Are you trying to spoil us?" He teased Li Wen, his laughter filling the air. "My grandfather, Wang Baogui, is 65 years old this year. He appears quite robust, albeit somewhat thin, with a slight hunch in his back. Feeling nostalgic for him, I decided to drop by for lunch again," chuckled Li Wen. "I welcome your visits, but who brings meat when they come to dine?" The old man laughed heartily. Wang Baogui walked into the courtyard and patted Li Wen on the shoulder, saying, "You've grown up, like a true man." Li Wen engaged in light conversation with his grandparents in the yard, persistently urging the elderly couple to take good care of their health. Suddenly, the door creaked open from the outside, and Wang Xiaohua entered with 2 little boys aged 6 or 7. Upon seeing Li Wen, she joyfully ran over. "Brother Wenzi, the candies you gave are simply delightful. I shared 2 with Xiaohu and Xiaoying, and they said they had never tasted such delicious sweets before," Wang Xiaohua exclaimed, slightly breathless. "Hurry and call Brother Wenzi." She nudged her 2 younger brothers. The little ones, still quite young and having not seen Li Wen for a long time, were not familiar with him. Upon hearing Wang Xiaohua, they quickly shouted, "Brother Wenzi." "Ha ha, what charming little ones," Li Wen remarked, pulling out several milk candies from his pocket, handing one to each of them, while giving the rest to Wang Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, these are milk candies. Make sure to save some to share with your brothers later." "Wow, milk candies. Look at this beautiful wrapping paper." "Xiaohu, Xiaoying, after you eat the candy, give me the wrappers," Wang Xiaohua said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It is evident that women have an affinity for beauty, even from a young age. "Xiaohua, go to the field and call your mother and aunties back to prepare lunch. Your cousin has arrived and brought meat. Today, our family will feast," called out grandfather. It was only then that the little ones noticed the pork and bones on the table, their mouths watering in anticipation. "All right, I'm going right away." Wang Xiaohua, forgetting about the candy, rushed out the door. Li Wen understood that his grandfather would not keep the pork for himself and grandmother, but would surely take it home to improve their meals, and he did not object. However, with 3 sons and over a dozen grandchildren, the small amount of food brought home would be consumed in a single meal. Li Wen called out to his grandfather, "Grandfather, you and grandmother stay at home. I have some errands to run and will be back shortly." Without waiting for a response from the elderly couple, he hurriedly made his way outside. Come back soon. Lunch will be served shortly," his grandmother urged. "I know. I'll be back quickly." Li Wen waved his hand behind him. He arrived at the street vendor selling steamed buns, purchasing 20 white buns for 1 yuan and 2 jin of grain tickets. He then hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he exchanged grain tickets for 2 jin of white flour and rushed back to his grandfather's home. Upon entering, he found his 3 aunts had already returned and were washing up. They greeted Li Wen warmly, as one would expect given the prospect of a feast. "Aunt, we are having meat sauce noodles for lunch. Here is 2 jin of flour and 20 large buns," Li Wen announced, presenting the contents of his basket. "My goodness, these large buns cost 5 cents each on the street, and Wenzi managed to buy 20. And this flour is so pure," exclaimed his second aunt, Chui Ping, in astonishment. "There's no need for such an uproar. It appears that you have not enjoyed the benefits, but rather, I am the one who is savoring the joys alongside my grandson." The elder interjected, "Since my grandson has requested meat sauce noodles, let us indulge in a delightful meal at noon. Additionally, there are 3 fish on the table, a gift from Awing this morning. Each of you shall have one, as it is Awing's way of honoring his uncles." How splendid. Awing has grown up and understands the importance of filial piety toward his uncles and aunts. "Awing, please take a seat. We shall prepare the meal shortly," Aunt Sunmei said with a smile. Before long, 2 large bowls of cold noodles, about 2 fingers wide, were placed on the table, accompanied by 3 plates, one filled with glistening, stir-fried meat sauce, another with sautéed vegetables, and the last brimming with fluffy steamed buns. 14 children, not exceeding 12 years of age, encircled the long table, eagerly swallowing their saliva. "All right, I see you all are quite eager. Line up with your bowls. Your brother Awing is a guest, and shall eat first," the elder gently admonished. "Awing, choose your noodles. Take as much as you desire," he gestured. Li Wen stood up, retrieving 2 ceramic bowls, filling them generously with noodles, and ladling ample meat sauce and vegetables before presenting them to the 2 elders. "Grandfather, grandmother, allow me to serve you first," he said, then filled a large bowl for himself. "You've truly grown up, my dear child, and you are so considerate." The elderly lady chuckled. Subsequently, the elder served each of his grandchildren a generous bowl of noodles, distributing a large bun to each, instructing them to eat at a side table due to the crowdedness. Some aunts had already eaten in the kitchen and were taking meals to the fields for the uncles. Delicious. Brother Wenzi, I adore you. I haven't had such delightful food in ages," exclaimed Wang Dawei, the 9-year-old son of the second uncle, who was leaning against the steps. "Haha, it's indeed tasty, so hurry and eat. Look at your younger siblings, they're all silent. Don't dawdle, or you'll miss your chance," Li Wen replied with a smile. "That's not possible." The little one quickly began devouring his meal. Within a mere 15 minutes, the children had licked their bowls clean, each patting their little bellies, exclaiming that they were finally full. The 2 elders also enjoyed a large bowl of noodles and a bun, and the elderly lady's complexion had noticeably brightened, her steps gaining strength. After lunch, Li Wen rested for a while at his grandparents' home. "Grandfather, grandmother, I must take my leave now. I will come to visit again after some time." He waved goodbye to his grandparents. While the little ones were reluctant to see their beloved Wenzi go, especially since he brought such delicious treats. By now, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the town's market had long dispersed, as it typically lasted only half a day and would wind down after lunchtime. Li Wen hurried to his second aunt's home, but found the door tightly shut, indicating that they had all gone to the fields. Knowing that his second aunt's home was the village's wheat field, adjacent to his grandparents' house, where his parents often came to help with the harvest during his childhood, Li Wen carried his basket and made his way to the wheat field in Zhouwang village, where a bustling scene of activity was underway. "Wenzi, what brings you to the wheat field?" As Li Wen arrived, his second aunt, drenched in sweat, approached while pulling a stone mill. "Aunt, I came by today to visit my second aunt as well. I didn't expect to doze off at my eldest uncle's house after lunch and only just woke up." Li Wen chuckled, scratching his head. "Wait here. I will go call her." His aunt hurriedly made her way towards the grain yard. From a distance, Li Wen could still hear her calling out the name of his second aunt, Li Xiufeng, repeatedly. "Awang, what brings you here?" Li Xiufeng, his second aunt, who was 43 years old and a year older than his father, appeared more haggard than his mother, suggesting that life at her home was not particularly prosperous. As they walked to the shade of a large tree, Li Wen showed her the tin of cornmeal his grandmother had sent, along with some canned goods and fish he had taken from the storeroom. Upon seeing them, a smile spread across her face. Li Xiufeng took out a key and said, "Awang, your cousin is playing under the big locust tree at the village committee. Just over there." She pointed to a group of children in the distance. "Call him to come home with you, and he can bring the key to your aunt later. Right now, your aunt is still working and cannot entertain you. Next time you come to your aunt's house, I will prepare a delicious meal for you," she added with a smile. "That's all right, aunt. It's a busy time for farming. It's important. In a few days, you should come to my house. My father has something to discuss with you." Li Wen replied with a grin. "All right, I'll let you get back to work. Make sure to return home early," she said as she departed. Li Wen arrived at the big locust tree, where 20 or so children were playing beneath it. Some were jumping rope, others were playing hide and seek or rooster fighting. All muddied and cheerful. However, he could not find his cousin. "Zhou Xiaoma, that is, Zhou Xiaoma." Li Wen called out. Who? Who is calling me?" Soon, a 6-year-old boy emerged from a hollow in the tree, looking at Li Wen. "Cousin Wenzi, what brings you here?" The little one, quick-witted, promptly climbed down from the tree. "Let us go home. I brought you some goodies," Li Wen said, pulling the dirty little fellow along towards home. "Cousin, when can I visit your house again? I want to play with a yong and a towel." The boy chattered incessantly, chewing on his candy. "In a few days, your mother will take you to your uncle's house, and you can play with your little cousin then," Li Wen replied, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Upon opening the courtyard door, Li Wen took out the cornmeal and 3 fish from the basket, placing the canned goods on the shelf. The little one gazed longingly at the cans, and Li Wen playfully warned, "Your mother said if you sneak some of the canned food, you'll miss out on the fish and will have to eat bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork." The boy rubbed his backside, evidently familiar with the consequences of mischief, and cautiously exited the room. Li Wen locked the door, handed the key to the little one, and gave him a few candies to take to the yard. It was nearly 6 o'clock when Li Wen left the town. Instead of rushing home, he strolled along the Weha River. This place was delightful, surrounded by wild fields, and the water was wide, ideal for fishing. As he descended into a small grove, he nodded at the sight of approximately 2 acres of water. He retrieved his fishing cage, scattered bait into the water, and then picked up his fishing rod, settling down to fish. As dusk descended, the summer evening air grew stifling, providing the perfect moment for the fish to surface. The timing was opportune, and the fish were exceptionally easy to catch. When darkness enveloped the surroundings, Li Wen finally reeled in his line. After over an hour of diligent effort, he had successfully caught a dozen fish, the smallest of which weighed over a pound, while the largest, a hefty catfish, approached 30 pounds, all without losing a single catch. His fish basket yielded a commendable haul, totaling more than 30 pounds of fish. Upon returning home, Li Wen stretched lazily and tidied up in the small woods before stealthily making his way back. By the time he entered the village, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the streets were deserted. To avoid any inquiries about his basket, he chose to circumvent the village through the woods, scaling the wall to enter his home from the backyard. In those rural times, entertainment options were scarce, and the little ones had already retired for the night. A few adults were at the front hall, weaving baskets and engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon noticing Li Wen emerge from the backyard, they paused their work to look his way. "Ah, Wen, "We thought you might not return today." His mother, Wang Chunmei, smiled at him. "Not at all. I returned earlier but went fishing at the reservoir," Li Wen replied as he set down his basket, revealing the impressive 40-odd pounds of fish. "You truly are diligent. My child, our family is enjoying the benefits of your hard work," his grandmother, Guo Xiuyun, remarked with a beaming smile. "Indeed, our one is quite responsible. He toils during the day and often supplements our household with fish in the evenings," praised his second aunt. "Father, let us invite Uncle Air and Big Brother to go fishing again tonight. We are far from meeting our fishing quota," Li Wen suggested cheerfully. "We must act swiftly. The villagers are eyeing our fishing gear with envy. Today, everyone in the village was aware that I visited your grandfather's home. Tonight, we shall fish again. And in the morning, I will remain home to create a ruse, returning only during lunch to mislead them," Li Wen planned. "That makes sense. Several folks asked me about borrowing fishing gear while I was working today. I told them you were not home." His mother expressed her concern. "I faced similar inquiries from Lao Jiao, Dasheng, and the production team leader, Juanli." His father, Li Dio, sighed as he took a puff from his cigarette. "Then we must set off. In a few days, I will publicly destroy the fishing gear. It cannot remain," Li Wen stated solemnly, observing his parents' concerns. As night deepened, Li Wen and his companions quietly rose. "Ah Wu, Air, take the burlap sacks," Li Wen's father whispered, and the group stealthily climbed over the backyard fence. "Our village's reservoir is off limits for fishing. Let us head to the Zhao village reservoir," Li Wen advised in a hushed tone. "Understood," the others nodded, hastening toward the village outskirts. After about 20 minutes, the four arrived at the Zhao village reservoir. Li Wen faintly heard voices emanating from the reservoir below, prompting them to leave the area. Approximately 10 minutes later, they found themselves on the main road of the Wei River, which stretched over 100 meters wide. The group stopped at a location near the woods. "Father, you three take turns sleeping, leaning against the tree carefully. Otherwise, you might snore," Li Wen instructed. Moreover, arrangements were made for someone to keep watch. A few individuals spread out burlap sacks on the ground, allowing Li Wu and his second uncle to rest, while their father, Li Dio, maintained a vigilant lookout nearby. Li Wen's fishing spot was rather secluded, situated at a river fork where the waters ran deep and flowed sluggishly, ideal for angling. Li Wen's fishing location was quite distant from the trio. He directly retrieved a basin of bait from his spatial storage and cast it into the river, subsequently placing 2 fish traps into the water, beginning his fishing endeavor. The night was slightly overcast, devoid of moonlight, rendering the sky a deep shade of black. With only the Wei River babbling softly, a silvery streak gliding across the landscape. With no one around and the darkness enveloping him, Li Wen felt no fear of being discovered. He alternated between his 2 fishing rods, and time slipped away swiftly. After more than 4 hours, his haul was substantial. The Wei River teemed with fish of various kinds, many weighing over 10 pounds, large silver carp and catfish, though the catches of grass carp were fewer. Casting a glance at his watch, Li Wen noted that it was nearing 4 o'clock. He reeled in his lines and emptied the contents of his fish baskets. The 2 baskets yielded over 200 pounds of large fish, though he discarded the smaller ones into his spatial fish pond. The 2 rods had also caught a considerable number of fish that night, nearly 20 sizable specimens, each weighing around 10 pounds, contributing to a total catch of approximately 200 pounds. Securing the mouths of the fish with rope, Li Wen approached the resting area where his elder brother was keeping watch. He gently shook his father and second uncle awake, and they immediately sat up. "Father, second uncle, we can wrap up now. Let us carry the fish home," Li Wen said with a soft smile. "Let us go." The trio hurried to the fishing spot, where they beheld over 50 fish strewn across the ground, visible from a distance, creating a dazzling sight. 5 burlap sacks were filled to the brim, with a 6th sack partially filled. Their father and second uncle found 2 sticks to hoist the sacks, each taking 2, while the elder brother shouldered a fully loaded sack. As for the remaining half-filled sack of fish, Li Wen tied it securely and slung it over his shoulder. After a long night of fishing, his arms ached, rendering him unable to lift them. Homeward bound, the family hastened toward their abode, with Li Wen leading the way to keep watch. Thanks to the hearty meals they had enjoyed over the past few days, they were all quite strong. In just over 20 minutes, they arrived at the wall of their backyard. Li Wen's tired arms could hardly lift, so his father and second uncle helped him elevate it over the wall. Subsequently, Li Wu climbed into the courtyard, and both father and son passed the sacks inside, where Li Wu gently caught them. What a tiring ordeal! All these fish were caught by On. He truly worked hard tonight, remarked the second uncle, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, On, with your fishing prowess, you shall never worry in this lifetime, Li Duyo replied with a smile. The family poured the catch into the water tank, causing water to spill over the sides. Today's harvest was so plentiful that their father had to carry several water barrels to the cellar just to accommodate the catch. This must weigh 400 to 500 pounds. It's astonishing, exclaimed the second aunt, her mouth agape. Although she had previously witnessed over 100 pounds of fish, this staggering amount truly astonished her. I am utterly exhausted. My arms can hardly lift. This catch should suffice for our needs. Tomorrow morning, I shall feign a return and then head to the village reservoir to fish, Li Wen concluded. After finishing fishing, Li Wen chuckled. Let the fish take the hook and line right in front of everyone. Then we'll have nothing to worry about. His father nodded in agreement, responding, very well. As you say, a common man is innocent, but possessing riches can lead to trouble. His mother and second aunt opened their mouths to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Before dawn broke, Li Wen's father waved his hand, suggesting they catch a bit more sleep. Returning to his room, Li Wen fell asleep without even changing his clothes. When he awoke, the clock in his space indicated it was already 11 in the morning. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to find the sun shining brightly, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. In the courtyard, his grandmother, Guo Shiyun, was sitting and mending shoes. Upon seeing Li Wen emerge, she said nothing, merely setting a bowl of warm noodle soup on the table. Li Wen took 2 steamed buns and began to eat. After finishing his meal, he silently slipped out through the backyard. Arriving at the village entrance, he noticed the time was already 11:40. He ventured into the woods to relieve himself. Li Wen's back. Why did you spend the night at your grandpa's? Yesterday, when I went to your house, they said you weren't there. Several passers-by inquired about you. Several relatives asked as he returned from the village after work. Hello, third uncle, ninth uncle. Didn't I catch a few fish a few days ago? My grandpa and second aunt haven't had meat in months, so my mom asked me to take some over. Coincidentally, my cousin from the county school returned. So I stayed the night at my aunt's house to catch up, Li Wen explained. Oh, I see. Do you still need your fishing gear today? If not, could we borrow it? Ninth uncle Li Ditsai quickly inquired. Today is not possible. Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. I promised to fish for Aunt Eight's family a few days ago. Something came up the night before last, so I couldn't fish then, after visiting my grandpa yesterday. I must help them catch a fish today. Don't worry though, I won't go to work this afternoon. I'll head to the reservoir to fish instead. You can send your little Long and Xiangzi to the reservoir, and I'll ensure each of them catches a big fish. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Wen negotiated with the 2 uncles. All right then, we'll take advantage of your generosity. Third uncle and ninth uncle smiled, pleased with the arrangement, and let Li Wen leave. On his way, several more people inquired about his fishing gear, all of which he managed to respond to. Upon returning home, Li Wen was drenched in sweat from the numerous questions he had fielded along the way. Wen's back. How did it go? His grandmother asked anxiously as she handed him a bowl of water. I'm fine, just that the villagers are overly concerned about fishing gear. I was bombarded with questions from over a dozen relatives, and it was quite overwhelming. I've already committed to not working this afternoon and going fishing at the reservoir. Everything will be sorted out then. At that moment, those who worked at home began to return, eagerly recounting their experiences in the fields that day. After finishing his meal, Li Wen returned to his room for a quick nap, but was stirred awake by his little sister, Li Wen, before 4 o'clock. Brother, there are many children at our doorstep, and I'm too scared to go out, the little one said anxiously, looking at Li Wen with concern. Li Wen stepped out of the door and spotted Li Min, Li Yong, and Li Tao confronting a group of small children at the entrance. After washing his face, he approached them. Upon seeing the 2 or 3 dozen children, all around 7 or 8 years old, he smiled and said, All right, everyone gather your things, and let's head to the reservoir with our bamboo baskets. The children then scattered in excitement. Li Wen picked up a bamboo basket and grabbed 2 bamboo poles that his father had cut a few days ago, leading his younger siblings towards the reservoir. Upon reaching the base of the reservoir, the sight of dozens of children surrounding the area was rather impressive. Li Wen scanned the crowd and called out to Li Chong and Li Aolong, beckoning them to come forward. Chong, I need your help here in a bit. Aolong, take the little ones to gather pigweed. We can trade a small basket of pigweed for a fish, all right? The 2 youngsters stepped forward with an air of confidence, standing tall and shouting, Understood. Aolong, remember not to let anyone go into the water, if anyone does. There will be no fish, got it? Got it. Li Wen then took out a small basin of corn kernels from his basket, mixed in some cornmeal and liquor to prepare the bait. Brother Wenzi, are you really using this to fish? That's quite extravagant, exclaimed Li Chong wide-eyed. Humph. What do you know? If you want to catch fish, you must be willing to spend on bait. Do you expect the fish to just swim into your hands? Only by generously using bait will the fish bite, understand? Oh, the little ones nodded in agreement, having caught a whiff of the enticing bait. Xiaomin, you and Ah Chong will help me tie the fish later. Ah Yong and Ah Tao, you two go find some wet tree bark for tying the fish. Xiao Wan, you should join your two brothers as well. Remember, when your brother is fishing, it must be quiet, Li Wen urged with a smile. As the task at hand was significant, Li Wen directly strung 3 fish hooks together, tossing half a basin of bait into the river before settling down to fish. You two sit beside me. If anyone yells and scares the fish away, you're out, understood? Li Wen turned back to Li Min and Li Chong with a stern expression. Brother, understood. We'll speak quietly, and one tea shout. They quickly nodded in agreement. Today's bait was specially prepared by Li Wen from his supplies, mixed with special fishing bait, ensuring the fish would bite quickly. Within 5 minutes, fish began nibbling at the hooks, much to the excitement of the two watching behind him. But Li Wen quickly silenced them with a glance. With a swift lift of the rod, he hooked 2 crucian carp, each weighing over a pound. He tossed the catch behind him and continued his fishing endeavor, while Li Min and Li Chong hurried to secure the fish, tying their mouths with grass ropes before placing them in a basket submerged in the river. By the afternoon, Li Wen had successfully caught over 30 crucian carp, each weighing around a pound. As the clock approached 6, he switched to a larger hook, raised the float, and cast into the deeper waters of the reservoir. Chapter 19. A village feast make way, I have a big catch. Li Wen exclaimed loudly, urging the 2 youngsters sitting behind him to move aside. He then began to maneuver the fish. After 5 minutes, the bamboo rod suddenly snapped with a crack. Quick as a flash, Li Wen seized the broken end and managed to pull the fish up. Wow, Brother Wenzi, you are truly remarkable. I can scarcely lift this fish. Li Chong attempted to embrace the catfish, only to receive 2 sharp slaps from its tail, causing him to cry out in pain. The hefty catfish, weighing over 20 pounds, possessed an impressive strength. Li Wen simply approached, grasped it, and tossed it into the thicket behind him, refraining from placing it in the bamboo basket in the water for fear it would be overturned. For over an hour, Li Wen successfully reeled in 6 or 7 large fish, each weighing several pounds. By this time, the adults in the village had concluded their work and gathered by the reservoir. Behind Li Wen, a multitude of children sat quietly on the grass, all transfixed by the scene unfolding before them, more obedient than in a classroom. The adults were equally astonished by such a sight. My goodness, these children are remarkably well behaved. One exclaimed, observing them sit in perfect stillness. Shoo, do not speak. The fish will be startled and come loose, Li Wen cautioned the onlookers softly. As twilight descended, Li Wen managed to catch a few more large fish, astonishing the crowd further. He raised the fishing float higher. Today, he intended to catch something substantial. Minutes passed before a loud splash echoed, and the bamboo rod bent dramatically. Li Wen sprang into action, maneuvering the fish along the shore. Is this a carp? It's enormous, over a meter long. Is it enchanted? The onlookers shouted, pointing at the colossal fish engaged in a tug-of-war with Li Wen. Do not shout. The more noise, the stronger the fish becomes, he urged, already feeling the strain. Come help me, he called out, having wrestled with the fish for over 10 minutes. Utterly fatigued. I'm coming. Me too, cried his uncle and the production team leader, Li Juanli, rushing over to grasp the fishing rod. Lacking finesse, they pulled with brute force, inadvertently hurting the carp, which leapt from the water in a dramatic flip, snapping the bamboo rod in the process. Quick, chase after it. The fish has taken the line and hook, Li Wen exclaimed, breathless, as he leapt from the shore. Several young men from the village dove into the reservoir, swimming after the bamboo rod. One young man managed to grasp the fish's tail, but the startled carp retaliated, slapping him across the face with its tail, the sound ringing clear on the shore. Ultimately, the fish escaped, taking the line with it, and the young men swam back, somewhat disheartened. Alas, how can we fish without a line now? Li Wen lamented, slapping his thigh in regret. Why did I think to catch such a large fish? He muttered, his eyes glistening as he gazed at the reservoir. All right, on. Everyone has done their best. That big carp was simply too powerful, his uncle reassured him, patting his shoulder. The production team leader added with a smile, "This is for the best. No one should harbor any lingering thoughts. Your fishing equipment has stirred quite a commotion these past few days, causing everyone to lose their enthusiasm for work." Li Wen snapped back to reality, surveying the grassy area behind him. It was teeming with people. Nearly half the village had gathered at the reservoir. "Uncle Juanli, with so many people here, the fish I caught this afternoon won't be enough to share." Li Wen expressed his concern. "Indeed, I never anticipated your fishing would attract such a crowd," Li Juanli replied, scratching his head in disbelief. At this moment, Accountant Li Dushing stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "It seems that the fish Xiaowen has caught weigh around 200 to 300 jin. Since our village has just over 1,000 residents, why not organize a grand feast? It would also serve to celebrate the summer harvest." Indeed. We can also invite the commune leaders to inspect our achievements," Li Juanli added with a grin. "Eighth Uncle Juanli, how about we reserve those dozen or so large fish, each weighing over 200 jin, for the village feast? As for the 30 or so smaller fish in this basket, I would like to share them with the children. They've been with me all afternoon, and I promised to give them some fish," Li Wen said, gazing at the others with a smile. "Sounds good. After all, the fish were caught by you, and the children have been eagerly watching. They are all village kids, so there's no reason not to share," the production team leader Li Juanli chuckled. "Oh, we're sharing the fish." The group of little ones immediately sprang to their feet. Initially disheartened at the thought of not receiving any fish, they were now elated that Li Wen had advocated on their behalf. "Thank you, Brother Wenzi." The children surrounded Li Wen, eagerly claiming their share of the catch, their joy palpable. On the way home, Li Wen encountered ninth uncle, Li Datsai, who comforted him, urging him to not dwell on the lost fishing gear, reassuring him that it was not his fault. However, Li Wen kept his head down and remained silent. After returning home and waiting for the younger ones to fall asleep, the adults finally let out a laugh. It hasn't been easy. An entire village has been concerned about a single fishing tackle, and we finally resolved the trouble. Fatherly Dayo chuckled while taking a puff from his pipe. "It is indeed a pity to lose it. We won't easily be able to catch fish ourselves in the future," Aunt Air lamented. "That is not a problem. Once this storm passes, I can fashion a fish hook using a sewing needle. Although our ordinary fishing line is prone to breakage, it poses no issue when catching smaller fish." Li Wen replied with a smile. "That is good. When we have some free time, we can catch a few fish for our own meals. It's not our fault they lack the skills," Mother Wang Chunmei smiled. Returning to his room, Li Wen felt a swell of pride for his remarkable performance that day. The next afternoon, as work came to a close, Aunt Ba's voice echoed at the village committee's entrance. "Attention, all members. Please note that the village is organizing a feast today at noon. After work, bring your bowls and chopsticks to the production team canteen for the meal." She repeated this several times before returning to the village committee with her gong. Everyone was in high spirits. Many had not tasted meat in a long time, and today, the village was footing the bill for lunch, which brought them immense joy. Li Wen arrived at the canteen with his bowl and chopsticks, finding it already teeming with people. The children were the most delighted, gathering in clusters, joyfully clanging their bowls and singing in raucous celebration. Before long, the leadership of the production team arrived at the canteen entrance. Production team leader Li Juanli picked up a metal megaphone and called out, "Attention, all members. Today is a day of joy. Director Zhang and his team from the commune have come to our production team to inspect the summer harvest work. Let us warmly welcome Director Zhang to address us." At this, applause erupted among the crowd. After all, the policies closest to them were issued by the commune, and they held a deep respect for the commune director. Director Zhang, a middle-aged man of around 50, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuded an air of integrity that unmistakably marked him as a figure of authority. Standing atop a stool with a megaphone in hand, he surveyed the crowd gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, their enthusiastic applause instilling in him a profound sense of respect. He proclaimed, "Firstly, I express my heartfelt gratitude for the warm welcome extended by the people of the Sanqing Village Production Brigade. Today, I have come to commend and celebrate the production achievements of the past 6 months, congratulating you on the successful completion of the summer harvest. I also wish to thank the Sanqing Production Brigade for their gracious hospitality today. That is all I have to say." With that, he handed the megaphone to Li Juanli. Li Juanli, observing the eager crowd, shouted, "All right, I shall not elaborate further. Let us commence the meal." Immediately, the throng surged toward the cafeteria. "On, you need not queue. Come, I will have your aunt serve you a bowl first," said Li Dajuan, the second son of the village secretary, as he maintained order at the serving line. Is it acceptable for An to serve first? Asked son Yin, the daughter-in-law of the secretary, smiling at the assembly. Of course, came the unanimous chorus. Blushing, Li Wen approached the window, where son Yin generously filled his bowl with fish and meat, adding 2 steamed buns. It had been quite some time since the cafeteria had witnessed such a lively scene. The elderly secretary sat at the entrance, observing the villagers who filled the dining area. Indeed, the initial intention behind establishing the cafeteria was commendable, but alas, a few rotten apples spoiled the broth. Director Zhang reflected wistfully. Let us eat. Today's fish is truly delightful, tender and rich. Li Juanli, the production team leader, initiated a new topic. Indeed, your village's young talent is remarkable. Do bring him forth so I may see this prodigious youth. Director Zhang remarked with a smile to the village officials nearby. No problem, just a moment, said Gao Aiqin, the women's director, glancing at Li Wen, who was enjoying his meal. Li Wen, the director wishes to speak with you. When he asks, be concise and mindful, understood? Gao Aiqin advised. Aunt, rest assured, too much talk can lead to mistakes. I understand, Li Wen nodded. That is good. Now, please sit and converse. How old are you, young man? Director Zhang inquired, smiling at Li Wen, who stood beside the table. Director Zhang, I will soon be 14, Li Wen replied with a grin. Impressive. To have provided meat for the entire village at such a young age is remarkable. Were you truly willing when you donated the fish to the village? At this moment, the village officials felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing Li Wen might speak out of turn. Director Zhang, to speak truthfully, I harbored no selfish motives, Li Wen stated. However, upon reflection, I realized that the fish I caught were from the public river, and the villagers had not enjoyed meat in quite some time. Just yesterday, Uncle Accountant and Uncle Juanli suggested a grand feast to celebrate the summer harvest, and I thought it would be a joyous occasion. Excellent. Our socialist society needs successors like you who care for the community, Director Zhang declared, prompting applause from those present. After the meal, the leaders of the commune hastily departed on their bicycles. On, you spoke quite well today, Li Juanli and Accountant Li Dushing praised Li Wen as they approached his table, showering him with compliments. This is what I should do, Li Wen said with a smile, waving his hand. Wen, the village secretary mentioned that you wish to raise a piglet. Just so happens that the village's pig farm has an old sow that has just given birth to a litter, and they are now a month old and ready to leave the nest. I'll have one caught for you. Let us say 10 yuan, Li Juanli, the production team leader, reported. That's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle, Li Wen replied with a beaming smile. Li Juanli continued. Once your pig grows up, you can manage it as you see fit. But do not sell it privately, understood? Li Wen nodded earnestly. Chapter 20. Work quota. This meal left a lasting impression on many villagers, as it had been ages since they had feasted on meat. In the afternoon, everyone began their work. It was already late June, and the summer grain harvest had concluded. For the past few days, all the laborers had been busy threshing at the grain field, completing the final tasks. Recently, Li Wen had been enjoying abundant nourishment, and his stature was noticeably increasing. He felt he had surpassed 1 meter 40 in height, but he was determined to strive harder, aiming to reach 1 meter 60 by the age of 16. With ample nutrition today, everyone worked exceptionally hard, completing their assigned tasks half an hour before quitting time. Li Wen and his family applied for a few more work points. In the evening, when Li Wen's family returned home, they were still not feeling hungry. Meat truly sustains one's appetite, Li Deo remarked with a puff of his pipe, smiling. Let's make some millet porridge tonight. We still have a bit of millet at home that has been stored for quite some time. I'll prepare it for everyone, his mother, Wang Chunmei, said with a smile. Great. Millet porridge is nutritious and one tea strain our throats, the children all agreed enthusiastically. Before long, 2 large bowls of millet porridge were brought to the table by their mother and second aunt. Everyone, come and enjoy the porridge. Today we have millet porridge with pickles. The spirit of revolution shall forever endure, the second aunt said, serving bowls to the waiting guests along with a small steamed bun. This evening, we shall visit your great aunt's house to check on how things are going with her work. And we'll bring some fish as well since we have an abundance at home, Li Deo said, taking a puff from his long pipe. Indeed, it has been 2 days. We should have some updates. The second aunt and mother nodded in agreement. The group sat in the courtyard, chatting leisurely. Not yet ready to sleep, planning to head to the city directly at 10 o'clock. Mother, I plan to raise a piglet. Today, Uncle Juanli said there are piglets available at the village pig farm, And I can catch one for just 10 yuan, Li Wen exclaimed excitedly. It's already July. If you raise a pig now, you won't be able to slaughter it for the new year, and winter will pose a significant challenge. His mother, Wang Chunmei, furrowed her brow in concern. Don't worry, mother. I've read about scientific pig farming. There are still 7 whole months until the new year. I can easily raise it to 80 or 90 kilograms by then, Li Wen said confidently, patting his chest. Moreover, today at the village canteen, Uncle genuinely mentioned that my pig will be considered personal livestock. By the new year, I will have the freedom to manage it as I wish. So this year, we can have pork for the holidays, Li Wen added with a smile. Very well, your idea is sound. I agree. I will give you 10 yuan shortly. And tomorrow at noon after work, you can go catch one. His mother, Wang Chunmei, conceded with a nod. No need, mother. A few days ago, I exchanged some money for fish at the state-owned canteen in town. It's sufficient, Li Wen hurriedly replied. Ah, you little rascal. You've managed to connect with the state-run restaurant, exclaimed my uncle, who had been lost in thought, suddenly sitting upright with a smile. It's just average, Li Wen replied, puffing out his chest and smiling. He then recounted his experiences from the previous day's trip to the town, weaving in a tale about visiting his grandmother and the origins of the canned goods and fruits. This boy, On, is remarkable. He is already so accomplished before reaching adulthood. He will undoubtedly become a notable figure in our village when he grows up, praised my uncle and aunt, while my mother affectionately ruffled Li Wen's hair. Come on, heir. Let us each carry 50 pounds of fish to scout the way, Li Dio said softly. The men quickly descended into the cellar, filled 2 sacks with their catch, and set off toward the county town. Around noon, they arrived at Aunt Li Xiulan's house, the door slightly ajar. It was uncertain whether she had anticipated their arrival, but Li Wen was the first to push the door open and step inside. Cousin, you're here? Zhao Jianjun, seated on the floor, immediately stood up upon seeing Li Wen. Cousin, do you wait here every night? Li Wen inquired, puzzled. Yes. I've been waiting here from 11:30 to 2 for the past couple of nights, as instructed by my mother, Zhao Jianjun replied with a sheepish grin. Li Wen felt reassured. He called out 3 bird calls at the door, and soon his father, Li Dio, and the others emerged from the adjacent dark alley. Uncle, second uncle, oh! Zhao Jianjun exclaimed as he spotted the newcomers. Come in and talk. Close the door. Everyone moved into the living room. Aunt and uncle were resting in their room, and Zhao Jianjun quickly knocked on the door to summon them. Eldest, second brother, and On, you've all come. Aunt greeted them with a smile. The group quickly rose to greet her. Eldest, second, I've inquired about the work quotas, and it's indeed possible to secure them. However, each quota requires at least 100 pounds of fish, with the maximum being 130 pounds. After working for half a year without any mistakes, you can transition to a permanent position, which is quite favorable, Uncle excitedly explained. Oh, what positions are available? The Li family eagerly looked at Zhao Hongjun. There's 1 quota at the county food factory, 1 at Old Wang's flour mill, 1 at the agricultural machinery repair station, and another at the bus station. All are decent establishments. However, currently, there are only 4 quotas available, Uncle added with a sigh. Why the sigh? They are all good positions, aren't they? Uncle Li Dezhong asked, puzzled. But there are 5 of us children. For quotas simply aren't enough to go around. Aunt lamented. Alas. Is it true that the eldest brother cannot secure even 1 spot now? Surely a bit more fish could help? Li Dio mused, taking a puff of his cigarette. There are other quotas available, but they don't value our fish, Uncle admitted awkwardly. The living room fell silent, occasionally punctuated by the sighs of the elders. Observing their despondence, Li Wen felt compelled to speak. Father, Uncle, we originally needed 5 quotas, 1 each for the eldest brother, second brother, myself, and 1 for both Zhao Jianjun and the other cousin, right? Li Wen calculated aloud. The others nodded in agreement, looking at him with curiosity. Li Wen smiled and said, in our workplace, 1 must be at least 15 years of age to commence employment or inherit a position. However, I will only celebrate my 14th birthday in a few days, meaning I still have a year to wait. Thus, these 4 job opportunities align perfectly with my 4 elder brothers, each receiving 1. What is there to ponder? Ah, my dear child, you have toiled to catch these fish, enduring many hardships along the way. Yet, in the end, you have gained nothing from it. How can I hold my head high before your father? Sighed fatherly. Both uncle and aunt felt embarrassed and sighed in agreement. Oh, you adults and your incessant worries. Father, are you still fretting over my future job? You need not concern yourselves. By next year, I will be old enough and will certainly find work in the county seat. The job will undoubtedly be excellent. So you need not worry, Li Wen replied with a smile. Child, you aren't exaggerating, are you? This is a matter of great significance, Father Li replied, regarding Li Wen with a serious expression. Rest assured, Father, just the other day in town, I met an accountant from the state-run hotel whose husband is the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative. They have substantial connections, so you need not be anxious, Li Wen assured, patting his chest confidently. Very well, I hope you are not boasting, Father Li conceded. Ah Wu, Jian Jun, your jobs are thanks to your brother's efforts. So you must be grateful. In the future, should he encounter difficulties, you must lend him a hand. Do you understand? Father Li and Aunt warned the excited sons. Do not worry, Wen is our brother. Even if he does not help us secure jobs, we will assist him whenever needed. They hurriedly promised. And Zhao Jiefeng, your official appointment is also due to your cousin's favor, so you must treat him well, Uncle advised Zhao Jiefeng, who stood nearby. I understand. Wen is my dear brother. Of course, Zhao Jiefeng replied, patting Li Wen's shoulder with a smile. Eldest, you all should transport the fish over in the next few days. Focus on securing the jobs, Uncle instructed. Sister-in-law, we have already gathered enough fish. Today we have 100 pounds, and tomorrow night we will bring all the rest from home, totaling around 500. The children's job quotas will be more than sufficient. Father Li nodded with a smile. That is splendid. It seems the children's prospects are assured. Aunt and Uncle beamed with joy. Sister, brother-in-law, we mustn't linger. With this 100+ pounds of fish, brother-in-law, please make arrangements for tomorrow. We need to act swiftly, Li Deyo said, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. They hurried back home at a brisk pace, arriving not too late, around 2 in the morning. You've returned quite swiftly. It seems there is good news, the grandmother observed with a smile as she looked at her grandchildren. Indeed, we returned quickly due to the joyous occasion, Uncle replied, grinning widely. What joyous occasion? Have the children's jobs been confirmed? Mother and Aunt emerged from the room, smiling and inquiring. It is not merely a possibility, it is confirmed. We simply need to deliver the fish, and we will secure the job quotas, Father Li responded joyfully. Ah, so it seems our family will have 3 members consuming grain rations. Mother and Aunt exclaimed, their mouths agape with laughter. Alas, not 3, only 2. Wen won't be included, Li Dayo sighed, taking a sip of cool water. Brother-in-law only managed to secure 4 quotas in total. An expressed that he felt his age was insufficient, thus he relinquished his spot, passing it on to others. The work quotas were allocated to the eldest, the second eldest, as well as to the second child of both the elder sister and the second sister. Li Dezhong calculated. Oh, An, I am truly sorry. Wang Chunmei suddenly embraced Li Wen, tears streaming down her face. Only by becoming a farmer does one truly understand the value of the iron rice bowl in the city. The others sat silently in the room, absorbing the weight of her words. It's all right, Mother. I've already spoken to Dad and the others. I have a plan. Li Wen managed a wry smile as he extricated himself from his mother's embrace. Really? Wang Chunmei looked at Li Wen with surprise. Indeed. I assure you that I will secure a job before the new year next year. Have no worries. Can your son jest with his own future? Well then, we shall celebrate as a family. I will prepare a chicken feast for you. His mother, Wang Chunmei, declared resolutely. That won't do. We only have 5 hens in total. If you slaughter one tea my mother-in-law make Dad reprimand you? Li Wen teased. Laughter erupted among the group. You rascal. Attempting to incite discord between me and your mother-in-law. Wang Chunmei lightly tapped Li Wen on the back of his head. If you secure a job, we shall each slaughter a chicken, and An, you shall take 2. The hens can be replaced, but my grandson's future is paramount. The elderly lady said with a smile directed at Li Wen. All right then, you better be prepared. Come next New Year, your 2 hens may not survive. Li Wen chuckled. Chapter 21. Piglet. After some more light-hearted conversation, Li Wen felt drowsy and yawned, retreating to his room. He secured the door latch and made his way to the storeroom. Time stood still in the storeroom. Li Wen approached the garden, where the vegetables had grown to a height of over 10 centimeters and were ready for harvest. Ordinarily, it would take no more than 5 days to yield a crop. The other greens, bok choy, water spinach, and coriander, were similarly thriving, while the cucumbers and pumpkins were slower, but had begun to vine. It appeared that the growth rate in the garden was 5 times that of a conventional field. Li Wen nodded in affirmation. He plucked some greens and proceeded to the front room, where he observed 2 neat rows of cages arranged within. Aside from 1 chick that had perished on the first day, the rest had survived. Li Wen scooped some bran into a bowl and scattered it in the feeding trough, tossing in a few leafy greens for the chicks and ducklings to peck at. The temperature in the room remained constant, paired with the lengthening daylight, which greatly benefited the poultry's growth. In another room, 2 rows of cages were also set up, yet most remained empty, save for 2 cages that housed a few small rabbits. There were 5 little wild rabbits in total, but they sat quietly munching on the grass in their cages. Indifferent to Li Wen's entrance, Li Wen tidied up the room and placed the freshly picked greens before departing. Back in the lounge, Li Wen perused the storybook on the bedside table, lost in thought. Morning arrived, heralded by the punctual ringing of the alarm clock. Li Wen emerged from his room, yawning. The weather was cool, and his father and second uncle were seated in the courtyard, engaged in conversation, while his mother and second aunt busied themselves in the kitchen. "Good morning, Dad, Uncle," Li Wen greeted with a smile. Go wash up," his father, Li Dio, replied with a smile. Li Wen went to wash himself beneath the great apricot tree. At this moment, the apricots on the tree had turned a brilliant gold, while the lower branches had already been stripped bare by the little ones at home. Li Wen gazed longingly at the tempting apricots. Feeling a pang of acidity in his mouth, he swiftly climbed the tree, eager to pluck some for a taste. The apricots on the tree are fully ripe. Since you've gone up, why not gather them all?" His father, Li Dio, called out from below, chuckling. "All right, Dad. Please hand me a burlap sack so I can collect the apricots," Li Wen shouted down. Sure. The apricot tree in the yard was not particularly tall, standing at only around 5 or 6 meters. It had not been fertilized much. Each year it bore fruit naturally, a common sight in many rural households for the sake of convenience. In no time, Li Wen had filled 3 burlap sacks, depleting the tree by more than a third. At that moment, the yard began to buzz with activity. His younger siblings had risen, and upon seeing Li Wen perched in the tree, they clamored to join him, but were promptly admonished by several elders. "Wenzi go, toss me a few apricots." Li Chong from the neighboring yard had also woken and was playing with his siblings. Spotting Li Wen in the tree, he eagerly beckoned. "All right, just don't blame me if you break them." Li Wen snapped off a small branch and tossed it over, while Li Chong and his siblings scrambled to collect the fallen apricots. "Time for lunch. We can finish picking the rest later this afternoon." Li Wen descended the apricot tree at his mother's summons. The golden apricots were exceptionally delicious, sweet with a hint of tartness. Li Wen indulged in several before pausing, mindful that too many would lead to heartburn. The threshing of the wheat was nearing its conclusion, consisting mainly of tidying up. Throughout the morning, Li Wen was assigned the task of organizing the straw. Surrounding the wheat field were dozens of immense straw piles, a truly impressive sight, as these were harvested by the villagers and of excellent quality. Once the summer harvest concluded, this straw would be sent to the village's livestock farm to feed the larger animals, sustenance for the village's 20 or so yellow cattle and mules for the year. Li Wen spent the entire morning treading back and forth on the straw piles, compacting them more tightly so that rainwater would not seep in, preventing mold and decay. Clang, clang, clang. At the entrance of the village committee, Aunt Ba struck the gong punctually. Time to wrap up. Li Wen slid down from the towering straw pile. Seizing the moment while everyone was resting, he hurried to the village livestock farm. His old Joanne, the livestock farm's door was usually ajar, and Li Wen called out near a building at the entrance. "Coming. Who is making such a racket? It's already noon and you're just now delivering the pig feed." An elderly man in his 60s, limping on one leg and carrying a bowl of food, emerged. He was Li Wen's grandfather's contemporary, known as Li Junfeng, an old veteran of the war. When he returned home after the victory of liberation, he was nearly 50. Due to his limp, he never remarried and lived alone, though his life was manageable thanks to government subsidies. After the production team was established, this elder voluntarily came to work at the village livestock farm, serving both as a caretaker and a watchman. "Oh, it's on. You, my dear lad, have not graced the pig farm for several years. What brings you here today? Have you dined yet? If not, come and share a meal with your grandfather." The old man raised his bowl of rice. "Am I not grown now?" Li Wen replied with a smile. "Moreover, I have been studying in the county for the past 2 years, returning home quite late each day. Thus, I have left the task of gathering pig fodder to my younger siblings. I shall forego the meal. You should prepare yourself a bowl, and I shall eat later. My fourth uncle would surely have my father reprimand me." Li Wen chuckled. When Li Wen was around 7 or 8, he once visited his 9th uncle's home and stealthily devoured half a bowl of pork that his uncle had set on the table. Upon returning home, His father delivered a sound reprimand that left his backside sore. Haha, you still remember those childhood escapades? The old man laughed heartily from his seat. Yet your fourth uncle is such a stubborn man. What harm is there in a grandchild savoring a morsel of meat from his grandfather? It's akin to a dog meddling in a rat's affairs, he jested. Ninth uncle, Uncle Juanli sent me here today to catch a piglet, Li Wen said with a grin. I understand. Uncle Juanli mentioned it to me yesterday. Come in, let us proceed with the task, the old man declared, setting down his bowl and walking ahead with hands clasped behind his back. The village's livestock farm sprawled over a considerable area, housing not only pigs, but also the village's larger livestock. At this moment, most of the larger animals were absent, leaving only 2 cows and a donkey in the barn, likely expecting offspring. On one, you may go in and catch one. The one with a tuft of coarse hair on its forehead is the finest specimen. The old man pointed to a languorous piglet nestled behind its mother. Very well. Li Wen knew his grandfather would not deceive him. He leaped into the pen. The pig pen was meticulously clean, thanks to the women in the village who tended to its hygiene, for pig manure is indeed a treasure. Li Wen stealthily approached the sow. It was midday, and the pigs were resting. Only a few piglets scurried about, rooting and playing. With swift reflexes, Li Wen seized a piglet by its hind leg. By goodness! It weighed nearly 20 pounds, full of vigor. At that moment, the piglet awoke, struggling vehemently, its cries echoing through the pen. The mother sow, disturbed by the commotion, immediately rushed towards Li Wen, who hastily navigated to avoid her, handing the piglet to his waiting ninth uncle. He then climbed over the pen's wall and jumped out. Your agility is commendable. You possess the makings of a scout. Would you be interested in joining the army? Your grandfather can serve as your reference, the old man praised. Ninth uncle, spare me the thought. The nation is at peace and flourishing. And now is the time for construction. I prefer to remain here and contribute to the country's development, Li Wen replied, smiling. Such are your sentiments. Then do as you wish, the old man said, tossing the piglet back to Li Wen before turning to leave. This piglet is one I intend to purchase myself. I do not have enough funds at present, but here is 5 yuan for now. I shall bring you the remaining 5 yuan next week, Li Wen said playfully, handing over the money with a grin. Understood. There's no need to worry about your escape. The monk may run, but the temple remains. The old man chuckled as he accepted the money and then issued a receipt to Li Wen. It is already July. Are you still intent on raising pigs? Be cautious, or you may find yourself without food in winter, which could lead to dire consequences, he expressed with concern. Rest assured, I have learned the scientific methods of breeding from books, and I guarantee the pigs will be ready for market by year-end, Li Wen replied confidently, lifting his chin. Then I shall eagerly await your New Year's pork, the old man said with an astonished laugh. Grandfather, I have brought you a small token of filial piety. I received these from someone in town a few days ago, Li Wen said, pulling out a few cigarettes from his pocket and offering them. Oh, the Monkey King cigarettes with filters. These are quite expensive, costing 38 cents a pack, and one needs a cigarette ticket. The old man quickly accepted them. Very well. I shall consider you dutiful. Now, be off, he said with a smile, waving at Li Wen, who stood beside him. All right, ninth uncle. I will visit you again in a few days, Li Wen said as he hurried off with the piglet. Brother, where did you get the piglet? Little Li Wen, playing in the yard, rushed over when she saw Li Wen carrying a small pig. Li Wen placed the piglet into a separate pen and proceeded to chop some pig feed, mixing it with bran and pouring it into the trough. Looking at the little pig hiding by the wall, he smiled at Li Wen and said, I got this from Grandpa Gio at the pig farm. I intend to raise it, and by year-end, we will have plenty of meat to enjoy. In the yard, he spotted a few children picking apricots from a tree and called out to Li Min, who was up in the tree. He then took out several pieces of fruit candy from his pocket. Li Min, take this candy. This afternoon, tell the village kids that for every small basket of pig feed they bring, they can have a piece of candy. However, those with pigs must ensure they gather enough for their own before we take any, Li Wen instructed. Okay, brother, I will tell them after I finish my meal. Li Min nodded with a grin, securing the candy. Can we gather pig feed too? I'm quite capable and can collect 2 baskets in an afternoon. A yong and a tao quickly climbed down from the tree. That one do. Our big black and second black pigs depend on the feed you two gather. Li Wen replied with a smile. We can each gather 1 basket, right? Can we trade the second basket for candy? Li Yong asked eagerly. Absolutely. A yong. You've learned to calculate well. As long as you fulfill your task, I'll reward you with a piece of milk candy each when you return home tonight. Li Wen chuckled, playfully tapping the foreheads of the little ones. Oh, milk candy. The children excitedly rushed into the kitchen, urging the old lady to prepare the meal quickly. Chapter 22. Raising Pigs A1. Your strategy is quite clever, directly exchanging candy for pig feed, remarked Uncle Air, who sat nearby with a laugh. Uncle Air, it only costs a few dimes. In return, I can gather several 100 pounds of feed, sufficient for a month's supply for the pigs. Even after a few months, it won't exceed a single yuan, making it quite a bargain, Li Wen calculated. Indeed, yet others may hesitate. It's only you, young one, who would spend so freely, Uncle Li Dezhong chuckled. I also plan to visit the production team soon to purchase some bran. With the summer harvest just concluded, there should be plenty available. I intend to buy several 100 pounds of bran, enough to sustain the pigs until they are ready for market, Li Wen declared with determination. A pound of bran costs only a penny. If you collect 200 to 300 pounds, you could earn just a few coins. 1. Your approach to pig farming requires substantial investment. Auntie emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of food. Our method of raising pigs involves acquiring piglets at the beginning of the year and butchering them at the end. It is a natural process at home, where the pigs primarily consume boiled pigweed, supplemented occasionally with bran, thus providing limited nutrition. The pigs are often left hungry, which undoubtedly stunts their growth. My strategy is to combine pigweed and bran, ensuring they are well fed so they can sleep soundly and eat when they awaken, thereby accelerating their growth. Li Wen explained with a smile. That makes a great deal of sense. Li Yu, the father, nodded in agreement. Regardless, we will not interfere. You shall tend to the piglet, while you must refrain from feeding my 2 larger pigs fresh grass, as it may cause diarrhea, remarked the elderly lady, with Xiao Yun. Certainly, only in this manner can we discern the differences between the 2 farming methods. Li Wen chuckled. However, father, I will need to use the large jars at home tomorrow to process the fish. All right, feel free to use them, as long as you don't break anything. That is out of the question. Li Wen laughed. After the meal, everyone began their work, as today marked the final day of the summer harvest. The grain field wrapped up early in the afternoon, and the production team was tasked with distributing wheat bran and some broken straw. The bran produced from milling wheat, along with the fragmented straw, was not required by the production team, allowing villagers to take it home for firewood. Despite its soft texture, bran serves as an excellent kindling in winter, burning efficiently and fiercely, much to the villagers' delight. Li Wen's family received 2 sacks of bran. His father and uncle carried 1 sack each, while his elder and second brother managed the other. The bran was relatively light, yet the presence of sharp awns made it cumbersome to handle, necessitating manual transport. By the afternoon, a substantial pile of pigweed had accumulated in the backyard. As Li Wen returned to find children arriving one after another, carrying small baskets filled with pigweed. Brother, the candy you gave is insufficient. There are still a dozen children who have yet to receive their share. Li Min pointed to the group of youngsters lingering in the backyard. Oh, wait here. I shall fetch more candy, Li Wen replied, returning to his room to obtain a generous handful of sweets, which he then distributed to his younger brother, Li Min. Li Min divided the candy among the children, who quickly scattered away. For Xiao Min, your contribution today was the greatest. Here are 3 milk candies for you. A Yong and a Tao also performed admirably. Each shall receive 2, Li Wen said, handing out a few candies to the 3 little ones standing before him with a smile. Brother, don't forget about me. I also supervised their delivery of pigweed today, exclaimed Xiao Li Wan, who had been peering into the pigsty at the piglets. Ha ha, how could we possibly overlook our little sister? Here are 2 milk candies for you, Li Wen chuckled, lifting the little girl and placing the candies in her hand. After encouraging the children to play, he proceeded to the backyard, using a wooden fork to spread the pigweed out, allowing it to cool and lose moisture in the evening air. Observing the piglets beginning to eat, Li Wen quietly scattered a handful of corn kernels into the feeding trough. The 2 larger pigs from the adjacent pen noticed and began clamoring, prompting the piglets to hastily finish their meal, fearing they might be outcompete. The protective behavior over their food has commenced. Indeed, with the 2 larger pigs vying for the same resources, they will undoubtedly thrive in the future. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Xiao Min, a Tao, you several, please pay close attention to my little piglets. During the day, when I'm not around, make sure to add some dry pig grass and bran to the pig pen every few hours. There will be rewards for your diligence, understood? Li Wen said with a smile as he entered the courtyard. Got it, brother. Your method of pig farming is remarkably simple, No need to cook pig feet. From now on, we shall assist in feeding them, Li Yong interjected eagerly. Li Wen nodded with a grin. Wen, your approach to pig farming is indeed quite convenient. If we continue this way, raising pigs will become significantly easier, Uncle smiled. Exactly, Uncle. Raising pigs is fundamentally simple. All we need to do is provide them with food and shelter, ensuring they eat well and rest adequately to maintain their health, Li Wen replied with a chuckle. We shall wait and see. I am quite curious about how your pigs will fare, Uncle remarked, puffing on his pipe while reclining in a chair. Oh, by the way, Wenzi, what do you need the large vat for? Older brother Li Wu asked curiously. Today, as freshly harvested grass needs to be dried overnight to remove excess moisture. Tomorrow, I will chop it finely and pack it into the vat. After fermenting for half a month to a month, it will be even better for feeding the pigs. This way, we can stock up in advance for autumn, ensuring the pigs have ample feed to eat during winter, which will help them gain weight, Li Wen explained. Is that method feasible? We've never heard of it before, Li Wu questioned, intrigued. Whether it works or not, we will find out in due time. I haven't tested it yet, but it doesn't require much effort. It's merely an experiment, Li Wen chuckled. Essentially, this is a simple silage storage method. Since we lack plastic sheeting and our pig farming doesn't require extensive silage, we have to resort to using a sealed vat for this trial. Indeed, experimenting is of little consequence. Every winter, the pigs often run out of food, leading us to slaughter them early. If Wen's method proves effective, we could extend their rearing period by a month, resulting in a few extra pounds of meat, Father Li Diyu remarked as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. All right, time for dinner. After we eat, there are still tasks to attend to, Mother announced as she brought forth the evening meal. What tasks? I want to join. Li Yong chimed in, ever eager. Are you going to gather pig grass? Li Wen teased, patting the little one's head. Not going. I'm exhausted from gathering pig grass all afternoon. After dinner, I'm going to sleep, the little one replied promptly. Laughter erupted as everyone found the little one's cleverness amusing. After dinner, with ample time remaining, the adults set about chopping pig grass, while the children, upon witnessing the work at hand, retreated to their rooms for a nap. How large should we chop the pig grass, One? Asked Aunt. Chop it as you please. There are no strict requirements. About the length of a finger will suffice. The main concern is to ensure it's manageable for packing. If it's too scattered, it will be difficult to fit into the vat, Li Wen clarified. Understood, we'll handle it accordingly. Just make sure it's in small pieces, Aunt responded. Everyone began to work, and within an hour, hundreds of pounds of pig grass had been chopped into small segments and spread out to continue drying in the courtyard. As the clock struck 11, Father gathered everyone. Time to rest. Let's prepare to set out. The group moved to the cellar to wash their faces and pack the remaining fish catch into burlap sacks. They divided the haul into 6.5 sacks, with Father, Uncle, and older brother each carrying 2.5 sacks, making it manageable at just over 100 pounds each. That evening, Li Quan joined them. The scar on his head had already scabbed over, and the bandage was removed. Li Wen, Li Quan, keep watch in front and behind. We will stay in the middle, instructed their father, Li Dio. Everyone, be cautious tonight. We carry a substantial load, and safety is our foremost priority, added Uncle, extinguishing his dry tobacco. Let us set off, he urged, as the 5 of them hurriedly scaled the courtyard wall and made their way towards the county town. Shoo! Halt! There's a militia patrol ahead. It seems they have caught a few trying to barter goods on the black market, Li Wen whispered, hearing the commotion from afar. He quickly approached his father, signaling for everyone to hide. The group swiftly concealed themselves in the tall grass by the irrigation ditch. Fortunately, the summer weeds were lush and grew high, allowing them to lie low for 3 to 5 minutes before a group of militia on bicycles whizzed past. They dared not breathe a word until over 20 minutes had elapsed, at which point they cautiously emerged from the ditch. That was a close call. We almost got caught today, Uncle remarked quietly as he brushed off the grass from his clothes. With the summer harvest just concluded, many production teams have distributed grain. It's no surprise that numerous individuals venture into the black market, especially with the outrageous prices this year, Li Wen noted softly. Indeed, over $1 per pound of flour. I'm tempted to try my luck in the black market myself. With profits soaring tenfold, it's worth the risk, after all. If apprehended, the worst that can happen is a few days in detention or labor at the quarry, Uncle chuckled lightly. Let us move. We've rested long enough, Li Dio declared, shouldering the burlap sack and resuming his forward march. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their aunt's house, having escaped unscathed. What brings you here today? There are numerous inspections on the black market throughout the city, their aunt questioned as she noticed the group in the living room. We nearly crossed paths with a patrol on our way here, but thankfully, one was alert, and we managed to evade them, their father replied, taking a sip of cool water. That truly is fortunate. Since 10 o'clock tonight, there has been an increase in patrol officers and public security checking for black market activities. Their aunt exhaled, relieved. Indeed, it's our luck. Come, brother-in-law, take a look at the fish and meat. We have 6 burlap sacks, each weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, totaling approximately 400 pounds of fish, their father announced, opening the sacks with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Now we can rest easy. Tomorrow I shall hasten to arrange for us to exchange this. With the summer harvest, the grain supply has loosened somewhat, but I worry about quotas. Uncle Zhao Hongjun replied with a grin. Counting the 50 pounds liberated, we have nearly 470 pounds of fish. It might even be an extra 10 or 20 pounds. Brother-in-law, please help us exchange it all for cornmeal, their father stated, taking a puff from his cigarette. Certainly. Just a few days ago, several friends were unable to secure arrangements, so I'll allocate some to them. Uncle nodded in agreement. Yesterday, we exchanged 100 pounds for a quota at the agricultural machine repair station. It's already secured, Uncle Zhao continued, producing a piece of paper with a blank space for names. As long as we fill in the name and submit it, we can start working by February of the coming year, Uncle Zhao grinned. Chapter 23. Riding the Li Wen household had already reached a consensus. At Li Wen's strong urging, they opted for positions at the agricultural machine repair station and the bus station, while relinquishing the food factory quota to their aunt's second son, Zhao Jianjun, and the flour mill quota to their second aunt's son, Zhou Weigua. Brother-in-law, please allocate the agricultural machinery repair station and the automobile station to our family. The food factory should send Jianjun, and the flour factory should send Weigua. Father Li Dayou took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, Really, elder brother, you want me to go to the food factory? Zhao Jianjun exclaimed with delight. What's wrong? Don't want to go? These positions are all based on willingness. If you don't wish to take them, they can be given to others, father said, looking at the beaming Zhao Jianjun. No, I want to go. I thought you were sending Ao to the food factory. I didn't expect you to be so generous. Haha, you child, you think so highly of your uncle, Li Dayou chuckled, pointing at Zhao Jianjun. These positions were secured by your father, so you 3 can choose first. Are there any issues with these positions? Father glanced at the others. No problem. I'll go to the repair station, Li Quan smiled. I'll go to the automobile station, Li Wu nodded in agreement. Then I shall take the food factory, Zhao Jianjun grinned. That's settled then. Tomorrow, wait for your uncle to bring down the work allocations, and in a few days, your second aunt will come to our home to deliver the allocation to Weigua. Father Li Dayou said, looking at them. Sister, it's getting late. It's almost 2 o'clock. We should head back so that mother doesn't worry. Father smiled at the eldest aunt. All right, you all head back safely, the eldest aunt replied with a smile. Dad, you and second uncle return home. I want to sleep at my aunt's house tonight. Tomorrow, I'll visit a classmate and see if there are any opportunities, Li Wen said, looking at his departing father and the others. Well then, you can stay at your aunt's tonight. Father Li nodded, agreeing, and took the others back. You and your cousin will share a room tonight. Second cousin Zhao Jianjun said with a grin. No problem. All right. You and Jianjun go to sleep in the same room. It's getting late, so everyone should rest early, Li Xiulan advised the two. Li Wen and Zhao Jianjun entered his room. The houses in the city were all made of bricks. Zhao Jianjun's room also had a heated bed, with the floor paved with blue bricks. It contained a wardrobe and a desk, significantly better than Li Wen's room. Cousin, now that you've graduated from middle school, what are your plans? Will you return home, or will you repeat a year? Zhao Jianjun inquired. I plan to pursue writing. Last year, I submitted an article to the county's production report and earned 80 cents in payment. I believe writing could be promising, Li Wen said, gazing at the beam of the room as he expressed his thoughts. Wow, cousin, your article was even published in the newspaper. That's remarkable, Zhao Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment. If you can write, that's indeed feasible. My high school Chinese teacher often submits literary works to the county paper, city newspapers, and even magazines. I heard he makes over 100 yuan in manuscript fees each month, which is much more than his salary, Zhao Jianjun said enviously. Cousin, I was still hesitating. But hearing you say that has solidified my direction. Tomorrow, I'll look for some newspapers, check the addresses of magazines and periodicals, and when I return home, I'll focus on writing and submitting. Li Wen feigned excitement. Cousin, since you've already contributed to the county paper, you must have talent, and I fully support you. Zhao Jianjun encouraged with a smile. In the early morning, Li Wen rose from his bed, having established a biological clock that awakened him at a fixed hour. Observing his cousin still peacefully slumbering beside him, Li Wen gently descended from the Kong. You're up early. Why not sleep a little longer? At that moment, his aunt, Li Xiaolan, was busy tidying up the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Wen, she smiled and inquired, Li Wen, everyone in the family wakes up around this time. It's become a habit for you. Li Wen chuckled in response. Indeed, us rural children are industrious. Your cousin requires at least another hour to rise. And this is after I've persisted in waking him. After finishing her chores, Li Xiaolan engaged Li Wen in conversation. Aunt, you city folks have no farm work. Waking up early doesn't change much. You're still idle. Oh, your cousin has been wandering around the city since graduating high school without securing a job. He turns his nose up at menial work, which is quite infuriating. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I fear he might run wild and be difficult to manage. Come, have your breakfast. Let us not concern ourselves with him. In my house, everyone eats separately. She laughed as she explained, your two older sisters leave for school the earliest, followed by your uncle and elder cousin, with Jianjun being the last to have his meal. Breakfast consisted of millet porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and corn cakes, quite delightful. Much better than what one would find in the countryside. After finishing his meal, noticing that his second cousin had yet to awaken, Li Wen bid farewell to his aunt and departed. The county town indeed exuded a vibrancy far surpassing that of the town. Steam bun shops, state-run stores, department stores, and supply and marketing cooperatives were bustling with people by 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Wen visited the post office to purchase a few stamps. 4 cents for in-state and 8 cents for out-of-state, planning to write and mail them directly from the town commune later. After not having had his fill at his aunt's house, he retrieved some freshly purchased buns from his storage, savoring them as he walked toward the county library. At 8 in the morning, the library had just opened, and the number of readers was still sparse. Li Wen entered confidently, having frequented the county library many times during his schooling. Approaching the shelves of literary works, he selected a newly published magazine from People's Literature. This literary journal, esteemed among writers and readers alike since the founding of the nation, was a definitive goal for Li Wen's writing aspirations. At this time, People's Literature primarily featured collections of essays, poetry, literary novels, and articles praising the organization. Li Wen resolved that his future writing must have a clear purpose and remain cautious of pitfalls. After perusing several poetry collections and novels from various authors, mostly centered around free literature and political themes, he noted the scarcity of realistic literature. Next, Li Wen explored scientific magazines, secondary school publications, and a series of literary periodicals. He also borrowed some newspapers from the front desk to review articles and submissions. As lunchtime approached, he reluctantly set aside his book and made his way back to his aunt's home. What have you been up to this morning? You've just returned? Zhao Jianjun, his second cousin, who was sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze, stood up and greeted Li Wen with a smile. Didn't I mention I would visit a classmate? I saw you sleeping soundly this morning, so I decided to take a stroll at my classmate's place. You're back? Zhao Jiefeng, the elder cousin who worked at a fertilizer company, chimed in. The atmosphere was rather unclean, and the summer heat was oppressive. Each noon, upon returning home for lunch, a thorough wash was a necessity. At this moment, Zhao Jiefeng, freshly emerged from the bathing area, looked at Li Wen and smiled. Come on, sit down for a meal. This afternoon, your brother Jiefeng has specially procured a pound of pork from the supply and marketing cooperative. We shall feast on oil-drenched noodles today. Auntie handed a bowl to Li Wen with a smile. Oil-drenched noodles? They are my absolute favorite. Li Wen exclaimed with delight as he accepted the bowl and chopsticks. Observing the vibrant red chili oil and the accompanying minced meat and scrambled eggs, Li Wen realized that Auntie was treating him generously. Having just spent the morning engrossed in books, the enticing aroma of the chili oil made Li Wen ravenous. Without hesitation, he began to eat. Auntie, your oil-drenched noodles are truly fragrant and chewy, just like those made by my mother, Li Wen complimented as he swallowed a mouthful of noodles. Haha. The recipe comes from your mother, Auntie replied with a laugh. If it's delicious, do eat more. There's plenty more in the kitchen. Has Uncle returned from work? Li Wen inquired after a few bites, while peeling a clove of garlic. Your uncle came back, but hastily left again to fulfill work quotas. Ani smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Oh, then he is working hard. Li Wen nodded, continuing his meal without further questions. After finishing the meal, Li Wen and his cousin Zhao Jianjun each settled into a lounge chair beneath the great tree in the yard to enjoy the cool shade. Cousin, there's a shop that sells used books, but I haven't been able to find it during my years studying in the county, Li Wen mused. Oh, what shop sells used books? They've all been sent to the recycling station. If you want used books, head to the recycling station. Just discreetly give the old gatekeeper a little money, and you can pick out your own, Zhao Jianjun replied with his eyes closed. Realization dawned on Li Wen as he slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten such a place? Nowadays, many newspapers and magazines are ordered in bulk by institutions, and after being read, they are certainly sold to the recycling station. No wonder they are scarce in the market. After lunch, one naturally feels inclined to lie down and rest. This is a physiological response of the human body, entirely normal. Following a 2-hour nap, Li Wen refreshed himself and bid farewell to Ani's family. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun remained quite scorching. Li Wen hurriedly made his way to the recycling station, only to find the gates closed. He quietly approached the gatekeeper's room, where he saw an elderly man in his 50s sleeping on a lounge chair. Excuse me, sir, wake up. Li Wen gently called out. Who are you? What do you want here? The old man was startled awake by Li Wen's voice, his eyes still bleary with slumber. Li Wen produced a Monkey King cigarette and offered it to him. I apologize for disturbing your rest, sir. Please enjoy this cigarette. Not bad. A filtered cigarette. The old man acknowledged as he accepted the cigarette, struck a match, and took a puff to rouse himself. What brings you here, young man? Sir, I wish to purchase some old newspapers and used books. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Li Wen replied with a cheerful demeanor. You've come at just the right time. Go ahead, it's the innermost room. Make your selection quickly. The gatekeeper gestured towards the furthest room in the yard. Li Wen hurried into the designated room, where newspapers were piled high, filling more than half the space, and scattered around were mounds of used books towering over 2 meters. Li Wen hastily began to rummage through the contents, discovering an impressive collection of ancient texts bound in thread, as well as several scattered calligraphic works among the piles of books. Judging by their material, he carefully gathered a few complete pieces of calligraphy and stored the older thread-bound volumes in his spatial compartment. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Li Wen emerged from the room, cradling over 20 books in his arms, accompanied by a stack of newspapers as he made his way to the guard's office. Sir, could you calculate the total for me? Li Wen asked, extending a cigarette towards the guard. Well, you've certainly gathered quite a few, but they're merely old books of little value. If you offer me 80 cents, I can manage, the elderly guard replied with a smile. Li Wen felt a surge of joy, realizing he had indeed come to the right place, and handed over a 1 yuan note. Watching the old man jot down the transaction and prepare to return his change, Li Wen chuckled and said, No need for change, sir. Just consider the 20 cents as a token of appreciation for your hard work. Haha, you clever lad. Very well, I shall accept it. Next time you come, I'll be sure to open the door for you. The guard beamed, clearly pleased. Chapter 24. In the town upon exiting the recycling station, Li Wen stashed his belongings in the storage room on the 2nd floor of his spatial compartment, then took out a small backpack to leisurely explore the county town. With just over a yuan left in his pocket and no tickets available, he found himself limited to merely observing rather than purchasing. As he passed the supply and marketing cooperative, he bought 10 jin of fragrant watermelons and 5 jin of apples, reminiscent of the peaches he had enjoyed at his grandmother's house during his last visit. Fruits in the northern summer were abundant, thus tickets were unnecessary. The watermelons were priced at 10 cents per jin, while the apples cost 18 cents per jin, totaling 2 yuan. The fruits were of average quality, as the better ones had already been sold to the recycling station. At that moment, he noticed a pile of pig offal discarded beside the pork stall and hurried over to inquire. Uncle, how much for the pig offal? Is a ticket required? The offal consisted of items such as spleen, liver, kidneys, and lungs, while the intestines were absent due to their greasiness and thus deemed less desirable. Tickets? Not required. It's 20 cents per jin. How much do you want? Asked the middle-aged man with a shiny bald head. With only 70 cents remaining, Li Wen knew he couldn't purchase much, and the pile appeared to weigh at least 10 jin. I'll take 70 cents worth. Focusing on the liver and small intestines, he indicated at the stall. 70 cents will only get you the liver. You can't afford both. The bald man remarked after weighing the pig lungs. Then I'll just have the liver, Li Wen replied, gritting his teeth. 3 Jin and 2 Liang. I'll throw in a small intestine to make it just right. The bald man wrapped the pig lung with the small intestine and handed it to Li Wen. Although he originally intended to prepare a stew with the offal, his limited funds meant he could only acquire the liver, which he planned to use for fishing turtles on his journey home. With the backpack slung over his shoulders, Li Wen exited the county town, storing his purchases in the spatial compartment, then strolled leisurely along the Weha River outside the city. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at a secluded reservoir, far removed from the village and thus more secure. He took out his fishing rod from the spatial compartment and began to fish. As more than an hour passed, the sky gradually darkened. Li Wen cast all the fish he had caught into his small pond, then took out a turtle hook and threaded it with pig liver that had been sun-dried for over an hour. The liver, now reeking with a potent odor, was sliced into small strips, each of which was meticulously threaded onto several hooks. Fishing for turtles did not require a rod. Instead, a stick was tied to the other end of the line and inserted into the ground, allowing the meaty end to be tossed into the water. Once the fishing apparatus was set up, all that remained was to wait 2 or 3 hours before checking on it. With time on his hands, Li Wen returned to the storeroom. Upon entering the storeroom, he found that the garden vegetables had ripened. He gathered the harvested cabbage, spinach, and cilantro into a bag and placed it on the shelf in the storeroom to prevent spoilage. In the yard, the pumpkin vines had grown long, and the cucumbers had begun to sporadically bloom with small yellow flowers. Pollination is impossible. There will surely be no fruit, Li Wen mused. I suppose I need to get some bees. Having collected the vegetables, Li Wen spread the droppings from the chickens, ducks, and rabbits over the ground, intending to plant new crops the following day. Returning to the lounge, he took out several sheets of letter paper and began to write a science fiction story. As such tales were not particularly sensitive. Influenced by the recent lunar missions of 2 superpowers, the genre had garnered support and promotion from the state in recent years. After more than 2 hours, Li Wen completed a short science fiction story exceeding 3,000 words, revolving around the lunar ambitions of the 2 superpowers in recent years. He dared not print it on a computer as he lacked the technology. Sealing his work in an envelope, he affixed a stamp and penned the postal code and address for the Huaxia Youth Daily, feeling a sense of relief. Exiting the space, he found that the outside had turned completely dark. The weather had been gloomy, hinting at impending rain, and the air felt stifling. Approaching the riverbank to inspect the fishing apparatus, he found that out of the 7 or 8 setups, none had yielded any fish or turtles. However, he noticed a tugging on one of the lines. Hurrying over, he pulled the line up to discover a hefty catfish weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, writhing vigorously. Securing the catfish, he reconfigured his fishing setup, only to find another catch at the last 2 hooks. Wow, this one weighs 4 to 5 pounds, he exclaimed, marveling at the turtle with its smooth, dark green shell. After gently stroking the turtle's back, he deftly removed the hook from around its neck. The turtle hook was a sideways design with sharp points on either side. Turtles consumed their food by swallowing, which would cause the hook to become lodged in their necks. The final hook also yielded a turtle, similarly weighing 4 to 5 pounds, and a delighted Li Wen could hardly contain his laughter. He restructured the hooks once more before returning to the lounge. It was still early, not yet 10 o'clock. In his previous life, Li Wen had been a night owl, often inspired to write during the night. In this life, he was no different, feeling particularly invigorated and free from fatigue. He spent another hour composing a more than 2,000-word essay, then made 2 copies, totaling 3. He intended to submit it to the People's Literature magazine to see if it could be published. If not, he would attempt to send it to the Provincial People's Daily or the Workers' and Peasants' Daily. Only when he had exhausted all his stamps did Li Wen finally set down his pen to rest. At 5:30 in the morning, Li Wen was roused from slumber by the ringing of a bell, still feeling quite fatigued, having only retired after 1 o'clock the previous night. A moment of joy surged within him as he noticed the absence of others in the surrounding space. He made his way to the riverbank to retrieve the fishing gear he had set out the day before. To his delight, a dozen hooks had proven fruitful, yielding 2 sizable soft-shelled turtles, 3 catfish, and a black fish. After gathering his equipment, Li Wen returned to his space for a bit more rest. He sat up in bed, stretching lazily. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 11 o'clock. After freshening up in the bathroom, he shouldered his backpack and exited his space. The town was relatively quiet, as there was no major market that day, and with mealtime approaching, A few patrons were seen entering and exiting the state-run restaurant. Upon entering the establishment, Li Wen's eyes immediately fell upon Zhang Xia, who was seated at a table, engrossed in counting money. Approaching her, he called out cheerfully, "I'd like a serving of braised carp." "Why shout so loudly? We don't have carp." "Leave if you want to," Zhang Xia retorted, still focused on her calculations. After a moment of silence, she looked up in confusion, only to be taken aback upon recognizing Li Wen. "You rascal, trying to tease your aunt," she exclaimed with a laugh. "I merely wanted to see if the sign on the wall about not assaulting customers was genuine," Li Wen teased back. "Haha, you mischievous child. Be careful. If Uncle Wu hears, he might give you a whack with a ladle." Zhang Xia chuckled, covering her mouth. "What brings you to seek out your aunt today? Is there something special?" she inquired softly. "Is it convenient now? Let us check in the back. The items are rather conspicuous," Li Wen suggested. "What's inconvenient? It's not officially mealtime yet. Let us go. I'll ask the server to keep an eye on things for a moment." "Xiao Wan, please watch the front for me," she instructed. "Understood, Sister Zhang. I'll keep an eye on things," replied a woman in her 20s, diligently wiping the tables without looking up. "Let me see what you've got," Zhang Xia said eagerly, moving towards Li Wen's backpack. "Aunt, don't rush." Li Wen laughed. As he set down the backpack, he revealed 5 carp, each weighing 6 or 7 pounds, for large soft-shelled turtles, and a tin can. "These are treasures. Such finds are rare. And what about this tin can?" Li Wen explained. "This tin contains powdered milk." He removed the outer wrapping from the canister. "It's a scarce commodity, genuine milk-based formula, not substitutes like wheat milk powder, suitable for infants under 6 months. Take a whiff, it's exceptional." He opened the packaging for Zhang Xia to smell. "Infant formula. You've made quite a find. This is the first time I've seen such a thing," she exclaimed. "It must be of high quality, or they wouldn't use such a sturdy tin to contain it. You've arrived just in time. Old Wu's daughter-in-law recently gave birth and is struggling to produce milk. My husband works at the supply and marketing cooperative, but he is unable to procure any formula. We ran out of milk powder weeks ago. Both powdered milk and milk substitutes are rare, only available long-term at the provincial cooperative. Old Wu has been frantically searching everywhere. Your arrival is akin to finding a pillow when one is drowsy. I shall prepare a small sample for you, albeit this concoction possesses a slight fishy taste, an inevitable characteristic of animal milk powder." Li Wen poured a small amount from the canister and mixed it with warm water. Zhang Xia sipped cautiously, only to widen her mouth in surprise. The flavor bore a striking resemblance to human milk, with a subtle fragrant note intertwined with a hint of fishiness. It felt oily in her mouth. "This is simply extraordinary," Zhang Xia exclaimed with wide eyes. "I must inform Old Wu." She hurried towards the kitchen. Li Wen smiled as he observed Zhang Xia rush out. At that moment, the nation had just started to introduce milk powder, and the market offered only substitutes such as malted milk powder and a scant supply of whole milk powder, all exceedingly rare. The previous day, Li Wen had visited the county's general store and the supply cooperative, consulting the sales clerks who all lamented about the prolonged shortages, deeming these items precious. However, compared to infant formula, they were considerably inferior. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, prompting Li Wen to sit up straight. In rushed Uncle Wu, his bald head glistening and his face flushed, clad in work attire. "Young man, you must be on. You are indeed a timely savior," Uncle Wu exclaimed, shaking Li Wen's hand vigorously, his eyes darting toward the milk powder on the table, brimming with excitement. "Ah, Uncle Wu, you flatter me." "It was merely fortunate timing on my part," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Behold, this is milk powder, specifically produced for infants. It is a special supply," he said, lifting the canister with a grin. "This infant formula is truly delightful, tasting nearly like human milk. Quite splendid. Old Wu, your grandson is in for a treat." Zhang Xia chimed in joyfully. "Indeed, it smells wonderfully fragrant, akin to fresh cow's milk," Old Wu chuckled, his eyes narrowing in delight. "On, how much for this infant formula?" "As long as the price is reasonable, I shan't bargain," Wu declared, fully aware of the likely expense of such an item. "Uncle Wu, let us do this. Since we are familiar with each other, you propose a price you find acceptable. If it is agreeable, I shall part with it. This canister will suffice for a child aged 0 to 6 months for an entire month, so it should last your grandson for quite some time." Li Wen proposed with a smile. "How about 10 yuan then? Times are a bit tight for me lately." "I apologize for the inconvenience," Old Wu replied, somewhat hesitantly. "All right, 10 yuan it is. I shall not incur a loss," Li Wen affirmed with a smile. "I am truly grateful to you, On." Should you need anything, feel free to visit the restaurant and seek me out. I shall never frown upon your requests, Uncle Wu said with a warm grin. Here you go, 10 yuan. Along with 2 industrial area vouchers as a bonus, Uncle Wu added, producing the money and the vouchers with a smile. That is splendid. Thank you, Uncle. I am in need of various vouchers, Li Wen replied, hastily accepting them with both hands. Come, let me show you my old turtle, Li Wen said, leading Uncle Wu to peek into the basket. To their surprise, 4 old turtles were nestled within. These are indeed a great tonic, a superb nourishment for men. With the county leaders inspecting today, we now have a splendid dish to present. Old Wu laughed heartily. You, my friend, are truly my lucky star. Keep them. I shall price them at 2 yuan per pound, and you can settle the bill at the front desk later. I must take my leave. I need to arrange for the milk powder to be delivered to my beloved grandson. There is a banquet to prepare for today, Old Wu said, exchanging a few hurried words with Li Wen before departing. Old Wu, bustling about in a flurry, seemed to be in quite a hurry, prompting Zhang Xia to roll her eyes at his haste. Auntie, I must express my gratitude for today. Thanks to you, I managed to sell these items at a splendid price. I am at a loss for how to thank you, so please accept this bottle, Li Wen said, pulling a jar of honey from his basket and offering it to Zhang Xia. Wow, it's even in a plastic bottle, Zhang Xia exclaimed, astonished. By this time, the nation had already established a burgeoning plastic industry, which had flourished since the late 1950s, significantly increasing production, especially in chemical products led by Shanghai. Many cosmetics had begun to utilize plastic packaging. Yes, glass bottles are impractical for transport, so many valuable items now avoid them. Iron cans can lead to contamination of honey, making plastic bottles ideal for preserving it, Li Wen explained. Auntie, this honey is particularly beneficial for women. Drinking a cup each morning can greatly aid digestion, nourish the spleen, and enhance complexion. I specifically prepared this for you today, he added with a smile. Then I shall not be modest. Zhang Xia carefully placed the half-kilogram bottle of honey into her pocket. This honey is a rare treasure. It far surpasses white sugar. It will certainly impress when entertaining guests, she said with a grin. Rest assured, Auntie, use it freely. Once it's finished, I'll procure more for you, Li Wen responded cheerfully. In his previous life, Li Wen had acquired several boxes of wild honey, initially believing it to be a rare commodity that would sell well. However, after 6 months, he had sold less than 2 boxes, leading him to neglect it, letting it gather dust in a corner as he gradually cleared his stock. Zhang Xia's reminder sparked a realization in Li Wen that, in this era, beekeeping was underdeveloped, making honey indeed a precious commodity. Li Wen began to ponder how to maximize the value of his honey. Ah Wen, for someone so young, you possess remarkable skills, far surpassing my husband, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xia said admiringly. Though Uncle Zhang holds the position of logistics director at the county supply and marketing cooperative, he knows the ins and outs of many things yet can only watch. Most of the time, he can only gather some inferior goods or items beyond the planned stock, something outsiders may envy. Auntie, you are mistaken. You are truly unaware of the blessings you possess. Workers in the city live far more comfortably than us rural folk. They receive monthly wages of several dozen yuan, consume government-allocated grains, and occasionally enjoy various vouchers and holiday benefits from their workplace. In contrast, a rural family earns merely a few dozen yuan worth of work points in a year. Some families, with fewer laborers, may even owe the production team after a year's toil. I am fortunate to have met a few influential individuals to acquire these fine goods. Moreover, you are one of my benefactors, without whom I could not have sold these items at such a good price, Li Wen said with a bright smile. Zhang Xia, observing Li Wen's tattered attire, initially assumed he was merely in disguise. However, his refined demeanor unmistakably suggested he hailed from the city. After all, only a city dweller could possess such an array of fine goods. To her surprise, Li Wen turned out to be a rural lad, which instantly restored her sense of equilibrium. In this era, the disparity between rural and urban households is indeed vast, with city dwellers inherently exuding a sense of superiority. Especially in recent years, amidst natural disasters and famine, rural residents often find themselves struggling for basic sustenance. Even those with wealth are unable to procure grain, relying instead on luck to obtain government surplus or resorting to the black market. In stark contrast, those with urban residency enjoy a steady supply of subsidized grain, a clear manifestation of the disparity between the two, not to mention the evident differences in healthcare and social security. You hardly resemble a country boy, Zhang Xia remarked with a smile, "Your maturity and eloquence surpass that of many city children." Not only was he articulate, but he also possessed considerable resourcefulness, managing to procure rare items such as infant formula and honey. Securing an urban residency in the future would undoubtedly be a breeze for him. "Now, let us weigh the old soft-shelled turtles," she said cheerfully. The 4 turtles weighed a little over 11 pounds, while the carp totaled 21 pounds. Zhang Xia generously handed Li Wen 30 yuan, along with an additional 3 pounds of meat coupons and 5 pounds of grain coupons. Much to Li Wen's delight as he expressed his gratitude profusely. "Aunt Zhang, it's already noon. I shall dine at your establishment. Please, may I have a bowl of meat sauce noodles?" Li Wen requested, seated at a table in the front hall. "Just sit tight. I'll inform the kitchen." Zhang Xia replied with a smile as she made her way to the back. After a brief span of 10 minutes, she returned with a plate in hand. "Here you go. A 1, meat sauce noodles, and a meat sandwich. Enjoy while it's hot. Uncle Wu is treating today," she said, pointing to the plate with a grin. "Oh, this is too generous of you. I shall not be modest," Li Wen chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. "Dig in. No need for pleasantries. We are all family here." "I must attend to some customers at the front," Zhang Xia said, noticing patrons at the counter before heading back to the cash register. With a bowl of meat sauce noodles and a meat sandwich, Li Wen savored each bite, his mouth glistening with grease. The chef's culinary skills here surpassed those at home. He wiped his mouth contentedly. Typically, one does not indulge in such rich food. It was only due to Li Wen's connection with the restaurant that this generosity was bestowed upon him. "Aunt, you carry on with your work. I shall take my leave," Li Wen said, waving goodbye to Zhang Xia, who was busy tallying accounts. "Very well, I'll travel safely. Do visit the restaurant again when you have the chance," Zhang Xia called out, glancing up as Li Wen exited. Upon leaving the state-run restaurant, Li Wen noticed an increase in pedestrian traffic. Though everyone seemed to be in a hurry, likely rushing home after work for dinner, he arrived at the post office, where he deposited a pre-written letter into the mailbox. Following that, he hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 pounds of pork and 2 sets of pig offal before hastening homeward. Chapter 26. Braised meat. After exiting the town, he found a secluded grove and directly returned to the storage space. Ascending to the 2nd floor and entering the living room, he discovered a large pile of books and artworks strewn across the floor. Li Wen first unfolded 6 or 7 ancient paintings. "Oh, this is the work of the illustrious scholar Zhu Yunming from the Ming Dynasty, along with the esteemed 8 great masters and the fragrant scholar. These artworks hold considerable value and will undoubtedly appreciate over time. It is wise to amass such treasures, as it also contributes to the preservation of cultural heritage." Li Wen mused to himself. Among the remaining collection of threadbound books, there were several from the Ming Dynasty and some from the Qing Dynasty, including classics such as the Analects and the 3-character classic, alongside a few Taoist scriptures and medical texts. Many were tattered and some bindings had come undone. Li Wen, though not particularly knowledgeable about these works, diligently organized them into a wooden box. From the remaining modern books, he selected a few prohibited texts to place on the shelf, while gathering literary classics, magazines, and a large stack of newspapers into his backpack. Exiting the space, Li Wen ambled back to the village. Having returned after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a small grove at the village entrance, he retrieved the backpack and confidently strode homeward. "Wenzi, where have you been? You've just returned, and what's in that heavy backpack?" inquired several elderly ladies seated under a large tree, fanning themselves. "Ladies, it seems some fishing gear went missing. I visited a classmate's home in the county to apologize yesterday and returned with some old newspapers and books." Li Wen replied with a smile as he set down his backpack. "Could you spare some of those old newspapers for me? They would make lovely wall coverings at home," one elderly lady said with a grin. "Sixth aunt, I can't part with them today. I still need to read through them. Besides, this amount isn't enough for wall coverings. Next time, I'll be sure to bring back more old newspapers from the city for everyone." Li Wen declined politely, still smiling. "Wenzi, you must remember that promise for next time." The elderly ladies chimed cheerfully. Of course. Please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now." Li Wen replied with a smile, hastily shouldering his backpack and walking toward home. What use does he have for all those old books and newspapers? Country folk don't read newspapers. He's wasting his time, the elderly ladies whispered amongst themselves. From a distance, Li Wen paused momentarily upon hearing their words, then feigned ignorance and continued on his way. "I'm back. Li Wen announced as he pushed open the courtyard gate. "Ah, On, you have returned." His grandmother Guo Xiaoyun exclaimed, emerging from the room to greet him with a smile. "Why didn't you come home yesterday? Your eldest aunt came by this morning saying you left yesterday afternoon, causing quite a stir of worry at home," she chided playfully, pointing at Li Wen's forehead. "I stayed out fishing last night," Li Wen admitted quietly. "Where did you sleep?" His grandmother asked, puzzled. "By the reservoir. There's an abandoned kiln. I made do there for the night. With this warm weather, I wasn't too worried about catching a chill," Li Wen replied with a grin. "On. You're growing up. In the future, make sure to inform your family of your plans in advance to spare us the worry," she said with a serious tone. "All right, I understand. I'll be sure to let you and my parents know ahead of time from now on," Li Wen chuckled awkwardly. "Look, this is the pork I brought. Along with some offal," he said, pulling the meat from the bottom of the backpack after taking out the books and newspapers. "This must be about 2 pounds of pork. This piece looks excellent. All fatty pork," his grandmother exclaimed, lifting the meat with delight. "Pork is delightful. But what is the purpose of handling these pig offal when we scarcely know how to prepare them?" The old lady lifted them and found them quite heavy. "I can cook. I learned from a book. Southerners enjoy using these pig offals, such as hearts and heads, to make braised meat, which is utterly delicious. Today, I conveniently purchased some ingredients to prepare braised meat for everyone. It will surely be delectable," Li Wen remarked. "I have tasted braised meat before, when I was young. We visited Chang'an City, and your grandfather bought some. It was tender and flavorful, indeed delightful. My grandson is quite capable. Well then, this old lady shall eagerly await your braised meat today," she said, returning to her room to continue crafting her cloth shoes. The weather was too hot for the old lady to assist Li Wen with the pig offal for long, so she had to wash them herself. I shall clean these. Why does no one wish to eat these offals? Firstly, they are difficult to clean, and secondly, they require a great deal of ingredients to prepare." Awen set down his basket, tossing the pork and offal beside the water tank in the yard, and then stepped outside. "Xiaowan, come here for a moment." Li Wen called to a small child playing beneath a large tree in the village. "Brother, when did you return? I have missed you so much these past few days." The little one rushed over, wanting to embrace Li Wen. "Stop. Your hands are as filthy as a pig's. Quickly wash them in the yard," Li Wen instructed, pulling the child along. "Brother, so much meat," the little one exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the pork beside the water tank. "Hurry and wash up. Once you're done, go call your older brothers to help at home," Li Wen urged while wiping the child's face with a towel. Having finished washing, the little one dashed outside without needing any further encouragement from Li Wen. After cleaning the pork, Li Wen began to handle the pig offal, which indeed was quite challenging to clean, if not done properly, and if the seasoning is inadequate, the resulting dish can be overwhelmingly foul-tasting and difficult to swallow. However, when prepared correctly, it transforms into a culinary delight. Li Wen had procured 2 entire sets of pig offal, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. If he were to clean them alone, it would likely take at least 4 to 5 hours, so he quickly called for his siblings to assist. First, he dealt with the pig hearts, removing 2 hearts and using a knife to separate and eliminate the white connective tissue inside. He then made several incisions with scissors to facilitate bleeding and cleaning, setting them aside to await his brother's return for a thorough wash. Next, he removed the membranes from the 2 sets of pig kidneys, piercing them with small holes and placing them in a basin to soak in blood. The spleen, liver, and stomach were also stripped of their outer membranes and placed in a basin to soak. "Grandma, please boil a large pot of water for me using the 2 ceramic pots behind the stove. I still need the aluminum pot later," Li Wen called out. "All right, understood," came the old lady's voice from within the house. "Brother, we're back." The door suddenly swung open as 4 or 5 children rushed in. "Wow, so much pork today," they exclaimed, squatting nearby to watch Li Wen handle the offal in astonishment. "Stop staring and help me wash these. The hearts, kidneys, and lungs must be thoroughly rinsed of blood before they can be eaten. Otherwise, they will be inedible," Li Wen pointed to the cleaned offal. "Okay, we'll wash them," the children enthusiastically exclaimed, eagerly bringing over basins to begin the task. As the children eagerly approached, "Brother Wenji, we would like to help with the cleaning. Once the pork is cooked, may we have a taste?" "Just a little," the mischievous boys, Li Chang from next door and Li Wenhui the accountant's son, pleaded while eyeing the meat. Observing their expectant faces, Li Wen chuckled and nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall clean the pork and enjoy it," the 2 boys exclaimed joyfully, immediately joining the cleaning crew. Water splashed everywhere in a delightful commotion as Li Wen leisurely attended to the membranes and grease clinging to the intestines. "Brother, how do we clean this pig's lung? It's still oozing blood," Li Min said, holding the organ. "Yongzi, fetch me a hollow twig," Li Wen instructed as he examined the lung. "Look, blow water into this tube using the twig," he demonstrated. The children, as if they had discovered a new toy, clamored to take turns. After a thorough cleaning, Li Wen produced white vinegar and retrieved some bulk white liquor his father had purchased from town, commencing the marinating process to eliminate any unpleasant odor. After more than 2 hours, the group finally finished cleaning the pig's offal. "I'm exhausted. Handling these innards is quite the ordeal," the little ones lamented, their faces splattered with water as they sat on the ground. "All right, you little rascals. Get up and wash thoroughly. Li Min, go fetch some soap from our grandmother's house to wash off the odor. You can relax now. In just over an hour, we shall feast," Li Wen said with a smile. It was evident that the children had put in considerable effort today. He realized that managing the pig's offal was a meticulous task, and it truly tested the patience of these energetic youngsters to endure for over 2 hours. Having blanched the pork to remove any blood and unpleasant scent, Li Wen then began the marinating process. With limited oil at home, he discreetly retrieved some from his storage. Once the oil was heated, he caramelized sugar to create a beautiful glaze before adding the meat, stirring to achieve an appealing color while incorporating soy sauce and salt for flavor. Finally, he produced 2 packets of spice mix from his storage, added them to the pot, and poured in the life-giving essence, covering it with a lid to commence the braising. Fortunately, the aluminum pot was spacious enough to accommodate around 30 pounds of offal and pork. After 4 hours of diligent work, it was nearly 7 in the evening, and the adults began to return home. About half an hour later, the water in the pot began to boil, and the enticing aroma of the braised meat wafted through the air. "It smells delightful. What delicious meal is Mom preparing tonight?" Uncle chuckled as he entered, drawn by the savory scent wafting from the courtyard. "It seems to be meat, reminiscent of the pork dishes Chef Lauscher makes during the New Year," Father remarked, setting down his wooden paddle with a smile. "Father, you're back," Li Wen exclaimed, rising along with the other children as they spotted their father and his companions entering the yard. Home at last. Where did you wander off to yesterday?" Father asked, drawing water from the courtyard cistern. "I visited a classmate's house and just returned this afternoon," Li Wen replied, glancing at the other children in the yard, subtly shifting the conversation. Father noticed Li Chong and Li Wenhui and smiled, saying, "In the future, make sure to inform us of your whereabouts. Your mother and grandmother were quite worried last night." "Indeed, my dear child, you returned home last night without uttering a word, leaving me restless and anxious throughout the night," Mother remarked as she pushed open the door. "All right, Dad, Mom, I shall keep you informed from now on," Li Wen promptly surrendered. Chapter 27. The Freedom of Braised Pork. "Ah, my child, your mother only worries for your well-being," Father chuckled heartily. "Xiaowen, what delightful aroma fills our home today." As the fragrance of the seasonings wafted through the air, the scent of the braised pork intensified, causing elder brother Li Wu to swallow with anticipation. "It's braised pork. I procured some pork and offal today. I learned the recipe from a book and noticed that the supply store had offal no one wanted. So I bought it at a bargain," Li Wen beamed. "It smells divine. Your culinary skills are worthy of a position in a state-run restaurant. This flavor is extraordinary." Uncle laughed. "I bought a substantial amount today. Let us indulge ourselves tonight. I shall prepare some rice porridge to accompany the meat," Li Wen announced. "There's no need for you to cook the porridge. Your aunt and I will handle that. A few days ago, you had the little ones gather pig forage and let it dry overnight. I feared it might become too dry, so I had your father pack it up. You ought to see to it," Mother Wang Chunmei advised. At her words, Li Wen nearly forgot, quickly making his way to the backyard. The little pig was lounging in a corner, and upon seeing Li Wen approach, it squeaked excitedly, prompting the 2 large pigs next door to respond in kind. The little pig had likely gained a few pounds, thanks to the timely feeding from the children. Li Wen retrieved some cabbage from his storage and tossed it in, causing the little creature to spring up joyfully to eat. Beside the pig pen in the backyard stood a shed specifically for storing pig forage. There were 8 or 9 bags filled to the brim with partially dried forage, which appeared to be in good condition for feeding the pigs. Li Wen nodded approvingly to himself. "Father, could you and Uncle assist me with something?" Li Wen called out to his father and the others seated in the courtyard. "What do you need help with?" Elder brother Li Wu inquired as he entered. "Brother, this pig forage is ready. I wish to place it into the large vat for fermentation. It will be better for the pigs when they consume it, Li Wen explained. Oh, the vat has already been prepared and is waiting in the courtyard. We shall bring it in, Li Wu replied, stepping outside. The three men maneuvered the large vat, nearly as tall as 3.5 people, into place. Li Wen and his uncle began transferring the forage from the bags into the vat, and soon, both vats were filled to the brim. Father, could you help me with some mud? I will need it to seal the vat later, Li Wen requested. After filling the 3 vats, 2 bags remained, which Li Wen emptied out. He decided it would be suitable for the pigs to consume in the coming days, as it had lower moisture content. As he prepared to seal the vat, Li Wen lit a cotton wick candle and instructed his father to apply mud to securely close the vat. Hopefully, this will be successful, Li Wen mused, having taken all necessary precautions, leaving only the weight ahead. All right, it's done. In about a month, we can open it and feed the pigs, he exclaimed, observing the curious onlookers gathered around the vat. This method of yours is indeed a first for me. I hope it proves successful. It would make all our efforts worthwhile, Uncle Air teased Li Wen with a smile. Haha, in a month the answer will be revealed. Let us return to feast on meat. Li Wen laughed heartily. Off we go, let us eat meat. The group of little ones rushed out eagerly. Li Wen grabbed a handful of pigweed and mixed it with bran before tossing it into the pig pen. Amidst the squeals of the piglets and the grunts of the larger pigs, he exited the backyard. What a delightful aroma! As Li Wen lifted the pot lid, the little ones peering from the kitchen doorway gasped in amazement, their mouths watering. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This braised meat is fragrant and enticing, Aunt Air remarked with a smile. Li Wen chuckled as he ladled the braised meat into a bowl, then added the half bowl of vegetables he had washed earlier into the braising liquid and simmered them for a few minutes before serving them into another bowl. As he began to slice the meat, the little ones outside could hardly contain their excitement, clamoring for a taste. Li Wen, with a grin, handed a piece of sausage to his mother to share. Delicious. So good. Wow, it's hot. Li Chong, with a comical expression, bit into a piece of sausage that was still steaming from the pot. Too hot to spit out, he continued munching with his hand. This elicited laughter from the adults in the yard, who found the boy to be quite the character, and the other children were no exception, all beaming with joy as they savored their food. 30 pounds of pork appeared to be a substantial amount, yet once braised, it shrank considerably, looking more like 10 pounds. Having sliced half of it, Li Wen placed the remaining braised meat back into the sauce for an overnight soak, promising it would be even more delectable by morning. He then poured the braising liquid over the sliced meat and carried it outside. Li Wen took out 2 slices of pig liver and handed them to Li Chong and Wen Hu, saying with a smile, "Go to your home and call someone to fetch the meat. You two have worked hard today." The 2 boys, receiving the liver, stuffed it into their mouths without even tasting it, and upon hearing they were to fetch meat for their family, they dashed out the door. These 2 little fellows helped me clean the pig entrails all afternoon, and I thought to send some meat their way, Li Wen remarked to his family with a smile. We are all neighbors, and your Uncle Gio and Uncle Ba have been quite kind to our family. It's only fitting to share a bit. Your father, Li Dio, said with a smile. Xiaomin, take a bit for your 4th grandpa's house as well. Go and slice a bowl for Xiaomin to deliver. Li Wen returned to the kitchen and sliced a generous bowl of braised meat, pouring the braising liquid over it, filling the bowl to the brim. This braising liquid is a treasure. Mixed with a bit of water at home, it becomes a savory pork broth, perfect for noodles. Li Min, eager for meat, hurriedly carried the bowl towards the party secretary's house. It was getting dark, so be careful. We want to eat until you return, his mother, Wang Chunmei, called out after him. Aunt Air, 5th brother, and sister-in-law, you've all benefited from us today. As Aunt Hua from next door brought Li Chong to push open the door and greeted the crowd in the yard with a smile. No need for such niceties. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Just the other day, it was your Uncle Gio who went to call people, and today, Xiao Chong helped out all afternoon with the pork, Wang Chunmei replied with a smile. Li Wen emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls, one filled with braised meat and the other with braising broth. Aunt Hua, please take this bowl of braised meat home with you. You can use the braising broth tomorrow for noodles or to stew some vegetables. It's absolutely delicious, Li Wen remarked with a smile. One, your culinary skills are impressive. It truly pays to be literate and educated. Look at Aunt. She's oblivious to everything, merely focused on her work, Aunt Hua said, her face beaming as she gazed at the 2 bowls of braised meat and broth. Well then, I shan't be polite. I'll return the bowl to you tomorrow, Aunt Hua said, hastily accepting the bowl with a smile. At that moment, Li Wen tugged in accountant Aunt Huang Chunyan, who had just entered. "Ah, you're here too. Aunt." Mother Wang Chunmei smiled at the accountant's wife. "Greetings, Aunt Heir," after offering her respects to the elderly matriarch. The accountant's wife promptly approached Mother and Aunt Hua. "I was craving meat, you see. My son Huji insisted I come here to collect some meat. So I hurried over." Huang Chunyan chuckled, covering her mouth. Li Wen was in the kitchen dividing the meat for Li Wen when he poked his head out and said with a grin, "Didn't he and say last time that she wanted to go fishing? But when the fishing gear was lost, there was no way to do it. Today, Wen helped me wash the pork all afternoon. So I thought I'd make amends by offering you some fish and meat. Such a generous child. Aunt was just joking with you, and you remember it so clearly." Huang Chunyan praised with a laugh. Li Wen also brought out 2 bowls of braised meat and broth from the kitchen and handed them to Huang Chunyan. "It smells divine. Ah Wen, when we have pork at home, I'll ask for your assistance again. Your meat cooking skills surpass even your uncle Sure." Huang Chunyan remarked with a smile. "Since everyone in your family is here, we want to linger." After chatting briefly with Mother and Aunt Heir, the two hurried off with their children. "Dad, I'm back." Not long after, Li Min rushed in, panting and carrying a bowl. "You child, didn't we say we'd wait for you? Why the haste? Sit down and drink some water," Mother Wang Chunmei gently admonished. "I was eager to get home for the meat. I couldn't resist the aroma all the way. I finished the bowl on my way back," Li Min said, taking a sip of water. "Haha," the whole family erupted in laughter. "All right, let us dig in. Today, we have half a basin of meat. And everyone is free to take as much as they desire," Father declared, waving his hand grandly. "All right, let the feast begin." The little ones were the most enthusiastic, eagerly reaching for the meat with their chopsticks and indulging heartily. "Ah Wen, this offal you prepared is simply exquisite. The flavors are heavenly. Especially the small intestines and pig stomach, one rich and oily, the other tender and delightful," Uncle Air exclaimed, holding a piece of small intestine while savoring it. "Indeed, compared to the offal we used to have from collective pig slaughters back in the production team, what Ah Wen prepares is a true delight," Mother Wang Chunmei said with a smile, taking a bite of pig liver. "Wow, a bite of pork followed by a spoonful of porridge with pickled vegetables is such a perfect combination. It's both refreshing and delicious. Life is truly blissful," Sister Li Xiao expressed, her mouth glistening with oil as she articulated her joy. "It's delicious. Everyone should indulge. The offal is quite affordable too. Just 20 cents per pound without requiring meat coupons. In the future, let us have your father buy some intermittently and invite Ah Wen to cook," the elderly matriarch said, watching her grandchildren enjoy the meal with a smile. "Hooray! Long live Grandma." The little ones jumped up from their seats in excitement at her words. One evening, a large bowl containing several pounds of braised meat was devoured by a family, and a substantial pot of congee was completely consumed, leaving them reclining against the table, patting their bellies in satisfaction. This was the most sumptuous meal our family had enjoyed in many years. The pork was plentiful, accompanied by an array of delicacies, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. "If only we could have such days every day," Uncle mused, reclining in a cool chair. "Indeed, our family's future will only get brighter. Once we all grow up and your aunt and my parents retire, we shall honor you and Grandma together." Li Wen replied with a smile. "Haha, we shall look forward to that." At that moment, the neighboring households of Aunt Hua and the accountant were also buzzing with excitement. "This meat is splendid, tender, and delicious. The fifth family's living standards have certainly risen," sighed the old man, Li Junwei, the father of Uncle Gio. "It's all thanks to the fifth family's younger son. That little fellow has become quite impressive. He is bound to achieve great things in the future," Uncle Gio, Li Ditsai, remarked as he savored a piece of meat. "This pig's offal has been prepared exquisitely by An. Father, let us buy some in a few days and have An help us prepare it," suggested Aunt Hua with a smile. "Certainly. In a few days, your little uncle will return from the army. We'll have him bring a scale from the supply and marketing cooperative." The old man nodded in agreement. "Wow, my little uncle is coming back soon," exclaimed Li Chong, his eyes lighting up as he donned the small military cap his uncle had given him. His uncle served in the army, returning only once every 2 years, but each visit filled Li Chong with immense joy. The little cap and toy pistol had made him the envy of the village. Chapter 28. The end of summer harvest. The accountant's family was equally jubilant. Although Li Dequan, the village accountant, earned only a meager monthly stipend, their 5 children made life quite tight. Wenzi is quite discerning. Just a few days ago he offered us fish. But when his fishing gear was lost, I never expected he would think of us today when there was meat, Aunt Huang Chumping remarked with a smile. That child is indeed remarkable, mature beyond his years. Just the other day, he spoke confidently in front of the commune director and even mentioned me. I received praise at the meeting yesterday. Li Duquan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, we should cultivate a closer relationship with the fifth family. Their younger son is sure to amount to something great, Huang Chunping said, observing her children eagerly devouring the meat. In the days to follow, Li Wen toiled in the village during the day and tended to his garden and chickens at home in the evenings, leading a rather comfortable life. Ding ding ding. This afternoon, every household brought sacks to the communal gathering as the grain distribution commenced. The production team leader, Li Juanli, stood at the village committee entrance, ringing a bell beneath a large tree. This morning, the village secretary, accompanied by the able-bodied men of the village, transported the village's grain tax to the grain station using horse-drawn carts and manpower, reserving a portion for the production team while the remainder would be distributed to the members today. With 6 laborers in Li Wen's family, his father and uncle contributing full work points, while his mother, aunt, elder brother, and second brother had fewer, the family hastily consumed a light meal in their courtyard before eagerly heading to the village to collect their grain. As the family arrived at the square in front of the village committee, they were met with a bustling crowd, evidently awaiting the arrival of grain supplies. In Sanqing village, Li Wen and his fellow villagers cultivated a total of 2,000 acres of irrigated land. Each year, aside from the fixed 1,500 acres dedicated to grain production, the remaining 500 acres were allocated for planting rapeseed or coarse grains such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Although the land appeared ample, its location on the Lus Plateau had led to severe soil degradation over millennia of cultivation. The variety of crops had diminished, and the lack of water, fertilizers, and pesticides resulted in low yields. This year, the weather had not been favorable, yielding merely over 200 caddies of wheat per acre. In recent years, the nation faced considerable hardships, with a heavy burden of public grain quotas. Thus, after fulfilling their grain duties and setting aside reserves for the village, little remained. By the time it was Li Wen's family's turn, dusk was approaching. They received less than 300 caddies of wheat, 20 caddies of rapeseed, and a mere 100 caddies of potatoes, with only a scant amount of peas and mung beans left over. Many households received minimal allocations, claiming miscalculations in labor contributions, leading to disputes with the village committee. Some families, burdened by a shortage of labor, relied on borrowed grain, and upon receiving their rations, their sacks were nearly emptied. Men sat dejectedly on the wheat field, while women and children wept openly. Carrying their meager provisions home, the family was drenched in sweat. The queue had been exhausting, remarked Li Wen as he wiped his brow. Every year, the grain distribution is similar to this. We were fortunate this year. Last year, we returned home past midnight, said his mother, Wang Chunmei. The grain supply remains scant, a predicament we've faced for several years now. His father sighed as he took a puff from his dry tobacco pipe. Indeed, with less than 300 caddies of wheat and some coarse grains, coupled with the impending autumn corn distribution, it's going to be a challenge to last until next summer's harvest, his uncle calculated. Should we consider trading some of our grain for coarse food tomorrow? This meager wheat will be consumed swiftly, Wang Chunmei suggested, glancing at her husband. Perhaps we should follow last year's approach and trade with your and Dekai's friends for some coarse grains. By the time we combine the autumn harvest, it should suffice until next year, his aunt proposed. Oh, the children need not worry. Our family's grain will surely suffice, and perhaps there will be leftovers, the father chuckled, extinguishing his pipe. Have you forgotten that our eldest and second child will be working in a factory next year? They'll eat and live there, and their wages will help support us, Li Deo said with a smile. Ah, I indeed forgot. Your aunt recently secured work for the 2 children. So our Ao and Aquin will soon be receiving government provisions. Wang Chunmei and the aunt beamed with pride upon hearing this. This year, we shall consume all our wheat ourselves, enjoying finer grains. After years of eating cornmeal and sweet potatoes, our throats have become quite raw, his uncle remarked with a grin. The children, hearing this, clapped their hands in delight, for nothing brought them more joy than eating steamed buns and noodles made from white flour. Tonight, we shall feast on fish to elevate our spirits, the elder matriarch, Guo Shiyun, announced as she emerged from the kitchen with a smile. Having had the afternoon off, Li Wen had crafted a fishing rod from a heated sewing needle and thread, and along with a group of children, he had ventured to the village reservoir, successfully catching several carp weighing over a pound. Recently, the tumult surrounding fishing gear has subsided. Li Wen occasionally ventures to the reservoir with his homemade fishing tackle, sometimes returning empty-handed, yet most times he manages to catch 1 or 2 fish. The village's youth, inspired by Li Wen, have also taken to crafting their own fishing equipment and have sought his guidance on concocting bait. Consequently, many households in the village have begun to enjoy fish meals intermittently. After dinner, Li Wen retreated to the backyard. Over the past couple of weeks, he has been feeding the pig a hearty diet of bran and fodder, resulting in rapid growth. It now weighs nearly 30 pounds. In a few days, once the silage has fermented, he plans to provide it with a substantial amount of this nutrient-rich feed, which is far superior to mere grass and bran. Upon securing the door, Li Wen returned to the storeroom. Since his rebirth, bolstered by ample nutrition, he has diligently maintained his egg and milk regimen, leading to significant growth. In fact, over the past month, he has experienced a remarkable increase in height, measuring 1 meter and 43 centimeters as of last night. The newly planted corn in the yard has reached half a person's height, and the area is now overrun with pumpkin vines, which, under Li Wen's careful cultivation, are laden with fist-sized pumpkins. The cucumber plants have also flourished, adorned with vibrant yellow blossoms and a smattering of cucumbers. However, due to the absence of bees, Li Wen has resorted to using chicken feathers for hand pollination, which has proven particularly challenging with the petite yellow flowers of the cucumbers. In the front room, 5 little rabbits have each grown to weigh 2 pounds, and a multitude of chickens and ducks have shed their down and sprouted feathers, creating a lively commotion. In the small fish pond, dozens of various-sized fish swim freely. Li Wen had previously laid a layer of soil in the pond, scattering broken bricks and stones, and adding some aquatic plants from the reservoir. A few days ago, he discovered numerous fish eggs nestled among the water plants and debris, clearly indicating that the temperature in the space is quite conducive to fish growth. He mused with a smile. Li Wen has been quite industrious of late, penning a variety of essays, poems, and stories, which he has stored on the desk in the lounge, awaiting responses from newspapers and magazines before submitting them again. Tomorrow, he plans to catch bees, as the honey at home has just been devoured by Li Tao and the others. He intends to use this as an excuse to visit his second aunt's family in the nearby mountains. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Wen announced, "Dad, there isn't much work in the fields these days. I plan to visit the mountain behind Xiaoyang's grandfather's house to look for a beehive since we are out of honey. I want to go too. We all want to go to Uncle's house." Li Min, Li Yong, Li Tao, and the little one Li Wan exclaimed in unison upon hearing Li Wen's intention to gather bees. "All right, everyone can come, but be cautious on the mountain. Bee stings can be quite painful. On. Look after the little ones and make sure they don't wander off," cautioned Li Wen's father, Li Dio. As he spoke, he picked up Li Wan and added with a smile, "How about you join me at the commune to grind some flour today? There will be delicious treats." The little one eagerly nodded at the prospect of such a delightful outing. After finishing their meal, Li Wen and his companions stealthily slipped away, leaving behind the little one who was too young to accompany them. They were headed to collect honeycombs, and the little fellow, being slow, would be vulnerable to stings. In the county where Li Wen resided, there were no towering peaks. The mountains were modest hills, rising only a few hundred meters. Moreover, due to millennia of human habitation, carnivorous animals had long been eradicated, with only a few wild boars remaining sporadically, thus posing little danger. Their destination was Sherbei Mountain, which reached an elevation of merely 500 to 600 meters, named for a 1,000-year-old stone tablet. Aunt Air's family resided at the foot of Sherbei Mountain, engaged in farming, though arable land was scarce near the slopes, prompting villagers to occasionally venture up the mountain for wild goods to exchange at the supply and marketing cooperative for grain. My uncle was quite formidable. 2 years prior, he had hunted a wild boar and gifted our family 2 pounds of pork. The mischievous little Li Yong idolized his uncle, showering him with compliments throughout the journey, though it was uncertain whether his uncle even noticed. "Go, I'm back," Li Yong called out upon spotting a few children perched on a large tree at the village entrance, one of whom he recognized. "My cousin has arrived. I must go play with him," said Cui Erga, an 8 or 9-year-old, as he slid down from the tree. "Xiao Tao, Xiao Yong, you've come looking for me." Cui Erga smiled at his 2 cousins. Go, today I brought my brother Wen Zi to collect honeycombs." Li Yong whispered to Cui Erga, "Collect honeycombs? Is it a wasp nest or a bee nest?" Cui Erga's eyes brightened. It must be bees. The meager flesh of wasps isn't worth the trouble, replied Li Tao. RGA, gather your friends. If anyone knows of a bee nest larger than a rice bowl, take us there, and I shall reward them with a dime. The larger the honeycomb, the greater the reward, Li Wen encouraged, aware that great rewards would inspire daring deeds. When Zigu really gives money? RGA instantly leaped up, rushing to the tree's base to shout, Ergo, Mao, come down quickly. Who knows of a bee nest? My brother Wen Zi is offering a reward, 10 cents. The 3 or 4 children in the tree swiftly descended. I know, shouted a bare-chested little boy. Dog egg, speak quickly. Any honeycomb larger than a rice bowl earns a dime. RGA exclaimed excitedly. Is it true? I know of 2 honeycombs the size of rice bowls, and my brother knows one as big as a wash basin. How much will that earn? Dog egg inquired loudly. For a wash basin-sized one. If you take us there, I'll give you 50 cents. If you help me retrieve it, I'll give you $1. Li Wen replied directly. I don't believe you. My brother is the same age as you and hasn't he received a dime. You're trying to fool me. If you want the honeycomb, you must pay me first, Dog Egg shouted. Dog Egg, you're being ungrateful. My brother has promised, so he will surely pay. Let me tell you, my brother is quite impressive, far superior to many adults in our village. If you keep looking down on me. When you come to my uncle's house next time, I won't give you any candy. Li Tao exclaimed excitedly. All right, Xiao Tao. Don't quarrel with your little friends. They are all companions, Li Wen said as he retrieved a handful of change from his pocket, totaling over $2. Look, little one, brother didn't deceive you, did he? The money amounts to at least a few coins. As long as you guide me to the beehive, there will surely be a reward. With that, Li Wen produced a generous handful of candies from his pocket to share with everyone. All right, I shall go find my elder brother. He will undoubtedly take you there. He is quite remarkable, often fetching honey for me, said Guidan, savoring a candy as he scampered towards the village. Come on, RGA, let us go to your home. Your aunt has brought some delightful treats for you. Li Wen chuckled, ruffling RGA's hair. What good things did my aunt bring us? RGA's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You will see when we get home, Li Wen replied, leading the little ones boldly into the village. This village is known as Bei Village, modest in size with merely over 30 households, totaling less than 300 inhabitants. Grandma, I'm back. Little Yong and Little Tao are here to see you, RGA shouted from a distance before even crossing the threshold. Upon entering, they found that Aunt Air's house, constructed of stone, along with its surrounding walls, appeared quite charming, showcasing the benefits of living off the land. Little Yong, Little Tao have arrived. Let me see my dear grandson. A woman in her 60s emerged from the backyard. The 2 boys dashed forward to embrace the elderly lady. Young man, you must be the second son of the Li family's eldest, she assessed Li Wen with a discerning gaze. 7 years prior, when Aunt Air gave birth to Li Yong and his siblings, Li Wen had visited her home, at that time merely 4 or 5 years old. It was understandable that the passage of time had altered his appearance, making recognition difficult for the elderly woman. Grandma Zhang, your memory serves you well. Indeed. I am the second son. You may call me On, Li Wen replied with a smile, gesturing to his brother. This is my younger brother, Li Min. Good. Please. Sit down, children. Time has truly flown. It feels like just yesterday when I visited your home, and your brother was still an infant, while you were barely as tall as a stool. Now, you have grown into a fine young man. The elderly lady laughed. Grandma Zhang, these are gifts from Aunt Air, Li Wen said, retrieving items from his backpack. He presented 5 pounds of flour and 3 feet of cotton cloth, which Aunt Air had procured with fabric coupons some time ago, and added a bag of rice snacks. This girl, her life is not easy, yet she still sends me flour and cotton fabric. What a waste of resources. When you return, make sure to take it with you, the elderly lady lamented. Haha. Grandma Zhang, we have recently received our grain allocation, and life at home has improved considerably. This is merely Aunt Air's goodwill. Please do not refuse it, Li Wen explained with a smile. Ultimately, the elderly lady accepted the cotton fabric and opened the fruit for her grandchildren to enjoy. Li Yong and Li Tao, having occasionally received snacks from Li Wen, were not overly tempted. However, RGA's family, residing in the mountains and leading a rather ordinary life, had not indulged in treats for quite some time. Upon seeing the rice snacks, he immediately grabbed a generous handful to stow away in his pocket. You rascal! Who told you to hoard them? Eat them on the table instead. If you take them all, what will the others have? The elderly lady scolded lightly as she pulled RGA over, playfully swatting his backside with her shoe. "Please, don't strike him, Grandma Zhang. He is just a child. These are for your family, and they often eat at home, so they are not overly greedy. If you don't believe me, ask them," Li Wen interjected hastily. The elderly lady was taken aback by Li Wen's assertiveness and looked curiously at her grandchildren. Until the two little ones nodded in agreement, they ceased further discussion. In their hearts, they marveled at how prosperous the eldest daughter's family had become recently, with an abundance of snacks reserved for the children. "Please, take a seat. I shall prepare some honey water for you," the grandmother offered. "The honey your uncle harvested recently is exceptionally sweet." With that, the elderly lady hurried into the room to prepare the honey water for everyone. "Indeed, Grandma Zhang, your honey water is truly delightful," Li Wen exclaimed, savoring the sweetness as he set down his ceramic bowl with a smile. He couldn't help but reflect on the purity of the honey at this time. Untainted and sourced from wild bees, with no sugar fed to them, the quality was remarkable. "Drink as much as you like. If it's insufficient, I can pour you more," the grandmother replied, her face beaming at Li Wen's praise of her honey water. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open with a bang. The group looked up to see a swarm of little children rushing in, led by Dog Dan, who was still shirtless. Li Wen recognized him immediately. "Brother Wen, I've brought my brother and the others. He knows where the beehives are and can guide you there." Dog Dan shouted excitedly as he approached Li Wen, munching on candy. "Grandma Zhang, I'm here today to gather some honey. Please wait, I'll be going out with them," Li Wen stated as he stood up. "Very well, go play. Don't return for lunch. Stay here and eat," Grandma Zhang instructed. "Thank you for your hospitality." Li Wen replied with a nod and a smile. "Let us go and find those beehives." The group of children eagerly surrounded Li Wen as they exited the courtyard. "By the way, is a beehive the size of a bowl worth 10 cents? And for a basin-sized one, 50 cents? Do we really get a whole yuan for bringing it down?" Dogden's older brother, a boy of around 14 or 15, ventured to ask. "Rest assured, you will receive it upon arrival," Li Wen assured him with a grin. "I also know of a few beehives." At that moment, several slightly older boys emerged from the throng of children, likely relatives of the younger ones. "All right, let's all go together. For a beehive the size of a bowl, you'll earn 10 cents. If you bring it down, it will be 20 cents, Li Wen declared with a wave of his hand. The journey was filled with laughter and chatter among the dozen or so children. Along the way, they encountered 2 small beehives, and without hesitation, Li Wen handed over 20 cents for one, which fueled their enthusiasm even further. "Look, that beehive is larger than a basin." Dogden's older brother pointed at a hive hanging beneath a rocky cliff. Li Wen looked up from beneath the tree, unable to suppress an expletive. Wow! This rocky area was beside a small creek, and the climate was quite humid. The beehive was over 1 meter wide, likely containing a dozen honeycombs. "All right. This hive is substantial. I'll give you 10 yuan if you manage to bring it down," Li Wen blurted out in excitement. However, he felt no regret after saying it. He was confident that this honeycomb would yield at least 30 pounds of honey, making the 10 yuan a remarkable investment. "Then it's settled. We'll bring it down together." The group of 14 or 15-year-olds was exhilarated upon hearing such a significant sum. They understood that their families barely earned a few yuan in a month, and 10 yuan was enough to entice several adults to take a risk, let alone a few young boys. Li Wen retrieved a bundle of rope from his backpack and handed it to Brother Go Dan, saying, "You ascend and strike from above while I, along with these children, will ignite leaves below to create a thick smoke." Acknowledging the plan, Brother Go Dan extracted a rope and a firebrand made of pine cones from his pack and began his ascent. The others followed suit, each producing their tools and embarking on the climb up the mountain. What a well-prepared group, Li Wen marveled. Meanwhile, a dozen children gathered several bundles of twigs and leaves, igniting them and then dampening them, tirelessly fanning the flames, producing a dense white smoke that billowed towards the cliff. On the mountain, several youths, fully equipped and cloaked in leaves, descended the cliff with a machete in one hand and a smoking stick in the other, a rope tied around their waists. As the smoke enveloped the entire cliffside, the bees, overwhelmed, began retreating to their hives, allowing the youths to commence their harvesting of honeycombs. With a few muffled thuds, the honeycombs were severed, and thick honey cascaded down the cliff. Brother Go Dan indeed proved to be formidable, with his pack still hanging from his feet. The harvested honey fell directly into his backpack. The operation, though perilous, was executed with remarkable bravado, as even adults would hesitate to undertake such a venture. Yet, the youths, fearless and bold, filled their baskets to the brim. Numerous honeycombs remained within the crevices of the cliff, abandoned due to their inaccessibility. But enough remained for the bees to survive the winter and for future harvesting. What a bountiful harvest! Li Wen exclaimed, gazing at the 4 baskets filled with honeycombs before him, exhilarated. He had underestimated the yield. Collectively, the honey weighed no less than 100 pounds. In his delight, he pulled out 20 yuan, giving Brother Godin 6, distributing 4 each to the other 3 youths, and 2 to the younger children. Let us return home. We must extract the honey, he announced, gesturing for everyone to follow. In truth, Li Wen could have easily adhered to their original agreement and sent the youths away with just a few coins, but in his moment of excitement, he had spoken impulsively. However, upon witnessing the quantity of honey, he regained his composure. Such a vast amount of honey would surely be impossible for the children to conceal from their families. 100 pounds of honey was immensely tempting. If sold at the local market or supply cooperative, it could fetch 20 to 30 yuan. If Li Wen were to exploit the situation and take the nearly 100 pounds of honeycomb for just a few yuan, he would undoubtedly face complaints from the children's families. He had no desire to be labeled a capitalist exploiter, so he ultimately decided to offer an additional 10 yuan, ensuring that the children would return home without any complaints from their parents. Upon arriving home, Li Wen instructed the children to leave their baskets at Ergotzi's house. Observing their excitement, he distributed 2 candies to each child and advised them to return the money to their families without spreading tales of their adventure. After the children departed, the time for labor came to an end. Li Yang's grandfather, uncle, and aunt had returned from work, and they were astonished to see several baskets filled with beehives. Greetings, Grandpa Chui, uncle, aunt. Li Wen politely acknowledged everyone. Uncle Chui Dashin exclaimed, "Where did you manage to find this bee's nest? That's quite impressive." Dad, it was Brother Godin who discovered it. Brother Wenzi spent 20 yuan to have them brought down. Ergotzi chimed in with his mouth agape. 20 yuan? Goodness. Dashin, didn't our family earn less than 40 yuan last year? Ergotzi's mother exclaimed in shock. Hee, uncle, I can't do it myself. Could you help me extract this honey? Li Wen said with a smile. No problem. I'll get right to it. It would be a shame for all this honey to go to waste, Chui Dashin quickly responded. After more than an hour of labor, they filled 2 jars, each weighing over 20 pounds, finally squeezing out all the honeycomb. In addition to the honey, Li Wen also intended to raise bees himself for sustainable development. Thus, along the way, he collected several small beehives into his space. The little ones happily chewed on the pressed honeycomb until they savored the last drop of honey. Shaowen, what a bountiful harvest this time. 2 jars of nearly 50 pounds of honey. Chui Dashin marveled. However, the price seems a bit high. It comes out to about 40 cents a pound. People in the village only sell honey to the food company for 30 cents a pound, Ergotzi's mother remarked. Aunt, 40 cents is not a loss. I have channels to sell more. In the future, when uncle gets honey, I'd take it for 60 cents. Li Wen replied with a smile. Shaowen, really 60 cents? Chui Dashin's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, you could also secretly purchase from the village, offering them 40 or 50 cents, and when you collect enough, you can bring it directly to my house. Also, I want the walnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts from the mountains. I won't let you suffer a loss on prices, just 2 dimes more than the food company. But please be discreet when you collect. Let us keep it under wraps. It's best if everyone sells enough to the food company first, and then you can buy the rest to minimize risks. Li Wen advised. All right, thank you, Shaowen, Chui Dashin said, his expression brightening with a radiant smile. Chapter 30. Collecting manure we can finally eat. Came the voice of the elderly lady from the front yard. Come on, let us tidy up. It's time for dinner, Chui Dashin chuckled. Today's lunch is truly sumptuous. With stir-fried cured meat and steamed wild rabbit, Li Tao joyfully remarked, gazing at the delicious spread on the table. Haha, this feast is all for you, young man. Grandpa Chui laughed heartily. Then I shall come often, Li Tao said, his little eyes twinkling mischievously. As long as my good grandson visits. Grandma will prepare delicious meals for you, the elderly lady said, affectionately ruffling Li Tao's hair. Let us eat, the old man declared, and everyone transformed into eager diners. After the meal, Li Wen bid farewell to the Chui family and headed home with the little ones. Shubei village was only a little over 10 miles from Sanqing village, and the 4 of them returned home in just over 30 minutes. On the road, Li Wen repeatedly admonished the 3 little ones not to disclose their activities of the day, lest the villagers grow overly curious about their family. In truth, Li Wen was not concerned about being seen. The honey in his basket had long been stored away in a secure space. His real fear was that the children might inadvertently reveal that he had purchased the honey for 20 yuan. Fortunately, at that moment, the children were under the watchful eyes of their parents, who kept their mouths tightly sealed. Upon returning to the village, they were only able to divulge to a few elderly women that they had ventured into the mountains to collect beehives, and nothing more. Li Wen had warned them that if the old women discovered that their family possessed a significant quantity of honey, they would be apprehended by the militia and confined in a small dark room, possibly facing punishment. The children, well aware of the militia's reputation for harsh treatment, shivered at the thought and fell silent. "Ah Wen, you have returned," exclaimed Grandma Guoxiuyun, who was enjoying the shade beneath a large tree. "Yes, Grandma. Allow me to assist you," Li Min said, hurrying over to help the elderly woman as she prepared to rise. "My, so much honey." The old woman gasped in astonishment at the sight of the 2 jars. "Yes, Grandma, I will fill your honey jar to the brim," Li Wen replied with a cheerful smile. "Wonderful, fill it up," she rejoiced. "As for the remaining honey, I have acquaintances who can help me sell it in the town," Li Wen added with a grin. That evening, upon returning home, everyone was equally astonished to see the 2 jars of honey. When they learned that Li Wen had exchanged 20 yuan for them, they said nothing, recognizing that it was his own money and trusting in his judiciousness. Once back in his secure space, Li Wen retrieved a dozen glass jars and cleaned them thoroughly. These were leftover jars from canned goods in the storeroom, each capable of holding 3 pounds. He managed to fill 15 jars completely with the honey. Moving to the corridor at the back of his space, he took out some wooden planks and constructed 2 beehives. Both hives contained a queen bee, and Li Wen placed them inside without further concern, as there was nothing else to attend to in that space. Gazing at the flowers in his garden, he felt a pang of discomfort. The meager blooms would hardly sustain the bees. Glancing at the second-floor flat at the front of the house, he contemplated purchasing several hundred large bamboo baskets in the near future to fill with soil for planting on the second floor. When morning arrived, Li Wen presented each his mother and his aunt with a jar of honey. In a few days, autumn planting would commence, and today the production team was organizing a village-wide initiative to clear manure, with plans to send someone to the town for more. "Ah Wen, what are your thoughts?" inquired Li Dio, his father, as he took a puff from his cigarette. "I will help you and Uncle carry the manure. There's quite a pile of pig manure and waste from the toilet at home," Li Wu said with a smile. "The manure from the toilet is reserved for our private plot. You and Ah Quan will fertilize our land today and in the next couple of days. Be sure to deeply plow the half-acre of private land," Father Li instructed. "I will assist you and your uncle with the pig manure, while your mother, aunt, and Xiao Xia will spread the manure in the fields. Ah Wen, will you be staying home with your brother or joining the production team in the fields?" "Dad, I will go to town to collect manure. It's an easy job and pays well. 20 work points for a bucket of manure," Li Wen replied with a grin. "Do you have connections?" his father queried. "Yes, father, rest assured," Li Wen replied confidently. "However, let us pause our efforts for today. Allowing my elder brother and Quan Gu to proceed while I remain behind, I am unable to manage the ox cart alone, and the task of manure collection typically requires a group of 3 or 4 individuals. We cannot afford to let others benefit from our labor." "Very well. As long as you are aware," replied Li Fu with a smile. After the meal, the entire village, fully equipped and covering their mouths and noses, commenced the manure collection endeavor. Li Wen and his companions arrived at the brigade headquarters, where they received an ox cart adorned with 6 empty manure buckets. They then set off on the cart, swaying gently as they made their way towards the town. Each year during the production season, various production teams display their ingenuity, seeking connections and opportunities in town, all striving to secure manure from different units for their production teams. By mid-morning, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Li Wen instructed the other 2 to wait outside while he entered. "Aunt Zhang, long time no see," Li Wen exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Zhang Xia, who was dozing at the entrance. "You startled me. What brings you to town today?" Zhang Xia inquired, noticing that Li Wen was empty-handed and deducing that he was not there to sell anything. "Aunt, it's that time again for our production team to collect manure. Today, my nephew has come to ask if your Unit-S restroom has been cleaned," Li Wen replied with a grin. "I'm not in charge of that. You should ask Uncle Wu," Zhang Xia said, heading towards the kitchen. Uncle Wu, busy in the kitchen, emerged upon hearing the commotion and was delighted to see Li Wen. "Ah Wen, that infant formula of yours is truly remarkable. My dear grandson has been thriving on it for half a month now. He has become quite plump and healthy." Uncle Wu remarked with a smile. It's good that the child is adapting well. I was worried he might not take to it. Some children can only tolerate goat's milk instead of cow's milk, while others are just the opposite. If you need more once he finishes, feel free to reach out to me. I'll assist you. Li Wen responded with a cheerful demeanor. That sounds splendid. I may need a few more cans by then. I'll come looking for you once the child is done, Uncle Wu chuckled. My home is in Sanqing village, if there's anything. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wu can just send someone to fetch me, Li Wen said with a grin. With this knowledge, Uncle Wu and Zhang Xia felt entirely at ease, as mutual understanding fosters enduring friendships. So, you are here to collect manure for your production team today? Coincidentally, another team reached out to me yesterday, and I hadn't yet responded. Since it's fortuitous that you're here, you can proceed to the backyard to collect it, which will save us some trouble. Uncle Wu stated with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Wu, Li Wen said, handing him a cigarette cheerfully. Brother, let us hurry to the restaurant's backyard. I'll go open the door, Li Wen called out as he approached the entrance. The trio made their way to the backyard, where the restaurant had two relatively large restrooms, one for men and one for women. Not only did the staff of the state-run restaurant utilize these facilities, but so did the patrons dining there. Is anyone in the restroom? We've come to collect manure, Li Wen shouted at the doors of both restrooms. After waiting for a moment with no response, he waved his hand, and the three brothers, fully equipped, ventured inside. The state-run restroom had not been attended to for several months, resulting in a substantial accumulation and a rather overwhelming odor. Li Wen managed only a few attempts before he retched and hurried outside. Haha, one. Perhaps you should sit this one out and keep an eye on the ox cart. My brother and I will handle it, the two brothers murmured through their cloth masks. Brother, you two handle this. Once we're done today, I'll treat you to some soda, Li Wen remarked, covering his mouth and nose as he stepped away. Once outside, he removed the gauze from his mouth and took a few deep breaths, feeling as though he had truly come back to life. In his childhood, he had also endured the experience of using a pit latrine at home and at school, but he had never had to clean one. Today, however, he gained a valuable lesson. After washing up in the back courtyard of the state-run restaurant, Li Wen made his way to the front hall. How are we going to deal with the pig manure? He asked, approaching the front. Forget it, Zhang Xiao laughed. Oh my goodness, you haven't cleaned this toilet in ages. I can't stand this smell in the summer. My two brothers are handling it, Li Wen replied with a knowing smile. Haha, you call yourself a country boy, yet you cannot even handle cleaning manure, Zhang Xia teased. I am a country boy, but I've never cleaned manure, Li Wen lamented. Awen speaks the truth. I used to be a country boy as well. I can handle any job, except for cleaning manure, old Wu, who had just finished his work, chimed in. Uncle, I thought you were from the city, Li Wen joked. Well, most of us working in the town are country folk. We were just fortunate enough to eat from the public pot, old Wu replied with a smile as he lit a cigarette. Luck is indeed important. For instance, if I hadn't met Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wu, I wouldn't have been involved in this manure business, Li Wen flattered. You rascal, with your smooth tongue. I bet even a monkey isn't as clever as you, Aunt Zhang laughed. Uncle Wu, I noticed several large buckets of food waste in the back courtyard. How do you usually handle the food waste at your state-run restaurant? Li Wen inquired playfully. We send it to the pig farm in town. They come to collect it every so often, old Wu explained. In that case, Uncle Wu, could you spare me a bit of that food waste? I don't require much, just 1 bucket a week. In return, I can provide you with a fish weighing 3 to 5 pounds each month. How does that sound? Li Wen proposed. Is it possible to do it this way? We have no use for the waste, and dumping it feels wasteful. Plus, the oil and water in the drain can cause a foul smell, old Wu chuckled, realizing the value in Li Wen's suggestion. That adds up to over a dozen fish a year, enough to distribute among our restaurant staff. I agree. You can start collecting a bucket tomorrow, old Wu smiled. Then it's settled. A pleasant cooperation, Li Wen replied, extending his hand in a smile. Old Wu shook hands with him. All one, we've finished. Came the voice of his elder brother from the back courtyard. Coming. All right, Uncle Wu, Aunt Zhang, I'm off now. I'll return this afternoon, Li Wen said cheerfully as he headed back to the courtyard. We've loaded the cart. Let us go, Li Wu said, grinning as he watched Li Wen emerge from the front hall without asking any questions. Let us go, Li Wen called to the old yellow ox, cracking the whip as the cart slowly began to move. Brother, we'll return this afternoon to finish up with the manure at the state-run restaurant, Li Wen said with a grin. Really, Awen, you've struck a good deal. 12 buckets of manure can be exchanged for 240 work points, equivalent to more than half a month's worth of work for a strong laborer. Quite impressive, Li Wu replied with a smile. In the future, if you have similar work, be sure to include me and Big Brother. You can just wait outside, Li Quan added with a grin. Well, once our relationship strengthens, we can handle this waste without hesitation, Li Wen chuckled. Chapter 31. Manuscript fees. The three brothers ambled alongside the ox cart. As they were returning with a load of manure, they dared not sit down, fearing both the fatigue of the ox and the potential for splatter. Along the way, the villagers cast envious and resentful glances at them. Ah Wu, your brothers are impressive. You managed to fill an entire cart with manure this morning, remarked the production team leader, Li Juanli, with a grin. Uncle, it's all thanks to On. He knows people at the state-run restaurant. We took advantage of their unprocessed waste and quickly cleared it out, Li Wu replied with a smile. Remarkable. On knows the leaders at the restaurant in town. I underestimated you before, Li Juanli said, grinning at Li Wan. Uncle Juanli, please don't hold me in such high regard. I am but a junior to you. You have managed the entire production team, ensuring that our village has suffered minimal losses during these years of famine. Your contribution is invaluable, Li Wen replied, beaming. Li Juanli felt a surge of happiness. Many nearby villages had experienced significant population declines in recent years. However, the unity of the Sanqing village community, combined with his firm grasp on production and grain management, had allowed their village to thrive compared to others in the town. While he was accustomed to praise from peers or elders, hearing commendation from someone younger filled him with joy. Very well, you all should work hard. The future development of Sanqing village rests on your generation, Li Juanli said with a smile as he walked away. The three brothers set the manure bucket down at the compost site, returned the ox cart, and headed home. We need to wash up well. The summer heat makes this manure unbearable. If On can't stand it, I, having worked with it for years, am nearly at my limit, Li Wu said, draping his coat over his shoulder with a laugh. Don't rush. We have another trip to make this afternoon. We'll need to clean up and change before heading home. Li Quan replied, grinning. Brother Wenzi, you have mail, shouted Li Chong from a distance, waving at the three. All right, I heard you. I'm coming, Li Wen responded, realizing that the manuscript feedback had arrived, and hurried towards Li Chong. Xiao Chong, where's the letter? Li Wen inquired. Wenzi, the postman is at your doorstep. I was playing with Wen Hu and the others at the village entrance when he asked where your house was, so I hurried over to find you. Wen Hu and the others took the postman to your home, Li Chong panted. Well done, Xiao Chong. You deserve praise. Come to my house later for some candy. Li Wen said with a smile. Great. I'll join you to see what the postman brought. My uncle used to send me delicious treats, Li Chong exclaimed. All right. Let us go together. Li Wen smiled, not refusing. Good day, dear postman. I am Li Wen. I believe you have some mail for me. Li Wen inquired. Yes, hello. The postman replied, shaking Li Wen's hand. You have 2 letters. Please sign here. Li Wen took the letters, signed for them, and thanked the postman, offering him a glass of water for his efforts on such a hot day. Comrade Li Wen, you are quite remarkable. These 2 letters, one is from the Beijing Youth newspaper, and the other from the People's newspaper, suggest that you are indeed a prominent writer. The postman remarked with a smile, clearly aware of the significance of the institutions. No, I merely graduated from junior high. I previously submitted an article to the county production newspaper, and this time I have ventured to submit to these 2 renowned journals. Though I am yet unaware of the outcome. Li Wen chuckled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bid farewell to the postman. Ah Wen, have you written something? Li Xia, his second sister, rushed over with excitement. Quickly, let us see what it says. She urged anxiously. Xia, why are you so eager? It's not your article. Uncle laughed from his reclining chair. Li Wen first opened the letter from the Huaxia Youth newspaper. Inside, he found a letter along with a newspaper. Upon unfolding it, something fell out, which Li Xia hurriedly picked up. Uncle, Dad, look. A money order. It says 18 yuan and 60 cents. Li Xia exclaimed with delight. Li Wen opened the letter, which contained a response from the editor of the youth newspaper. Greetings, comrade warm son of spring. I am Panda, the editor of the youth newspaper. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance through this letter, confirming you have received our response. Your novel presents a remarkably innovative concept, and the scientific technology within the story is feasible. Your forward-thinking ideas are truly admirable. On behalf of the youth newspaper, I would like to formally invite you to submit your work. Given that you are a novice author, your remuneration is initially set at 6 yuan per 1,000 words, with potential increases in the future. The letter continued with some subtle remarks, essentially extending the invitation for submissions. Having written over 3,100 words for his first piece, Li Wen understood the correspondence from the youth newspaper. Not minding his family, he opened the second letter. This one from the Provincial People's Magazine. Inside was also a letter, a newspaper, a money order, and a £2 meat coupon. Quite a pleasant surprise. He opened the letter. Dear indifferent author, greetings. I am Xiao Xiao, the editor of the Provincial People's Magazine. We have accepted your work. Your realistic portrayal of rural life and the love for it has touched our entire editorial team. On behalf of the Provincial People's Magazine, I would like to invite you to submit your work, confirming your remuneration at 6 yuan per 1,000 words. Understanding your life through your essays may be somewhat challenging. Hence, on behalf of the magazine, we provide you with a £2 meat coupon, hoping it will supplement your nutrition and inspire you to create even better works. The letter concluded with further cordial remarks. This Provincial People's Magazine is quite considerate, Li Wen remarked as he tucked away the letters. 15 yuan and a £2 pork coupon. Quite good. Today, I am exceedingly pleased. It signifies the opening of my literary journey in this era. You are truly impressive. Sitting at home, you've penned 2 articles and earned over 33 yuan, along with a meat coupon. Just wait until Zhang Qian sees this. She won't dare look down on me anymore. My brother is a writer. Li Xia boasted with pride. Having only completed elementary school, she had returned home to help with household chores. She had a friend in a neighboring village who had recently graduated from a technical school and was assigned to a position with a monthly salary of 275 yuan during her probation, rising to 375 yuan upon confirmation. Recently, during a holiday visit, Li Xia had faced mockery from her friend, who belittled her and her family for lacking education, leaving Li Xia in tears for an entire day. Now, seeing Li Wen earn a considerable sum from his writings had brought her immense joy. Sister, this time I've brought you some glory. Next time, I'll write an article critiquing your so-called friendship with Zhang Qian, Li Wen said with a smile. Please include both our names, Li Xia exclaimed indignantly, but that is out of the question. We cannot retaliate against a dog that bites us. Instead, I shall compose an article critiquing such friendships, ensuring that individuals of her character face moral condemnation. Are you contemplating writing in the future? Father chuckled, taking a puff from his pipe. Father, once this busy period concludes, I do intend to dedicate myself to writing. However, upon turning 16 next year, I aspire to find a more relaxed job, allowing me to write while working, thus enhancing my income and improving my quality of life. Indeed, having a job provides stability. As long as one does not err, one can enjoy a lifetime of government employment, Mother Wang Chunmei interjected. Securing a more leisurely job is certainly advisable. You could write alongside it. The income from writing is quite lucrative, Wang Chunmei remarked with admiration. At that moment, Li Wen noticed a group of over a dozen children in the yard, fixating their gazes upon him. He rose and distributed some candies to the little ones. In the span of a single meal, the news of Li Wen's rise to literary fame spread throughout the entire Sanqing village. Village committee officials arrived, seizing the newspaper from Li Wen's hands. Throughout lunchtime, visitors streamed in and out of Li Wen's home, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than that of a market. Our An has truly become a celebrity, Aunt Shui Yanzi exclaimed with a smile. You all should learn from your brother An. Just one article can earn him dozens of coins. This is far more impressive than working a regular job. If you misbehave at school, just wait until I discipline you. Uncle was admonishing the 2 boys who had just returned from their escapades, using Li Wen as a role model. Having amassed a fortune through writing, he now awaited the favorable winds of fortune to propel him to great heights. After a restful hour post-lunch, Li Wen retrieved his stored manuscripts from his space, preparing to send them to the town. Come, brothers, I invite you to soda in town, Li Wen said with a smile. Very well, you are now a wealthy man. Even richer than our father, elder brother Li Wu replied with a grin. Upon arriving at the town's grocery store, Li Wen hurriedly purchased 3 bottles of chilled soda, each costing 13 cents, with a 2-cent refund for returning the bottles. After savoring the icy refreshment, they felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. Li Wen noted that the current soda's flavor paled in comparison to that of the future, being rather mild with excessive carbonation. Nevertheless, for the people of today, enjoying a bottle of chilled soda in summer was indeed a delightful experience. Although Li Wen's storage room held over 1,000 bottles of soda, he could not access them in the village and thus indulged in them secretly within his space. After finishing the sodas, he collected the bottles, placing 10 of them into his backpack to take home for his family to enjoy. Entering the restaurant, he found Zhang Xia absent. He greeted old Wu, who was resting in the front hall, before proceeding to the backyard, opening the yard gate to send his brothers to tend to the waste. He then approached the water source, preparing to clean the restroom later, hoping to leave a good impression. Even in his absence, he wished for his family to be warmly welcomed at the state-run restaurant. Thus, the two brothers were engaged in their laborious task of cleaning, while Li Wen took on the responsibility of tidying up in front. Once the brothers completed their task, Li Wen fetched water to rinse the restroom. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort, the lavatory was transformed, and the unpleasant odors had significantly diminished. Li Wen exchanged greetings with Uncle Wu before departing from the state-run hotel. "You two head back first. I need to stop by the post office to send a letter," Li Wen informed Li Wu and the others. Upon arriving at the post office, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and the establishment was about to close. Li Wen hurriedly made his way inside. "Comrade, could you please assist me in purchasing 10 domestic stamps and 5 international ones? Also, could you exchange these 2 remittances for me?" The postal worker, a young woman in her 20s, glanced at the remittances and exclaimed, "Oh, so you are an author. It seems your writing is quite lucrative," she said with a cheerful smile. "Comrade, shoo, keep it down. I prefer to keep this private," Li Wen replied, raising a finger to indicate silence. "Understood. You're quite humble, aren't you?" The young woman converted the remittances into cash, deducting the cost of the stamps before handing the money to Li Wen. "Thank you. Goodbye," Li Wen waved to the postal worker as he left. Next to the mailbox, Li Wen affixed the stamps onto the envelope one by one before depositing it. Chapter 32. Fame. On his way back to the village, children trailed behind him, likely drawn by Li Wen's generous reputation. Upon arriving home, he spotted the village secretary, Grandpa C, at his house and quickly approached him with a greeting. "Grandpa C, you've come," Li Wen said with a smile. "I'm here for you, young man. Today, the village reported your writing accomplishments to the commune. Since your works are at the provincial level and above, the commune has awarded you 20 yuan, which I brought this afternoon," Grandpa C said with a grin. "That's wonderful. I gladly accept it," Li Wen replied, taking the 20 yuan from the elder's hand. "Keep writing well, and I'll take you to the county to receive further recognition," the old man said, standing up with a smile before leaving. "Another 20 yuan. On has struck it rich this time," his older brother, Li Wu, exclaimed. Li Wen smiled but said nothing, heading to the courtyard to freshen up before retrieving the ice-cold soda from his backpack and placing it into the large water tank in the yard. That evening, when everyone returned home and learned about Li Wen's reward from the commune, they were filled with joy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wen took out the sodas from the water tank and distributed one to each person. "Wow, is this soda? It's my first time trying it. It's so delicious and sweet, and so refreshing," the children exclaimed, their excitement palpable. "Make sure to behave at home, and I'll buy you some more next time," Li Wen promised, earning enthusiastic support from the little ones. "Don't throw away the bottles. We can return the empty ones for 5 cents each," his mother, Wang Chunmei, reminded them. "Understood," the children chorused. "On is truly impressive. This morning, while we were cleaning, I was with a Quan at the entrance, and he went inside for a while to chat merrily with the cashier and chef. Today, the 3 of us together collected 2 loads of waste, earning a total of 240 work points. This is remarkably easy work," Li Wu remarked happily. "Indeed, it seems that in this line of work, connections matter. Sheer hard work alone may not suffice. Today," On remarked, "your father and I have toiled diligently for nearly a month. A Quan, you should learn from On and cultivate good relations with your colleagues and superiors when you return to work." Uncle chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Li Quan admired his younger cousin immensely, who spoke with remarkable eloquence among adults and leaders. "Father, tomorrow afternoon, let's visit the state-run restaurant. I would like to introduce you to some acquaintances. Once your elder brother resumes work, you and Uncle should periodically engage in dung collection, which will accumulate substantial work points over the year. Yesterday, I requested some kitchen waste from the state-run restaurant. You can fetch a bucket each week. This waste is rich in nutrients, and the pigs will fatten quickly on it," Li Wen said with a smile. "Very well. Tomorrow, Father, I'll accompany you, and we shall express our gratitude, as we will inevitably rely on their assistance frequently," Li Deo replied, taking a puff of his pipe with a grin. "Father, there's no need for grand gestures of thanks. I have already expressed my gratitude. You can simply meet them casually. It will be beneficial for us to have their support in the town for future matters." Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. With ample grain at home, there was no cause for worry. The family enjoyed sweet potato porridge for dinner, each with a white steamed bun, complemented by stir-fried potato strips. The porridge, made from the finest local flour, was nourishing and ideal for breakfast and dinner. Upon returning to his room, Li Wen felt little fatigue and headed directly to the storeroom. He brewed a cup of coffee to invigorate himself, then fed the chickens, ducks, and rabbits at the front yard. The corn in the garden had matured beautifully. Li Wen plucked a few tender cobs and headed to the kitchen to boil them with some eggs. He relished the taste of tender corn, which was both delicious and filling, making it perfect for breakfast the next day. The bees in the beehive buzzed in and out of the yard. While their numbers were modest, Li Wen was confident that, without any predators, they would thrive abundantly. New fruits were sprouting on the pumpkin and cucumber vines, indicating a promising yield. The pumpkins, weighing only 4 or 5 pounds, were still immature, so Li Wen harvested all the fully grown cucumbers and placed them in the storeroom. In the yard, he turned on the water hose to irrigate the plants, then reclined in a lounge chair, sipping coffee and listening to music. The yard was tranquil, save for the occasional chirping of the chickens and ducks at the front and the gentle buzzing of bees in the garden. As he lay there, Li Wen seemed to hear the soft sound of the plants growing in the garden, and he drifted off to sleep, lulled by the music. What a lovely morning it was. Li Wen stood from the lounge chair, stretching lazily, only to notice that he had forgotten to turn off the faucet the night before, resulting in water pooling in the yard. He hurried over to shut off the valve. Checking his phone, he saw it was 5:40 a.m. After some light exercise in the yard, he ate a corn cob and 2 eggs before turning to leave the storeroom. As he opened the door, a gentle summer breeze swept through, refreshing him and washing away the fatigue of the previous night, something absent in the storeroom, which only held a constant temperature and humidity without any breeze. "Good morning, father, uncle," he greeted as he saw his father and uncle seated in the yard, enjoying tea. He approached them with a smile. Would you care for some?" Uncle asked, lifting his teacup with a grin. "Uncle, I must confess, I am not accustomed to this," Li Wen replied. Li Wen waved his hand in refusal. His father and second uncle would sit in the courtyard every morning and evening to enjoy the homemade tea, a brew that invigorated them for their daily tasks and alleviated their fatigue. However, due to its prolonged boiling time, the tea was quite bitter, rendering it unpalatable for the younger generation, including Li Wen. His father and uncle often teased them for their youth and ignorance of hardship, claiming that at their age, the slight bitterness in the tea sweetened their lives. After finishing breakfast, everyone set off to work. Today, however, Li Wen stayed behind to help his elder brother tend to their family plot of land. This plot, a small but vital garden allocated by the production team for the members, provided the family with vegetables throughout the year. Each household had only a few mu of land, with some even planting crops in their gardens to ensure they had enough to eat. For vegetables, wild greens sufficed, and in winter, a few potatoes and some cabbage from the village would suffice. Li Wen's family had approximately 5 mu, most of which was planted with crops, leaving only a portion for beans and mustard greens, intended for pickling. The brothers were working on the field that had recently been harvested for wheat. The soil had been watered a few days ago, making it loose and easier to work. Li Wen spread the compost that had been fermented with soil, while his elder brother turned it over with an iron plow. Since the compost had been mixed with ash and kitchen waste and left to ferment for several months, it no longer had an unpleasant odor. Nonetheless, Li Wen felt a slight aversion. He fashioned a long-handled wooden scoop to sprinkle the compost. After about an hour, he had spread several hundred pounds of it across the field, and then he and his brother alternated plowing the land. By noon, they had turned over the entire family plot and simultaneously planted autumn corn. For lunch, they had dry mixed noodles made from pure flour, which were delightfully chewy, accompanied by diced potatoes stir-fried with wild greens and seasoned with salt, vinegar, and red chili peppers. The meal was exquisite. Li Wen, a mere lad, consumed a substantial portion of 3 liang of noodles and finished with a bowl of noodle soup, feeling utterly content and lethargic, wishing only to recline in a chair. After resting for over an hour post-lunch, Li Wen and his father pushed the family cart towards the town. The cart, a unicycle with a flat board for carrying items, had 2 wooden supports extending horizontally to stabilize it when stopped, and a vertical piece to facilitate pushing. On the cart rested a large wooden barrel weighing over 50 pounds, which Li Wen's father, Li Deyou, pushed steadily. Halfway there, his father suggested Li Wen ride, but he firmly declined, asserting he was not a child anymore. "Zhang Ani, this is my father. When I'm not around, please have him clean the toilets and take the waste back," Li Wen introduced, pointing to his father. Both his father and Zhang Xia exchanged smiles, acknowledging the introduction. The head chef, Old Wu also emerged to greet Li Dio with a handshake. Since Li Dio was younger than Wu, he referred to him as Brother Wu. Li Wen led his father to the back courtyard in front of the waste bucket, grinning. "Dad, what do you think? It's all noodle soup and oil from washing the dishes. Indeed, this appears to be more substantial than what we, the rural folk, typically consume. The pigs will undoubtedly thrive on it." Li Wen exchanged a few words with his father, who proceeded to ladle the slop into a bucket while he made his way to the front hall. "Wen, I hear you have become a writer. With your articles published in the Provincial People's Daily and the Youth Journal," Aunt Zhang inquired in astonishment, while Old Wu cast a curious glance towards Li Wen. "Indeed, Aunt. You are quite well informed. I only received the feedback yesterday, and yet you already know," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Well, it was during lunch at our commune unit that the clerks were discussing a young lad named Li Wen from Sanqing village. I could easily deduce it was you. Only you could achieve such a claim with your usual demeanor," Aunt Zhang chuckled. "My goodness, among those I know, we have a literary giant. I can now boast a little when I go out, lest they continue to call me a simpleton," Old Wu laughed. "I had submitted a manuscript to the county previously, and this time it was merely a trial. To my surprise, it was accepted." Li Wen modestly declined the praise. "Do not be so humble. News has already spread throughout the commune that we have produced a great writer, and everyone is abuzz with discussion." Aunt Zhang teased him. "Oh, I do not seek fame. The famous are often burdened," Li Wen replied with a wry smile. "You, my boy, should not disdain what others aspire to achieve. You are fortunate to have such an opportunity," Old Wu playfully reproached him. "Aunt, I can procure a batch of honey. Do you think you can consume it?" "Approximately 40 pounds. Li Wen observed that the restaurant had emptied out and spoke with assurance. 40 pounds? That is quite extravagant. We cannot consume that much. Perhaps each of us could take 5 pounds home for personal use," Old Wu and Aunt Zhang replied with a wry smile. Seeing Li Wen's disappointed expression, Aunt Zhang quickly suggested, "How about this? I will check with your Uncle Zhang at home to see if he has any connections to take this batch of honey. After all, in these times, honey is a precious commodity." "Very well, I shall return in a while," Li Wen responded with a smile and nodded in agreement. Once his father had finished filling the bucket with slop, Li Wen bid farewell to the two. "That accountant and chef at the restaurant, you are acquainted with them, right?" his father inquired on the way home. "Yes. Aunt Zhang is the wife of the man I met last time when I sold fish. He holds a significant position as the logistics director at the county supply and marketing cooperative. And Uncle Wu, the chef, although he works at the restaurant. I have heard his son drives for a leader in the county. His culinary skills have afforded him connections with many units." Li Wen elaborated on the two individuals. "These two indeed have influence. We should cultivate good relations with them, whether for you or your brother. Having connections in the county will be beneficial for any small favors in the future," his father remarked with a smile. "Father, I recently gifted them a few giant soft-shelled turtles and honey a few days ago. Rest assured, I will maintain our relationship. In the future, a small token of gratitude when you visit the town will suffice," Li Wen assured him with a smile. Upon returning home, Li Wen distributed the slop he received among the 3 pigs, ensuring that the little piglet did not miss out. Time flies swiftly. More than 2 months have passed. Li Wen reclines on a cool chair in the storeroom, reflecting on the events of the past few months. During this period, he has gradually sent out several emails and received a modest amount of manuscript fees, totaling less than 100 yuan. Li Wen is not engaged in writing with great frequency. In the small village, news of any event, big or small, spreads throughout the entire community in less than an hour. In this era, Li Wen prefers to remain inconspicuous, simply wishing to endure. During this time, his second aunt's elder brother, Cui Dashan, has visited Li Wen's home several times for transactions, acquiring several dozen kilograms of honey and some mountain nuts. Though the quantities are not substantial, as their small hillock does not yield an abundance of resources. Through Aunt Zhang, Li Wen established a connection with the county supply and marketing cooperative and met Zhang Wanjie, Aunt Zhang's husband. Li Wen has sold a considerable amount of honey to Zhang Wanjie, albeit at low prices, ranging from 80 cents to 1 yuan. Feeling somewhat cheated, Li Wen eventually reduced his honey transactions, only selling larger quantities intermittently. It seems Zhang Wanjie noticed Li Wen's displeasure as he began offering better prices for fish and meat. Later, he became acquainted with Old Wu's son, Wu Guang, who works as a driver for the county leaders. In Weha County, there are only 2 cars, both of which are Jeeps from the Arctic Bear brand, and Wu Guang drives one of them. The Wu family indeed possesses a broad network. Through Wu Guang, Li Wen sold a significant amount of honey, nuts, and baby formula, as well as some coffee, all at favorable prices. Honey reached 2 yuan per kilogram, and a can of baby formula sold for an impressive 20 yuan. Now, that is a reasonable price. The leaders have no shortage of fabric tickets or industrial coupons. What they lack are rare products that cannot be mass-produced. Through Wu Guang, Li Wen obtained numerous coupons. With a swift turn of the third brother, he managed to collect tickets for sewing machines, bicycles, watches, and radios. The only item he could not procure was a new television. Li Wen also possesses a considerable amount of fabric tickets, though he has not exchanged them. He only sold those nearing expiration on the black market, while the longer-lasting ones remain in storage. At home, with the summer vacation over, the children have returned to school, and Li Wen has not repeated a year. Occasionally, he tends to his own plot of land, while spending the rest of his time writing in his room. After the autumn planting, rural activities gradually diminished, leaving a small portion of the labor force in the village, as his father and second uncle have been organized by the village to excavate a reservoir. During this period, although life is challenging, the community remains united. Since the liberation, every year during the agricultural slack season and winter, the county has organized all its people to excavate reservoirs, build irrigation canals, and engage in afforestation. Originally, Sanqing village had no reservoir, only a narrow river. The commune organized thousands of people from over a dozen neighboring villages, and after 2 years of labor, they carved out several dozen meters of cliff, successfully creating a reservoir spanning several hundred meters around Sanqing village. This effort resolved the irrigation difficulties for 4 or 5 surrounding villages, transforming thousands of acres of arid land into fertile, irrigated fields. Meanwhile, Li Wen's mother and second aunt, accompanied by his elder and younger brothers, work daily to weed, catch pests, and irrigate the fields, periodically adding soil fertilizer. With Li Wen at home, the elderly matriarch has entrusted the task of feeding the pigs to him, while she busies herself every day crafting shoes for the entire family. In the past 3 months of nurturing, the little black pig that Li Wen caught has grown remarkably, now exceeding 100 pounds, astonishing the entire household. The 2 larger pigs at home have only gained a little over 20 pounds during this time. Consequently, Li Wen has taken on the responsibility of caring for both of the 100-plus pound pigs. He purchased 4 large water tanks from the ceramic factory in the neighboring village, placing them in the backyard, and periodically exchanges pig grass with the local children to create silage stored within. His previous endeavor in silage production was quite successful, with only 1 tank affected by rain, resulting in the upper portion of the grass not fermenting properly. However, the other 2 tanks produced a fragrant silage with a slight tang, of excellent quality. The chickens in the space have begun laying eggs, while the ducklings and several geese are expected to start laying in a month. Li Wen has already collected more eggs than he can consume. In another room, a row of rabbit cages is now fully occupied. The original 5 young rabbits have matured, and 2 of the female rabbits are pregnant. Cui Dashan has traded a few more rabbits to Li Wen, who also bought some domestic rabbits at the market. Rabbits reproduce rapidly, producing a litter every month, and there are now over 30 rabbits. In just over a month, the young rabbits will be ready for consumption. The small fish pond is also teeming with life. Li Wen has sold several carnivorous fish, and now the pond is filled with numerous tiny fish swimming about. He is confident that next year, he will have an abundant catch without needing to fish. Li Wen tossed a few bowls of bran into the pond, immediately inciting a flurry of splashes as the fish competed for the food. In the small garden, corn has been harvested twice, yielding several hundred pounds. Li Wen has replanted wheat to serve as feed, as the growing number of animals in the space requires considerable sustenance. The cucumber vines have wilted, prompting him to plant tomatoes and watermelons. The garden is now adorned with pumpkins, and the ground is strewn with watermelons. Li Wen has accumulated over 1,000 pounds of watermelons and pumpkins in his storeroom. Over the past 2 months, Li Wen has secretly transported several hundred boxes of soil to the front house. He collaborated with the local lumber mill to construct dozens of large wooden boxes, which he filled with soil to cultivate numerous canola flowers, now in full bloom, attracting countless bees that flit back and forth. Upon inspecting the beehive, Li Wen found that the honeycomb had filled the entire structure, indicating that he would soon be able to harvest honey. In the corridor of the backyard, 6 piglets are playfully running about, acquired by Li Wen during a visit to the town where he spoke with Aunt Zhang, who sells chicks. On the second floor, he has constructed a sheep pen housing 2 ewes and 4 lambs. The space is now fully utilized, resembling a farm, with only the central storeroom and lounge retained in their original state. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching tomorrow, Li Wen finds himself pondering the well-being of his parents and family outside. Lying on a cool chair, he gazes vacantly at the storeroom's entrance, murmuring to himself, "Alone in a foreign land, a stranger at best, I miss my family even more during festive occasions." Although Li Wen's life is presently fulfilling, he remains anxious in these times, fearing that one day his secret may be uncovered, leading to dire consequences. At times, Li Wen would lie in bed, gazing at the quilt meticulously stitched by his late mother, his heart heavy with sorrow. He often wished that his great-uncle and his previous self could exchange souls, allowing him to experience a life of abundance and, in turn, care for his former parents. Such thoughts occasionally alleviated his pain. After tending to the pigs in the afternoon, Li Wen resolved to make a trip to the town to procure items for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. "Mother, I'm heading to the town for a while," he announced as he shouldered his basket and opened the door. "All right, be back early," came the voice of the elderly lady from within the room. The journey spanned several miles, yet Li Wen, with his sturdy feet, found the trek to the county town a mere trifle. He preferred walking to riding a bicycle. The roads in town and county were tolerably well maintained, but beyond those, the paths were riddled with potholes, rendering them nearly impassable. The town was bustling today, as tomorrow marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. Though rural areas did not observe a holiday, many would take a day of rest, resulting in a continuous market from this afternoon until the following afternoon. Aunt Zhang was still selling chicks, and upon seeing her at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, Li Wen greeted her with a smile. "Aunt, without any land to cultivate or work in the production team, how do you manage to sustain yourself by selling chicks?" he inquired, to which Aunt Zhang beamed. "Ah, you rascal, always with your jesting. What brings you to town today? Since tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, I've brought a few watermelons to share and plan to buy some mooncakes at the grocery store," Li Wen replied cheerfully. "Goodness, it's nearly the 9th month of the lunar calendar, and the watermelons are long past their season. You've managed to acquire some? Impressive. Let me take some in for you, Aunt, and also for Aunt Air and Uncle Wu," Li Wen said, adjusting his basket. "Go ahead, I'll join you shortly." Seeing a customer arrive, Aunt Zhang waved at Li Wen and hurried towards them. "Ah Wen, you've come to town today. Head to the back hall. I'll be there shortly. The state-run restaurant is quite busy today," Zhang Xiao remarked as she calculated the accounts. Upon entering the back hall of the restaurant, Li Wen settled in, and soon Uncle Wu appeared with 2 freshly made meat sandwiches. "Here you go, Ah Wen, just out of the oven," Uncle Wu said with a smile. Li Wen gratefully accepted one and began to eat. "I brought a few watermelons for you to enjoy during the Mid-Autumn Festival," Li Wen said, revealing the contents of his basket after finishing the sandwich. "Ah, watermelons in autumn are a rarity," Uncle Wu chuckled, lifting a hefty watermelon. "I won't hesitate to accept." Before long, both Aunt Zhangs entered, each carrying a large watermelon. Li Wen had brought 4 in total, and he requested Uncle Wu to slice one so that the restaurant staff could share in the treat. After bidding farewell to the 3, Li Wen made his way to the grocery store. Today, mooncakes were available without a ticket, although they were in limited supply. Any additional requests would necessitate food coupons. Li Wen purchased 5 pounds, paying 4 yuan and surrendering 4 food tickets, and also acquired a few pounds of seasonal grapes and apples. Chapter 34. Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon exiting the grocery store, Li Wen proceeded to the meat stall, where he purchased 4 pounds of pork, and made his way towards his grandmother's home. It had been quite some time since he last visited his grandfather's house, and today he intended to check in on the elderly couple. As he approached the alley leading to their home, he spotted his 2 young cousins, Wang Xiaohu and Wang Xiaoying, playfully striking the walnut tree in front of his grandfather's house with bamboo poles. "What are you 2 up to?" Li Wen called out with a smile. "Cousin, you're here?" the 2 boys exclaimed, abandoning their bamboo rods and rushing over. "Brother On, let us help you carry your things," they eagerly offered, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the items Li Wen was holding. "All right, you 2 can carry them," Li Wen replied cheerfully, handing over the pork and fruit to the young boys. Pushing open the door, Li Wen called out to the house, "Grandmother, I've come to see you and Grandpa." The elderly gentleman, who had been sitting in a rocking chair in the yard, rose with a smile. "Xiaowen, you've come to town today?" he inquired warmly. "Isn't tomorrow the Mid-Autumn Festival? I'm here to check on you both on behalf of my mother." Li Wen replied with a cheerful grin. "Come, sit down. Your grandmother has gone out to pick some vegetables and will return shortly," his grandfather said. inviting Li Wen to take a seat. In recent months, every time Li Wen visited the town, he made it a point to stop by his grandfather's house. His grandmother, once slender, had begun to regain her strength thanks to Li Wen's thoughtful offerings of fish and pork. His grandfather was well aware of the grandmother's health condition, yet he felt helpless. Many elderly residents in the village, lacking labor in their households, found themselves in similar situations, sacrificing their meager rations for the next generation. If he were not still capable of moving about, he too would have followed suit. In the past few months, the production team had distributed grain from the summer harvest. Li Wen would occasionally bring rice, flour, and oil to the elderly couple. They recognized that their daughter's family was thriving, and their grandson was exceptional, thus reigniting the grandmother's hope for life. With several of her son's children still young, she felt compelled to shoulder more responsibilities at home and spend a few more years accompanying her husband. Li Wen reflected that whether in the present or the future, what parent does not share this sentiment? Most parents burn themselves out to illuminate their children's paths, even in old age, exhausting their last reserves of energy to create a better future for their offspring until they can no longer do so. When the grandmother returned, her face lit up at the sight of Li Wen. Over the past few months, he had witnessed her gradual recovery. Her face had filled out, though her gray hair remained unchanged. As it was already afternoon, Li Wen chose to forego a meal and sat in the yard conversing with his grandparents. The elderly couple reminisced about their lives, sharing stories of raising their children, while Li Wen listened quietly. He realized that sometimes, simply sitting beside family, absorbing their chatter, is the essence of true filial piety and happiness. By around 5 o'clock, Li Wen bid farewell to his grandparents, delivered some fruit to his second aunt's home, and then made his way back home with the items he had purchased that day. In many places, it is customary for married daughters to send mooncakes to their families during the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, as society progresses, many have forgotten this tradition, resorting instead to the cold greetings of mobile communications. As Li Wen returned home, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, and all family members had gathered. The hour was still early, and they had yet to dine. Beneath the flickering oil lamps, the family had divided into several groups. The little ones were engrossed in the puzzle blocks that Li Wen had gifted them, while the eldest brother, and second sister leaned over the table, perusing novels and magazines salvaged from the scrapyard. Their father and second uncle sat leisurely in the dining hall, sipping tea from cans, while their mother, second aunt, and grandmother sat nearby, engaged in cheerful conversation as they crafted cloth shoes for their husbands and children, occasionally erupting into laughter over amusing anecdotes. Witnessing this scene, Li Wen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was the essence of home. The efforts of the past few months had not been in vain. Now, everyone was well fed, and their parents no longer worried about food upon returning home at night, nor did his siblings suffer from hunger-induced sleeplessness. "Ah, Wen, you've returned. Why did you take so long in town today?" his mother inquired with a smile. "I visited the restaurant and also took some time to see Grandpa, Grandma, and my second aunt. I spent a tad too long chatting at Grandma's," Li Wen replied with a grin. "Is your grandmother in good health?" "I was just saying that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We ought to visit your grandfather." "You are such a dutiful child," Wang Chunmei remarked with a smile. "Thankfully, she is well. She has gained quite a bit of weight and no longer needs a cane to walk. She moves swiftly now, almost keeping pace with me." Li Wen jested. "You rascal, how can your grandmother compare to you?" The elderly matriarch, Guo Xiaoyun, chided him playfully. Li Wen removed the backpack from his back, revealing the items he had purchased that day. "I brought fruits, mooncakes, and 2 pounds of pork for Grandma, and I also sent some fruits and mooncakes to my second aunt. The rest we shall enjoy tomorrow during the festival," he announced cheerfully as he placed the items on the table. "Sending gifts to your grandparents is sufficient. Why send anything to your second aunt?" "Neither of your aunts has visited us during the festival to see me," the elderly lady remarked, casting a glance at the items on the table. Laughter erupted among the family members, as the matriarch noticed her daughter-in-law and grandson showing affection for her side of the family, causing her to feel a twinge of jealousy. "Grandma, tomorrow is another day. Perhaps my aunts will come to visit you," Li Wen replied with a smile. In truth, it had been months since the elderly lady had seen her 2 daughters, and she missed them dearly. "Brother, I want to eat those grapes and the peaches and the mooncakes," the little ones exclaimed, already drawn to the delectable feast laid out on the table. "The mooncakes are off limits. We need them for tomorrow. You may have a little of the other fruits. Second sister, please wash these fruits. We'll enjoy some tonight," Li Wen instructed with a smile directed at Li Xiaoxia. I refuse. I want to eat mooncakes. Today, when we played, Wen Xiang had mooncakes too, and he didn't let us have a taste, shouted Li Tao. Enough of that. Do you think you can eat everything? As long as you have steamed buns, you should be content. What more do you desire? Go away. The second uncle, reclining on the cool bench, interjected sternly. I refuse. I refuse. The little one declared, rolling around in the courtyard. Li Wen observed in amusement, thinking to himself, is he treating the courtyard as a bed? Recently, affairs at home have been rather smooth. It has been quite some time since my uncle tended to these two mischievous little ones, and they seem to have grown quite audacious. Today, the little rascal has indeed become bold. It appears that trouble is on the horizon, thought Li Wenxin. Suddenly, Uncle stood up from his chair, removed his cloth shoes, and ventured into the yard, producing a sharp sound as he brandished the shoes, causing the little one to wail for mercy. Li Wen observed Li Yong nearby, and realized it was this rascal who had incited Li Tao. This clever lad always managed to avoid punishment. All right, second brother. Just a couple of swats will suffice. Since the child is hungry, let him have a piece. After all, we are not short of food, the elderly matriarch said tenderly. Uncle delivered a dozen whacks with the shoe, making it clear who the true ruler of the household was, and the little one promptly stood quietly. Li Wen took 2 mooncakes and distributed them among the children, alleviating the heavy atmosphere. The little ones, munching on mooncakes, scampered off to play. Li Wen shook his head. Children truly live without a care in the world and are easily satisfied. At that moment, his second sister brought out some fruit, and everyone eagerly began to sample it. These grapes are delightful, not sour at all. Last year, old Jiu brought me a half basket of grapes that were so sour they nearly made my teeth fall out. Wang Chunmei, his mother, said with a smile as she spat out a grape skin. Those were wild grapes picked from his uncle's mountain. He often took us there to gather them when we were young. There was a vast patch, but they were just too sour, Li Dio, his father, remarked with a chuckle. Let's eat apples. These are quite good, Li Wen said as he sliced 2 apples. The fruits were yellow, likely called Huang Yuan Shui. Sweet and slightly fluffy, making them utterly delectable. We want to eat too, the little ones exclaimed as they rushed over. The adults handed them each a piece, and they joyfully dashed away once more. After the fruit, the elderly matriarch brought out the soft steamed buns she had made for dinner, which were quite delicious when paired with green chili. Li Wen now enjoyed a leisurely life, free from the worries of work or employment. His parents understood that he needed quiet for his writing and ensured the little ones did not disturb him at home. In the morning, Li Wen jogged to the high slope by the reservoir and felt instantly relaxed as he gazed at the lush green trees and flowing river in the distance. Brother Wenzi, you have a package waiting for you, shouted a few little ones from afar, near the woods by the reservoir. All right, got it, Li Wen replied with a soft smile. Upon returning home, he found the same postman as before, someone he had grown quite familiar with. This postman, Lu Haitao, was a local from the town who had just begun his postal duties last year, primarily responsible for running errands for the postal service throughout the town. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Lu, Li Wen greeted with a smile. No worries, Wenzi, I just arrived not long ago. You seem to be doing well. Receiving several packages a month shows you found your writing groove. You're earning more sitting at home than I do. Lu chuckled. Brother Lu, writing is mentally taxing as well. It's a form of intellectual labor, Li Wen replied with a grin. True, we both work hard, but I labor with my feet, while you labor with your wrists, Lu Haitao laughed. Now, enough talk. Let's get you to sign for this. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, there are quite a few packages, Lu said as he handed a parcel to Li Wen. All right, Lu Gu, take care. We shall gather again next time in the town, Li Wen waved his hand. Upon returning home, he opened the package, revealing 10 letters, a stack of banknotes, and 2 bottles of malted milk essence, with a response from the youth newspaper publishing house on top. Dear comrade, in this warm spring sun, in accordance with your request, we have refrained from disclosing your address to our readers. Therefore, during this period, all correspondence from readers has been directed to our office. We have selected a portion to respond to, and among them, some heartfelt letters have been forwarded to you, along with money contributions from readers, which we hope you will cherish. Additionally, the 2 jars of malted milk essence are our holiday gift to you. Li Wen counted the banknotes, totaling over 200 yuan, along with several dozen kilograms of national grain tickets, as well as various other vouchers for oil, fabric, and food. He tucked most of the money away, leaving only a little over 20 yuan, several kilograms of national grain tickets, a few pounds of sugar tickets, and the malted milk essence sent by the newspaper. One jar of malted milk essence he placed in his own room, while he took the other to the elderly lady's room. The benefits of writing are indeed wonderful. The newspaper even sends you holiday gifts. I have only heard from the military wives in the village that this malted milk essence is a good thing, rich in nutrition. This is the first time I've seen it, the elderly lady said with delight. I'll prepare a little for you, Li Wen replied, taking a small bowl and scooping some to mix with warm water. It smells delightful, with a hint of milk. It's sweet to taste, quite nice, the elderly lady remarked, smiling as she savored it. Grandma, this jar is for you to enjoy on your own. It's meant for nourishing the body. Please don't serve it to others. This jar costs nearly 10 yuan, and I have another one at home to share with my family, Li Wen advised her. All right, I understand. I will keep it for myself, the elderly lady said, affectionately stroking Li Wen's hand, clearly pleased. Grandma, my aunt has come. At that moment, Xiao Lijuan rushed in, announcing, Mom, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. I came to visit you. Aunt Li Xiaolan entered with her cousin Zhao Jianjun. Come, sit down. The elderly lady beckoned, taking Li Xiaolan's hand as they settled by the Kong. Lanzi, you haven't been home for several months. Isn't there quite a bit going on at home? Ever since my mother-in-law and we divided the household 2 years ago, time has become quite precious. I have to cook for the Red Army and also attend to a few younger ones. Today, since I had a half-day off, I thought I would come home for a quick visit and brought some mooncakes and pork for you, Li Xiaolan replied with a smile. Just coming home is enough. The gifts aren't what matter. Come, Jianjun, Grandma will prepare some malted milk essence for you to drink. This is what your cousin An just brought me. As the elderly lady spoke, she took out 2 small bowls and prepared the malted milk essence for her daughter and grandson. Li Wen watched, both amused and exasperated. He had just been saying things so nicely moments ago. Wow, this malted milk essence, I've never had it before. It's so expensive at the county supply store. Over 4 yuan a jar with a ticket, and it's often out of stock, Aunt Li Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. This was sent to me by the newspaper as a holiday gift, Li Wen chuckled, replying. An, you truly are impressive. I'm in awe, cousin, Zhao Jianjun remarked. Giving a thumbs up. Mom, I've come to see you, came the voice of second Aunt Li Xiaofang from the doorway. Li Wen stepped outside and spotted her second aunt, Li Xiaofang, entering with her younger cousin, Zhou Xiaoma. Aunt, you've come. My mother mentioned yesterday how she missed you. Li Wen greeted with a smile. You little rascal, you ran ahead of your aunt again. Your mother must have been talking about me yesterday, Li Xiaofang chuckled. Xiaofang, you're here. At that moment, the elderly matriarch and the eldest aunt emerged, calling out to Li Xiaofang. Mother, elder sister, Li Xiaofang responded warmly as she approached them. Come on, cousin, and little Mo, let us head to the courtyard and let our elders converse, Li Wen said, pulling Zhou Xiaoma along with a grin. At that moment, a group of children returned from school. Li Wen beckoned them to sit down and emerged from the room with milk powder and a hot water bottle. Go grab some bowls and drink the milk powder, she instructed, and the children hurried into the kitchen. Li Yong, why are you bringing out a basin? Get a bowl instead. Always trying to be clever, Li Wen admonished Li Yong, who had taken out a basin. Wow, this milk powder is delicious. It's sweet and has a milky aroma, just like milk candy, little Zhou Xiaoma exclaimed in awe. Drink up quickly, there's more delicious food for lunch. Li Wen encouraged with a smile. Are we having meat? I want to gnaw on bones. They're so tasty. Li Yong chimed in. Yes. We're cooking meat for lunch, Li Wen said, affectionately patting the little one's head. An, you truly excel in writing. You've accomplished quite a bit. Teach me a thing or two. Zhao Jianjun laughed from the side. Of course. What would you like to learn? Essays, poetry, or stories? I can share some insights on writing. But remember, the master only opens the door. It's up to you to walk through it, Li Wen replied with a smile. You all go play outside. I'll talk with my cousin in the room, Li Wen said to the children before returning inside with Zhao Jianjun to discuss writing. When the family returned from work at noon, Li Wen asked her mother to stir-fry the pork they had bought with the eldest aunt the day before. The children savored the juicy bones, their mouths full of grease and delight. After the meal, the eldest and second aunts did not linger long and hurried home with their sons. In the afternoon, as family members returned to work and children went to school, Li Wen found herself alone, feeling bored with her writing. She decided to stroll to the grassy banks of the reservoir. Although the autumn sun was still warm, a refreshing breeze occasionally swept through, causing ripples on the water's surface. Li Wen lay on the grass, feeling quite content, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Wenzi, why are you napping here all alone? Someone nudged her awake. Ah, it's Brother Xingli. You're here to fish? Li Wen rubbed her eyes and sat up. Yes. Isn't today the Mid-Autumn Festival? I thought I'd catch a fish to enhance the evening meal, replied the 22-year-old Li Xingli, born during the war, whose name was a wish for victory in the struggle. Come on, Xingli, I'm free right now. Let me help you fish, Li Wen said with a smile, looking at the fishing rod in Li Xingli's hands. Great, Wenzi. You're skilled. Help me catch a few more, Li Xingli replied cheerfully. Li Wen took the bamboo fishing rod from him. It was crafted from a fertilizer bag string and a sewing needle fashioned into a fishhook, quite resourceful. Brother, you're really frugal, using bran as bait. Wait here, I'll go find some worms. Li Wen approached a patch of weeds and dug out several decaying roots. Unearthing a handful of earthworms, Li Wen arrived by the riverside, moistening the bran and stirring it until it expanded, which he then scattered into the reservoir before attaching a worm to his fishing hook to commence his angling. Due to inadequate equipment, he fashioned a shallow float to avoid attracting larger fish. Oh, another catch. Li Wen urged Li Xingli, who stood nearby, to quickly use the cloth net to secure the fish. After over 2 hours, Li Wen had successfully caught 5 fish, though none were particularly large, the largest weighing under 2 pounds. Nevertheless, Li Xingli was delighted. As night fell and the sky darkened, Li Wen gathered his fishing rod with a smile. On. You've been fishing all afternoon. Take a few home, Li Xingli said cheerfully, handing him 3 fish. No need, I caught several for the family a few days ago, and we haven't even eaten them yet. Perhaps next time. Li Wen waved his hand and strolled toward the reservoir. That evening, the moon hung round and luminous in the sky, resembling a radiant jade plate. Adults gathered around to play cards while children sat nearby, gazing at the table laden with delectable treats in the yard. The 15th day's moon was nearly full, with the following day promising the moon's fullest glory. The ancients believed that fullness begets overflow, hence rituals were performed in anticipation of the moon's peak for auspiciousness. In recent years, efforts had been made to eradicate superstitions, so no incense was burned that night. The elderly lady and her 2 daughters-in-law offered their respects in the yard, placing mooncakes and fruits on the table for the moon goddess to enjoy first, awaiting an hour before reclaiming them. An hour passed swiftly for those playing cards, yet felt like an agonizing eternity for the watching children. All right, oh, Aquin, the time has come to retrieve the offerings for us to eat. The elderly lady smiled at the gathered little ones. Oh, mooncakes, Li Yong exclaimed, bouncing up excitedly. Come, everyone, let us eat. Wang Chunmei began distributing the treats. Li Wen brought out a bottle of soda from the room. Cheers, may we all enjoy good health and an even better Mid-Autumn Festival next year, he proclaimed, raising his bottle. Cheers. Everyone echoed, raising their glasses in unison. This marked Li Wen's first Mid-Autumn Festival in this era. The following day, while Li Wen enjoyed a leisurely moment in the yard, the door was suddenly flung open. On, someone from the county cultural center has arrived. The commune director is accompanying them and will be here shortly. Prepare yourself, announced the village's women's director, who hurriedly entered and then rushed out again. Understood, Aunt. Li Wen replied, swiftly retreating into the room to fetch a set of water cups, placing a plate of sunflower seeds and fruits on the table in the yard. He returned to his room to organize recent correspondence from the newspaper, setting it on the windowsill for later use. Soon, family members returned from the fields, and after a few minutes of washing up, the children were ushered into the room, leaving Li Wen with his father and uncle outside. Shortly after, Li Wen spotted a group of over a dozen individuals approaching his home, led by Director Zhang of the commune and a bespectacled gentleman, both engaged in lively conversation. Greetings, Director Zhang, esteemed leaders, Li Wen hurriedly approached them. Haha, you lad, still so adept at charming, Director Zhang chuckled heartily. Allow me to introduce you to Director Sun of our county's cultural center, who has come especially for you today. Come in, everyone, please take a seat. Li Wen and his father, along with his uncle, greeted the guests as they entered the room. Once everyone was settled, Li Wen introduced his father and uncle to the members of the commune and the county cultural center. Young comrade, you are 15 years old this year, aren't you? Director Sun inquired with a smile. Yes, I just celebrated my 15th birthday not long ago, Li Wen nodded in affirmation. Indeed, indeed. I never anticipated that our Weha County would produce such a young talent, remarked Director Sun, a man in his 50s with a long beard, as he nodded appreciatively. We have been aware of your accomplishments for over a month now. Initially, we assumed your submissions of 2 articles were merely coincidental. However, It has come to our attention that over the past few months, the Youth Report and the Provincial People's Daily have published several of your works. Director Sun stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is evident now that success is not a mere stroke of luck. Today's visit is not only to witness your true self, young comrade, but also to bring along several renowned writers from our county for mutual learning. Several men and women beside Director Sun smiled and nodded towards Li Wen. Well, I simply enjoy letting my imagination wander and often write more than I should. Additionally, my youth aligns well with the readership of the Youth Report, which has allowed me to continue submitting, Li Wen replied with a smile. That is an excellent approach. Only by viewing issues from the reader's perspective can one create works that meet their expectations. You have a profound understanding of this, young comrade, Director Sun praised. Could you share with us some of your recent submissions for our collective appreciation and learning? You know that many newspapers and books do not reach our county. Director Sun inquired. Certainly. I have already prepared them and will fetch them for you, Li Wen replied cheerfully. Rising to retrieve the manuscripts and some editorial feedback from the windowsill, which he handed to Director Sun began passing the newspaper manuscripts to the others present, who eagerly began to read. Excellent. This article is well written. It intertwines ideals with reality, capturing the protagonist's sorrow while reflecting societal truths. A scruffy-bearded middle-aged man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, everyone expressed their admiration for Li Wen's literary talent. Young comrade, I shall refer to you as Xiao Wen. On behalf of our cultural center, I extend an invitation for you to join us in contributing to the cultural endeavors of our county, Director Sun said. Looking at Li Wen with delight. That is fine. You may call me Xiao Wen. Li Wen nodded in agreement. He then asked, Am I eligible to join the cultural center? I am only 15, and what responsibilities would I have as a member? Haha, absolutely. Our cultural center welcomes all citizens of the county to join. As long as one possesses talent and skill, they are welcome here, Director Sun replied with a smile. Our cultural center serves as the cultural hub of the county, facilitating community cultural activities and providing a space for public entertainment. We warmly welcome talents in painting, writing, and the arts. Moreover, joining will not require you to work. You only need to participate in activities organized by the center, which offers substantial personal freedom. Additionally, in recognition of your creative contributions, the center will provide rewards and a monthly living stipend, Director Sun concluded with a smile. This is a support for the talented individuals in our county, so rest assured, Director Sun said with a smile. All right, I will join our county's cultural center. If any issues arise in the future, I kindly ask for your guidance. Director, Li Wen responded with a smile. Haha, what is the big deal? We are all like family. You, my young friend, are quite clever, Director Sun said, visibly pleased with Li Wen's agreement. Here, Xiao Wen. This is a reward from our county for your literary creations during this period. It may not be much, a total of 50 yuan, along with 20 jin of grain coupons and some meat coupons, Director Sun said, taking out the reward for Li Wen from his briefcase. Oh my goodness. 50 yuan and so many coupons. The villagers gathered outside were astonished. Their entire family hardly earned 50 yuan in a year, let alone such precious coupons. And their eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, Xiao Wen, this is the reward from the commune for this month. You have published 3 works, and this 30 yuan is for you, along with a few more coupons, Director Zhang from the commune added, handing Li Wen several more tickets. The crowd outside nearly felt struck by lightning. Earning money seemed too easy. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Director Zhang and the commune, Li Wen said as he accepted the notes and bowed to both men. All right, Xiao Wen, this is a token of encouragement. Just continue to create more works and promote our Weha County, both men said with smiles. Well, it's getting late. Let us take our leave, Director Sun stood up. Please, let us have a meal before you go, Li Wen and his father hurriedly urged. No, we have matters to attend to. Xiao Wen, come to the county more often. Let us exchange ideas, Director Sun said, patting Li Wen on the shoulder before departing with the group from the commune. Once the commune personnel had left, the villagers outside finally surged in. Wow, Chunmei, your family has struck it rich. Wenzi earned 80 yuan and so many coupons in one go today. The villagers exclaimed in excitement. Come on, everyone, enjoy some sunflower seeds. Aunt Air and Li Wen's mother, seeing the crowd, brought out plates of peanuts, seeds, and candies. Placing them on the table, the villagers eagerly reached for them, and soon a scramble ensued. Chunmei, serve more. Today your Wenzi has earned so much money. Don't be stingy. A gossiping woman shouted from the crowd. Seeing that many had not had the chance to enjoy the seeds and sweets, Chunmei went back inside with Aunt Air to bring out 2 more plates, only for another round of grabbing to occur, accompanied by more shouts, which infuriated Aunt Air. There's nothing left. You all are like starving ghosts. 5 or 6 gene of seeds and peanuts, and over a pound of candy have been completely devoured. Aunt Air, Chui Yinzi, declared loudly. 5 or 6 gene of seeds and candy, only 3 yuan. Hurry and buy more from the supply store. The crowd clamored. Dream on. 3 yuan isn't much. Try contributing a yuan yourself. Aunt Air scolded, glaring at the loudest woman in the crowd. Your family is wealthy yet unkind. Aunt Air and the woman began to argue, and soon they were pulling at each other. Meanwhile, the clan aunts, who were talking with the elderly lady, hurried forward to intervene. At that moment, Li Wen, his father, and Uncle Air had just seen off the people from the commune and cultural center, along with Grandpa C, the former secretary, as well as the production team leader and accountant, who were now returning. Seeing the disarray in the courtyard, several individuals were rendered speechless. Cease your actions. What are you doing? Grandfather Four bellowed towards the yard. The 5th family is heartless. They won't even share a few sunflower seeds or candies, a woman, embroiled in a quarrel with second aunt, exclaimed. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is heartless? Uncle Two immediately retorted, clearly agitated, for in these times, one must tread carefully with accusations. My family's lineage has been that of impoverished farmers for 8 generations. How could we be heartless? Inquired Li Tao's wife. I don't care. The 5th family has amassed so much wealth, and even has tickets today. Isn't that heartless? The woman, realizing she had provoked the village secretary, fell silent and began to wail on the ground. That wealth was earned by my son, through his own efforts. If your child possesses talent, they too can achieve. But perhaps they only know how to forage for bird eggs, second aunt retorted. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Everyone disperse. Is an exemplary child, enhancing our village's reputation. Do you all wish to incite rebellion? And you, why are you sitting there? Get up and leave. Scolded production team leader Li Juanli. His notorious temper in the village was not unfounded, and the villagers hurriedly slipped out through the entrance, while the woman, seeing no one paying her heed, quickly got up and fled. Once the villagers had departed, mother and second aunt returned with fruits and sweet rice strips, placing them on the table. Uncle Four and Juanli. I owe you my gratitude, alas. What was supposed to be a joyous occasion has turned into this, the elderly matriarch lamented as she emerged from the room. Sister-in-law? Is our child. There's no need for thanks, the secretary replied with a smile, taking a puff from his cigarette. Aunt, it is my duty. On's accomplishments reflect well on our village, and I hope to have my son learn from him, perhaps even pen a few articles for our county, Li Juanli said, patting Li Wen's shoulder with a grin. Ha, uncle, no doubt about it. Your second child is quite the scholar. I often saw him receiving awards during my school days. Have him come by sometime. I'll impart some knowledge to him, and he'll surely excel, Li Wen responded cheerfully. Li Juanli's face brightened. Very well, do teach him diligently, and should any issues arise, inform me, and I shall deal with it. After a brief gathering, Grandfather Four and the others departed, taking with them apples gifted by Wang Chunmei. I am infuriated. Li Tao's wife is utterly shameless, stuffing her pockets with sunflower seeds while complaining it's not enough, and accusing our family of being heartless. Second aunt fumed as she sipped water and settled on a stool. Alas, what should have been a joyous occasion was disrupted by a band of scoundrels. Do not let the actions of the second family trouble you. Keep your distance from such individuals, the elderly matriarch advised. Chapter 36. The Writing Association Mother. It's not that I begrudge them a few sunflower seeds or candies. I am enraged by their insatiable greed and the mud they fling at our family, second aunt replied vehemently. Years ago, the old patriarch was branded a landlord and wealthy, leading to our family's downfall. Everyone, from the elderly to the infants, was persecuted to death. I am terrified, she added, seething with anger. Truly, the poor have few matters to contend with, while the wealthy invite endless strife, Li Deo remarked with a wry smile as he took a drag from his pipe. Father. Li Wen pondered for a moment. Given the current circumstances at home, if I continue to submit my work, the villagers will surely grow envious. Therefore, I shall refrain from submitting this year. That simply won't do. Continuing your writing could earn you at least a few dozen yuan each month. We should disregard those scoundrels. His mother, Wang Chunmei, quickly interjected. Mother, the situation in the village is hardly conducive to writing. Everyone is struggling financially. If I had a job in the city, it would be different. At least I would have a stable routine, earning a modest income each month that might evoke some envy, as there are many workers in such positions. However, I am still young, and earning a few dozen or even 100 yuan effortlessly from home will surely provoke jealousy among the villagers, Li Wen analyzed with a bitter smile. What shall we do then? We cannot allow their envy to deter us. That would be a grave loss, both his aunt and mother inquired in unison. Fear not. I shall temporarily cease submitting my work, but I can still write. I will accumulate my pieces and submit them when the time is right. Li Wen replied with a grin. Very well, On is correct. In these sensitive times, it is prudent to pause for a while. On, you will begin working tomorrow. Li Dio stated. The family members nodded in reluctant agreement. In the afternoon, an incident occurred, and everyone stayed home, taking a break from work. The next day, Li Wen rose early, and after breakfast, he joined his family in the fields. As October approached, the corn had grown to about waist height, requiring no weeding, only timely watering and fertilizing. Daily tasks in the village were few, primarily involving weeding the bean fields and cotton crops for the production team, along with pest control. With pesticides being scarce, many insects proliferated, necessitating manual intervention. Although this work appeared simple, laborers were reluctant to engage in it due to its tedious nature. Meanwhile, his father, second uncle, and older brothers, after finishing their meal, commenced repairing the irrigation ditches under village organization. Each autumn and spring, the village mobilized labor to level the ditches, ensuring a smooth irrigation process and laying the groundwork for winter and spring watering. Winter was particularly challenging, as the harsh northern cold rendered the ground frozen, leading to a period of inactivity known as cat winter. Li Wen, along with his mother, worked on weeding the bean fields, as the task of repairing ditches was too strenuous. Why is Wenzi out in the fields today? Wenzi, you are now a renowned writer. Do you still need to earn these meager work points? The villagers chuckled upon seeing Li Wen laboring in the fields. It's not that I don't know what to write these days. I've submitted several pieces that have yet to be accepted. Moreover, staying cooped up at home all day makes one feel stagnant. A bit of labor is beneficial. It not only earns me work points, but also keeps me fit. Li Wen replied with a smile. Ignoring the ongoing chatter, he resumed working alongside his family. In recent months, Li Wen had experienced a significant growth spurt. Now standing over 1.5 meters tall and developing a sturdier physique, no longer the slender figure he once was. He felt invigorated while working, no longer lacking in strength. Wenzi, Wenzi. As Li Wen bent down to combat the weeds, he heard someone calling him. Stretching his slightly sore back, he stood up to see the accountant's wife beckoning to him from a distance. Wen, your aunt is calling for you. Go take a look. The mother lifted her head and said towards the field. Li Wen set down his hoe and briskly walked towards the edge of the field, wondering what his aunt needed. Aunt, what's the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Li Wen smiled as he approached. Wen, a few young people from the village committee have come. They say they are from the writing association in the county and are looking for you. They've even brought gifts, Huang Chunyan replied with a smile. Thank you, aunt. I'll head back to see what it's about. Let's consider my work points for today as half, Li Wen said, shouldering his hoe. All right, go on. Your work points will be recorded as per the rules. Huang Chunyan waved her hand dismissively. Li Wen hurried back and spotted 5 young men and women either sitting or standing at the village committee's entrance, looking around eagerly, each carrying fruits and snacks as gifts. Hello, I am Li Wen. I hear you are looking for me. He greeted them with a smile. You are Li Wen, the one known as spring sunshine and indifference. You are indeed him, a 17 or 18-year-old girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she quickly stood up and approached him. Li Wen was captivated by her presence. The girl stood about 1.6 meters tall, strikingly beautiful with a well-proportioned figure, comparable to a goddess in contemporary terms. Her oval face glowed with excitement, flushed with a rosy hue. She had 2 long braids, wore a simple yet elegant dress, and her feet were adorned with stylish sandals, complemented by knee-high white stockings, quite fashionable for that era. In the few months Li Wen had spent in this world, he had yet to encounter a woman as lovely and stylish as she was. Li Wen smiled gently. If you are referring to the spring sunshine and indifference in the context of writing, that would indeed be me. His face broke into a radiant smile. That's wonderful. We have been searching for you for quite some time. If it weren't for Uncle Sun from the cultural center mentioning your home yesterday, we might still be searching like finding a needle in a haystack. The girl chuckled merrily, with the maturity of a young adult. Li Wen gazed at the girl's brilliant smile and couldn't help but recall a line from Stephen Chow's adaptation, reciting, "In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. With her smile, she captivates the city. With a second smile, she enthralls the nation. And with a third, she captures the hearts of men." Wow, how talented. But you, young lad, do you even know what a beauty is? Chimed in two other girls who had approached. These girls also wore simple dresses and shoes. Yet their beauty paled in comparison to the first girl. Even so, they were still quite pretty for that era, unlike many other village girls who were thin and worn, lacking any semblance of beauty. Haha, Comrade Li Wen, at such a young age, you are indeed one of us, teased two young men leaning against a bicycle, winking at him with mischievous grins. Li Wen, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and replied, "To discover beauty, appreciate beauty, and pursue beautiful things is a natural inclination of humanity. As the ancient sages said, food and lust are inherent to human nature. Therefore, it is quite normal to discuss matters of men and women. Spring sunshine, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chen Shuyao. These two lovely young ladies are Zhang Tao and Sun Li, while those two cheeky fellows are Wang Feng and Zheng Kai. Shuyao, you shouldn't speak ill of us." "How are we cheeky?" Zheng Kai protested, jumping down from the back of the bicycle upon hearing Chen Shuyao's comment. "Exactly. Shuyao, you cannot slander us like that. We are upstanding and bright young men." Wang Feng exclaimed loudly. "Ah, how poetic and expressive Comrade Chuanrin Wanyang is in his speech. Yet what about you two? Do you think we are oblivious to your intentions?" Chen Shuyu remarked, hands on her slender waist and lips pouted. "Indeed, we shall return and spread the word." Zhang Tao and Sun Li chuckled in agreement. "Oh, please spare us, dear young ladies." Zheng Kai and Wang Feng immediately clasped their hands together in a gesture of humility, bowing in surrender. "Now that's more like it." The three young women erupted into laughter. As fellow youth, Li Wen joined in the joviality, laughing heartily. Once the playful banter subsided, Li Wen approached them, shaking hands to formally introduce himself. "I hear you have been seeking me recently. What brings you here?" Li Wen inquired with a smile. "We have thoroughly enjoyed your science fiction novels. Your writing is profoundly insightful. Each piece is steeped in scientific rigor, with clear analytical logic and thrilling narratives that stir our very souls. Thus, we wish to interview you to uncover the inspiration behind your creativity." Wang Feng and Zheng Kai responded with enthusiasm. "Moreover, your essays are equally commendable. They possess a straightforwardness devoid of excessive metaphor, vividly illustrating the ideals of youth juxtaposed with the realities of adulthood. After reading, we felt as though we were immersed in the experience. We genuinely admire your work," the young writers expressed, gazing at Li Wen with admiration. "Your visit is not merely to meet me, the author, is it?" Li Wen questioned, intrigued. "We too are writers associated with our county's cultural center, albeit lesser-known authors who have only contributed to the municipal People's Daily. Under the aegis of the cultural center, all writers in our county have established a writing association to foster communication, learning, and enhancement of our writing skills. Today, we wish not only to meet the legendary author, but also to invite you to join our writing association, and we aspire to learn from you as our mentor." Chen Shuyu smiled as she articulated their intentions. "A writing association, and you wish to learn from me?" Li Wen regarded them thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us return to my home together. Standing here at the village committee entrance in this heat is hardly dignified," Li Wen invited with a smile. "Then we would be delighted to tour the writing and living environment of a great author," Wang Kai replied cheerfully. With laughter, they pushed their bicycles and followed Li Wen. "From your appearance, it's evident you are city dwellers. I fear you may be disappointed, for the lifestyle of rural folk differs greatly from yours," Li Wen remarked as he opened the gate to the courtyard, lifting the threshold to allow their bicycles entry. "Please, have a seat. I will fetch some water." Li Wen gestured for everyone to sit in the courtyard, then returned to the house to retrieve a case of soda. "Wow, where in the countryside do you procure such a bounty of soda?" Wang Feng exclaimed as he took the case. "I purchased this from the town. It's typically for the children at home or for guests. Since you have traveled far, let us enjoy this refreshing drink together," Li Wen said, using a bottle opener to uncork each bottle of fizzy soda, handing them out. "Ah, refreshing," Wang Feng exclaimed, gulping down a bottle and burping. "Get away from me. That's disgusting. Burp quietly," Chen Shuyu chided playfully. "This soda is carbonated. Let us see who can refrain from burping," Wang Feng retorted with a smirk. "Well, That is certainly more civilized than you, Chen Shu quipped back. Come on, Comrade Wang. Have another bottle. Take your time. There are over 20 bottles in a case. Li Wen cheerfully handed Wang Feng another bottle. Chapter 37. The Banquet. Haha. Li Wen, you are indeed a good brother. I shall indulge in another bottle. After cycling for over an hour from the county seat, I am utterly exhausted and parched. Wang Feng gulped down a bottle in one breath. Li Wen, too, opened a bottle for himself and took a hearty swig, for soda is best enjoyed in generous gulps. The young ladies, however, drank more delicately, using the straws Li Wen provided, yet their pace was swift, indicating they too were feeling the heat. On your back. The old lady has gone out to gather wild vegetables again, now that she knows it's safe for pigs to eat raw food. She no longer cooks for them and instead feeds them the silage Li Wen has stored, making her life much easier, said one of the friends. Mother. A few friends from the county have come to visit. Li Wen responded with a smile, taking the old lady's basket from her. Hello, everyone. The few in the yard quickly stood to greet her. Ah, everyone is well. The girls are truly beautiful, and the young men are quite handsome, the old lady remarked, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Chen Shuyue and the others, eliciting laughter from the group at her compliments. On, dear. Drinking this beverage in such hot weather won't quench your thirst. Wait here, and I will prepare some honey water for you all, the old lady insisted, despite their protests, and promptly returned to the house. Here, some cool boiled water mixed with honey. On a sweltering day, this is both sweet and refreshing, she said, emerging with a jar of cooled water. Li Wen took out small ceramic bowls and poured a serving for each. The soda, lacking chill, felt sticky in their throats. But a bowl of refreshing honey water eased their discomfort, not overly sweet, but pleasantly so. The two young men finished another bowl before feeling satisfied. On. You all chat while I prepare lunch. Do ask your friends what they would like to eat. The old lady called out. What would you like for lunch? I can have my grandmother cook for everyone. However, we don't have extravagant dishes, but there is plenty of delicious countryside fare. Li Wen chuckled lightly. Whatever is fine. I'm truly hungry after cycling all this way. Just make sure it's filling, Wang Feng responded, with the others nodding in agreement. Haha, I assure you. Satisfying your hunger is no problem. Allow me to share some of my humble works, which were sent back from various publications. The local press may not always be comprehensive, so please have a seat and peruse them while I prepare a few side dishes, Li Wen offered with a grin. Great. I was hoping to see your works. The provincial newspaper is decent, but national publications are scarce and rarely available to us. Chen Shuyue smiled, looking up slightly. Li Wen, you can cook? Zhang Tao, who had been listening intently, interjected, eyes wide with surprise. Haha, as the ancients said, in life, one must not neglect good food, beautiful women, and scenic views. I have a penchant for culinary delights, which brings me joy, so I enjoy cooking, Li Wen responded with a hearty laugh. In his past life, he had a fondness for cooking, not as a chef, but for the sheer joy of transforming ingredients into delectable dishes. In today's challenging environment, Li Wen still treats himself to a sumptuous meal every few days, or prepares a few hearty dishes at home to share with everyone. Presenting a stack of his culinary creations to a few guests, he then made his way to the kitchen. Today, since we have the children of the affluent families from the city here, let's make pure white noodles, Li Wen cheerfully suggested. What is this dipping noodles? The elderly lady inquired, chuckling. I have spent my entire life making noodles, yet I have never encountered such a dish. They are thin pulled noodles, but without any seasoning. Everyone takes a small bowl to scoop from the basin and dips it into the sauce to enjoy, Li Wen explained. My noodle-making skills are lacking. But you are the expert. I'll prepare the sauce and a few other dishes, he added with a grin. All right, I'll assist you today. My grandson Owen is not going to farm anymore. He can certainly become a chef, the elderly lady responded with a warm smile. Haha. I used to be so hungry at school that I became quite interested in cooking. I've learned quite a bit from various books. In the future, when we have the ingredients, I will cook for you, Li Wen said, beaming at the elderly lady. The two of them, one rolling out the dough and the other preparing the dishes, busily enjoyed their time in the kitchen. Li Wen ventured into the backyard garden to gather some green beans, tomatoes, and a few late cucumbers, also picking 2 eggplants. He retrieved a fish from the small pool in the cellar and took the 3 pounds of pork that Zheng Kai and others had brought today. Inspired by the fresh produce, Li Wen devised a menu for the day: stir-fried pork with green beans, garlic eggplant, a chilled cucumber dish, a crucian carp soup, and water-boiled pork slices, truly perfect. He began by preparing the sauce for the dipping noodles. taking a long-handled oil ladle to pour half a ladle of oil into the pan to heat. Many friends born in the 90s have done this task. Tools like frying spoons became prevalent after the 90s, rendering long-handled oil ladles a relic of the past. Li Wen picked up the oil ladle and, amidst the sizzling sound, added garlic paste and chili oil. Afterward, he started to sauté the tomatoes. Once cooked, he combined the garlic paste and chili oil, seasoning it with salt, soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, spice powder, and vinegar, finally adding the sautéed tomatoes to complete the dipping sauce. This sauce you made is truly fragrant. Although it does require quite a bit of oil, the elderly lady remarked, sniffing with concern. Grandma, this is without sesame oil. If we want to enjoy good food, we must prepare it well to avoid wastage. Otherwise, we might end up with something unrecognizable, ruining the good ingredients. Oil is not a worry. I have over 10 kilograms of oil tickets in my room, gifted by readers. I kept it hidden to avoid showing off, Li Wen replied with a mischievous smile. The elderly lady, hearing this, squinted her eyes in delight and continued stoking the fire. Today, they had brought pork from the back leg, which had a distinct balance of fat and lean meat. Li Wen separated the two, preparing the lean meat for water-boiled pork slices and using the fattier portion, along with some lean meat, to stir-fry with the green beans. Brother, what delicious food are you making? I can already smell the aroma from outside, chimed in little Li Xiaojun, only 5 years old. With no kindergarten in the countryside and no need to gather pig fodder lately, she spent her days playing with the village children. As I observed the little one tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the table's edge, Li Wen chuckled softly and remarked, "You play just like a big lion dog. Look at your hair. Be careful that our mother doesn't return and give you a good scolding. Hurry and wash up in the yard." Li Wen then offered the little fellow a bite of cool cucumber salad before hastily departing. Today, the items brought by Chun Shuyuan and her companions were indeed quite valuable, evidently belonging to the children of officials or families with several employees. Thus, Li Wen felt compelled to treat them well, presenting dishes that were scarce even at the town's restaurant. He harbored his own thoughts, which he chose not to disclose at that moment. Several dishes were already prepared when Li Wen briefly blanched the wild vegetables he had gathered that day in boiling water, fashioning a simple dish of cold wild greens. With 4 main dishes and a soup, along with a small serving of wild vegetables, the ample quantities were served in bowls. As the family was numerous, the staple was dipping noodles, sufficient for all. Today's spread is splendid. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a meat soup. Such a feast is rarely seen even during the new year. The elderly lady marveled at the array set before them. One cannot indulge like this during the new year. This year, I shall reveal my culinary skills and prepare something truly exquisite, far superior to these dishes, Li Wen replied with a playful shake of his head. Very well. I shall eagerly await that day. However, it seems a tad extravagant. Last New Year, each of us relished 10 meat and egg dumplings, and we were all quite satisfied. Who would have thought our family's fortunes would turn this year? It hasn't been easy, the elderly lady said, suddenly wiping a tear from her eye with a touch of sentimentality. Rest assured, hardships will pass, and our lives will only improve from here, Li Wen reassured her, wrapping his arms around the elderly woman with a warm smile. Yes, as long as life is good. I do not ask for much. Just that you all are well fed and warmly clothed, she replied, gently stroking Li Wen's hand. Mother, we're back from work. Before they even entered the door, the boisterous voice of the second uncle echoed through the air. The elderly lady instantly brightened, saying, "Your second uncle, despite his age, still calls for his mother as if he were a child. Regardless of age, in your presence, everyone remains a child. This only shows how much he respects you." Li Wen responded with a smile. As Li Wen exited the kitchen, he spotted his father and second uncle entering, shoulders burdened with hoes and shovels. He proceeded to introduce the newcomers to the family, leading to a customary exchange of pleasantries. "Father, should we invite fourth uncle and the production team leader over for lunch? Oh, and let us not forget eighth uncle. My friends came today at Annie Eight's request," Li Wen inquired. "Yes, let us extend the invitation. I'll visit fourth uncle's house. Ah Wu, Ah Quan, you two should go invite Uncle Juanli and Uncle Accountant," his father instructed. A little over 10 minutes later, fourth uncle and the production team leader arrived, with Li Juanli bringing along a small bottle of Shifeng liquor, which certainly wasn't inexpensive, valued at 1.5 yuan. Li Wen nodded, recognizing the significance. No wonder a man in his early 30s, with so few from the Li Juanli lineage, could become the team leader. It seemed there was a reason behind it, and with fourth uncle's retirement, the position of party secretary appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Once, there had been a school in Sanqing village, but following the death of the old principal, it ceased to function, leaving the village without educational facilities. Consequently, the other children dined at the town school that afternoon, not returning home. Li Wen poured some of the vegetables from the bowl for the children heading to school, then divided the remainder into 2 portions for the 2 tables, as nearly 20 people could hardly be accommodated at a single table. "Mom, please ladle the noodles along with the broth into the bowl and take it out directly. When it's time to eat, we can scoop the noodles from the bowl and dip them into this sauce." Li Wen indicated towards the row of small bowls filled with sauce on the countertop. "All right, let us try this method of eating today and see how it turns out," Wang Chunmei replied with a smile. "Wow, little Five is having a feast today. With 5 dishes and a soup," Li Juanli exclaimed, astonished by the array of plates on the table. "This is what On cooked today. It may not be extravagant, but it wouldn't be right to invite you without something decent, or else it would be an affront to you. Juanli, with your chiefing liquor," Li Dio jested. "It's been years since I've enjoyed such a refined meal. Last year, during the commune meeting, they only served 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, along with a bowl of shredded meat noodles for each person," Li Juanli reminisced. Lunch was split into 2 tables, with 3 girls preferring not to eat with Li Wen and the others, thus creating a separate table for women and another for men, which allowed everyone to relax. At the women's table, second aunt was already engaging in cheerful banter with several girls. "On, your cold cucumber dish is even more fragrant than the meat dishes. This occasional mix of peanuts, bean curd skin, and green beans tossed with chili oil is simply delightful," Uncle Ba, the accountant, remarked, savoring a bite of the cucumber salad. "The sesame hasn't been delivered yet, and we have no sesame oil at home. Otherwise, a few drops of sesame oil drizzled over the boiled cold pig's head meat would elevate the flavor to another level," Li Wen chuckled. "Just hearing you say that makes my mouth water," Zheng Kai said, popping a slice of boiled meat into his mouth with a grin. "Haha. Next time you come to my house, give me a heads up, and I'll prepare everything. I promise you'll be satisfied," Li Wen replied with a smile. Today's dishes are already quite satisfying, especially this boiled meat. Although it's made from lean meat, it's tender and flavorful, far superior to the dishes from the state-run restaurant in the county, Wang Feng praised. "Indeed, this boiled meat is something I've never seen before, let alone tasted. The spiciness and numbing sensation are perfect, especially with a glass of wine," fourth uncle remarked, taking a sip of white liquor and squinting with pleasure. "This boiled meat dish was only invented in the 1980s, Li Wen thought to himself. This boiled meat dish is inspired by the Sichuan-style boiled fish, marinated with egg, coated with egg and flour, then boiled in water, resulting in an incredibly tender texture," Li Wen explained with a smile. "How refined. Not only is the meat tender, but it's also wrapped in egg, a luxury that only affluent families could afford in ancient times. Who would have thought we'd get to enjoy it today?" Li Juanli mused, savoring a sip of liquor. Fearing that a few drinks might steer the conversation off course, Li Wen quickly redirected the topic, saying, "Now that the people are in charge, it's not just the wealthy who get to feast. Even the emperor's residence, the Forbidden City, is open for everyone to explore. Let us raise a toast to our great motherland." Chapter 38. Joining the Writers' Association. As Li Wen spoke, the atmosphere at the dining table reached a crescendo, with everyone cheering and clinking their glasses in delight. "Come, we've nearly finished the dishes. Let us try this noodle dish," said On, bringing a bowl of what he referred to as dipping noodles to the center of the table, a notion gleaned from his reading. Wang Chunmei placed the noodles in a basin and smiled as she set them down. Li Wen then presented the bowls of dipping sauce one by one to the guests. "I have tried this before. It is a specialty from Yang County in the neighboring city. It's quite delightful to enjoy during hot weather, as the noodles remain tender in the broth and are delicious when dipped in the seasoned sauce," Zheng Kai remarked, holding the dipping sauce with a grin. The guests eagerly extracted noodles from the basin and dipped them into the sauce as Li Wen elaborated on the dish. "Indeed, this is quite delightful. On, this flavor is exquisite," exclaimed Shu as he savored a noodle dipped in tomato sauce, his eyes lighting up with joy. "These dipping noodles are truly remarkable. Perfect for hot days. On, do share your culinary secrets with your aunt sometime," added Li Dequan, the accountant, with a cheerful demeanor. "Absolutely. Every summer I dread having lunch in the sweltering heat, but this noodle dish is indeed a splendid choice. I shall encourage your aunt to learn from you," Li Juanli, the production team leader, nodded in agreement. This afternoon's meal was a resounding success, leaving both hosts and guests in high spirits. After lunch, the branch secretary and others engaged in conversation with Zheng Kai and his companions before heading off to work alongside Li Wen's father. Once the others departed for work, the younger attendees felt more at ease. Chen Xiao playfully patted Li Wen on the shoulder, remarking, "I never would have guessed that a man could cook so well. Your skills surpass those of my mother and even the chefs at restaurants." The others nodded in agreement. "You may be mistaken. Typically, the world's most accomplished chefs and tailors are men. If you observe, the head chefs in restaurants are predominantly male." Li Wen replied with a smile. "Humph. Li Wen, how dare you look down upon women?" Chen Xiao pouted, and the expressions of the other two girls shifted immediately. "No, that's not what I meant." Li Wen quickly realized his misstep and waved his hands in a flurry. "I would never presume to belittle women. Didn't our leaders say that women contribute equally to society? Moreover, my mother and grandmother are women. How could I possibly look down on them?" "This actually pertains to the issue of social division of labor," he hastily clarified. "What do you mean by social division of labor? Please enlighten us." Chen Xiao crossed her arms, and the others turned their attention toward Li Wen. "Well, I could elaborate, but these are merely my personal views for your consideration." Li Wen chuckled. The issue of social division of labor traces back to the transition from matriarchal to patriarchal societies. In primordial times, during matriarchal clan societies, women undertook a variety of roles, including foraging, nurturing, food production, sewing garments, and caring for the young and elderly, while men primarily engaged in hunting, fishing, and defense. Thus, in those early communities, women held far greater significance than men. Moreover, due to the dangers of hunting, men often suffered injuries, leading to shorter lifespans, while women, owing to the nature of their roles, enjoyed comparatively safer lives and longer lifespans. In a life fraught with uncertainty, the contributions of women often play a pivotal role in stabilizing and perpetuating their communities, thus elevating their social standing. Following the advent of slavery, humanity managed to transcend the basic necessity of sustenance, leading to a resolution of reproductive challenges. However, the consequent increase in population inevitably sparked conflicts. And due to their inherently weaker physical constitution, women gradually found themselves in patriarchal societies. In the aftermath of slavery and feudal systems, the structure of social groups dictated that women's roles evolved into caretakers and homemakers, while men ventured into the world to earn a livelihood, relegating women to a subordinate status. Some archaic cultural maxims even proclaimed that a woman's lack of talent equated to virtue. This societal arrangement rendered women incapable of generating wealth independently, forcing reliance on men. Conversely, men were tasked with supporting families, necessitating survival skills akin to the natural world, where only the most adept animals propagate their lineage. Thus, a skill became a man's lifeline, compelling him to hone it to avoid obsolescence. Yet, in contemporary society, human thought has undergone liberation, propelled by technological advancements that significantly enhance productivity. Modern weaponry has also mitigated the physical disparities between genders. In many job sectors, women have proven to be more suitable than men. Consequently, the prevailing phenomenon of gender inequality is anticipated to diminish gradually, with the principle of gender equality gaining widespread acceptance. Li Wen's articulate discourse left the five listeners momentarily speechless. Never had anyone elucidated these matters with such clarity. In their everyday lives, men were perceived as the family's primary providers, while women managed domestic responsibilities, resulting in a nebulous understanding of contemporary gender roles. Li Wen challenged their preconceived notions. "Wow, your analysis is profound. It has granted me clarity about my own life. And I now comprehend the meaning of women holding up half the sky," exclaimed Zhang Tao. "Li Wen, have you published this analysis? Your insights could help women gain a clearer understanding of their roles. It's astounding that we are witnessing a transformation unprecedented in millennia." Sun Li responded with excitement. "Published? Not yet. These are merely my personal views. Otherwise you would have heard them already," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Can we publish your thoughts?" "Rest assured. Your name will be prominently featured," Chen Shuyuan eagerly asked. "Certainly, but it must be noted that these are personal opinions. I wouldn't want to be misunderstood," Li Wen chuckled. "Your insights are undoubtedly sound. Your analysis is coherent, and upon reflection, it is indeed true. Nowadays, we all share responsibilities at work and home. In my household, my mother's status surpasses that of my father's," Chen Shuyuan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, Today's young women are not to be trifled with, Zheng Kai joked from the side. Well aware of that. Just remember to be modest in our presence, lest you provoke my fist, Sun Li threatened, raising her small fist. All right, you ladies are formidable. Wang Feng and Zheng Kai surrendered with raised hands. Li Wen, why not join our writing association? In a few days, the cultural center will host an event, and everyone will attend. You are welcome to join us, Zheng Kai invited. Is there any obligation to join the writing association? I tend to avoid complications. Li Wen replied with a smile. The writing association was established by us young people and is affiliated with our county's Writers Association. Since the Writers Association consists of seasoned veterans, we felt constrained in our discussions, leading us to form this independent group. Essentially, it is a hobbyist collective of merely a dozen individuals. Once you join, you can leave at any time. There are no stringent requirements. We simply learn from one another and discuss writing while also assisting each other with minor life issues. Zheng Kai explained with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Wen realized it was indeed just a writing interest group, and the added benefit of resolving everyday problems was appealing. These young individuals must come from respectable backgrounds, given their literary talents, so joining would certainly be more advantageous than detrimental. Very well, I shall join our writing association. Together we shall support one another and strive to produce better works. Li Wen nodded with a smile. Hooray! This is wonderful. Our writing association now boasts notable figures. Let those old-timers at the Writers Association scoff at us, deeming us mere children who only scribble on scraps of paper for the county's small publications, Chen Shuyu exclaimed joyfully. Jumping up, and the others shared her delight. Li Wen then understood that this was indeed the most significant reason. Li Wen, let us document your analysis from today as part of our Writers Association's initiative. We will all sign it together and establish our Way River Writing Association's reputation. Zheng Kai proposed with a smile. Agreed. We shall sign it as our Writers Association, and soon we will all be renowned authors nationwide. Li Wen concurred with a smile. As Li Wen spoke, everyone erupted with joy. The remainder of the afternoon was spent as Li Wen shared his works and elucidated writing techniques, benefiting the group immensely and earning the admiration of the three girls, who now regarded the 15-year-old Li Wen with reverence. Around 5 in the evening, as several needed to return to the county town, they bid farewell to Li Wen, inviting him to the cultural center's upcoming event, to which Li Wen nodded in agreement. After a long day of hosting and instructing the young men and women on writing techniques, Li Wen felt quite fatigued. Upon returning to his room, he lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's events. This day of interaction had formally introduced Li Wen into the cultural circle of the county town, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors there. After a deep slumber, he awoke to find the sky darkening. His parents had returned from work, with his father and uncle sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool evening air. The yard was filled with swirling smoke as they had set up a grass pot to ward off the mosquitoes that proliferated in early autumn. The school children had returned from classes, and having subsisted on cornbread at noon, they were now quite famished, eagerly glancing toward the kitchen as enticing aromas wafted through the air, hoping for a prompt meal. Awakened from slumber, Awen's father observed Li Wen stepping out of the room and inquired with a smile. After a long day of labor, he had spent the afternoon elucidating writing issues to several friends, feeling fatigued and deciding to lie down for a moment, only to succumb to sleep. Li Wen sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Brother, you certainly know how to sleep," teased little Li Wen, who was engrossed in playing with building blocks. Glancing up at Li Wen, "You little rascal," Li Wen chuckled as he approached and lifted the small child, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Come, it's time to eat. Tonight's feast includes both fish and meat," announced their mother, along with their second aunt, as they brought the dishes to the table with cheerful expressions. Awen's father looked at the not-so-abundant dishes from lunch and remarked with a grin, "Let the children eat. We had a proper meal at noon, and these are for them. We shall suffice with some porridge." "Very well, we had our fill during lunch, and the farm work hasn't been too strenuous lately. We aren't too hungry this evening. So let us enjoy some porridge and allow the children a hearty meal." Their mother, Wang Chunmei, responded with a smile. "Wow, this is delectable. The pork slices are so juicy and fragrant," exclaimed Li Yong, unable to contain his excitement as he quickly grabbed a piece of the mouth-watering water-boiled meat at the table. The other starved little ones swiftly launched their assault on the meat, and the ensuing commotion resembled that of the pigpen in the backyard, much to the amusement of the adults present. Typically, mealtime involved the elderly distributing portions, ensuring that each individual received only a modest share. Even with dishes on the table, adults would still be vying for food, preventing any disputes. However, today the adults sat at a different table, and the elders were not supervising, allowing the children to indulge freely. Chapter 40. Eldest sister Li Wen. The young visitors who came today do not appear to hail from ordinary families. Particularly those lovely young ladies. They are quite striking. If you and your brothers could find such charming girls, I would be utterly delighted, the elderly matriarch remarked, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Li Wen and Li Wu, who were chuckling heartily. Indeed, my friends are not from typical backgrounds. Their families are all dual-income households. The two boys, Wang Feng's father works at the finance bureau, while his mother is employed at the neighborhood office. Zheng Kai's father oversees the sales department at a department store, with his mother as a saleswoman. The most beautiful girl, Chen Xiao, comes from a wealthy family with a history as red capitalists. Her father holds a leadership position in the county. The other two young ladies, Sun Li's father manages procurement at the supply and marketing cooperative, and her mother works as a saleswoman at the city store. Zhang Tao's father is an accountant at the grain bureau, while her mother is employed at an oil and grain shop. Their families are indeed thriving, belonging to the cadre and employee class. My goodness, they are from distinguished establishments. In our village, if anyone has relatives working in such positions, everyone shows them utmost respect. The friends you know are from affluent and influential families, On's second uncle remarked, his mouth agape in astonishment. What brings your friends here today? His father inquired, taking a puff from his pipe. They are all enthusiasts of writing and have joined the cultural center, collaborating with some like-minded young individuals to establish a writing organization. As a fellow youth, they have come today primarily to meet me, engage in discussions about writing, and extend an invitation for me to join their collective. Li Wen explained this to his father with a smile. Well, these children seem to come from respectable families, so there shouldn't be any issues. It's entirely up to you to decide. However, whatever you do, steer clear of unlawful activities and avoid any associations that could tarnish our name. We are an ordinary family, and they are children of high-ranking officials. If problems arise, you might find yourself as a scapegoat. Do you understand? Li Diyo nodded in agreement. Father, you are absolutely right. I understand, Li Wen replied, appreciating his father's concern with a smile. As October approached, the new year loomed closer. Soon, Ao and Xiao Quan would settle into their jobs in the city, and our family would finally break free from the hardships of farming. We should also keep the children in check. Let's maintain a low profile for the next few months. In these times, one must act discreetly, Li Diyo reflected. Also in a few days, when you head to the county, please visit your aunt's house to buy some items. Encourage your uncle to engage more. We need to nurture those relationships. Your brothers are not yet working, so it's up to us to maintain those ties, Li Diyo instructed. Do you have enough money? You still need to visit your friends. Should I ask your mother to give you some more? Wang Chunmei asked Li Wen. Yes, Aunt Air also wants to give you some more, Chui Yinzi added with a smile. Mother, Aunt, that's not necessary. I still have some left. It will be sufficient for my trip to the county. As for my brother's job, I will exchange some items through friends to help my uncle. But there's no need to overspend. After all, the quota is secured, and they cannot go back on their word. If I bring overly extravagant gifts, it might have the opposite effect, Li Wen analyzed. You're absolutely right, You can handle these matters regarding your brothers. You've made quite an impression in recent months, meeting many people and proving your capabilities, even surpassing both your father and me, his uncle said with a smile, patting Li Wen on the shoulder. Indeed, has matured and demonstrated exceptional abilities in recent months. Not only has he ensured our family is well-fed and financially stable, but he has also secured jobs for his brothers. With his talent in writing and pig farming, it seems we must pave the way for the next generation. Aunt Air remarked cheerfully about Li Wen's recent accomplishments. Yes, the children are all growing up. In the blink of an eye, Lily has been married for over a year and is about to give birth. All will soon be searching for a bride as well. We will soon become grandparents. Li Diyo chuckled, reflecting on the passage of time. The elders gazed at the older children nearby, filled with nostalgia. Mom, the other day during the harvest, my brother-in-law came to help. He mentioned that my sister is due to give birth in a month. It has been nearly a year since I last saw her. I would like to visit her tomorrow, Li Wen said with a smile. Li Wen's elder sister, Li, is 21 years old, 6 years his senior. And during their childhood, Li Wen was entirely raised by Li. When Li Wen was born, His elder brother was merely 3 years old, and his elder sister 6. His second uncle's daughter and son were also only 1 or 2. Meanwhile, his father and second uncle were laboring in a grain shop in the city, leaving the family's few acres of land entirely under the care of his mother and second aunt, who had no time to tend to the children. The 5 children were too much for the elderly matriarch to manage alone. Thus, 6-year-old Li carried the less than 1-year-old Li Wen on her back up and down the hills until he was 4 or 5 and could run on his own. Well, during your childhood, your sister cherished you the most. With the recent lull in farm work and your elder sister's mobility issues, she hasn't returned home since the beginning of the year. Look, mother is at ease, Wang Chunmei said with a smile. After dinner, the mosquitoes in the courtyard became unbearable, prompting everyone to retreat indoors. Upon returning to his space, Li Wen realized he needed to prepare for his visit to his elder sister's home the next day. He gathered over 30 eggs from the kitchen basket and caught several large carp from the fish pond. Observing the plump pumpkins and watermelons in the yard, Li Wen pondered and decided to pick 2 large pumpkins. Since his sister's family had not yet divided their household, they had more than 20 members, and food supplies were likely tight. He planned to discreetly give his sister the eggs and present the pumpkins and fish as gifts to his brother-in-law's family. After placing the items on the shelf, he retrieved a can of milk powder and a large bag of walnuts from the storeroom. He decided against taking canned fruit since fresh produce was plentiful in the north this season, given that his sister was pregnant. The nuts and milk powder would be beneficial for her health. Looking at the full basket, Li Wen paused, even without the pumpkins. The value of the items exceeded 20 yuan, so he resolved to keep a low profile. Back in the lounge, Li Wen wrote his novel until deep into the night. Exhausted, he fell asleep in the lounge without returning to his room, as the mosquitoes outside were too numerous to bear. The next morning, when the alarm rang, Li Wen returned to his room but did not venture outside, taking advantage of the cool, early morning to sleep a few more hours. It's nearly 8 o'clock. You still need to go to your sister's house, the elderly woman's voice called out. All right, I know, Li Wen replied hurriedly, rising to wash up quickly in the courtyard. I've left some steamed buns and porridge for you in the pot. Eat before you leave, the elderly woman said, smiling as she watched Li Wen rush about. Grandma, I want to eat. I'll buy something for my sister's family in town, and I'll grab some buns along the way. I must hurry, Li Wen said, emerging from his room with a basket on his back. You young man loves to sleep in. Your sister's home is over 40 kilometers away, and it's almost mealtime. The elderly woman teased, chuckling at Li Wen's anxious demeanor. That's because the mosquitoes were too numerous last night, keeping me awake, Li Wen complained. In truth, he had been sleeping in the lounge every night, so there were no mosquitoes. He was simply scared of being bitten by the insects in the yard during the day. When you return, please buy an extra bottle for your younger siblings. Recently, the rain has been plentiful, and the mosquitoes are indeed overwhelming. The children have been bitten all over, the elderly woman remarked with a smile. Li Wen hurriedly left home and made his way towards the village outskirts. It is customary to visit relatives in the morning, as afternoon visits are often frowned upon. Li Wen's older sister was married quite far away, separated from his home by another town, approximately 40 miles distant. It was already past 8 o'clock, so Li Wen needed to hasten his pace, otherwise, he would arrive at his sister's home in the afternoon. Why the rush? Li Juanli, the production team leader, smiled as he rode his bicycle towards the town. Uncle, I'm heading to my sister's house. I lingered at home longer than expected, so I need to hurry, otherwise, I won't get there until this afternoon. What about you, uncle? Why are you riding your bicycle? Li Wen replied with a grin. I'm just heading to the town commune for a meeting. Hop on. I can give you a ride, Li Juanli said with a smile. That would be great, uncle. I won't be shy about it. Li Wen responded as he jumped onto the back seat after a short run. Having a bicycle is wonderful. I wish I had one too. It allows for quick travel and saves time, Li Wen said cheerfully while seated behind. A bicycle is indeed a valuable asset. If it weren't for the village committee's bike, I wouldn't have had the chance to ride one. But you, young man, once you secure a job in the county, having a bike will be a certainty. Li Juanli chuckled. Working in the county is a solid opportunity. It's a secure job. For us farmers, it's quite challenging. I would be satisfied with a job in the town, Li Wen expressed wistfully. Indeed, the disparity between rural and urban areas is vast. When factories in the city advertise positions, they immediately turn away applicants with rural household registration. Life is truly difficult for us farmers. Li Juanli sighed. I know your capabilities and won't be ashamed to admit it. Despite working tirelessly, I only receive a meager monthly allowance. I run between the village and the commune daily, hoping that one day the commune will consider my dedication and help your brother Cheng secure a job. That way, he can escape the fate of toiling in the fields, Li Wen lamented. Yes, working for the government as a worker and having an urban household registration is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate for us farmers. Life as a farmer is arduous, especially in recent years of calamity. Li Wen reflected on Li Wen's struggles. I believe you have a bright future ahead. You're already quite capable at your age. In a few years, you will undoubtedly achieve great success, and your family will prosper with you. However, once you succeed, remember to lend a hand to my two boys. Consider it a favor I owe you, Li Wen said, his words flowing as quickly as his pedaling. Uncle, you're still under 40, in the prime of your life. Few team leaders among the surrounding villages are as exceptional as you. Therefore, you are the greatest support for Cheng and the others. Who knows? I might need your and Cheng's help in the future, since we're from the same village and have a good relationship. It's only natural we assist one another, Li Wen replied with a cheerful demeanor. You're quite the orator. It's no wonder you excel in writing. Li Wen listened to Li Wen's remarks with admiration, praising him sincerely. Their conversation made the journey seem to pass swiftly. Upon arriving in the town, Li Wen brought the vehicle to a halt, stating, "Well, here we are. From this point onward, you shall continue on your own." "Thank you, uncle. I need to buy some gifts for my sister. You may go about your business now." Li Wen waved his hand in farewell to Li Wen. After bidding farewell, Li Wen, with a basket on his back, did not linger in the town but hurriedly made his way to his elder sister's home. In this era, the roads in rural towns were primarily unpaved, making cycling and walking the most practical modes of transport. Driving would certainly be a jarring experience. As he passed through the neighboring Daong town, he encountered a bustling market. Autumn heralded the fruit season, and Daong town was known for its abundance of grapes and kiwis. The town also boasted orchards, which meant the supply and marketing cooperatives refrained from purchasing the fruit. The market was filled with local vendors selling fruits from their gardens, including elderly gentlemen and women. Grapes were particularly inexpensive due to their abundance, costing merely 3 cents per pound. Li Wen discreetly purchased several hundred pounds to store away, in addition to over 100 pounds of kiwis, before hastily departing from Daong town. By nearly 11 o'clock, he arrived at Wonglu Township, where his elder sister resided. Today marked a large market day in Wonglu Township, which was typically held on a unified schedule to curtail speculative trading practices. Some individuals would buy at one market and sell at the next, profiting from the price differences. Authorities were strict in their enforcement against such practices. The distance from his sister's home to the township's commune was less than 2 miles. With the time at 10:40, Li Wen was in no rush and began to leisurely browse the market. "These apples look delightful," he remarked as he strolled past numerous stalls displaying rosy apples. "Excuse me, sir, what type of apples are these, and what is their price?" he inquired, picking up a vibrant red apple. "Ah, young man, you are not from Wonglu Township, are you? These are guoguang apples. When ripe, they turn a brilliant red. They are crisp now, but if stored for a month or two, they will become even sweeter, perfect for the elderly and children. Here, let me offer you a taste." The elderly vendor, appearing to be in his 60s and slightly hunched, recognized Li Wen as an outsider. He took an apple and sliced it in half. "Oh, sir, you are too kind to share half of an apple with me," Li Wen exclaimed. In these times, apples were not inexpensive, although it was the season. Their storage capability made them a staple on the shelves of supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores, costing between 4 to 6 dimes per pound. By winter, their prices could rival that of meat, making them a fine gift. What is there to be stingy about when they are grown in my own garden?" The old gentleman generously urged, "Do take a bite." He handed half of the cut apple to Li Wen while offering the other half to his 2 grandsons, who had been observing intently. The children eagerly accepted the apple and devoured it, indicating that they likely did not indulge in such treats often at home. Witnessing the delight of the children as they relished the apples filled Li Wen with a profound sentiment. "Indeed, this apple is delightfully sweet and tangy, and quite crisp," Li Wen praised, taking a generous bite. "Old man, how much are these apples per pound? If the price is reasonable, I will take them all." Li Wen waved his hand and said, "Our apples are grown right here in Wanglexiang, from our own garden, and they're just 22 yuan per pound." Upon hearing that Li Wen intended to purchase everything, the old man couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking to himself, This young fellow may be young, but he certainly isn't stingy. The old man began to carefully select the best fruits from his stall, placing them into a sack for Li Wen to inspect, discarding any that were bruised or damaged. In total, it weighed just over 42 pounds, so he calculated the price to be 9.24 yuan. Let us just call it 9.20 yuan, and the bag is on me, he said with a cheerful wave of his hand. All right, that sounds good, Li Wen replied as he handed over the 9.20 yuan. The old man beamed with joy, surprised by the generosity that had cleared out his entire stall. Here, let me give you a few more of these slightly bruised ones. They must have gotten knocked around on my way here. You can definitely enjoy them over the next couple of days, the old man insisted, stuffing 5 or 6 more fruits into Li Wen's hands. Li Wen found it hard to refuse and accepted them, thinking to himself, this man is truly sincere. If it were in the future, people would be trying to offload their bad produce for profit. Li Wen then pulled out a few large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and handed them to a small child sitting beside the old man. Goodbye, old man, Li Wen waved as he bid farewell to the warm-hearted elder. He turned and made his way down a secluded street, storing the fruits in his space. He then proceeded to buy several dozen pounds of green banana apples and yellow yuan shui apples from a few other stalls that caught his eye before concluding his shopping. Just past 11 o'clock, Li Wen arrived at his elder sister Li Li's home, located in a village called Qingshui, which, curiously, had no river despite its name. Standing at the entrance, he confirmed it was indeed his sister's house. From his memories, he recalled a rather thick persimmon tree standing at the front. Knock, knock, knock. Li Wen rapped on the door, which lacked a door knocker as many had been removed during the steel-making efforts of recent years. Who is it? Came a child's voice from within, as the door was slightly ajar. Rural customs typically didn't involve closing doors during daylight hours. Who are you? A boy of about 4 or 5 peered out, regarding the unfamiliar face with caution. Li Wen recognized him as the grandson of his brother-in-law's uncle. With a smile, Li Wen replied, I'm here to visit family. Li Li is my sister, and Song Qiuyang is my brother-in-law. Oh, you're Auntie Li's brother. The child, now reassured, dashed back inside without further ado. You must be little Li's brother. You've grown so much. Come in, come in. An elderly woman, around 70 years old, emerged. Hello, Grandma Song. I'm Li Wen, the second son of the Li family. Since it's a quiet farming season, I thought I'd come and see my sister, who is nearing her due date. Li Wen greeted her with a smile. Your sister is resting in the room. She is due to give birth any day now, so let her stay inside and not move around too much, Grandma Song replied with a warm smile. Ah, when you've come. At that moment, a woman in her 20s, heavily pregnant, emerged from behind a curtain. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing Li Wen. Sister, it has been 6 months since I last saw you, and I have missed you dearly. Today, I came to visit, and upon seeing me, Li Wen hurriedly approached. Young man, converse with your sister. I shall prepare a meal for you both, the elderly lady remarked with a smile. Grandma, please go ahead with your cooking. I wish to chat with my brother, Li Li replied with a smile directed at the old woman. Come, let us talk in my room, Li Li said, leading Li Wen into her chamber. How has everything been at home? Since my pregnancy, the distance has kept me away for over half a year, and I have yet to see our mother and grandmother, Li Li inquired eagerly as they settled down. Sister, worry not. Our family situation has improved significantly this year. Just look at me. I have gained some weight, Li Wen responded with a cheerful grin. Indeed, after 6 months apart, you've grown taller. You may be heavier, but it is not readily apparent, Li Li remarked with a smile. Sister, take a look at what I have brought for you today, Li Wen said as he pulled a basket closer from beside the stool. Here are 2 large carp, marinated just for you, each weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. And here are over 30 eggs. I also brought some milk powder from a friend. It's a fine product, just smell how delightful it is. Li Wen opened a tin can and presented it to Li Li. Moreover, I have brought some walnuts, chestnuts, and pine nuts. Sister, do indulge in these. The books say that pregnant and nursing mothers benefit greatly from such nuts, as they enhance a child's intelligence. Lastly, I have 2 large pumpkins for your family. Li Wen enthusiastically showcased the meticulously prepared gifts to his elder sister, Li Li. Ah, this milk powder is unlike any I have encountered. So fragrant, Li Li exclaimed, leaning closer to inhale the aroma from the can. And where did you acquire all these wonderful items? They must have cost a fortune. Did you perhaps take money from home? Li Li inquired, placing the milk powder can down. Absolutely not, dear sister. This tale is a long one. But our family situation has indeed improved. We have no issues with food or clothing. As for me, I purchased all of this with my own earnings. Li Wen explained with a smile, gesturing to the items. Then, Li Wen recounted how he made money through writing submissions. To alleviate any doubt Li might have, he pretended to pull out a copy of a publication's acceptance letter from the basket to show her. After listening to Li Wen's concise explanation of his circumstances and briefly sharing about their family, Li felt reassured. Li Wen, these gifts are splendid. Since my pregnancy, my appetite has surged. I find myself eating 4 to 5 meals a day and often waking up hungry in the middle of the night. With your support, I can now provide my nephew with the nourishment he needs, she said joyfully. Sister, consuming cornmeal, sweet potatoes, and potatoes daily offers little nutrition. While carrying a child, you must eat healthily, otherwise, you will surely feel famished quickly. Just look at you. Though pregnant, your belly has only grown a little, and there isn't much flesh on your face, Li Wen expressed with concern. Alas, these past years have been challenging for everyone. Being able to eat enough is already a blessing. While I am pregnant, my mother-in-law has been considerate, providing me with an egg each day and serving me fine noodles in the evenings. Any further requests would only burden them. After all, my brother-in-law's family treats their daughter-in-law similarly during her pregnancy. Li defended her in-laws. Indeed, these times are tough, and I understand. It is not that I am merely concerned about your weight. It is my affection for you that prompts my worry, Li Wen replied with a smile. Sister, please enjoy the treats I brought for you. Do not share them with the public, Li Wen said with a smile. You have a large family, and these 2 pumpkins each weigh nearly 20 pounds. I brought them so Aunt can prepare several meals for the household. He playfully nudged the sizable pumpkin at his feet. All right, I understand. However, these pumpkins are indeed quite substantial. I have never seen such large specimens before. I'll have my brother-in-law bring them home. Li replied with a grin. Xiaowen, you have arrived. I was wondering who was conversing with your sister in the room, said her brother-in-law, Song Chuyang, as he entered after finishing work, lifting the door curtain. Li Wen's elder brother-in-law and sister were of the same age, both 21 this year, having married the previous year. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Song Chuyang was robust and exuded strength, clearly a capable laborer. Li Wen quickly rose and smiled. Brother-in-law, with the recent lull in farming, I thought I would come check on everyone since my sister is about to give birth. Indeed, your sister is due in about a week. You have grown quite a bit since I last saw you 3 or 4 months ago, when I visited your in-laws then. You were a mere slender reed, barely reaching my waist, and now you are at my shoulder, Song Chuyang chuckled, patting Li Wen on the shoulder. Xiaowen, please sit and converse with your sister while I fetch you a glass of water. Your sister hasn't even offered you a drink, Song Chuyang remarked as he noticed the absence of refreshments at the table. Chuyang, please take these 2 large pumpkins and the 2 fish to the kitchen. They are for the family from on, Li instructed, gesturing toward the pumpkins on the floor. Very well, Song Chuyang replied, lifting the pumpkins and fish, giving Li Wen a nod as he exited. Sister, how has your husband treated you since you moved here? If he is not good to you, do let me know. Li Wen teased. How could he treat me poorly? He and I were classmates in high school. If it were otherwise, I would not have married him from so far away, Li retorted, rolling her eyes at Li Wen. Li had excelled in her studies, but 2 years ago, the family faced hard times, struggling to put food on the table, let alone afford her education. As a girl from a rural family, reaching high school was already a significant achievement, so she had to drop out in her 2nd year. Eventually, she married Song Chuyang, whom she had mutual feelings for, moving to Wanglu Township several dozen miles away. Alas, everything is fine, but in these times, toiling endlessly in the fields with your brother-in-law, I feel discontented, she sighed. It's a pity he couldn't finish high school. Otherwise, he could find temporary work in the city, earning a modest income. With over 20 mouths to feed, daily expenses are a considerable burden. Life is tough with so many people, Li lamented. Chapter 42. Discussing separation of family. Sister, do not wear a frown. It's not good for the child you carry. These hard times will soon pass. They will not last forever. Our future will undoubtedly improve. Besides, our family is doing better now. I am earning as well, and we will support each other moving forward. Ah, indeed, dear sister. Your family has now entered its 4th generation. Your brother-in-law has 2 brothers, and among them, there are 8 cousins from his side. In recent years, they have gradually begun to marry, and I observe that your courtyard is not significantly larger than ours. Once everyone is wed, it will surely become insufficient for accommodation. There has been no discussion of dividing the family, Li Wen inquired with a hint of confusion. In Li Wen's household, Only the matriarch remains. And as both of his father's brothers are still relatively young, they have not yet considered separation. However, it has been stated that when the next generation of Li Wen marries, a division will certainly take place. Managing a large family can be cumbersome, and living together becomes cramped. The complexities increase with the presence of more in-laws, making financial matters more challenging to navigate. Thus, both his father and second uncle have agreed in advance that once the eldest brother, Li Wu, marries, the family will be divided. Why has this not been mentioned? In recent years, both of my uncle's eldest and second sons have married, and my father-in-law has wed me to your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law's two younger brothers are not young anymore, and this year, the eldest son of my third uncle has just become engaged, along with two younger brothers who are of a similar age to you. In a few years, they too will be seeking matches. The current living space is already insufficient, and arguments about the division of the family have become frequent. Every time this topic arises, it gives me a headache, Lili lamented, rubbing her temples. Indeed, as the number of brothers increases, the matter of separation becomes quite a headache. Fortunately, our family is relatively small. Our father has already stated that once the eldest brother marries, he will separate from the second uncle, Li Wen replied with a smile. Oh, so our family will also be divided? Our father's relationships with his brothers, and our mother with her second sister-in-law, are quite amicable, Lili exclaimed in surprise. I agree with the separation. It is for the best. Our family is already sizable, and my elder brother and I have grown up, each with our own affairs and relationships. Living together as one large family inevitably presents inconveniences, Li Wen explained with a smile. That is true. A separation would be beneficial, allowing for independent lives. Your brother-in-law's family is quite large, with numerous in-laws and relatives. While our past relationships have been cordial, the constant influx of people leads to inevitable conflicts. My father-in-law and his brothers have been discussing separation for years, but due to recent hardships and diminished income, there is little to be gained from dividing the family, making it challenging to establish new households. Thus, the matter of separation has been set aside, Lili sighed. Upon hearing this, Li Wen began to contemplate. Sister, let us reassess this once you have given birth. If necessary, my brothers and I will support you and your brother-in-law. You child, always speaking without consideration. Even if we don't account for labor, establishing a new courtyard would still require over 200 yuan for basic necessities and food. Separation is not an easy task, Lili remarked, playfully patting Li Wen, who sat on a small stool. Li Wen understood that in his sister's eyes, he remained the naive child, so he refrained from further argument and smiled instead. Wen, come along with your sister. It is time for dinner, called out brother-in-law Song Chaoyang as he entered, lifting the door curtain. Sister, allow me to assist you. Let us go eat, Li Wen said, rising to help Li from the side of the Kong. Wen, you may go. I will help your sister, Song Chaoyang responded with a smile. There's no need. Brother-in-law, I can manage, Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Wen was taken aback. He had never dined at his eldest sister's home before, always departing before meal times, aware that their circumstances were modest, and it was uncommon to invite guests for dinner. In the courtyard, for large tables were set, bustling with 23 individuals. The elderly lady, along with her two daughters-in-law and granddaughters, occupied one table, while several sons and adult grandsons filled two others, leaving a table for a few older girls. It seemed that today, in anticipation of Li Wen's arrival, the elder brother-in-law's family had reserved a table specifically for him. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Wen greeted everyone warmly under the introduction of his elder brother-in-law before returning to his seat. Good day, Uncle Song. Good day, Auntie, Li Wen said, glancing at the elder brother-in-law's parents as he hurriedly offered his greetings. Please, sit down. Little one, the last time you visited your sister, you were just a child. It's been over half a year, and now you've grown into quite a young man, Uncle Song remarked with a smile. Uncle, I'm still a child at heart, but I've reached the age where I've started to grow these past 6 months, Li Wen replied with a chuckle. Come, little one, let us eat. Today you've brought 2 large fish, and Annie has made them for us. The meat is truly rich and delightful. Your presence today is a blessing indeed. Come, eat without hesitation, Auntie Song encouraged with a warm smile. Li Wen graciously accepted the bowl and chopsticks. Observing half a fish on the table, alongside a plate of scrambled eggs, a bowl of tomato and tofu soup, and 2 cold dishes, with steamed buns made from a mixture of wheat flour as the staple, 2 for each person. He nodded slightly, satisfied with the spread. He had noticed that the other tables only had cornbread and a couple of dishes. All right, everyone is seated. Let us commence the meal. Little one, would you like something to drink? Uncle Song inquired, raising his wine glass with a smile. Li Wen politely waved his hand in refusal. You old fool. You only think of drinking when guests arrive. Little one, if you're not having any wine, then hurry and eat. Auntie Song playfully admonished as she served Li Wen some food. With Li Wen included, there were 8 people at this table, comprising the 4 siblings of the elder brother-in-law. As soon as Uncle Song announced the meal had begun, everyone eagerly placed their chopsticks into the fish. It appeared that life at home was quite challenging, as Uncle Song felt a slight embarrassment witnessing the voracious appetites of his children. He soon joined in on the feast. Li Wen had grown weary of fish lately. However, Auntie Song's cold dishes were quite delectable, and he indulged in them. Observing Li Wen's vibrant demeanor and the items he had brought, the Song family understood that his family must be faring better than theirs, yet they refrained from commenting. The meal concluded in less than 20 minutes, and after a brief chat with Uncle Song, Li Wen retreated to a room to rest. Once inside, Song Chaoyang poured a glass of water for Li Wen and remarked, Little one, those 2 fish were indeed substantial, with plenty of meat. Where did you procure them? I caught them a while back while fishing in the river. Li Wen recounted his recent fishing exploits to Song Chaoyang and his sister Li, prompting exclamations of surprise from both. After a while, noticing his sister yawning frequently, Li Wen knew that it was natural for pregnant women to feel drowsy and that he wasn't being ushered out. Sister, brother-in-law, I won't linger much longer. It's nearly 3 in the afternoon, and I must return before nightfall, Li Wen announced, rising with a smile to take his leave. Very well. Brother-in-law won't keep you. Once your sister gives birth in a few days, do come back and share the joyous news, Song Chaoyang said, standing up with a smile. Li Wen did not require his sister to accompany him outside, as the Song family had already gone to work. Song Chaoyang escorted Li Wen to the door. Brother-in-law, go on. You should return and take good care of my sister. If anything arises, send someone to inform the family. Li Wen waved his hand and departed from Qing, Shui village. Upon returning to town, he found the market had already dispersed, leaving only a handful of villagers from nearby areas setting up their stalls, with foot traffic dwindling. Li Wen purchased some bran and a few small wooden barrels, then meandered his way home. Don't you dare harm my brother. I will take you down. From a distance, Li Wen observed a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, shouting loudly behind a group of older children, occasionally shoved aside and tumbling to the ground. What is going on here? Li Wen hurriedly approached, calling out. The group of children paused and turned to look at him. Upon realizing that Li Wen was merely a few years older than them, a sturdy boy of about 12 sneered, Mind your own business, scram, or you might just get a beating too. As he drew near, Li Wen saw that they were ganging up on an 8 or 9-year-old boy. He was taken aback, thinking how brazen this boy must be. How shameless are you, ganging up on a younger child? If you have the guts, go home and take it out on your father, Li Wen retorted with a smirk. Brothers, beat him. The strong boy, angered by Li Wen's words, charged at him. Since his rebirth, Li Wen had inexplicably gained immense strength, and coupled with his recent good nourishment, he found himself in better shape than even his elder brother. Seeing the boy throw a punch at him, Li Wen responded with a swift kick, sending the boy tumbling into a nearby cesspool. The other 4 children, witnessing this, rushed to attack him. Li Wen retaliated with 2 punches, causing 2 of the little rascals to bleed from their noses, which terrified the remaining 2, prompting them to flee the scene. You wait. I'll fetch my brother to deal with you. The boy who had emerged from the filth-covered cesspool shouted defiantly, caked in muck and grime. Go ahead, I'm waiting. Li Wen scoffed, picking up a piece of brick to throw at the boy, causing the group to scatter in fear. Are you all right? Li Wen gently lifted the crying little girl from the ground and smiled at the boy sitting there, reassuring him. Big brother, you are amazing. You scared them off in no time. The little girl wiped her tears and smiled at Li Wen. I like you. Your name is Xiaohua? How adorable. Here, let me give you a candy. Li Wen ruffled her hair and handed her a white rabbit cream candy. Wow, thank you, big brother. Cream candy. I haven't had candy in ages. The little girl eagerly opened the wrapper and popped it into her mouth. Thank you for helping us drive those bullies away. Big brother, the boy, now standing and clutching his stomach, expressed his gratitude. Are you all right? Does your stomach hurt? Li Wen inquired with concern. I'm fine. I was just lying down with my head tucked, and my stomach hit the dirt, the boy replied, rubbing his belly. Why were they attacking you? Li Wen asked. Those bullies took our apples without paying. When my brother confronted them, they refused to pay and started hitting us," the little girl exclaimed, her anger bubbling over like a furious little bird. At that moment, Li Wen noticed a small apple stall nestled in the corner, where a little basket held around 20 to 30 apples. "What is your name? These apples are quite valuable. Why aren't you with any adults?" Li Wen chuckled, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. "Big brother, my name is Song Jia, and this is my sister, Song Xiaohua. Our grandmother is ill, and there are no other adults at home," the boy replied, stubbornly wiping the dirt from his face. Li Wen paused, taken aback by the revelation that these two children had no parents, only a grandmother. "Song Jia, Xiaohua, where are your father and mother? Is there truly no one else at home?" he inquired. "No, we have never seen our parents. We were raised by our grandmother," Song Jia replied, lowering his head and speaking softly. "Alas, poor little ones," Li Wen said tenderly, patting Song Xiaohua's head, filled with sympathy for the ragged siblings. "Big brother, we should hurry and leave. Those bad guys are from a nearby village. They always extort us when we set up our stall. Now that you've fought them, they will surely come back with others," Song Jia urged anxiously. "Very well, it is better to avoid trouble. I will take all these apples from your stall, and you can return home with an empty basket," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Big brother, I'll treat you. You don't need to buy them. They were grown in my backyard and are free to you," Song Jia insisted, quickly pressing several apples into Li Wen's hands. "Just one will suffice for me. I'll buy the rest." "I need more than what you have," Li Wen said, biting into a bruised apple he picked up from the stall and smiling. "All right. Thank you, big brother. Now we can take the money home to help our grandmother." Song Jia expressed his gratitude, looking appreciatively at Li Wen. "You little rascal. I see you have no scale. How do you sell them?" Li Wen observed the stall curiously. "We borrowed a scale from an aunt nearby, but we haven't sold much today, and she has already gone home. We sell each apple for 6 cents, young Song Jia explained. "Okay. 38 apples amount to 2 yuan and 28 cents. Here's 2 yuan and 30 cents, Li Wen said, pulling out the money from his pocket and handing it to the boy. "Thank you, big brother. Now we can take care of our grandmother." Song Xiaohua clapped her hands in delight. "Look, that's the person. He's the one who hit us and made Dogsy and Erden bleed." Just as Li Wen and the two children finished packing up the stall, 5 or 6 youths, around 16 or 17 years old, rushed towards them. Led by the boy Li Wen had kicked into the filthy ditch. "Quickly run. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," Song Jia urged, glancing back at the approaching figures in distress. "We can't run. Even if I could escape, what about you and your sister? You cannot outrun them," Li Wen said, shaking his head as he set down the basket. "Big brother, you take my sister and run. I'll hold them off. Let them beat me if they must." Song Jia shouted urgently at Li Wen. "Don't worry, you two stand aside. I have trained in martial arts," Li Wen said with a smile, assuming a Wing Chun stance for the children to remain at a safe distance. As Li Wen observed, the young man had already retrieved the electric baton from his concealed space and tucked it into his pocket. "You, the one who struck my brother," one of the youngsters, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, arrogantly approached Li Wen. "So, your brother resorted to numbers to overpower him, and now you, as the elder, act in the same manner?" Li Wen scoffed with disdain. "How dare you speak another word?" The youth, towering over Li Wen by nearly half a head, roughly kicked towards him. Li Wen, having matured, recalled the myriad martial arts videos he had watched in his previous life. He deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to the young man's knee, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground with considerable force. "You audacious fool! How dare you retaliate against me?" the youth shouted, having fallen awkwardly. Rising in a fit of rage, he cursed as he stood, his previous encounters relying solely on brute strength and size, leaving him unprepared for such tactics. "Brothers, let us take him down together and see where he can hide," he called out to the 4 or 5 companions who had accompanied him. Over the past few months, Li Wen had significantly regained his strength and physique, no longer resembling the frail youth who once fought against Li Shoucai in the village. As the group encircled him, he strategically positioned himself against the wall of a narrow alley. The assailants approached him barehanded, perhaps underestimating him as merely a half-grown child based on his brother's words. "Let us see where you can evade." 2 of the attackers lunged at Li Wen with punches and kicks, while the others trailed behind, unable to advance due to the confined space. A boy from the nearby filthy gutter cheered them on, shouting for them to beat Li Wen to a pulp. Li Wen leaned against the wall, using the momentum to land a powerful strike to one assailant's chin, causing blood to splatter. The second attacker aimed a blow at Li Wen's shoulder, but Li Wen, having just executed a kick, smoothly dropped to the ground, leaving the youth clutching his groin in pain. Come on, let us continue. Li Wen beckoned the approaching youths with a smile. I didn't expect you to possess some skill, but let us see how your fists can withstand 4 hands. With a rallying cry, the youth charged, and all 5 of them lunged at Li Wen, attempting to subdue him. Seeing this, Li Wen quickly retreated, realizing he could not afford to remain against the wall, lest he be overwhelmed. As the group charged towards him with fervor, he swiftly produced the electric baton and pressed it against the thigh of the shouting youth. Ah! Came the anguished cry. As the youth collapsed, foam escaping his mouth. Seizing the moment as the others turned to their fallen comrade, Li Wen struck swiftly again, pressing the baton against the thighs and arms of the 2 closest youths, both of whom fell to the ground, writhing in pain. How do you like that? Are you fellows still keen to continue? Li Wen taunted, playfully twirling the electric baton in his hand, causing the faces of the remaining assailants to pale with fear. What is that? How can it feel like being struck by electricity? The youth exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Disregard all else. Simply understand that dealing with you lot is but a trifling matter. Moreover, should I discover any further bullying of children by you, I shall ensure you are incapacitated. Do you comprehend? Li Wen admonished, tapping the leader of the group on the face with an electric baton, causing him to tremble in fear. Understood, big brother. The group mumbled, heads bowed. Now go, Li Wen said, turning back to the 2 children concealed nearby, smiling as he addressed them. He glanced at a boy hiding in the filthy ditch, making a gesture as if to shoot, which startled the boy into hiding immediately. Big brother, you are truly impressive. You managed to frighten off so many adults all by yourself, exclaimed Xiaohua, her face alight with joy. Come along, where do you live? I shall escort you home, Li Wen said, hoisting his backpack and taking Xiaohua's hand. I reside in Shangshui village, about 5 or 6 li from the commune, replied Song Jie, who dashed ahead. Big brother, you are so formidable. Do you truly possess martial arts skills? Might you teach me? Song Jie inquired excitedly throughout the journey, his enthusiasm palpable. This is merely a means of physical conditioning, a bit of sanzhou. I can certainly provide you with some guidance, Li Wen replied, rummaging through his space to retrieve a few pages from a fitness book containing illustrations of sanzhou techniques, which he handed to Song Jie. Wow, is this a martial arts manual? Song Jie asked, his excitement evident as he accepted the illustrations. Indeed, these depict grappling and sanzhou techniques. They could serve as a martial arts guide. Once you master them, you should destroy them to prevent others from learning, Li Wen teased. All right, big brother. I shall destroy them as soon as I learn, Song Jie exclaimed, carefully glancing at the pages before concealing them in his shirt. Remember, the primary purpose of practicing martial arts is to strengthen your body and cultivate your spirit. After you learn, focus on self-defense and refrain from engaging in senseless fights or bullying others. Understood? Li Wen feigned seriousness. Yes, I understand. I want to protect my grandmother and little sister from being bullied. I would never bully anyone, Song Jie replied with a grin. Big brother, should I consider you my master? That is unnecessary. Many physical education teachers and military personnel know these techniques. I learned them from books and now pass them on to you. The essence of martial arts lies in perseverance. Only through consistent practice can one develop a robust physique. Many begin to learn a few moves, find them simple, and after a few days of training, abandon the practice due to fatigue. Song Jie nodded vigorously and declared, Big brother, I will surely commit to consistent training. When you return home, craft 2 small sandbags and 1 large one from cloth. Each morning, strap a 1-pound sandbag to each leg and run. Initially, cover a distance of 1 or 2 li, gradually increasing as you adapt, while also adding weight to your leg sandbags. Each day, wrap your fists in cloth and strike the large sandbag. Once you find that you no longer require the cloth for protection and can strike the bag for several minutes barehanded, that will signify your fists have grown resilient. Every day, practicing horse stance exercises to enhance leg stability and core strength will, over time, transform one into a martial arts master, Li Wen jestingly encouraged Song Jie. While his assertions were indeed capable of fortifying the body, it was quite implausible for a child of merely 8 or 9 years to sustain such a regimen. Little did Li Wen anticipate that the very discipline he himself struggled to maintain, merely practicing punches and taking leisurely walks, would be adhered to by young Song Jie, who would later achieve remarkable success because of it. Big brother, we've arrived. See that house with fewer thatched roofs? That's my home, exclaimed Song Xiaohua, releasing Li Wen's hand to skip ahead toward a nearby dwelling. Li Wen looked up to behold a mud brick house, its roof yet to be adorned with this year's thatch, giving it a rather antiquated and sparse appearance. Grandma, we're back, Song Xiaohua announced loudly as she pushed open the slightly ajar door. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Wen's gaze was met by 2 apple trees standing 3 to 4 meters tall, adorned with a scattering of fruit, albeit positioned too high to be easily plucked. At that moment, a woman in her 60s emerged from the house, exuding a graceful demeanor reminiscent of a refined lady from an esteemed lineage. She coughed persistently, likely suffering from a cold, and her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Good day, Grandma, Li Wen greeted her with a slight bow. Xiaohua mentioned that you saved her and Ajia. Thank you, young man, the elderly woman said, her smile warm and benevolent as she nodded in gratitude towards Li Wen. It was the least I could do. Anyone would have intervened in such a situation. There are still many good people in this world, Li Wen responded with a smile. Yes, indeed. There are still many good people. The elderly woman's reminiscence seemed to be stirred by his words, as she paused momentarily before sighing softly. Dear boy, I fear my cold might be contagious, so I shan't invite you inside. Ajia, please pour some water for your big brother, she instructed, glancing at Songjia. No need, Grandma. I merely escorted the 2 children home, worried they might encounter trouble on the way. There's no need for formality. Oh, by the way, I noticed you have plenty of apples in your yard. Since I require a substantial amount, why not sell them all to me? Li Wen suggested, pointing towards the apple trees in the yard. Ah, those are from our own garden. If you wish to eat some, I can let you pick a few. But I cannot accept payment, the elderly woman replied, seated comfortably in her chair, smiling. That won't do. I intend to purchase a significant quantity. I want every apple from your trees. To be frank, if it were just for my own consumption, I would only take a few. However, I plan to sell these apples, so I must insist, Li Wen spoke gently. The elderly woman understood the situation and nodded in agreement with a smile. Come, Songjia. Fetch a piece of clothing to prop up. I will climb the tree to pick the apples while you catch them below. These apples are too high to reach. And I will solve this all at once, Li Wen said cheerfully to Songjia, who stood nearby. All right, thank you, big brother. Just in time. As I can't reach those up there, and Grandma won't let me climb too high for fear I might fall. I was planning to ask Xi and Go from the village for help, but you've resolved my major dilemma, Songjia replied, emerging from the house with a piece of clothing to hold at the base of the tree, beaming with delight. Be ready to catch. As I pick them, hand one to Xiaohua and place it on the ground, Li Wen instructed with a grin. In his previous life, Li Wen's family cultivated numerous apples. During his childhood, when tools were not as advanced, apples were harvested in a rather rudimentary manner. One person would climb to the higher branches to pick the fruit, while another stood below to catch them. Within less than half an hour, Li Wen had successfully gathered over 100 apples from the tree. All right, Xiaohua, Songjia, count how many we have, Li Wen said with a smile, observing Xiaohua crouched on the ground counting. Well, there are a total of 141, with about 20 being bad, Songjia replied after a moment of counting, lifting his head. Excellent. Now, you two, please place the good ones into the basket for your big brother, Li Wen encouraged with a grin. Seeing the 2 children quietly and carefully putting the apples into the basket, Li Wen nodded in approval. Here, take this. It's 10 yuan for the apples, he said, handing 10 1 yuan notes to Songjia. Young man, that's too much. These apples aren't worth 10 yuan, especially since you helped pick them, the elderly lady interjected, standing up from her chair. She took the money from Songjia and offered 5 yuan back to Li Wen. Grandma, Songjia and Xiaohua are quite dear to me. I could easily sell these apples for over 10 yuan, so I'll take a little less. Besides, I see that your health isn't great. With this money, you can get the treatment you need. The 2 children still rely on you, Li Wen replied, waving his hand with a smile. Very well, then. I graciously accept, the elderly lady said, her eyes glistening with tears as she accepted the money. All right, I won't linger any longer. I live in Xinjiang, which is several dozen miles away. If you need anything, just send someone to Sanjing village in Xinjiang, Li Wen said as he declined the elderly lady's offer to accompany him outside. Goodbye, big brother. The 2 little ones waved at Li Wen. Take care, Songjia. Remember to eat well to strengthen your body. Only then can you master martial arts, Li Wen advised as he departed. Big brother, I understand. I will practice diligently to protect my family, Songjia affirmed with a determined nod. By the time Li Wen left Shangshui village, it was nearly 4 o'clock. He stored the apples in his space and began his journey home. In fact, there was a bicycle in his space, belonging to his former landlord. However, it was a modern model with a curved frame, not the traditional straight frame, and Li Wen hesitated to ride it for fear of drawing attention. As for his electric bike, he dared not use it either. Fortunately, his physical condition was quite good, and with the refreshing autumn afternoon, he took a leisurely route back to town, arriving just before 6. Where have you been? A voice inquired as Li Wen rested on a step, panting slightly. A bullock cart had halted in front of him. Li Wen looked up and smiled. Uncle, at this hour, what brings you to town with the bullock cart? The late peaches from the orchard in the village are ripe, but due to the heat, we couldn't harvest them all. I picked some this afternoon and just delivered them to the supply and marketing cooperative, Uncle Li Dijing replied with a smile. Why are you all soaked? Have you been fighting? Li Dijing asked, puzzled. Not at all. I just rushed back from my sister's house. I returned a bit late this afternoon and hurried back to town before dark. Li Wen chuckled. Perfect timing. Come, hop on the bullock cart. Let us head home together. Dijing smiled as he started the cart. Absolutely. Li Wen placed the basket onto the ox cart and swiftly leapt into the carriage. Come, uncle, taste this apple. It is delightfully sweet and crisp, Li Wen exclaimed, producing an apple from the basket and handing it over. Oh, let me try? Lita responded. This apple is rare in our town, as few villages cultivate them. Indeed, it is delightfully crunchy and sweet, far superior to peaches, and there's no need to peel it. He added with a smile after taking a bite. Here, take a few more to share with your family at home, Li Wen said, offering him several more fruits with a grin. You are truly considerate, my boy. This apple is indeed remarkable. I shall accept it, Lita replied gratefully. The cart rattled along, and soon it returned to Sanqing village. Here are the few bruised peaches I picked up. Take them home and enjoy, Lita said, handing 3 or 4 slightly damaged fruits to Li Wen as he arrived at his doorstep. Li Wen hesitated but ultimately accepted them. All right, uncle, you may leave now. He waved. I'm back, Li Wen called out as he opened the door and shouted into the yard. By then, darkness had fallen, and the rest of the family had returned from work. His voice drew their attention. On is back. We were just wondering why you weren't here yet, his mother. Wang Chunmei smiled as she spoke to him. I was held up by some matters on the road, Li Wen replied, setting down his basket with a grin. Come, everyone. Let us enjoy some apples. I purchased these from Wang Lixiong. My elder sister has apples for sale everywhere in town. Let us all have a taste. Wow, we're having apples, exclaimed the little ones, who had been playing with blocks, immediately abandoning their toys to rush toward Li Wen. Wait, let me wash them first before you eat, Wang Chunmei said, taking the basket from Li Wen and addressing the children. Brother, this apple is delicious, so big and red. Sweet and sour, though a bit hard on the teeth, little Li Wen said, eagerly gnawing on a large apple. Haha, you still have your milk teeth. And your strength is limited. Just wait until you grow up a bit, and it won't be so hard on your teeth, Li Wen chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. What are you wasting money for, child? As farmers, we should be content with what we have, his father remarked, tapping his smoking pipe. It's fine. It's apple season, and they're inexpensive. Besides, they're from the villagers' own orchards, no tickets needed. I just bought a few, Li Wen explained with a smile. You old man, your son is showing you filial piety, and yet you are so picky. Then perhaps you shouldn't eat any. His mother playfully scolded as she snatched the apple from his hand. I didn't say I wouldn't eat it. I merely meant we shouldn't be wasteful. His father replied quickly, smiling at his wife. Everyone enjoyed the sweet apples, laughter filling the air. How was your visit to your elder sister's house today? Is she doing well, especially since she is expecting? Wang Chunmei asked, taking a bite of her apple. She's all right, though her nutrition isn't adequate. She's focusing all her resources on the baby, leaving herself quite thin. However, her complexion is still decent, Li Wen replied. Alas, in these times, isn't that the case for many families? Over the past few years, many have refrained from having children, fearing they cannot support them, Wang Chunmei sighed. Setting down her apple. Mother, rest assured, I procured a can of milk powder from a friend. It is highly nutritious and will serve to nourish my sister. Li Wen remarked with a smile. What is milk powder? Is it malted milk? The family members, unfamiliar with the term, inquired curiously. Milk powder is even superior to malted milk. It is derived from fresh cow or goat milk, requiring 8 to 9 pounds of fresh milk to produce a single pound of milk powder. Thus it is exceptionally nutritious, Li Wen explained cheerfully. My goodness. 8 to 9 pounds of fresh milk yields merely 1 pound of milk powder. What a remarkable substance. Uncle expressed his astonishment. A few years ago, when Aunt Hua next door welcomed her youngest, due to insufficient milk supply, Uncle Joe's brother brought back a can of malted milk from the army. It smelled delightful and reportedly cost 4 to 5 yuan a can, but it was not available at regular supply stores or department stores, being a military special supply. Their little one consumed a can, and look at how robust they are now, Aunt Air exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, malted milk is indeed hard to come by. Even the county supply store frequently runs out of stock, making it a rarity. Moreover, malted milk contains only a portion of milk powder, and many brands lack milk powder altogether, consisting merely of condensed milk. Thus, a single can of milk powder is nutritionally equivalent to 3 or 4 cans of malted milk. Li Wen nodded in affirmation. You have grown. Your elder sister never spared any affection for you, Wang Chunmei remarked, her eyes glistening with tears as she tenderly stroked her son's head upon hearing of the fine gift Li Wen had brought for his sister. How much does this can of milk powder cost? Aunt Air asked curiously. A can of milk powder is not particularly expensive. It costs around 10 yuan. The key, however, is that you need a ticket, and this product is typically only found in large stores in the provincial capital, and even then, it is quite scarce. Primarily being a special supply item, Li Wen pondered before responding. My goodness, just 10 yuan for a can, and it requires a ticket, being a special supply. How precious indeed. Aunt Air gasped in awe. The family members were taken aback upon hearing the price Li Wen mentioned. Did you acquire the milk powder from those children who visited us a few days ago? Father Li inquired, glancing at Li Wen. No, father. They were unable to procure any milk powder. Li Wen shook his head. This is from a schoolmate of mine. 2 years ago, his father was transferred for work, and they moved to the provincial capital. Oh, by the way, he is the one who provided me with fishing lines and hooks. We reconnected through letters not long ago. But to avoid any gossip in the village, I had it sent to a friend's home in town, Li Wen explained with a smile. Father Li Deo nodded in understanding. You are making progress. I shall not inquire further. You must express your gratitude to this friend and maintain a good relationship. Li Deo remarked with a smile while taking a puff of his pipe. Yes, I understand, father. His family is educated, and I have assisted him with writing. So you need not worry. We have a good rapport, Li Wen replied with a smile. Has truly made a name for himself. He even has friends in the provincial capital, Aunt Air Chui Yinzi remarked enviously. Have you had dinner? At that moment, Wang Chunmei realized her son had not yet eaten and inquired. Mom, no need to fuss. I had a hearty meal at my brother-in-law's house at noon, and I also enjoyed quite a few apples in the afternoon, so I'm full. Li Wen waved his hand in gentle protest. All right then, if you're hungry. Just let your mother know, and I'll prepare something for you, Wang Chunmei replied with a smile. Uncle Air seemed to notice that Li Wen wished to speak privately with his parents and did not pay it much mind. Little ones, it's getting late. Stop playing. You have school tomorrow, so head to your rooms and get some sleep, Uncle Air called out to the children engrossed in their play. Once everyone returned to their respective rooms, Li Wen approached his parents' bedroom. Father, Mother, I was about to discuss the matter of my sister's family's division of property. But since Uncle Air and Aunt Air are here, it might not be appropriate. I was concerned they might misunderstand, Li Wen said with a smile. It's nothing to worry about. Every family has its secrets. Moreover, your uncle and I have already discussed the division of property early on, Li Deo nodded with a smile. My sister's family currently consists of over 20 individuals living in one courtyard. The issue is that there are many young men there, all around the same age as my brother, eagerly awaiting marriage. Furthermore, several of my brother-in-law's cousins have already married and had children, leading to a lack of space at home. With so many brothers getting married, the relationships can become complicated. Additionally, in recent years, due to poor harvests, many relatives and friends bring gifts that are shared among the household, and the treatment of relatives varies, often leading to conflicts. During my recent visit to my eldest sister's home, I brought 2 30-pound pumpkins, 2 fish, a can of milk powder, and some snacks. I intended for the pumpkins to be shared among the household, while the fish and milk powder were meant for my sister. However, before noon, my sister had my brother-in-law take the 2 fish out to cook, and I am uncertain about the fate of the milk powder and snacks, Li Wen sighed. With so many family members, disparities in distribution are inevitable. Fortunately, none of you brothers are married yet. Once you do marry, I will facilitate a complete division of property. Your mother and I will manage our own affairs along with your future spouses, Father Li Deo stated, taking a puff from his pipe. Our grandfather passed away early. And your grandmother is quite practical, only concerned with food, while financial matters are managed by each household. Your father and your uncle both have worked in the city and are sensible. Your aunt and I support each other, striving to maintain fairness, so that our family remains peaceful. The greatest taboo in a household is the unequal treatment of its members, for it will lead to discord, Mother Wang Chunmei lamented. Division of property, once done properly, can still maintain familial bonds. If done poorly, it can create enmity. Many rural families have been torn apart due to such divisions. Oh, once you marry and have children, our family will enter its fourth generation, and at that point, we will arrange for your property division. 1. You two will have the same opportunity. If you wish to live separately, I will request land from the village for you. For those who prefer to stay, you can contribute grain for shared meals. Financial matters will be managed individually, while your mother and I will only concern ourselves with our own needs and those of the younger ones. Otherwise, in the future, the familial bond will weaken amidst a cacophony of discord. All right, Dad, I will heed your advice and stay at home. In the future, as I venture into work, I will have less time to return. Living alone in a courtyard may not be safe, so let us reside together. I shall contribute grain and funds to you and Mom. Li Wu scratched his head and chuckled. Father, I too prefer sharing a courtyard at home. It is lively with more people. I will also contribute grain and money, Li Wen responded with a smile. You young man, before marriage, your sustenance is our responsibility. Once you wed, you shall take your leave, and you must fulfill your obligations without exception, Father Li Deo said with a smile. All right, on. Your mother and I have no other wishes. We simply hope that you brothers will live harmoniously. Only then can you unite as one and thrive, avoiding any oppression. Li Deo concluded, gazing kindly at his two sons. Mom, let us not dwell on our family. We are doing well. I wish to support my sister in her separation. Li Wen said, smiling at his parents. Your sister is married now. She belongs to the Song family. Why should you concern yourself with them? Wang Chunmei playfully chided. My sister and brother-in-law lack savings, and his family has been quarreling over their division. However, they have not had the funds to build a new courtyard. Therefore, I intend to finance the construction for my elder sister, Li Wen explained. You think it is that simple? If you build a courtyard for your sister, not to mention the cost, once it is completed, your brother-in-law's family will have to move in. Your sister will still be under her mother-in-law's control, Wang Chunmei remarked. Li Wen had not considered this aspect. Although families may separate, the smaller households remain intertwined. What if we simply construct 2 courtyards? I could lend money to my brother-in-law's family to build a larger one for them, and then create a smaller one for my sister and her husband. Li Wen suggested with a grin. Do you understand how much it costs to build 1 courtyard, let alone 2? You are dreaming big, Li Deo tapped his smoking pipe. Somewhat irritated. Father, the foundation is approved by the village and costs nothing. The earthen bricks are made by us, requiring only some effort. The roof will be thatched, and the most valuable part is the wooden beams. I calculated it would only cost a little over 100 for 1 courtyard. And if I build a smaller one for my sister and her husband with tiled roofing, it would also be a bit over 100. In total, it would merely be a couple of hundred, Li Wen reasoned cheerfully. Your brother-in-law's family must have some savings too, and with their move, they will receive compensation. Lending them a little over 100 should suffice, Li Wen concluded with a smile. You make a valid point. If we do not construct brick and tile houses, aside from the cost of wood, it would not require much expenditure, merely a meal for the workers. However, our family is not wealthy. Your mother and I have saved less than 300, mostly from your recent fish sales. We are preparing for your brother's marriage and to assist your second uncle in his separation and house construction. Moreover, who builds houses for married daughters? Others would find it laughable, and the in-laws would not agree. Father Li Deo took a puff of his pipe. Father, we are lending them the money, not giving it away. In this day and age, who doesn't borrow money? Besides, my sister is your child as well. It is only natural for our family to provide some support. Neither my brother nor I will have any objections. Li Wu nodded in agreement. Father, mother, I wish to discuss something with you. I will cover the more than 100 yuan, so you can save your money for my elder brother's marriage and to support Uncle Heir, Li Wen said with a cheerful smile. Child, do you truly have over 100 yuan now? Just a while ago, didn't you mention you only had around 90? Wang Chunmei asked in confusion. I've been secretly saving it. If the villagers find out, they would surely be envious, Li Wen chuckled. This is your money, so you may do as you please. You have always been supported by your elder sister. It's only right you assist her. Your father has no objections. However, once you spend this money, it will be gone. Li Dio remarked. Father, it's all right. I have a plan. I will write and send my submissions to the cultural center in the county instead of mailing them from the village. I will visit the county in a few days to see if I can send them there. This way, I can earn income while avoiding the villager scrutiny, Li Wen whispered. That's a splendid idea. The villagers have been so envious lately. They would love to claim a share of your earnings. By mailing your work outside, you can earn in secret and infuriate them. Wang Chunmei exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, I only thought of it after some friends visited us. It's too conspicuous living in the village. In these times, one mustn't flaunt their wealth. Writing truly is quite profitable. It would be a shame to abandon it. So I must find another way to avoid their notice, Li Wen replied with a smile. Wonderful. Now you have a source of income. I was worried about your elder brother going to work while you remained at home farming. Feeling stifled, Wang Chunmei said with relief. Mother, I have now joined the cultural center and established connections with many in the county. In a year, I plan to write more and earn more. When I turn 16 next year, I will find a job, just like my brother, so I won't have to return home to farm. Li Wen shared his plans with his parents, beaming with optimism. That's an excellent approach. You are quite clever. Now that you are making friends with the children of officials in the county, we can invest 300 or 400 yuan to secure a job for you. Ensuring a stable future, his father exclaimed, joyfully patting his thigh. All right then, once your elder sister gives birth, we shall visit her home and discuss this matter. Li Wen said with a smile. Yes, let us proceed as you suggest. Our family's circumstances have improved, and it's appropriate to assist your sister, Li Dio agreed, clapping his hands with a smile. Indeed, since the famine began 2 years ago, had we not been unable to support her, your sister would not have dropped out of school. Now, she has graduated from high school and can find work in the city. It's a pity for her. Wang Chunmei sighed. Mother, please do not dwell on sorrow. We siblings will surely have a good life. When the opportunity arises, I will help my sister find a job in the city. With her high school education, she should have a decent chance, Li Wen reassured her with a smile. Yes, our An has a bright future. This year, our family is grateful for you, Wang Chunmei said, affectionately stroking Li Wen's head. That's enough for today. We shall return and rest now, Li Wen said as he and Li Wu left their parents' room. Dear An, thank you for all the efforts you have made for our family during this time. In the future, as you embark on your career, let us shoulder the responsibilities of this household together. As Li Wu stepped outside, he glanced at Li Wen and smiled, saying, All right, brother, we are family. And we shall support one another to ensure we are well-fed and warmly clothed, striving for a better life. Li Wen returned the smile and replied, Absolutely. Li Wu gently patted Li Wen's shoulder with his right hand, perhaps expressing emotions not easily conveyed. Very well, brother, you should rest early. You have labored throughout the day and are surely weary, Li Wen said, waving his hand. Once in his room, Li Wen lay on his bed, lost in thought, foregoing sleep. Since his rebirth, he had found it somewhat awkward to communicate with his elder brother, perhaps due to the uncomfortable hierarchy stemming from their past lives. According to his memories, had it not been for his rebirth, Li Wu would marry their grandmother next year. However, in Li Wen's previous life, he knew that his grandfather had not lived a joyful existence. Their grandmother was quite domineering and not fond of manual labor, often sitting idly while his grandfather and others toiled in the fields. She favored his uncle's family and frequently assisted them with farming, while young Li Wen, tempted by delicious treats, was often persuaded to work in his uncle's fields, only to be assigned tasks himself while his grandmother lounged nearby. Upon returning home, Li Wen's mother would scold him for helping his uncle rather than contributing to their own household. Yet the naive and indulgent Li Wen continued to indulge himself. As he matured and attended school, he became more discerning, and the old woman's manipulative tactics lost their effectiveness. Whenever she insisted he assist his uncle, he would evade her, much to her chagrin. After entering middle school, Li Wen faced reprimands for returning home empty-handed, which further diminished his affection for visiting his grandmother. More troubling was her propensity to incite conflict between his father and mother, for in Li Wen's recollection, his father had been a dutiful son, albeit foolishly so in his youth. Each time his father returned from work, his first act was to visit his grandparents, only to return home and lash out at his mother. Li Wen often witnessed his mother's bruises and learned that during her pregnancy with him, his father had dragged her from the bed and struck her with a brick, nearly resulting in his own non-existence. As Li Wen reached adulthood, His father's age and the intervention of Li Wen and his siblings led to a gradual cessation of the violence, particularly as their grandmother aged and his father began to recognize his mother's strength and manipulations, ultimately ceasing his misguided devotion. In his past memories, Li Wen recalled his grandfather as a genuinely good man, a remarkable rural father who had toiled diligently throughout his life. Orphaned at a young age, he had raised his younger siblings, bearing the weight of hardship. He was well respected in the village, yet due to his wife's domineering nature, he often faced abuse in his later years, leading to moments of confusion. Frequently fleeing from her wrath, he tarnished his good name among family and friends, casting a shadow over his life's legacy. In this lifetime, Li Wen has begun to alter the trajectory of Li Wu's existence. In the years to come, as Li Wu becomes a worker in the county town, he will undoubtedly embark upon a new marital journey. Moreover, thanks to Li Wen's rebirth, his parents will surely enjoy a longer life. However, the sole regret that lingers in Li Wen's heart is the inevitable absence of his future family's presence. Yet, he harbors no remorse. His mother in the previous life led an unhappy existence, and he sincerely hopes they can thrive in their future family. Li Wen silently prays for their well-being. Perhaps the obsessions that once plagued his heart have dissipated, or perhaps the knots of his soul have found their resolution. For he now feels an unparalleled sense of relaxation, possibly due to the complete integration of his past life's desires with his current self. Turning back to the storeroom space, Li Wen exercised briefly in the courtyard, feeling invigorated. After a refreshing shower in the bathroom, he returned to the lounge to indulge in a delightful slumber. On the following morning, the alarm clock roused Li Wen from his slumber, and he sprang out of bed, commencing a vigorous jog around the courtyard. After a series of exercises, he was thoroughly awakened from the remnants of sleep. He tended to the animals in the front and backyards before having a simple breakfast of 2 eggs and a corn cob in the kitchen before exiting the space. Li Wen, it's barely past 6. It's not harvest season. Why are you up so early? His mother, Wang Chunmei, chuckled as she swept the yard, glancing towards his door. Mom, the morning air is delightful. Waking up early invigorates me, Li Wen replied with a smile. You're quite the odd child. Not fond of sleeping in, Wang Chunmei teased. Mom, I must be off to stroll around the reservoir, Li Wen said, waving goodbye as he pushed the door open. All right. Just remember to come back for lunch, Wang Chunmei called after him. Understood. As Li Wen made his way, he encountered his uncle Li Detsai, who was heading home. Li Wen, where are you off to so early? He inquired with a smile. Uncle, it's a lovely morning. I'm just taking a stroll to exercise a bit and visit the reservoir, Li Wen responded, hands clasped behind his back. You young man. You're behaving like an old man. Well, I'm off to have some tea at home. Uncle Li Detsai waved his hand and entered his house. In the rural morning, the locals tend to rise early. Some smoke by the door, others sip tea, while many engage in casual conversations. Most are adults. The children are still enjoying their slumber, as it is not the busy farming season, and parents are less concerned. As Li Wen meandered along the way, he encountered various uncles and elder men, all eager to engage him in conversation, which made him feel like escaping. It wasn't that he disliked conversing. Rather, the incessant questions were quite overwhelming. Upon reaching the reservoir, Li Wen stood atop a high point. Gazing at the shimmering water, his spirits lifted. He shouted into the distance. Ah, Li Wen, what are you shouting about so early in the morning? Came a voice from behind, interrupting his exuberance. Turning around, he saw the girl, Li Zhaodi, inquiring about his antics. Zhaodi, why are you up so early with that big backpack? Li Wen asked, noticing the 8 or 9-year-old girl carrying a half-human-sized backpack. Recently, the livestock at the production team's farm have grown, consuming more feed. Uncle Joe mentioned the urgent need for pigweed, but there were few people out early in the morning to gather it. If I get up early, I can collect several baskets, whispered Li Zhaodi. The pigweed is covered in dew in the morning. The pig farm will definitely not accept it if you gather it, Li Wen chuckled as he asked. I'll dry it at home first, then we can take it to the farm together, the young one replied nonchalantly. All right, you go ahead. But be careful near the reservoir, as it can be slippery in the morning. Li Wen waved his hand with a smile. Li Zhaodi is the child of Uncle 12. Li Demon, from Li Wen's father's generation. Uncle 12 has 7 daughters in total, leading the villagers to jokingly refer to them as the 7 fairies. The first 2 daughters were named reasonably, but the subsequent 5 were given names like Nian Di, Zhaodi, Pan Di, Lai Di, and Xiang Di, reflecting the couple's longing for a son. Fortunately, last year, Aunt 12 gave birth to a son, fulfilling their dream of having a boy. The eldest daughter is only 13, and with the wife doting on their son, the family relies solely on Li Wen as a strong laborer, making their life quite challenging. Over the years, Zhaodi and her sisters have been industrious, constantly finding ways to feed themselves, and by good fortune, none have perished from hunger. After wandering around the reservoir, Li Wen felt a lift in his spirits and sauntered home. "Welcome back, On. You seem quite cheerful this morning," greeted his father and second uncle, who were brewing tea in the courtyard. "It's simply the pleasant weather and the fact that I've been well fed lately, which naturally brightens my mood." Li Wen replied with a grin. "Would you care for some tea?" his second uncle asked, raising his teacup with a smile. "Uncle, your tea is mostly froth. I'm not accustomed to it. I'll bring back some good tea from the county for you and Dad tomorrow." Li Wen waved his hand. "We'll be eagerly awaiting your fine tea," his father, Li Dio, chimed in cheerfully. "No problem. I made arrangements with friends for some autumn and winter red tea. They'll surely have it ready for you two elders tomorrow." Li Wen laughed heartily. "Oh, how refined. Red tea. Your father and I have never had it. We've only sipped this frothy tea. I can hardly wait for tomorrow evening," his second uncle remarked with a twinkle in his eye. People in the countryside enjoy drinking tea, especially during busy farming seasons. A short break with a bowl of tea instantly replenishes their energy, enabling them to work like champions. "Come, it's time for dinner. The weather is indeed pleasant today. It feels quite cool," suggesting that the heat has passed. Aunt Tu said with a smile as she emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of food. "Elder brother, second brother, it's time to eat," Li Wen called out, knocking on the door as he did so. After resolving his previous worries, Li Wen felt content with his current life and was able to navigate it with ease. Chapter 46. Helping the village with pig farming today, there wasn't much work for the production team, just a few adults needed on site. "Oh, you and the others should pile up the pig manure and mix it well. We'll need fertilizer for the fields in a while," instructed Li Dio. "Understood, Dad." Li Wen and the others quickly finished their porridge. "Second brother, Xiao Wen, let us head to the backyard to turn over the pig manure," Li Wu called to the two resting nearby, shovel in hand. "Ah Wen, your little piglet has grown remarkably fast. In less than 3 months, it has already surpassed 100 pounds. I believe that in just over a month, it will catch up to the air hay," Li Quan remarked with a smile as he leaned against the pig pen, observing the piglet voraciously devouring its feed. "That is unlikely. If the air hay had been fed as before, it might have been possible. However, since the beginning of the month, it has been eating the same as the piglets. With over 4 months until the new year, both of these pigs will undoubtedly weigh more than 200 pounds by then," Li Wen chuckled, patting the head of his large black pig. "In that case, the pork we will distribute this year should amount to several hundred pounds." "We are in for a good fortune," Li Quan exclaimed in astonishment. "There are also expenses involved," Ah Wen replied. "I spent nearly 10 yuan on catching piglets, and recently, I have invested about 10 yuan on pig feed and bran. We will certainly sell the majority before the new year. Otherwise, the villagers will be envious." Li Wu added with a smile. "Indeed, as the book states, it is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality," Li Wen chuckled in agreement. "Regardless, this year, we will undoubtedly have plenty of pork for the new year," Li Quan said cheerfully, stroking the heads of the pigs in the pen. Li Wen and Li Wu nodded in unison, affirming that this year would indeed be a prosperous celebration. After accumulating pig manure for over 2 months, the 3 brothers had worked diligently all afternoon, yet a small amount remained. After finishing their lunch, Li Wu said with a grin, "Little one, there's only this little left for the afternoon. You need not trouble yourself with it. Your second brother and I will finish it up. You may as well go fishing. It is far better than idling about." "Yes, little one, go ahead. Your elder brother and I will take care of this. Catch some fish, and we can enjoy a fish soup tonight. It has been a while since we had it, and it is quite delicious," Li Quan added with a cheerful grin. "All right then, you two wait patiently." Li Wen chuckled as he set down the iron shovel and returned to the house to fetch his fishing line and hooks before heading outside. "Wenzi, come here and chat with me for a moment." Old Master Jiu beckoned Li Wen as he relaxed at the entrance of the breeding farm. "Very well. I shall keep you company for a while." Li Wen set down his basket and sat on the steps of the breeding farm, spreading a few leaves he had plucked from a tree. "You little rascal, quite clever indeed. I haven't seen you writing the newspaper lately?" Li Junfeng inquired with a smile. "Ah, I haven't been able to write lately. I lack inspiration," Li Wen replied dismissively with a smile. "I suspect it is because you have been intimidated by those scoundrels in the village," Li Junfeng laughed heartily. Li Wen chuckled but remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Alas, in these times, people's hearts are no longer united. Decades ago, if a talent like you had emerged from our clan, who would dare to reach out? The clan would have directly supported him. Now, the village governs, forbidding the construction of ancestral halls. It is a pity for you, my boy. However, do not harbor resentment towards the villagers. These days, everyone struggles to make ends meet, and it is natural to have grievances, the old man comforted, patting Li Wen's shoulder. Old Master Jiao, rest assured, we are all members of the same clan, surnamed Li. Although there may be some grievances, I do not blame anyone. Recently, when Li Shotsai sought to cause trouble with outsiders, the villagers rallied to help. It was truly touching. In these times, everyone is struggling to eat and stay warm. I have suddenly changed, and people have their thoughts. I understand, so I do not resent anyone, Li Wen replied with a smile. Ah, good. You speak well, my boy. We are all one family under the surname Li. A despicable individual, Li Shotsai, has been brazenly collaborating with outsiders to dominate the village. In times past, such behavior would have led to a severe punishment. Recently, I encountered this scoundrel and struck him several times with my cane, remarked Mr. Jiao, Li Junfeng. Mr. Jiao, you must refrain from physical altercations. What if you were to injure yourself? Li Wen chuckled as he addressed the elder. Very well, let us not dwell on that. Should any matters arise in the village, seek out Mr. Jiao. I still have connections, the elder said, patting Li Wen's hand with a smile. Thank you, esteemed elder. Li Wen replied with a squinting grin. Young man, what is it that you carry in that basket and hold in your hand? The elder inquired. Today, I assisted my elder brother with cleaning pig manure. There is not much work left this afternoon, so I plan to go to the reservoir to fish for a few. So we can prepare a soup for dinner, Li Wen explained, weighing the bamboo rod in his hand. Ah, how did that piglet fare from the last time you were at the farm? Did it survive? The elder asked with a chuckle. How could I let such a sizable piglet perish? It is thriving now, weighing over 100 jin, Li Wen replied with a grin. Remarkable. Over 100 jin? Is that truly the case? The two piglets from the same litter at the farm weigh only around 60 jin. How did yours double in weight? Li Junfeng stood up, eagerly pressing for details. Li Wen elaborated on his methods of gathering pig fodder and preserving greens, which prompted the elder to ponder thoughtfully. One. Let us first visit your home to check on the pigs and the greens. If your claims hold true, I would like to experiment with this method at the farm. If successful, our village could see a significant increase in pork production, ensuring ample feed for livestock during winter, the elder proposed. Certainly, I will lead the way, Li Wen replied, shouldering his basket and rising to his feet. Excellent. Your determination is commendable. You are quick to act, the elder remarked as he rose from his chair. Second brother's wife, I am stepping out for a while. Please keep an eye on things, the elder called to a woman working in the farm. Go ahead. Uncle Jiao, I will be vigilant, came the woman's voice from within. Be careful, young man, the elder cautioned. In my youth, I could march 200 li in a day, far outpacing you. He reminisced, watching Li Wen lead the way. All right, I shall proceed slowly, Li Wen replied, gently shaking his head as he walked alongside the elder. These little pigs have grown remarkably. In just 3 months, they have increased from 20 jin to over 100. And these two larger pigs must weigh around 160 jin each. They are ready for market, the elder exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the pigs in the pen. Indeed, this particular piglet has been nurtured using my method. While the two larger pigs began receiving my care only at the start of the month, yet they have also gained nearly 20 jin, Li Wen stated matter-of-factly. Impressive. If you continue to raise them in this manner, those two larger pigs will easily exceed 200 jin, and the piglets should reach around 180 jin. The elder nodded approvingly. Mr. Jiao, those 5 large barrels are what I use for storing pig fodder. Li Wen indicated towards the 5 barrels situated beneath the shed in the backyard. Over 3 pounds of pig forage require a minimum of 1 month of fermentation to yield a single pound of silage. This particular vat can store over 200 pounds of silage. Based on the size of the pigs, I feed them several to over 10 pounds of silage daily, while also providing some bran. Once the pigs are satiated, they cease their vocalizations and naturally grow at a quicker pace, Li Wen remarked with a smile. The elder gentleman opened a large vat that Li Wen was feeding from, scooping up a handful of silage to scent it. It bore a tangy aroma mingled with the fragrance of fresh grass, a testament to the fermentation process. Indeed, this silage appears commendable. I am inclined to experiment with it at our breeding facility. You, my boy, must offer guidance to Grandpa Gio. The elder chuckled, gesturing toward the vat. Certainly. That poses no issue whatsoever. If the production team has a bountiful harvest this new year, everyone shall enjoy a prosperous celebration. Li Wen nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Grandpa Gio, let us first transport some of my silage for testing. If you require a month to prepare your silage, that is far too lengthy and may delay our progress. I have some readily available. Simply return a vat to me later, Li Wen suggested with a grin. Absolutely. You are truly a considerate lad. Always thinking of the village, the elder replied, his face alight with joy at Li Wen's proposal. Brother, let us assist Grandpa Gio by hauling a cartload of silage over. The village breeding facility is also keen to experiment with our silage. Li Wen turned to his two brothers who had just finished their tasks in the communal land. Coming. The two, who had observed Li Wen and the elder gesturing in the pigpen from afar, swiftly approached upon hearing Li Wen call them. Grandpa Gio, have you taken a liking to our pig forage? The eldest brother, Li Wu, teased. Indeed, your pig forage is unlike that of others. I must gather some, Grandpa Gio. Li Junfeng replied with a grin. You've come to the right place. My silage is truly a remarkable asset. It is easy to feed and requires no cooking. A single child at home can manage the daily feeding, Li Wu remarked jovially to Grandpa Gio. Really? No need to cook the pig forage? The elder, unaware that silage could be fed directly, was taken aback with astonishment. No cooking required. This silage indeed resolves significant issues. If it truly works, the village could raise an entire additional pig next year. The elder chuckled with delight. While the silage is exceptional, you must prepare yourself for the fact that it may not match the size of my pigs just yet. Grandpa Gio, Li Wen cautioned with a smile. What? Do you have other methods for feeding pigs? Grandpa Gio inquired with curiosity. Well, we gather some kitchen scraps from the restaurant to feed them regularly. Therefore, the pigs raised later in the village will surely grow slower than mine. I mention this in advance to prevent you from thinking I am hiding anything. Li Wen chuckled. You have quite the resourceful streak, young man. Kitchen scraps indeed help pigs gain weight quickly. However, as long as the silage enables our breeding facility's pigs to be only 10 pounds lighter than yours, it will be deemed a success. The elder replied with a subtle smile. That is absolutely no problem. My pigs are fed kitchen scraps only once a week. The majority of their growth is attributed to the silage, Li Wen asserted, thumping his chest proudly. As they conversed, Li Wu and Li Quan had already extracted a vat of silage, filling an entire cart to the brim. Come on, lads, let's return and begin feeding. The elderly gentleman proclaimed with a wave of his hand, a smile gracing his face. Jiu Yi, we ought to disinfect this large vat. We can apply slaked lime around its perimeter for sanitation. After disinfection, there's no need to wipe off the lime. We can directly place the silage inside, as lime helps to reduce its acidity. Upon returning to the breeding farm, Li Wen directed everyone to move out of vat and commence the cleaning process. All right, place the silage inside and cover it well to prevent rain from soaking it. Each day during feeding time, take a whiff. If the silage turns dark or emits an unpleasant odor, it should no longer be fed, Li Wen explained to Jiu Yi and the second aunt of the farm, outlining the precautions. Jiu Yi, choose a pig and a large livestock for our experiment, Li Wen suggested as he noticed everyone comprehending the instructions. Sure. Let us catch 2 piglets of similar size and select one for comparison. From the second brother's family, please bring that old donkey over. I will confine these 2 animals separately, Jiu Yi, Li Junfeng commanded. Once the pig and donkey were securely tethered, Li Wen retrieved some silage from the vat to begin the feeding process. Initially, let us start with a small quantity. Livestock need time to acclimate to silage. In the first few days, feed the pigs around 3 to 5 pounds and the donkey about 6 to 7 pounds, supplementing with more bran. If there are signs of diarrhea or loss of appetite, we must cease or reduce feeding until the livestock returns to normal, Li Wen cautioned the two, aiming to prevent adverse effects. You speak with the authority of a seasoned veterinarian, the second aunt, Zhao Hongwan, chuckled. I've merely gleaned this knowledge from books. Li Wen replied with a grin. Jiu Yi, second aunt, we shall conclude for today. When it's time to prepare the silage, you can consult my brother. He is well versed in the process. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me at any time, Li Wen stated. Sensing his involvement was at an end, after bidding farewell to the group, he slipped away. All right, you lad, hurry along now. I shall call for you if needed. Jiu Yi, Li Junfeng, waved his hand dismissively. Elder brother, second brother, you may head back. It's still early. I'll go fishing, Li Wen said as he took his leave at the entrance of the breeding farm. Very well, do take care, and we shall return to tend to the private plots. Li Wu gestured. After parting ways, Li Wen ambled leisurely along the village path with a basket on his back. It was a time of respite from farming, and the village children were frolicking about. Spotting Li Wen with his basket and fishing rod, they playfully chased after him, laughing merrily. Upon reaching the reservoir, he noticed several others casting their lines. Li Wen greeted them and then ventured to a more secluded spot, as the noise from numerous fishermen could scare the fish away. He retrieved his pre-prepared brand bait from the basket and began scattering it over the water's surface. After establishing a good baiting area, Li Wen took out his homemade fishing line and meticulously inspected it, giving it a tug to ensure its quality before attaching the hook. Ready to catch some fish, he declared, casting the hook into the water with a gentle splash. He fashioned a float from a small plastic tube, allowing it to rise to the surface. Due to the inferior quality of the fishing line, Li Wen hesitated to plunge the hook too deep, opting instead for shallow fishing. After 5 or 6 minutes, a school of fish began to approach the bait he had scattered. Li Wen sat quietly, observing as several potential fishing companions waved their hands in rejection of his invitation. Time to reel them in. Upon witnessing the fishing float submerge into the water, Li Wen promptly grasped the fishing rod and commenced the art of reeling in the fish. In less than a minute, he successfully landed a crucian carp weighing over a pound. Li Wen marveled at the pristine quality of the water, exclaiming how abundant the fish were. How different it is from the future, where industrial waste has nearly eradicated fish from the rivers, making it nearly impossible to catch even a single fish after sitting for a while. Your skills are commendable. I sat all afternoon and only managed to catch a small fish, remarked a nearby villager, envious of Li Wen's quick success after merely 7 or 8 minutes of fishing. Uncle, one must first bait the spot to attract fish. Otherwise, how can one expect to catch any? You must be willing to invest, Li Wen replied with a smile. I lack your finesse, and I wouldn't dare scatter 2 or 3 pounds of bran into the water. Otherwise, your aunt would not allow me back into the house. A jovial elder chimed in, provoking laughter from those around. Enough chatter. I have another bite. Li Wen listened to the conversations nearby, and before long, he felt yet another tug on his line. After an hour, Li Wen had successfully caught 5 fish, each ranging from half a pound to over 2 pounds, a splendid haul of crucian carps and carps. Noticing the time nearing 6 o'clock, he began to pack up his fishing gear in preparation for his return home. Xiaowen, are you not going to fish any longer? Uncle could take your spot, remarked an elder, who promptly dashed over to Li Wen's position as he stood up, followed by several others who eagerly settled beside him. Very well, uncle. You all can fish. I shall head home. Li Wen waved his hand lightly, leaving an impression of almost mythical prowess upon the gathering. He had scarcely walked away when he heard the delighted shout of an elder who had taken his spot and hooked a fish, prompting a gentle smile from Li Wen. Wenzi Gu, you're incredible. Could you spare me a fish? I haven't had fish in over 2 weeks, interjected a Chong, who had just finished school and was playfully climbing a tree at the village entrance. Upon seeing the fish in Li Wen's basket, he hurried down to flatter him. Enough of that, you rascal. We'll talk about it later, Li Wen replied, noticing the envious gazes of the other children. Yet, he could not afford to give in to a Chong at that moment, so he playfully patted the boy's head. As Li Wen turned to leave, the younger children expressed their awe at his fishing prowess, while a Chong, realizing that food was more enticing than play, rushed after him. Wenzi Gu, can I have a fish now? A Chong grinned as they reached Li Wen's doorstep. The flattery was well placed, and Li Wen selected a fish weighing over a pound from his basket, handing it to a Chong. Here, take the fish and be off with you, he chuckled, giving the boy a playful pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Wenzi Gu. I'm going to eat fish now, the little one exclaimed, swiftly pushing the door open and darting inside. This boy, Li Wen couldn't help but admire his audacity, thick-skinned enough to seize every opportunity. I'm back, Li Wen announced as he stepped through the door, noticing several children engrossed in building with blocks. Brother, did you catch any fish? Show us. Li Yong and Li Tao rushed over, eager to inspect the contents of Li Wen's basket. Don't even ask if I caught anything. When your brother is out fishing, how could I possibly come back empty-handed? Li Wen stated confidently as he set down the basket. Wow, for fish. We can have fish for dinner tonight. The 2 little ones quickly retrieved the fish from the basket and raced into the kitchen. Li Wen shook his head with a smile. Brother, they're being naughty. I still haven't seen the fish. Beside them, Xiao Lijuan clung to Li Wen's leg, expressing her grievances. With a smile, Li Wen lifted the little one and said, "You may not see the fish now, but soon you shall relish it. Make sure to indulge yourself." "All right, I shall consume a large fish all by myself, depriving the two of them, which will surely vex them," the little one declared, hands on her hips, unaware of where she had learned such audacity. "Very well, my little glutton," Li Wen chuckled, playfully tapping her nose before setting her down. "Come now, let us wash you up. You're quite dirty." He took the grimy-faced child to the yard to clean her up. On, you've had quite the haul today, haven't you? For fish should make for a hearty meal." Uncle smiled. "I used 2 pounds of brand to catch 5, but I didn't dare to catch more. After an hour, I called it quits. On my way back, I saw several uncles fishing at my spot," Li Wen replied with a grin. "Pa, let those old-timers have their share. They're all just looking to profit," Uncle teased. "But why only 4 fish? What of the others?" Li Quan inquired with a laugh. Here they come." Li Wen gestured towards Aunt Hua, who had just entered through the door. Thank you. You've once again given Xiao Chong a fish today," Aunt Hua said, carrying a few peaches with a smile. "Oh, we're all family here. Xiao Chong is quite the charmer. He's the only one bold enough to ask me for fish on the way back, while the other children were too shy to speak up. With his sweet tongue and thick skin, he'll surely amount to something great when he grows up," Li Wen remarked with a chuckle. "Haha, you're quite right, I wonder where he learned to be so sweet-tongued and audacious. He constantly persuades his grandma and uncle for treats." Aunt Hua laughed, covering her mouth. "Here, have some peaches. Your 9th uncle has been working as a technical expert at the peach orchard in the production team and brought back some this afternoon for you." Aunt Hua placed the peaches on the table with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt. I shall not be polite," Li Wen nodded with a grin. "All right then. You all keep busy. I'll head out first." Aunt Hua waved as she exited the yard. You're quite impressive." Uncle gave Li Wen a thumbs up. "You flatter me, Uncle. Come, Xiao Wan, Xiao Yong, come and have some peaches." Just enough for 4, Li Wen shared the peaches among the little ones. "It's time for fish. Today, I've prepared fish soup with all the fish I caught, and everyone shall have some for dinner. It's nutritious and filling." "Second," Aunt said with a smile. "Wow, tender fish soup. It's delicious." Li Yong scooped a spoonful, showing off. The dinner concluded amidst the playful antics of the children. The next day, Li Wen rose early, eager to hitch a ride on the village cart to the county. After breakfast, he slung a cloth bag over his shoulder and stepped out of his home. "Uncle, you're off to the county to deliver peaches today, right? Let me tag along." Li Wen cheerfully called to his second uncle, who was preparing the cart. "Sure. How did you know I was headed to the county?" Uncle Li Deegan replied with a smile. "This morning, I asked Aunt Hua. She heard it from Uncle Gio." Li Wen chuckled. "All right, let us go. A few days ago, we sold a cartload of peaches in town, but the price wasn't too great. Let us see how it fares in the county today," Li Deegan said, grinning. "Uncle, you owe me your gratitude. I have not traveled for naught," Li Wen remarked with a chuckle. "What, my boy, do you have connections?" Li Deejing inquired with a smile. "Come, let us gather peaches," Li Wen teased. "9th uncle, your technique is commendable. This year's peaches are of excellent quality and substantial size," Li Wen observed, eyeing the 6 large baskets brimming with rosy peaches. "Indeed, it requires relentless effort. Each peach tree is meticulously tended," Li Datsai replied with a grin. "However, it is a pity that the ground is littered with rotten peaches ravaged by pests. I know a superior method to enhance the peach's appearance and significantly reduce disease and pest issues," Li Wen stated with a smile. "What method? Share it with your uncle. I shall commend you at the village committee." Li Datsai eagerly grasped Li Wen's hand. "It is too soon to disclose. I shall inform you at the start of next year when it can be implemented," Li Wen replied cheerfully. "Very well, I shall remember. Our village's 30 acres of peach orchard contributes significantly to the production team each year. If you succeed, I shall commend you greatly next year." Li Datsai patted his chest. "All right, let us be off," Li Wen said as he noticed his uncle had finished loading the peaches, and he waved from the other side of the cart. Chapter 48. Cultural Center Activities. "Uncle, how much did you sell peaches for in town yesterday?" Li Wen inquired while seated in the cart. "In our town, where peaches are abundant, the prices are drastically suppressed by the supply and marketing cooperative. A pound of peaches goes for merely 12 cents, and even then, they are picky and refuse to buy," Li Dijing sighed. "Let us head directly to the county supply cooperative. I have acquaintances there who should be able to offer a fair price," Li Wen suggested with a smile. "That would be splendid. Our village's 30 acres of peach orchard is experiencing a bountiful harvest this year. I estimate we have around 60,000 pounds. As long as you can help establish a connection with the cooperative, you will be the village's great benefactor, Li Dijing exclaimed excitedly. Li Wen was taken aback at the thought of such an abundance of peaches in the village this year. In previous years, the orchard yielded only 20 to 30,000 pounds, most of which remained unsold and were distributed among the villagers for personal consumption. A small portion was sold through the town. This autumn, with less rain and a confirmed reduction in corn yield, selling all the village's peaches could indeed bring considerable profit. If we can sell all these peaches, we could have a prosperous year. I shall do my utmost to assist the village, Li Wen responded with a smile. Due to the load of peaches, the stony road compelled them to travel cautiously, and it took over 2 hours to cover the 30 miles to the county. Li Wen instructed his uncle, Li Dijing, to wait at the entrance while he ventured towards the supply cooperative, carrying a pouch of golden monkey cigarettes. As he sought someone, he bypassed the cooperative store and headed straight to the adjacent county supply headquarters. Upon reaching the guard station, he knocked on the window, and an elderly man peered out. Li Wen cheerfully offered a cigarette, saying, "Uncle, I am looking for Director Zhang Wenjie." "Oh, I recognize you. You were here last month, weren't you?" The old man accepted the cigarette, inhaled its aroma, and placed it behind his ear, scrutinizing Li Wen for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, your memory is remarkable," Li Wen replied with a grin. "Certainly, a poor memory can be quite problematic, especially in such a critical position as a gatekeeper," remarked the elderly man, stroking his bald head with a smile. "All right, please register, and you may enter. You are familiar with Director Zhang's office," he added, handing over a notebook. After completing the registration, Li Wen offered the old man a cigarette, waved his hand dismissively, and proceeded through the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. "This lad has a taste." The old man chuckled as he inhaled the fragrance of the cigarette Li Wen had given him. "Knock, knock." Li Wen approached Zhang Wenjie's office and tapped lightly on the door. "Who is it?" "The door is open. Come in," a middle-aged man's voice called from within. "Uncle Zhang, I'm back to see you," Li Wen said with a smile as he entered the office, glancing at the middle-aged man seated by the corner desk. "Oh, it's you, Wen. I thought it was someone else. What brings you to the county today? Got something good for me?" Zhang Wenjie responded with a beaming smile. Li Wen had previously brought him powdered milk and fish, which had significantly aided him in expanding his network. "Uncle, isn't there an event at the cultural center today? They invited me to participate, so I thought I would drop by and visit you," Li Wen replied cheerfully. "Oh, I remember now. The cultural center is hosting a calligraphy and painting literary exhibition today. You've really made a name for yourself as a prominent writer," Zhang Wenjie teased. "I merely dabble in writing and painting to make a living. Your work deals with significant matters affecting people's livelihoods," Li Wen flattered. "You clever boy. Now, what brings you here today? Speak up," Zhang Wenjie said, shaking his head with a smile. "You're still as impressive as ever, Uncle," Li Wen replied with a grin. "This year, our village has had an abundant peach harvest, but since our town is a production area, peaches are flooding the market. The purchasing prices from the supply station and the department store are too low. I came to see if you could lend a hand," Li Wen explained, revealing the purpose of his visit. "I see. It is indeed the season for a bountiful fruit harvest," Zhang Wenjie acknowledged thoughtfully. "However, as the logistics director, procurement is not within my purview. I can take you to the procurement department and introduce you to the procurement director. Would that work?" he suggested. "That would be wonderful. Uncle, I appreciate your help," Li Wen nodded enthusiastically. "Let us go. I'll take you to the procurement department," Zhang Wenjie said as he stood up, ensuring the door was closed before leading Li Wen outside. The procurement department is located outside the supply and marketing cooperative, designed to receive goods from the villages and towns below. As they entered a spacious storefront, Zhang Wenjie spoke about its purpose. "Hello, Director Zhang," greeted various staff members who were busy purchasing fruits from farmers. Zhang Wenjie returned their greetings with a smile. Although the logistics department does not engage in buying and selling, it oversees the material and living conditions of all employees at the supply and marketing cooperative, thus wielding considerable authority. "Old Zhang, what brings you to my humble abode today? Any new directives?" A middle-aged man in a small office asked, hurriedly standing up from his desk where he had been reviewing documents upon seeing Zhang Wenjie enter. "What directives could there be? Your procurement department is the prized asset of our unit. I wouldn't dare to make demands," Zhang Wenjie replied with a smile. As several individuals took their seats, Zhang Wenjie conveyed his purpose to the head of the procurement department, Sun Peng. "Wen, This is the director of the procurement department. You may call him Uncle Sunday. Old son is a child from my wife's family. Zhang Wenjie introduced the two. He also spoke of Li Wen's capabilities, prompting Sun Peng to nod in agreement. Uncle Sun, is Sun Li your esteemed daughter? Li Wen inquired. Recalling that Sun Li had mentioned her father worked in the county supply and marketing cooperative's procurement department, despite not disclosing his name. Observing their similarities in appearance, he smiled and asked, "Oh, young man, you know my daughter?" Sun Peng was taken aback. Realizing he had asked the right person, Li Wen felt a surge of joy and shared how he was acquainted with Sun Li. "Huh. So you are the talented youth my daughter spoke of when she returned home. I must say, upon seeing you today, you truly are remarkable, mature beyond your years." With excellent eloquence, Sun Peng chuckled. "Since you are already familiar, that makes things easier. My daughter enjoys writing and painting, Xiao Wen. I am aware of your writings. They are exceptional, frequently published in provincial and national newspapers. Please mentor her in the future," Sun Peng continued with a smile. "Rest assured, Uncle Sun, we have established a writing association where we will engage in discussions and mutual improvement," Li Wen replied with a smile. "That is splendid. In that case, have your village bring some peaches for me to inspect. If they are of good quality, I shall purchase them at the highest price," Sun Peng nodded, smiling. "Thank you, Uncle Sunday. However, please ensure a fair assessment. Let it be as it is. We cannot allow anyone to find fault," Li Wen said, his expression growing serious. After making his exit, Li Wen hurried outside. This lad speaks with precision, exhibiting no greed and showing concern for his fellow villagers. He is destined for greatness, Sun Peng remarked, observing Li Wen's hasty departure. "He's quite the clever one. Though young, he speaks to us, those in our 40s and 50s, with remarkable confidence and ease." Zhang Wenjie jested. "Old son, be cautious. This young man is not far from your daughter's age. He might charm her away." Zhang Wenjie teased. "Let him try." However, truth be told, this young man is indeed impressive. As for personal matters, each must handle their own. We simply need to keep things in check, Sun Peng chuckled lightly. "Uncle, let's go. I have finalized the arrangements," Li Wen called out to Li Dijing, who was crouched beneath the cart, smoking a pipe. "All right then, let us go," Li Dijing exclaimed, standing up upon seeing Li Wen's excitement. "Uncle, when we meet the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative, refrain from speaking. I will handle the conversation," Li Wen instructed Li Dijing. "Such an important official." "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Li Dijing replied, extinguishing his pipe against his shoe. "Director's son, we have arrived. Please inspect the goods," Li Wen announced, mindful not to address him too familiarly with the sellers present. Sun Peng nodded, smiling. "Very well. Let me take a look." He then approached the cart with a young assistant from the procurement department. Li Wen quickly offered cigarettes to both men and took his place beside them. The peach was harvested at the perfect time, exhibiting an admirable firmness conducive to transportation. Its size and vivid red hue met the criteria for premium quality. "Come, Xiaoguan, slice one for us to savor its sweetness," Sun Peng remarked as he handed a large, luscious peach to a young man from the procurement department. Upon slicing the peach, they discovered its vibrant flesh, and after tasting, everyone praised its exquisite flavor. "Well, for this quality, we shall procure it at 1 yuan and 8 jiao per jing. If the quality remains consistent, our county supply and marketing cooperative will take the entire stock," Sun Peng declared with a grand gesture. "Director's son, we have several tens of thousands of jing. Should we bring them all at once?" Li Wen inquired quietly, gazing at Sun Peng. "Ah, several tens of thousands of jing. Your village's yield is indeed substantial. However, our cooperative operates on a national scale. We can confidently accept hundreds of thousands of jing. We will collect today and ship it out by train tonight. There will be no shortage of transportation," Sun Peng replied with a hearty laugh. "While the peaches retain their firmness, we can store them a bit longer for transportation. Please expedite the delivery of your village's tens of thousands of jing," Sun Peng encouraged with a smile. "Wonderful. On behalf of our Sanqing production team, I extend my heartfelt gratitude," Director's son, the elders said, bowing deeply. "Oh, no need for that. We are all part of the same family. Supporting our farming brothers is both our duty and obligation." Sun Peng quickly assisted Li Dijing to his feet. Outside, the procurement officer and the elders sorted peaches, while Li Wen returned to the office with Sun Peng and his companions. "Uncle Sun, I truly appreciate your assistance. I can now return and write an article for the provincial newspaper titled 'The Fruit Season Moves the Hearts of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative.'" Li Wen remarked with a smile. Indeed. I am immensely grateful to you, Wen. Your reputation precedes you, and with your article published, a promotion may be on the horizon. Sun Peng responded, prompting envy from Zhang Wenjin nearby. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Sun, I won't disturb your work any longer. I must head to the cultural center for an event. Li Wen stated after sitting for a while. Very well, off you go. The two men waved him away cheerfully. Elder, you handle the cleanup. I have other matters to attend to and won't return with you. Please organize the villagers to harvest the peaches promptly, so we can sell them all by tomorrow. Li Wen instructed as he observed Li Dijing still packing boxes. Thank you, Wen. Today, you have truly resolved a significant issue for our village, Li Dijing exclaimed, gripping Li Wen's hand with excitement. Chapter 49, Attending the Exhibition. Haha. It is my duty, as a member of the Li family and Sanqing village. I feel compelled to lend a hand whenever possible. It is both my responsibility and my obligation. Li Wen humbly smiled. Elder, you remain busy. I must take my leave. Li Wen said, waving goodbye as he departed from the supply and marketing cooperative. Truly, he is a remarkable descendant of the Li family. Li Dijing straightened his back after crouching for too long and joyfully hopped onto the cart to head home. Although Li Wen had studied in the county for several years, he had never visited the cultural center and asked several individuals for directions before finally finding it. The cultural center was a modest three-story building situated not far from the county high school. Upon arrival, Li Wen noticed a number of bicycles parked outside, along with 2 jeeps. Hello, I am here to participate in today's exhibition, Li Wen announced as he approached the guard station. What is your name? Let me check. An elderly gentleman in his 50s, wearing glasses, replied with a smile. Sir, my name is Li Wen, but my pen name is the warm sun of spring. Please verify. Li Wen said with a smile. What? You are the warm sun of spring. Young man, you are indeed a cultured individual. The old gentleman exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Li Wen introduce himself. Yes, indeed, Li Wen nodded with a grin. Then there's no need to verify further. The curator mentioned that the warm sun of spring is a lad of about 15 or 16. You, my boy, appear to be quite refined. It must be true. The elderly man chuckled heartily. Sir, your discerning eye is commendable. Li Wen praised him with a smile. Your writings are beloved by my entire family. My little granddaughter is eager to meet you. Could you possibly sign a piece for her? The old man inquired, presenting a new notebook toward Li Wen. Ah, dear sir. What could be easier? I am merely an ordinary person. What is your granddaughter's name and age? I shall pen a few words of blessing. Li Wen replied with a smile. My granddaughter is 10 years old, and her name is Qian Xinxin. She adores your science fiction novels. Whenever she obtains a copy of the Youth Daily, she meticulously cuts out and collects your works, the old man said joyfully. Very well, I shall write something for her. Wishing little Qian Xinxin good health, and may she grow up to be a great scientist. Sincerely, the warm sun of spring. Haha, thank you. I am immensely grateful. After reading your novels, my granddaughter aspires to become a female scientist and create our nation's spacecraft. Your writing is exceptional, the old man exclaimed, shaking hands with Li Wen with enthusiasm. After completing the registration, Li Wen bid farewell to the old gentleman with a smile. Li Wen felt a surge of emotions within. In this era, people are somewhat deprived of spiritual culture and hold immense admiration and respect for cultural figures and those who produce outstanding literary works. As he entered the cultural center, he observed numerous individuals seated or standing in the courtyard, engaging in conversation or discussing various works. It felt as though he had stepped into a university campus. Ascending to the second floor, he found a vast hall adorned with paintings and calligraphy, where many were pausing to appreciate the art. Some older individuals were critiquing, while younger ones were laughing and chatting. Li Wen, you have arrived. A group of young men and women in a corner, animatedly discussing, spotted him. Chen Shuyu, seated among them, stood up excitedly and waved. Li Wen walked over with a smile. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is our county's recently emerged prominent author. Can you guess who it is? Zhang Tao stood up and addressed the crowd of onlookers with a smile. Could it be the warm sun of spring or indifference? A youth nearby ventured tentatively. Correct. It is indeed the warm sun of spring. However, indifference is also one of his pen names. Sun Li chimed in with a smile. Let us applaud and welcome our esteemed author to join our writing association. At this moment, Zheng Kai leaped forward, applauding. Everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause, drawing the attention of those in the exhibition hall. Shoo! Everyone, keep it down. Others are appreciating the exhibition, Wang Feng whispered, raising a finger to indicate silence. "We are just too excited," a girl exclaimed, her face aglow with enthusiasm. "So thrilling. The warm sun of spring. Would you be so kind as to sign for us?" A group of young people had brought several new notebooks to the cultural center, hoping to have renowned cultural figures sign them. "What is there to be concerned about? As long as you do not mind, it is indeed my honor," Li Wen said with a smile. Subsequently, he signed autographs tailored to each person's interests and aspirations, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. "Given your conduct, Li Wen will certainly join our writing association, and there will be plenty of time for exchange," Zhang Tao remarked disdainfully at the gathering. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten that on his last visit, Li Wen had pinned an entire sheet of blessings for her. "From now on, I shall eagerly seek guidance from the esteemed author. Allow me to pay my respects," several spirited young women teased. Li Wen responded with laughter, feeling youthful in their company, appreciating the unpretentious and avant-garde spirit of his peers. Just then, the lively chatter of the young crowd attracted the attention of Director Sun, who approached with a smile upon seeing Li Wen. "Xiaowen, all the participants for today's exhibition have arrived and are waiting for you." "You young man. Didn't he even bother to inform me before running off to socialize? It's truly refreshing to see young people engaging so freely," Director Sun remarked jovially. "Uncle Sun, I merely came to partake in the exhibition and chat with everyone." "What do you expect me to do?" Li Wen inquired, puzzled. "You, as the talent who has been featured in our county's provincial and national newspapers, are undoubtedly to be honored and introduced at today's cultural center event." "What do you mean by what do I expect you to do?" Director Sun retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Ah, Uncle Sun, are you not putting me on the hot seat?" Li Wen exclaimed in disbelief. "What hot seat? If we do not promote or commend you, how will others strive for progress and contribute to the cultural endeavor?" "Focus, young man," Director Sun admonished. "Very well, Uncle Sun, I shall comply with your arrangements." Li Wen replied with a wry smile. "Others covet fame, yet you seem indifferent, pretending to be aloof." Director Sun playfully patted Li Wen on the shoulder and turned away. "Now, you are completely renowned in our county's cultural circle," Zheng Kai chuckled, wrapping an arm around Li Wen's shoulder. "Sigh, fame brings trouble. I do not seek notoriety," Li Wen lamented. "Come now, it's not the same. Your fame won't lead to your demise." "Don't play coy," Zhang Tao teased. "You all do not understand." Li Wen shook his head with a resigned smile. "Indeed, we do not understand, which is why we shall never become great writers." They all quipped in jest. As the clock approached 11, the crowd gathered in the exhibition hall, numbering nearly 200, likely comprising prominent figures from the county and their friends and family. Director Sun stood on the steps and called for silence. "Let us quiet down. Today marks the 4th year of our second art and literature exhibition. Our activities have become even more diverse and captivating. Today, Mayor Wu and leaders from the Education Bureau have also joined us. Let us give them a warm welcome," he announced, leading the applause. Amidst the clapping, Mayor Wu and the head of the County Education Bureau delivered speeches, praising and affirming the cultural center's initiatives. Following that, various county leaders, accomplished calligraphers, painters, and literary figures took the stage to speak. Finally, let us invite the recently emerging writers of our county, the radiant spring sun and the indifferent coldness, to the stage. Director Sun smiled and nodded towards Li Wen in the audience. Li Wen dreaded such occasions, yet he had no choice but to muster his courage and say a few words. "These are the young talents of our county," remarked Director Wu, who sat beside him. Gazing at Li Wen with amusement, Li Wen hastily waved his hand, saying, "Leader, I dare not claim such a title. I merely dabble in writing and painting. It is you who strives for the welfare of our entire county, and you are truly the most capable person here. It takes a village to raise a child." Upon hearing Li Wen's words, Director Wu was initially taken aback. It pleased him greatly that such a young individual recognized the challenges of managing the county. "Well said. You have a way with words. Write more pieces that benefit our homeland, and I shall reward you for your efforts," Director Wu said, patting Li Wen on the shoulder. "That is only right," Li Wen continued, sharing with Director Wu how the supply and marketing cooperative had been purchasing a substantial amount of fruit from the villagers that morning, thus aiding the farmers. This prompted hearty laughter from the county leader. "Excellent. Continue your writing. Upon your return, I will issue a directive for the cooperative and department stores to purchase a significant quantity of our farmers' fruit." "Aid to farmers" is a phrase well employed, Director Wu chuckled. After some further conversation, The director of education also encouraged Li Wen. Due to their busy schedules, many in the government began to depart. Next, director's son introduced Li Wen to the workers at the cultural center and several calligraphers and painters. However, due to the disdain often shown by literary figures and Li Wen's youth, when some of the older writers were introduced, they criticized his work, with some even attempting to offer guidance. Li Wen found this amusing and felt little inclination to heed the opinions of these small-time writers from a humble county. These old fellows have only managed to publish a few pieces in provincial newsletters. Look at their arrogance. Bah, what a bunch of nonsense. Zhang Tao remarked as he returned to his seat. Let us focus on our own endeavors. One cannot live perpetually in the shadows of others' judgments. In the future, let us all publish more works and showcase them. Li Wen responded with a smile. Yes, let's post our works in the promotional board upon our return, infuriating them. The other young writers exclaimed with indignation. Li Wen, since everyone is present today, why not give a lesson? It would be a wonderful opportunity for everyone to enhance their skills, Zheng Kai suggested with a grin. Very well. Let us find a room where I can share my writing techniques, and we can exchange ideas. Li Wen nodded in agreement. There is no need to search. We have an office readily available. The Writing Association has a dedicated space approved by the Cultural Center, Wang Feng replied, shaking his hand with a smile. That is splendid. We are indeed within the Cultural Center, which provides us with a solid foundation, Li Wen said cheerfully as he exited the exhibition hall with everyone. Upon reaching the office, Li Wen was pleasantly surprised by its spaciousness, measuring several tens of square meters, furnished with desks, chairs, and a small blackboard. Now, let me first inquire how everyone approaches their writing. How do you go about it? Who would like to share? Li Wen asked, picking up a piece of chalk to engage the group. It is simply a matter of seizing inspiration and beginning to write, remarked a bespectacled youth in his 20s. Another girl, her hair styled in braids, raised her hand and added, moreover, it's about expressing oneself upon encountering something significant. Subsequently, the group engaged in a lively discourse, each sharing their unique methods. Li Wen observed the animated discussions, but noted the absence of a coherent strategy. He tapped on the blackboard to call for silence. It appeared that none possessed a systematic approach to writing. Various individuals mentioned elements such as characters, settings, time, and plot. While their arguments held merit, they lacked comprehensiveness and cohesion. With a calm demeanor, Li Wen stated, from my study of classical works, I have distilled two comprehensive frameworks. The first framework comprises three essential elements: character representation, plot development, and environmental description. By elaborating on these three aspects, such as a character's demeanor, appearance, dialogue, and psychological state, one can intricately craft a character. The same principle applies to plot and setting. When viewed as separate components and subsequently woven together, they yield a complete narrative. I shall refrain from detailing each aspect further, for an exhaustive explanation may overwhelm you and be forgotten by the time you return home. He chuckled. I have no desire to engage in trivial discourse, should I be capable of producing several chapters. The second framework consists of 6 fundamental elements, which are more straightforward: time, location, characters, cause, development, and outcome. These components are clearly delineated and easily grasped. Observing the puzzled expressions of the audience, Li Wen smiled and offered another example. At a specific time, in a particular place, a certain individual undertakes an action due to a specific event, but ultimately fails to achieve it. He paused, allowing the audience to contemplate, then seated himself on a chair, awaiting their reactions. After 3 or 4 minutes, discussions gradually subsided. Your writing elements are incredibly useful, tailor-made for the craft, exclaimed Chun Shiyao with a grin. Others echoed her sentiment, expressing their gratitude towards Li Wen, as long as it proves beneficial for everyone. I hope you all publish more articles, aspiring for our writing association to be recognized as the official Writers Guild of Weha County. Li Wen laughed heartily. Indeed, when we establish ourselves as a writers association, those older individuals who fail to join shall not be counted as authors, which will surely infuriate them. The mention of grievances against the seasoned predecessors stirred a fervent response among the group. In the ensuing hours, several young individuals presented their drafts for Li Wen's critique. He patiently guided them on how to eliminate superfluous phrases and emphasize key points, providing them with invaluable insights. Well, it is now noon, and today I have a reward for you all. I shall treat everyone to a meal at the state-run restaurant, Li Wen announced, waving the money tickets with a smile. During lunch, Li Wen was invited on stage to receive 20 yuan and several ration tickets as a reward. He intended to foster good relations with the young men and women of the county, anticipating future needs. Today, son Li's father served as a living testament to this strategy. "Oh, thank you, Teacher Li Wen," the youths exclaimed. The afternoon's discussions had invigorated the group, and they found themselves quite fond of this teacher, who was several years their junior. Upon arriving at the cultural center's courtyard, Director Sun attempted to persuade Li Wen to join him for a meal at the facility. But Li Wen declined, citing the need to treat others, while extending an invitation for Director Sun to accompany him. However, due to the day's events at the cultural center, Director Sun was preoccupied with hosting various guests and could not extricate himself. As they departed, a group of young individuals rode their bicycles swiftly towards the state-run restaurant. Li Wen shared a ride with Zheng Kai, seated in the back of Zheng's vehicle. Observing the vibrant smiles of the youth brought him immense joy. "Everyone, please have a seat. I will check with my uncle in the kitchen to see what delicacies we have today," one of the young men cheerfully announced. This was Zhou Xiaohai, whose father held a leadership position in the county's reception office, and whose uncle was the director of the county's state-run restaurant. Zheng Kai revealed with a smile. Li Wen nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further comment. The assembled group, all regular patrons of the state-run restaurant, settled in without formality, requesting soda and peanuts, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, the young man re-emerged, approaching Li Wen's table with a grin. "Teacher Li Wen, the procurement department has brought in some cured meats and a few hares today. Shall we have them, though it may come at a cost?" he inquired. "No problem. I have sufficient funds, but I possess only a limited amount of meat coupons, just 1 pound. You can decide," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Generous. Teacher, you can simply settle the bill. I will cover the coupons," the young man declared, rising to his feet and patting his chest before heading to the kitchen to place the order. This fellow is quite rotund. His father works in the reception office, so he has never lacked for various coupons. However, he does have one notable flaw. His father is quite stingy and seldom provides him with money. Zheng Kai remarked with a wry smile. "But let's not focus on him. We in this institution are similar. We have coupons aplenty. Yet our families only provide us with a meager sum each month, hardly sufficient for our needs," he continued, shaking his head in frustration. "Indeed, that is quite a significant flaw. Even if we rural folk possess wealth, without coupons, we cannot purchase anything," Li Wen observed, his tone contemplative. "Hey, Wenzi, should you ever find yourself in need of coupons, just let me know. Given our current relationship, it's no trouble at all," Zheng Kai offered, producing a stack of coupons and waving them on the table. "Goodness, you are truly affluent. So many coupons. Wait, is that a watch coupon I see?" Li Wen exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, that is nothing. The department store periodically rewards and issues coupons. My father doesn't use them and just leaves them at home. So I brought some along," Zheng Kai replied nonchalantly. "These coupons could fetch a considerable sum on the black market. Why not exchange them?" Li Wen inquired, puzzled. "We don't do that. Getting caught in the black market would be embarrassing, and if our families found out, we would inevitably face consequences. Generally, when we need money, we just ask friends for a little exchange. Having too much on hand would be too conspicuous," Zheng Kai explained with a laugh. It was then that Li Wen began to grasp the way of life among these privileged youths, who remained low-key yet distinctive in character. "Here we go, everyone. Today we are in for a treat. 5 dishes and a soup. Quite a hearty meal," Zhou Xiaohai announced, bringing a basin of fish soup to Li Wen's table. Before long, 2 tables were filled with an array of dishes: braised chicken legs, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised pork, charcoal-grilled hare, a vegetable dish of sautéed zucchini, and a carp soup, with white rice as the staple. The sight of this sumptuous spread left everyone in awe. "Today's meal is truly impressive," Zheng Kai remarked with admiration. Although most of them came from well-to-do families, they were not accustomed to such lavish meals. Typically, they would order a dish or two to share among 2 or 3 people, primarily due to financial constraints. "Come, everyone, let us raise a toast to Teacher Li Wen. Expressing our gratitude for his guidance and hospitality today," Zheng Kai called out, holding up his soda towards the table across from him. "To Teacher Li Wen, cheers." The crowd echoed in unison, laughter filling the air. "Today's encounter is a stroke of fate, and I am truly delighted. Feel free to call me On or Wenzi. We are all young here, and there is no need for formality," Li Wen said with a smile, raising his soda in response. "Haha, wonderful." The crowd, encouraged by Li Wen's words that bridged their distance, erupted in laughter, drawing them closer together in spirit. Due to the generous portions served today, combined with the copious amounts of soda consumed, Li Wen ended up spending nearly 30 yuan for the meal, not including the bill, which left him somewhat astonished. The others admired Li Wen's willingness to pay, expressing their admiration vocally. After finishing their lunch, they returned to the Cultural Center's office to continue their discussions and studies. Throughout the afternoon, 5 or 6 individuals, under Li Wen's corrections and guidance, refined the manuscript they were preparing to mail. With renewed confidence, they decided to elevate their submission target from the county production report to the city newspaper. "Shall we agree to meet at the Cultural Center on weekends for our discussions and studies?" suggested Zheng Kai, who, along with Chen Xiao, had gained much from today's gathering. The group readily nodded in agreement, as the atmosphere of writing and reading today had been exceptionally pleasant, bringing joy to all. "All right, let's disperse for now. It's nearly 4 o'clock, and Wenzi lives quite far, so he needs to head back," Wang Feng remarked. "Today was truly fulfilling. I feel great. See you all next week," Li Wen said, waving goodbye to the group. After Wenzi departed, Wang Feng, who lived in the western part of the city, offered, "I'll give you a ride." He rode up from behind Li Wen on his bicycle with a smile. "That sounds splendid," Li Wen exclaimed, hopping onto the back of the bike. The cultural center was a couple of miles from the city limits, which would save Li Wen a considerable amount of time. "Thanks, Wang Feng, but let us stop here. We're just about to leave the city," Li Wen chuckled as Wang Feng dropped him off at the city gate. On his way home, with fewer people around, Li Wen hurriedly walked, contemplating the necessity of purchasing a bicycle to ease his weekly trips to the city. He found himself out of breath as he pondered this on the road. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Wen returned to the village, having spent nearly 2 hours traversing the 30-plus roads. Upon pushing open the door to his home, he found no one in the courtyard. "Grandma, are you home?" he called out into the yard. "I'm in the back feeding the pigs." "On your back," came the voice of the elderly woman from the rear. Li Wen walked toward the back, noticing his grandmother preparing pig feed, and hurried over to help stir the mixture. "Grandma, where is everyone? Why is my little sister and the others not here?" Li Wen inquired, perplexed. "This afternoon, your uncle returned, proclaiming that you had accomplished a great feat by selling the peaches for the village at an excellent price. The villagers organized a collective effort to pick peaches, and the elderly lady looked fondly at her obedient grandson. Chapter 51. A unified effort. "Ah, your uncle is quite remarkable. He has rallied the entire village to partake in peach picking," Li Wen remarked with a smile after feeding the pigs. "Do go, my dear. Tonight, everyone may have to work late, so please take some chilled water to your father and the others," the elderly lady replied with a warm smile. Li Wen had never witnessed such a grand spectacle of village-wide peach picking before. After drinking a generous bowl of chilled water in the kitchen and resting for a while, he set off towards the village's peach orchard. From a distance, he could see countless baskets and handheld containers filled with ripe, red peaches outside the orchard. Some older villagers were sorting peaches from the baskets into the larger ones, discarding any that were spoiled, while younger children were busily transporting the baskets in small sacks, creating a truly magnificent scene. "Owen is back. Little one has returned. You are the village's great benefactor this time." The elderly men and women, engrossed in their fruit gathering, hailed Li Wen with exuberant praise as he made his way through the fields. Li Wen greeted everyone with a smile, offering kind words of encouragement to the diligent youngsters at work. As he stepped into the peach grove, he found the trees bustling with activity. People were busily engaged in their tasks, and hardly anyone was slacking off. Everyone understood that selling the peaches would yield a substantial profit for the village, and this knowledge filled them with joy and purpose. "Alwan, you have returned." At that moment, Uncle Gio emerged from within the grove, carrying 2 baskets of peaches, and upon seeing Li Wen, his face lit up with delight. As twilight descended, the villagers were engrossed in their peach picking, and no one had noticed Li Wen's arrival. When Li Datsai called out, everyone turned their gazes towards him, and a chorus of admiration and praise resonated through the orchard. Li Wen had never experienced such a display before. He grabbed a basket of peaches and quickly followed Uncle Gio outside. "Alwan, you have done splendidly today. I truly admire you," Uncle Li Datsai commended as they reached the orchard's edge, giving Li Wen a thumbs up. "I have spent 5 years in this peach grove, nurturing these trees from their infancy. Yet, for the past 2 years, the yields merely broke even. The lack of profitable sales led to much chatter among the villagers. Recently, with the peaches ripening, I have been restless, unable to find peace at night. I never anticipated that you would alleviate my concerns today," Li Dutsai said, gently caressing a nearby peach tree, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Uncle, please do not be overly emotional. I, too, am a part of our Sanqing village and the Li family, and this is my duty, Li Wen quickly reassured him. Well said. Our Li family has produced someone as promising as you. It fills my heart with joy, Uncle Li Dutsai replied, patting Li Wen on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Uncle, it seems the entire village is participating today. Will we manage to finish picking all the peaches by tonight? Li Wen inquired. We can complete it. The weather was too warm during the day for picking, so we only began our work after 5 in the afternoon, Uncle Li Dutsai explained. After an hour of diligent picking, we have gathered nearly 5 acres of fruit, and I estimate that we will finish in about 5 hours. Li Dutsai remarked with a smile. The strength of the people is truly remarkable, Li Wen reflected as he observed the bustling figures both inside and outside the orchard. Huh. You rascal, this time your contribution to our village is the most significant. The production team leader and the secretary are preparing to reward you with a bicycle. Li Dutsai chuckled. No way, that's over 100 yuan. Is the village really that generous? Li Wen exclaimed in astonishment. If it weren't for you, we would be slow to sell in town, and the price would only be 12 cents. The difference of several thousand yuan on tens of thousands of pounds is considerable. Don't you think you deserve a reward? Li Dutsai casually lit his pipe and took a leisurely puff. Well then, Li Wen calculated and realized it was indeed true, so he did not dwell on it further. Uncle G, how are we going to transport so many peaches? Our village has only a few vehicles, Li Wen wondered, glancing at the numerous baskets at the orchard entrance. Our village has 3 ox carts, 1 horse cart, 1 mule cart, and over 20 pull carts. This afternoon, the secretary and production team leader borrowed 5 ox carts and 20 pull carts from neighboring teams. Even that might not be sufficient. As for the remaining peaches, let the members carry them on shoulder poles, and the women can simply carry a basket, Li Dutsai remarked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the distant peaches. The strength of our people is boundless. We are not afraid of hardship, Li Wen mused. What's the matter? As long as we can fill our bellies. We farmers have plenty of energy, Li Dutsai declared with vigor. Come, let us go inside. I see you carrying water. I know where your mother is, he said, finishing his smoke and brushing off the pipe with a smile. Wen, you're back, his mother, Wang Chunmei, said as she saw Li Wen enter with a can of water. I just got home. I heard my grandmother say everyone in the village came to pick peaches, so I came to help. Li Wen smiled and replied. That's good. Go ahead and pick. We are a bit short-handed, his mother said, glancing at his second aunt who had come for water. All right, I'll have a sip. Today is quite a tight schedule, his second aunt, Cui Yinzi, hastily chimed in. You little ones, be careful when climbing the trees, Li Wen cautioned the siblings who were scrambling about like monkeys on the branches. We know, brother. The tree isn't that high. It's a piece of cake, Li Tao joked while swiftly picking peaches. Seeing the little ones so engrossed in their work, Li Wen quickly joined them. After a bustling half-night, the peaches in the orchard were nearly all picked. The little ones, unable to stay up late, had been taken home by the women to rest. Outside the orchard, the village path was lined with horse carts, ox carts, and pull carts, stretching an impressive 100 meters in length. The men began loading peaches onto the carts, while the meticulous women carried fresh grass to cushion the baskets and the corners of the cart to minimize damage to the fruit. After more than an hour, 10 livestock carts and dozens of pull carts were filled to the brim with peaches. Yet even so, there remained a portion of peaches yet to be loaded. The remaining peaches fell into the hands of over 100 robust laborers and several dozen young women in the village. Each laborer bore 2 baskets, weighing over 100 pounds of peaches, while the women carried a single basket, approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Are the young and old ready? The production team leader shouted from the center of the line. Ready. The crowd responded in unison. Let us set off. Li Junli waved his hand. Li Wen glanced at his watch. It was already past 3 in the morning, and they needed to arrive at the county supply and marketing cooperative by 7:30 the next morning. On. You should push the bicycle ahead and coordinate with them at the purchasing station about whether the peaches should be sorted directly at the train station or at the cooperative. Li Junli advised as he approached Li Wen. That once he do, I'll stick with the cart. Uncle, you should ride the bicycle and go ahead to coordinate. Li Wen quickly declined. You go, and that is final. Young people these days are so indecisive, Li Junli retorted as he mounted the bicycle. All right, on. You are familiar with the people at the cooperative. It's appropriate for you to handle the coordination. Don't refuse, added the village secretary, fourth master. Well, If you all insist, I agree, Li Wen nodded, understanding their concern for him. The teams with shoulder poles and baskets had already set off, while the cart team was still checking their preparations. Li Wen exchanged greetings with his father and elder brother, then pushed his bicycle out of the village. The sky was still quite dark, making it impractical to ride. Attempting to do so would risk falling and damaging the bicycle. So he had no choice but to push it forward. Shortly after Li Wen set off, the cart team began their journey. Each livestock cart was laden with over 1,000 pounds of peaches, and the ground carts carried 500 to 600 pounds. The livestock carts were driven by experienced hands, while the ground carts had 2 people assigned, a strong laborer pulling and either a young man or woman pushing from behind. After walking for half an hour, everyone took a 10-minute break. No one complained. Laughter filled the air as men smoked to relieve their fatigue, while the women dreamed of sharing a larger profit once the peaches were sold. By 6 o'clock, the sky was beginning to lighten, and the villagers marched in unison to the county gate. Li Wen had already arrived ahead on his bicycle at the supply and marketing cooperative. He knocked on the door of the purchasing station. A guard poked his head out. Seeing Li Wen on the bicycle, he smiled rather than scolded, asking, "Young man, are you looking for someone?" "They aren't on duty yet. They start at 7:30. "I know, sir. I just wanted to ask a question," Li Wen replied hastily, explaining the situation regarding the peach purchase. "Oh, no need to go to the train station. All purchased goods and agricultural supplies must first be sorted at the purchasing station before transportation. That's the cooperative's rule. Just have the villagers come directly to the purchasing station," the guard said cheerfully after hearing Li Wen's explanation. "All right. Thank you, sir," Li Wen said, feeling flustered for not offering a cigarette earlier, quickly handing one to the old man. After that, Li Wen hurriedly rode his bicycle back toward the city gates where the villagers were still waiting. "How did it go on? Did you find out everything?" Li Wen, the production team leader, eagerly inquired as the group rested outside the city gate. "Uncle, let us head straight to the collection station and queue up," Li Wen said, having just inquired with the gatekeeper, who informed him that they could go directly to the station. "All right, let us hurry and line up, otherwise it will be difficult once the station opens," Li Wen called to the rest of the group, who were resting behind him. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly rose, shouldered their burdens, and pulled their carts towards the county town. The city gate was merely 2 or 3 miles from the supply and marketing cooperative, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the collection station. By then, a few vehicles and 6 or 7 individuals, likely early risers selling vegetables, were already in line. Chapter 52. Selling peaches profitably. The collection station had not yet opened, and everyone was taking a break. Come over here," Li Wen, seated and resting, heard Li Wen call from a distance. "I just saw a place selling steamed buns at the state-run restaurant. Take a few people to buy 283 buns. Since yesterday afternoon, we haven't eaten anything. Today, as we sell peaches, the village decided to give each member a bun to tide them over," Li Wen instructed Li Wen. "Should we buy them with food stamps or cash?" Li Wen inquired. "Just use cash. The village doesn't have many food stamps left," Li Wen replied, handing Li Wen a large 10 and a 5. "Brother, second brother, and brother Mao, come with me to buy some buns." Li Wen called out to a group of 5 or 6 young men who were chatting together. "Let us go. It's time for buns." The young men gathered around him, heading towards the entrance of the state-run restaurant. "Master, do you have 283 steamed buns?" Li Wen asked as he approached the breakfast stall. "What do you need so many buns for?" A middle-aged woman, who was filling the buns, eyed Li Wen suspiciously. "Hello, comrade. We are from Xinjiang, Sanqing village. Today, the whole village is selling peaches at the supply and marketing cooperative, and we've been busy all night. The village decided to give everyone a bun to fill their stomachs, so we were sent to buy some," Li Wen quickly explained with a smile. "Oh, is that true?" The woman continued to regard Li Wen and his companions with caution. In these times, breakfast items like buns and pancakes were the only foods that could be purchased without tickets, hence they were typically subject to purchase limits. The staff at the breakfast stall became wary upon seeing Li Wen's large order, suspecting him of hoarding. "Given that, it would be difficult for you to carry hundreds of buns. We'll send a colleague with you to help carry the steamer," the middle-aged woman said, noting the rural appearance of the group and their friendly demeanor. "That would be perfect. Thank you, Auntie. We're all part of the working class." Li Wen promptly bowed in gratitude. This interaction elicited laughter from nearby customers, dissipating the tense atmosphere. "Auntie, we don't have that many food stamps. Here's 15 yuan. Please let us buy as many premium buns as possible," Li Wen said with a smile as he handed over the money. All right, I'll take care of it. The staff at the breakfast stall replied with a smile. Liu, bring out 6 steamers of buns, and take these young comrades with you to the supply and marketing cooperative. The middle-aged woman called out as she directed the staff inside. Got it, Zhang Jie, came the response. Before long, a robust young man emerged with a colleague, carrying a steamer filled with buns. Comrade Liu, we have just 5 people, plus you make 6. Let's pair up, and with 2 baskets. We will have just the right amount, Li Wen said, shaking hands with the young man with a smile. All right then, let's proceed, the young man replied cheerfully. Come, everyone. It's time to enjoy the buns, 1 for each. Li Wen called out as they made their way into the village line. Wow, splendid. These are large, white buns. It's been ages since I've had one, the villagers exclaimed, their spirits lifted. Including Li Wen, a total of 283 villagers had gathered. Li Wen used the 15 yuan given to him by the production team leader to purchase the buns, leaving 17 remaining. The production team leader decided that Li Wen would deliver these to the personnel at the purchasing station later. After distributing the buns, Li Wen and his companions returned the steamer. This bun is indeed substantial. After walking all night, I was famished. 1 bun truly satiates, Uncle Li Dezhong chuckled, sipping some cool boiled water he had brought. Haha, everyone has enjoyed the buns and should take a breather. The purchasing station staff will soon start their work. And we need to keep busy, Li Juanli cheerfully encouraged. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, the staff from the supply and marketing cooperative began to arrive. They're opening. The crowd exclaimed, standing in anticipation at the entrance of the purchasing station. Li Wen spotted Sun Peng stepping out and hurried over. Uncle Sun, good morning, Li Wen greeted, offering a stick of King of Gold cigarettes with a smile. Good morning, Xiao Wen. Your village members are indeed hardworking. Did they not sleep a wink last night? Sun Peng remarked, observing the villagers gathered at the station. Uncle, you're right. Yesterday at noon, my uncle called everyone to come and pick peaches. Due to the scorching sun during the day, it could damage the fruit, so everyone worked from dusk until midnight. Then hurried over with their load, Li Wen explained, noticing the eager faces of the villagers. Farmers truly have it tough. Sun Peng nodded in agreement. All right, Xiao Wu. Arrange for the personnel to begin sorting the peaches promptly. Our farmers have toiled all night. We must be proactive. Sun Peng instructed the staff at the back of the purchasing station. Shortly after, 2 or 3 dozen staff members emerged, beginning to sort the peaches brought in by the villagers. Li Wen discreetly instructed the production team leader to slip a yuan to each sorting worker, encouraging a more lenient approach in their task. Come, Xiao Wen, let them get to work first. Let us go inside and chat. My daughter praised you highly when she returned home yesterday, Sun Peng said, patting Li Wen on the shoulder with a grin. As they entered the office, Li Wen retrieved a pack of King of Gold cigarettes from his backpack and said, Uncle, I appreciate your help for our village. Please accept this. Well then, I shall not be polite, Sun Peng laughed, placing the cigarettes in his drawer. Such is society, woven with the threads of human connection. It is not merely the cigarettes that bind Sun Peng and Li Wen. Accepting them strengthens their relationship, and in dealings with colleagues and superiors, gifting cigarettes is customary. Thus, what is received is often given in return, saving oneself the expense. What joy in such reciprocity. Yesterday, I heard that you spoke at the cultural center, and even County Chief Wu praised you for it. Quite impressive, indeed, Sun Peng complimented Li Wen with a smile. Uncle Sun, you flatter me, Li Wen replied, aware that excessive modesty is unwarranted, scratching his head with a grin. Achieving success at a young age is commendable, as long as you remain humble. Praise is merely a recognition of your deserving talent, Sun Peng chuckled. Yesterday, Xiaoli returned home and mentioned that your discussion on the 2 elements of storytelling was exceptional. I, too, have a penchant for literary pursuits, and I was pleasantly surprised by your insights. Today, would you kindly share your writing techniques with me again? It would certainly enhance my own writing skills, Sun Peng said cheerfully. Of course, I believe in sharing knowledge freely, Li Wen replied, eager to strengthen their bond. For over 2 hours, Li Wen elaborated on the nuances of writing, providing techniques that greatly benefited Sun Peng. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Come in. Sun Peng straightened up and said, Wang, our publicist, what brings you here? Sun Peng inquired with a smile. Director Sun, the county has just issued a directive urging us to vigorously support our farmers and has introduced the slogan of aiding and assisting them, emphasizing unity with the working class. The president also mentioned that we should strive to purchase the fresh fruits and produce brought in by the farmers. My task in the publicity department is to relay this information, so I came to inform you, the 20-something female publicist explained with a smile. Understood. Please help me disseminate this message further. Let everyone remain spirited and work diligently during this autumn harvest season, Sun Peng instructed. Very well, Director Sun. I shall not disturb you further, the female publicist said as she exited. Li Wen, did you discuss this with the county chief yesterday? Sun Peng asked with a grin. Li Wen nodded in agreement, reflecting. In this era, the officials are indeed decisive and efficient. It seems that 80% of government officials in this age are indeed from military backgrounds, for only soldiers possess such swiftness. Indeed, there is great potential, Sun Peng said, standing and patting Li Wen on the shoulder. That will be all for today. I must promptly notify my colleagues, Sun Peng remarked as he rose. Stepping outside, they found everyone busily engaged in their tasks. Although the sorting was progressing swiftly, Li Wen estimated it would not conclude until the afternoon. One. Your method is quite effective. After offering some monetary incentives, the employees at the collection station have become considerably more efficient, and they are more relaxed, remarked Uncle Gio, who had approached quietly. Li Wen responded, it's merely a matter of experience. In my previous life, when we harvested apples, my mother would always slip some money and offer instant noodles to win over those sorting the fruit. Everyone appreciates a little extra cash, especially when it's unaccounted for. And besides, city folks aren't exactly wealthy, he chuckled. Uncle Gio, I noticed that while sorting, many discarded peaches that the collection station didn't want. Please instruct the villagers to gather them instead of throwing them away. These fruits hold significant value, Li Wen suggested, inspired by the scattered peaches on the ground. What value could they possibly have? Li Dekai asked, puzzled. I cannot disclose that now. I will explain it once we return, Li Wen replied, shaking his head. You sly boy, keeping secrets from your uncle. Very well, I'll go inform everyone to collect them, he said as he made his way through the crowd. Subsequently, Li Wen handed a cigarette to Zhang Wenjie, expressing his gratitude and conveniently arranging to dine together at noon. Uncle, it is nearly noon. Everyone has been occupied all day. How shall we resolve the meal? As lunchtime approached, Li Wen inquired of Li Juanli. Ha, you young man, you seem quite concerned. The director's son from the acquisition station just mentioned that the cafeteria would prepare some sesame pancakes for everyone to snack on. Li Juanli replied with a smile. Did you invite director's son for a meal? Li Wen chuckled. As for hospitality, your uncle is well informed. I have already made arrangements. We will go together shortly. Li Juanli responded with a grin. Very well. I shall also inform the logistics director of the supply and marketing cooperative, as he was instrumental in this arrangement. Li Wen nodded. Just manage it as you see fit. Have you exhausted the 10 yuan for entertainment expenses I gave you? If so, let me know, and I shall provide you with more, Li Juanli laughed. No need, as our relations are quite amicable. I have already secured a fine cigarette for each person. And that suffices, Li Wen smiled in reply. That is good to hear. When venturing outside, the essentials of social interaction, cigarettes, liquor, and meals, take precedence. And there is no doubt about that, Li Juanli chuckled. At noon, the production team leader Li Juanli, Li Wen, and village accountant Uncle Li Dushing hosted a banquet at the state-run restaurant to honor Sun Peng and Zhang Wenjie. The meal was a joyous occasion, and Li Wen successfully established a connection with the county supply and marketing cooperative for the village. By evening, with the diligent efforts of the employees at the acquisition station, over 50,000 pounds of commercial peaches from Sanqing village were sorted. Uncle Li Dushing went to the financial office of the acquisition station to collect the payment for the peaches. Chapter 53. Celebrating with pork with over 46,000 pounds of grade 1 fruit and more than 13,000 pounds of grade 2 fruit sold for a total of over 10,000 yuan. Li Detsai emerged from the financial office, his eyes gleaming with joy. He had never seen such a large sum of money since becoming the village accountant, neatly stacked. Heavy bundles of black currency were truly magnificent. Has it been collected, old 8? The crowd eagerly leaned towards Li Detsai's cloth bag. Li Dushing glanced at several village officials, nodded, and tightly embraced the cloth bag. All right, everyone, let us head back. We can discuss further later, Li Juanli signaled. Understanding the mood. Seeing the delighted expression on Li Juanli's face, the crowd joyfully began to gather their burdens and hastened homeward. Uncle Sun, thank you. I appreciate the comrades at the acquisition station. I will write an article upon my return, Li Wen said, shaking hands with Sun Peng with a smile. Then I thank you, Xiaowen. Now, Do go rest. We've been busy all day, and it's time for us to clock out. Sun Peng waved his hand. As the villagers made their way home, they walked briskly. Despite working since yesterday afternoon, spirits were high, for the village had prospered, and thus, they had become affluent. Upon returning to the village, everyone set down their farming tools and gathered at the wheat field in front of the village committee to await the announcement of the day's harvest. After a full day's work, everyone seems quite energetic. Li Wen remarked at the table, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ha ha, the villagers chuckled in unison. All right, I shall not ramble on. Accountant, let us display the money for all to see, to witness that everyone's hard work has not been in vain. Li Wen gestured. Li Desheng began to extract money from his backpack, one stack after another, continuously producing more. The members of the collective, whether standing or seated in the wheat field, were utterly astonished. They had never beheld such a substantial sum of money. Even with the village's annual dividends, the maximum would only be 4 or 5,000 yuan. Much of it in small denominations, far from the staggering amounts before them. Many felt their mouths go dry with anticipation. I hereby announce that this year, our Sanqing village has earned 12,000 yuan from peach sales, Li Wen declared, igniting a fervor in the wheat field. Additionally, as per the village committee's decision, we shall slaughter the old boar from the breeding farm tomorrow for a communal feast, Li Wen revealed further. In an instant, the village children erupted in jubilant cheers. Another feast was on the horizon. Even after the village committee announced the harvest from the peach orchard, the merriment and chatter continued unabated in the wheat field. The old party secretary, Li Junkai, approached the table, brandishing a metal horn and shouted, "Everyone, it seems you are still not tired. It's time to head home and rest." His booming reprimand finally subdued the villagers. Once the committee members departed, families began to disperse from the wheat field. Upon returning home, Uncle was still animatedly recounting the shock and implications of the numerous stacks of money. Come on, everyone, hurry to the table. You've not slept all day, and now you're all starving. Yet you remain as lively as if you've just been injected with adrenaline. The old lady proclaimed as she brought a dish to the table. Tonight, we shall enjoy handmade noodles. Let us have a hearty meal and rest. Aunt and mother emerged carrying bowls of noodles. Come on, eat quickly. I wasn't too hungry until I saw these noodles, and now I'm ravenous. Li Deo chuckled as he lifted his bowl. The little ones eagerly served themselves noodles. What a whirlwind of a day this has been. After the meal, everyone felt too lethargic to move. Time for bed, they murmured. After resting in their chairs for a while, drowsiness began to set in. Uncle yawned as he stood up, saying he was heading back to his room. Li Wen returned to his own quarters, stretching his limbs. He too felt utterly exhausted. Running back and forth, assisting the village and coordinating with the leaders of the supply and marketing cooperative had drained him. He shed his now filthy clothes and flopped onto the Kong without a care, succumbing to sleep. In the morning, Li Wen was awakened by the chirping of birds. In the yard, the chattering birds perched in the large apricot tree served as the rural alarm clock. Alwan, rise and shine. The old lady called cheerfully as she prepared pig feed. Grandma, let me stir it, Li Wen offered, taking the twig from her hand and beginning to mix the bran. Once the bran was fully heated, he grabbed the feed bucket and headed to the backyard to feed the pigs. Cluck, cluck. Li Wen tapped the twig while pouring the feed into the trough. The 3 pigs devoured their meal joyfully, and after finishing with the bran, Li Wen scooped some water to clean the bucket before pouring the contents into the trough, tossing in a few handfuls of silage as well. As Li Wen gazed upon the thriving pigs, a smile spread across his face. The 3 pigs had grown quite substantial, promising a lucrative sale by the year's end, along with an ample supply of pork for the festive season. Returning to the courtyard, he began his morning routine, preparing breakfast for the family once everyone had risen. The morning meal consisted of a warm porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables and a corn pancake for each person, which was quite delightful, as everyone relished the feast. Father, after breakfast, I shall visit the village committee. You all may head to work, Li Wen announced. Very well, just don't stir up trouble. There isn't much farming to do lately, just some weeding and fertilizing, replied Li Deo, who was slurping his porridge. Once finished, Li Wen gathered his dirty clothes from the previous night, scrubbing them gently before hanging them out to dry. After all, he possessed only 3 sets of clothing, without washing. He would have nothing to wear, as the other set was reserved for winter. Having completed his laundry, he strolled leisurely toward the village committee, hands nestled in his pockets. Upon arrival, He found the place deserted and meandered over to the village canteen. At the back, villagers were bustling about, preparing to slaughter pigs. "Ah, one. What brings you here? Are you tempted by the thought of pork?" inquired the production team leader, Li Wen, with a grin as he scraped the bristles off a pig. "Not really. I'm just wandering about. Please, continue your work. We can chat later." Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. Initially, he had intended to discuss his plans with Li Wen, but seeing everyone engaged in their tasks, he decided to postpone the conversation. "All right then. Let us talk after the meal. Everyone has been waiting, and dining takes precedence." Li Wen chuckled. "I shall lend a hand as well," Li Wen laughed, rushing over to grasp a pig's leg to assist in the task of removing the bristles. "This boar must be 6 years old. Just look at its size. It must weigh over 400 pounds, remarked one villager, admiring the plump pig. Another tapped the boar's belly, saying, "If only all our pigs were this large every year." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Indeed, this boar is quite large, but the meat tends to be rather gamey," Li Wen commented, giving the pig's hindquarters a pat. "Enough chatter. We have children present. Let us begin dividing the meat," said the village butcher, Lao Si, Li Delong, with a jovial tone. "Come on, everyone, let us muster our strength." 1, 2 together, they hoisted the pig onto a rack, where the butcher commenced the butchering process. "This pig is indeed hefty and well-fed. Just look at this layer of fat. It's magnificent," Li Delong exclaimed as he sliced the pig down the middle. Before long, over 300 pounds of meat had been expertly divided by Li Delong. "Uncle, I'll prepare the offal and the pig's head for everyone to enjoy later," Li Wen suggested, eyeing the substantial pig's head and offal. "Very well, you can take care of those. I've been craving your braised meat for months since the last time," Li Wen replied with a smile. "Today, I shall showcase my skills," Li Wen declared cheerfully. "Juanli, Director Zhang from the commune has arrived, along with the women's director, Gao Aiqin," announced a voice as they entered. Upon returning home, Li Wen retrieved some spices he had prepared earlier, secretly stashing a piece of hot pot base, and made his way back to the canteen to begin washing the offal and crafting the braised meat. The collective strength of many is formidable within a short span. The group of over a dozen individuals swiftly completed the cleaning process. It was only after this endeavor that they realized the effort required to prepare delectable cuisine. Li Wen's meticulous demands for repeated washing, even employing cornmeal, salt, and baking soda for cleansing, truly opened their eyes to the intricacies of culinary preparation. Once the cleaning was accomplished, Li Wen took to the kitchen to prepare marinated meat, allowing the others a well-deserved respite. By mid-afternoon, the communal kitchen had finished preparing the pork dishes, and Li Wen's marinated meat was ready to be served. Outside the kitchen, a throng of villagers had gathered, eagerly anticipating this meal after a day of fasting, with many having gone without food since morning. Director Zhang of the commune began his address, expressing his surprise at the significant revenue generated by the sales from Sanqing village, which in previous years had barely reached 1,000 yuan. This year's earnings were substantial, directly impacting the compensation of the township staff and the income of the village. After his speech, the village leaders promptly announced the commencement of the meal, and the members could hardly contain their excitement. Each person received a generous bowl of pork dish accompanied by corn cakes, with marinated meat allocated to each household. The tantalizing aroma of the meat filled the air, and the villagers feasted joyously. "Comrade Li Wen, you were an enthusiastic contributor at the last communal feast, and now you are once again an active participant in the peach sales. Not only are your writings commendable, but your dedication to the community is also noteworthy. The village has informed me, and the commune has approved your bicycle as a reward," Director Zhang declared, presenting Li Wen with 120 yuan and a bicycle ticket. The kitchen erupted in excitement as the news spread, yet there was no envy among the crowd. The reward was undeniably deserved. The village had announced this recognition upon Li Dijing's return the previous afternoon. Accepting the money and ticket, Li Wen bowed respectfully to the leadership. At that moment, Li Wen stood atop a table and proclaimed, "The substantial income from our village's peach orchard is entirely due to Comrade Li Wen's efforts in leveraging his connections for our benefit. If we maintain it well, this orchard will be our village's golden goose." Applause erupted throughout the room. Li Wen stepped forward, bowed to the crowd, and smiled. "I, Li Wen, am a proud member of Sanqing village and the Li family. I was born and raised here, and all of you are my uncles and fellow villagers. This is simply my duty. I am honored to receive this recognition from the commune and the village, and it fills me with joy. Moving forward, I will do my utmost to assist and give back to Sanqing village. Regarding the bicycle ticket, I noticed that our village's bicycles have been in use for several years. I would like to exchange it for a new one, as it would serve as a positive representation of our village when the village leaders ride new bicycles. Li Wen's selfless proposal to trade his new bicycle for an older one drew enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Comrade Li Wen, you are truly remarkable. With such an outstanding rider and dedicated member in Sanqing village, I am confident that the lives of our villagers will flourish even more in the future. Director Zhang was deeply moved by Li Wen's heartfelt words, feeling a profound sense of admiration for the young lad. The village shared a sumptuous meal, their mouths glistening with oil, and their attitudes towards Li Wen transformed from indifference to respect. Chapter 54. The bicycle and the canned goods. The afternoon meal lasted over an hour, and by the time it concluded, it was past 5 o'clock. Li Wen handed over the money and tickets to the village and pushed the old bicycle from the production team back home. Along the way, the village youth gazed enviously at Li Wen as he maneuvered the bicycle, despite its age. Wow, third brother, you have a bicycle now. Li Yong and Li Tao, who were playing at the door, were exhilarated upon seeing Li Wen with the bicycle, eagerly touching it alongside a group of children. Brother, can I ride it for a moment? Li Tao asked, gazing longingly at the bicycle, which was of a height similar to his own. Get lost. You can't even support a bicycle, let alone ride it. What if you break it? Uncle, stepping out from inside, scolded him. Our family finally possesses a decent piece of equipment, Uncle Li Daizhong said with a chuckle, patting the back seat of the bicycle. Come, let me bring it inside, he added, lifting the bicycle over the threshold. Big brother, Owen brought back the production team's bicycle. Look how splendid it is, Uncle exclaimed, patting the seat excitedly. In an instant, the whole family gathered around, captivated by the sight. This bicycle had previously been reserved for the production team leader and the old party secretary, with the rest of the villagers forbidden to use it, except on occasions when someone in the family was getting married. After each meeting at the commune or county, the secretary and the production team leader would meticulously clean the bicycle before hanging it up. Thus, despite its years of service, the bicycle was still in remarkably good condition, retaining about 70 to 80% of its original quality. Our family finally owns a bicycle. How wonderful. Aunt Li gently caressed the back seat, imagining how impressive it would be to ride it back to her parental home. In this era, a bicycle was akin to a luxury car in the future, and those who could ride one were undoubtedly the most stylish individuals in the village. Indeed, with this bicycle, our boys will find it much easier to court, Wang Chunmei remarked, her heart brimming with joy as she admired the Phoenix brand bicycle. Such a pity we've given the new one to the village. It would have been even better, Li Quan sighed from the side. You know nothing. Owen's decision was truly brilliant. Uncle playfully kicked Li Quan's backside. Yes, Owen's exchange today was indeed splendid, Father Li Dio agreed with a smile and a nod. New or old, it doesn't matter. As long as it's a bicycle, we've struck gold, Li Wen said with a beaming smile. Exactly, as long as it's a bicycle, our family has profited. The others chimed in joyfully. With an hour remaining before dusk, the young and old members of the family began practicing riding the bicycle in the courtyard, eagerly supporting one another, reveling in their delight. Learning to ride this bicycle is not particularly challenging. It can be mastered in no time, exclaimed Li Quan with enthusiasm while seated at the dining table in the evening. In the past few days, your father has been practicing at home. In a few days, I will take you to school, said the second uncle, affectionately ruffling the hair of his twin sons. Oh, we're going to ride our bicycles to school. The little ones were overjoyed, bouncing around in the yard. All right, settle down. After dinner, hurry off to bed, gently admonished the second aunt, who was carrying a platter of food and watching her frolicking sons. After the lively dinner, everyone retreated to their rooms for a rest. Li Wen secured the door and returned to his space. Inside the space, the corn had ripened once again. Li Wen chopped the stalks into silage with a machete and stored them in a large vat. He then brought out the hand-cranked corn sheller left by the landlord to begin shelling the corn. In just half an hour, half a sack of corn kernels had been processed. Over the past few months, Li Wen had accumulated a bag of corn and a bag of wheat. Looking at his harvest from these months, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. It's quite splendid. Another bountiful day awaits. In a few days, I shall take these to the county mill to be ground into flour, Li Wen chuckled, patting the sack. He then harvested all the ripe watermelons and large pumpkins from the yard and placed them in the designated storage area. There were already dozens of large pumpkins piled on the shelves, along with a fair number of watermelons. Li Wen planned to sell them when he went to the county to mill the flour. Arriving at the front room, Li Wen gathered all the eggs collected today, both chicken and duck. The chicks he had purchased earlier had grown and recently begun laying eggs. He had collected over 100 pounds of eggs, all stored in the warehouse. On the second floor, he started watering the fruits and vegetables on the platform with a hose and then rinsed out the goat pen. The piglets in the back alley were quite clever, always defecating in one corner. Li Wen scooped the waste into the drain and rinsed it away. Interestingly, this storage space was quite extraordinary. Not only was there unlimited water and electricity, but the drainage was also effortlessly manageable. The soil in the garden resembled the mythical Shirong, capable of accelerating crop growth. The storage area also had storage functions, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Li Wen could not comprehend it, nor did he wish to delve deeper. He decided to go with the flow. After ensuring everything was in order in the space, Li Wen returned to his room to compose an article praising the collection station. By midnight, he had successfully completed a 2,000-word piece that resonated with the sentiments of laborers and farmers. Upon waking the next morning, Li Wen noticed that his family had risen unusually early. The adults were practicing riding bicycles in the yard while the children ran alongside, occasionally bursting into laughter. On is up. His second uncle rode circles in the yard with Li Tao perched behind him and stopped before Li Wen. "Uncle, your skills have improved. You can now carry a passenger and stop on a dime. You're quite the seasoned rider," Li Wen remarked, giving a thumbs up with a smile. "Haha, not bad. Not bad. By the way, will you be needing the bicycle today? If not, I'll take it. Your aunt mentioned she wants to visit her family. And riding a bicycle is faster. I'll take her," Li Daizhong said with a grin. "I don't need it. Uncle Air, you may ride on," Li Wen said with a smile, waving his hand. After finishing breakfast, he leisurely stepped outside. "Alwen, what brings you to the peach orchard? Are you craving peaches? There are plenty of peaches that the purchasing station at the village committee rejected yesterday. You can help yourself, Uncle Gio," Li Datsai said with a grin while working in the orchard. "I received a basket full from Uncle Junli yesterday, so there's no need for more. I'm just here for a stroll to see if there are any peaches left," Li Wen replied, smiling. "Of course there are. The ones sold yesterday were all of good quality. The average ones and the smaller ones, I didn't let anyone pick. I left them on the trees to ripen a bit longer," Li Detsai chuckled. "Uncle, how many do you think are left?" Li Wen asked, glancing around and spotting a few peaches still hanging on the trees. "There must be around 15 to 1,800 pounds. Why do you ask? You were inquiring yesterday about those inferior peaches. What's the matter?" Li Detsai asked, puzzled. "Canned peaches. I want to use these average quality peaches to make canned goods," Li Wen stated. "What? Our peaches can be made into canned goods? Really?" Li Detsai exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not? Most of our peaches sold are first class, consumed fresh, while the second class ones are certainly sold to factories for canning," Li Wen calmly explained. "Is it really that simple? We can't even make them ourselves?" Li Detsai said, still surprised. "Uncle, canning is quite straightforward. Since there are so many average peaches available, it makes sense for us to proceed with canning. Come on. Let us head to the village committee and consult with my fourth uncle and the others," Li Wen said cheerfully. "All right, since you're so confident, I will accompany you," Li Detsai replied, setting down his tools. "Old Gio, what are you and Awen doing at the village committee?" Old secretary, who was reading the newspaper, looked up and asked. "Fourth uncle, here's the situation," Li Wen explained his plan to the old secretary. After listening to Li Wen's explanation, Li Junli pondered for a moment. "Detsai, go summon the village committee members. Let us all hear this out. I believe what Awen said holds merit, and we should give it a try," Li Junli said, looking at Li Detsai. Before long, several committee members arrived at the office, and Li Wen shared his thoughts with them once again. "I agree, we should give it a shot. This boy, Awen, is quite clever. Instead of selling the leftover peaches, we can distribute them among the members. If successful, we won't need to sell peaches in the future. We can sell canned goods directly. Our village factory can handle this," Li Junli exclaimed excitedly. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing Li Junli's words. "Awen, do you need any materials? Write a list for the village, and I will apply for it at the commune," Li Junli said, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Li Wen recognized that this team leader was a man of action and felt a surge of excitement. "Fourth uncle, esteemed aunts and uncles, I understand everyone supports my plan for canning, and I will take on a certain responsibility. However, I have a method that will significantly increase our chances of success, and the villagers will be more inclined to try it," Li Wen stood up and smiled. The village should provide some glass jars and some rock sugar. We can start by making a few jars of canned peaches. It's a quick process, and once we have our results, we can present them tomorrow. This will provide a more tangible demonstration, Li Wen asserted with confidence. If that is the case, it would be even better, and everyone readily agreed. With that, I headed to the village supply store to procure materials, while my sister-in-law assisted awing. We shall commence our work now, as Li Juanli is known for his swift decisiveness. First, we must select the firmer peaches and peel them meticulously. Then, we will immerse them in brine for 5 to 6 minutes. There is no need to soak them for too long, lest the fruit's sweet aroma dissipates. At that moment, Li Wen was in the village canteen, instructing Annie on how to prepare the canned goods. We have purchased 20 jars and 3 pounds of rock sugar. Awing, you will oversee the process. Li Juanli said as he hurried into the canteen. Very well, let's boil some water to sanitize these jars. Li Wen directed several people to begin the preparation. Look, carefully retrieve the soaked peaches and place them into the jars, then sprinkle the rock sugar on top. Pour in some cool boiled water, and finally seal the lids. Li Wen guided. Is that it? Li Juanli and Auntie Gao Ai Chin inquired. Not yet. Now, add cool water to the pot, and place the jars inside to boil. Once the water reaches a rolling boil, reduce the heat, and allow it to simmer for 10 to 15 minutes. After an agonizing wait, the time has finally arrived. All right, it's time to take them out, tighten the lids, and turn them upside down to cool. Once cooled, they shall become canned goods, Li Wen observed, smiling at the fruits of their labor. The vibrant red peaches nestled within the glass jars were indeed a delightful sight, bringing joy to everyone present. Chapter 55. The success of canning. It seems quite promising. Once the jars had completely cooled, Li Juanli picked one up and scrutinized it. It worked. Let them rest for a while. Once fully cooled, the flavor will penetrate the peaches, enhancing their taste. Li Wen nodded in agreement. I can hardly contain my excitement. If we truly succeed, the possibilities are unimaginable. Li Juanli paced back and forth in the canteen, rubbing his hands together. Uncle, if we succeed, we will require a substantial amount of rock sugar and glass jars. The glass jars are manageable, as there is a glass factory in the county. However, what about the sugar? This requires a quota. Acquiring 10 or 20 pounds may be feasible, but hundreds or thousands of pounds seems implausible. Li Wen analyzed while seated on a stool. Indeed, resources have been particularly scarce in recent years. This morning's rock sugar was the entire allocation for our village supply store this month. Li Juanli's face paled as he murmured. Awing, how long until we can consume these canned goods? Li Juanli inquired, lifting a jar. Theoretically, they can be eaten once cooled, but allowing them to sit for a few days will yield the best flavor. Li Wen replied with a light smile. Thus, I will take a few jars to the commune to discuss with Director Zhang, to see if we can request some rock sugar and determine how to handle the canned goods we have produced. Li Juanli said as he placed several jars into his bag. Uncle Juanli, do go ahead. This matter is beyond our control. Currently, all resources are distributed and purchased through centralized channels, and canned goods are considered precious, so it is best to apply at the commune. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Awing, is your bicycle still available? Uncle would like to borrow it, as I haven't had the chance to purchase a new one today. Li Juanli inquired with a smile. Apologies. Uncle Juanli, my second uncle and aunt have taken it to visit their father-in-law. Li Wen scratched his head sheepishly. Haha, no worries at all. Your second uncle is quite the show-off, going to his father-in-law's today to boast. Li Juanli chuckled heartily. All right, you're all here. I'm just going to the commune. It's only a few miles away, Li Juanli said with a smile, as he hurriedly exited the cafeteria through the back door, carrying a leather bag. This canned food looks delightful, though it requires quite a bit of sugar, Gao Ai Chin remarked, turning the can in her hands with curiosity. Auntie, let us place all these cans in ice water. If we leave them overnight, we can savor them tomorrow, Li Wen suggested with a grin. That sounds good. Gao Ai Chin swiftly arranged the cans into a large basin and poured in the refreshing well water. How exciting. The first time I tasted canned food was in the winter of '56 when my eldest son returned from the army with a can of oranges. It was so sweet and tangy, absolutely delicious. I can't forget that moment, Gao Ai Chin reminisced, recalling the experience from 5 years ago. Haha, no need to wait long. Auntie, tomorrow we can enjoy the canned food we made ourselves. You've learned to make it today, so you can prepare it any time you wish, Li Wen replied cheerfully. I can't afford it, I really can't. A pound of rock sugar costs nearly $1, and you need ration tickets. It would take years to save that much at home. Gao Aiqin quickly shook her head. Li Wen smiled, but remained silent. Indeed, sugar was a rare commodity in these times. Throughout the year, their family hardly had any, often reserved for entertaining guests, making it hard to indulge. Auntie, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Wen stood up to bid farewell to Gao Aiqin. After a busy morning, lunchtime was approaching. He returned to his space to feed the livestock, discreetly took a bag of rock sugar, wrapped it neatly in paper, and tucked it away as he walked home. Li Wen is back. The elderly woman, who was busy in the yard tending to her garden beans, greeted him with a smile. Grandma, are you shelling beans? Li Wen replied with a gentle smile. Let me see what you have, she said eagerly as he revealed the paper bag containing the sugar. This rock sugar is splendid, sparkling and not yellowed. Is there a pound of it? She exclaimed with delight. Yes, this is white rock sugar, of superior quality. The yellow rock sugar contains more impurities. Li Wen explained with a smile. I'll keep this, it's a rare treasure. Our family hasn't had sugar in years. This will be saved for entertaining guests, she said, preparing to head back inside with the bag. Li Wen found himself both amused and exasperated. Grandma, I already have the honey I gave you last time for guests. It's even better. I need this rock sugar for something today, he quickly called after her. Noticing her brisk steps. What do you need it for? She paused and turned to inquire. I'm planning to use it for making canned food. Li Wen replied softly with a smile. You can make canned food? She asked, her face filled with surprise. Li Wen then explained the morning's events, which filled the elderly woman with excitement. Come on, let's go prepare the peaches for canning, she exclaimed, eagerly taking Li Wen's hand. What's going on, Mom? Why are you and Li Wen in such a hurry? At noon, Wang Chunmei and her father pushed open the door, gazing at the grandmother and grandson, who were smiling. Come, let me tell you something. The elderly lady beckoned to Wang Chunmei's mother and whispered in her ear. Li Wen reflected that this might be a common trait among the older generation, speaking in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard. Truly, this is wonderful. When the time comes, we can prepare a little something. It will be quite respectable to visit relatives. Wang Chunmei's mother exclaimed joyfully, looking at Li Wen. Li Wen, perplexed, thought how everyone was struggling to make ends meet, yet constantly preoccupied with others. Perhaps this was the essence of Chinese culture, a deeply ingrained sense of propriety. Grandma, let us eat first. After the meal, my mother and the others still need to get back to work. We can prepare it later, Li Wen said with a smile. Then let us cook first, the elderly lady replied, acknowledging her earlier impatience with a smile. Wang Chunmei and the grandmother went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, while Li Wen sat in the courtyard, recounting to his father, Li Dio, the happenings at the village canteen that day. You did well. In recent years, everyone has been struggling. It would be ideal if we could sell the peaches that everyone needs for some money, Li Dio nodded with a smile. Today in the fields, several families in the village have started to voice their grievances. The summer grain has been consumed, with the autumn harvest still a month away. It seems the situation this year is quite grim, Li Dio said, taking a deep drag from his pipe. The summer grain is gone, Li Wen exclaimed in shock. Since arriving in this era, he had not been particularly fond of venturing out, and his family was not one to gossip much. In the past few months, their food supply had been sufficient, so he hadn't paid much attention to other matters. Upon hearing his father's words today, Li Wen suddenly felt alarmed. After all, they were in the midst of 3 years of natural disasters. Although it had not reached the extreme of cannibalism recorded in history, life was indeed arduous for the people. Reflecting on the time shortly after his rebirth, when their meals consisted solely of wild vegetables, corn, millet, and sweet potatoes, Li Wen realized he had been somewhat oblivious lately. No wonder the villagers were envious of his ability to earn money through writing. No wonder they gossiped when his family occasionally had meat. It seemed he would need to exercise more caution moving forward. Survival in the village required one to tread carefully. Dad, what should we do? It's September, and there's nearly a month until the autumn harvest. Do we have enough food at home? Li Wen inquired. We have enough food. Most of the money from selling fish has been secretly exchanged for grain by me and your second uncle, Li Dio replied, taking a slow drag from his pipe. However, several families have asked me to lend them grain today. I allowed your mother to promise some to a few, but I did not dare to agree to the rest. Li Dio's expression grew troubled. You also should not buy meat for the family anymore. Otherwise, the smell of cooking meat will waft throughout the courtyard. Although your 9th and 8th uncles live next door, it is still wise to be cautious, Li Dio said seriously. Understood, Dad. I will be more careful from now on. Li Wen nodded in agreement. All right, let us eat. Why are you telling the child all this? An is still dutiful to us, the elderly lady interjected as she emerged. It's nothing, Grandma, my dad is right. Our family's situation has indeed improved quite a bit lately, and there has been talk among the villagers. It's prudent to be cautious, Li Wen explained to the elderly lady with a smile. Mother, today, his third aunt and the wife of the 10th family approached me in the fields, requesting a loan of grain, lamenting that their supplies were nearly depleted. After conferring with Dio, we decided to invite them over in the evening, each borrowing 10 pounds of cornmeal. You may handle it as you see fit. Indeed, the 3rd and 10th families are quite pitiable, one having lost her husband on the battlefield, while the other has suffered the loss of 2 sons, sighed the elderly lady. Yes, although there are subsidies, the household lacks able-bodied workers, and the grain distributed in the village is truly insufficient, Wang Chunmei remarked, shaking her head. All right, eldest. You and Abu finish your meal and take a rest. I will tidy up, the elderly lady instructed, placing the dishes into a basin while addressing her speaking parents. After lunch, having rested for a while, Li Wen and the elderly lady began processing peaches to make canned goods. Initially, Li Wen had thought of simply preparing instant canned peaches without any tools, but unexpectedly, the elderly lady uncovered 6 glass jars of varying sizes from somewhere. With a basket of peaches, aside from those that had already gone soft, the grandmother and granddaughter busied themselves all afternoon, ultimately producing 6 large jars and a small bowl of canned peaches. Li Wen instructed the elderly lady to store the jarred cans, and then placed the instant canned peaches in the well for refrigeration. They managed to finish just in time before the little ones returned from school. The elderly lady beamed, patting her aching back. Just then, the door swung open, pushed by several little ones. Grandma, what are you and third brother doing? Li Yong inquired, eyeing the peach skins in the bowl. Your brother and I peeled the spoiled peaches for the pigs. These are the good ones. Take them and enjoy, the elderly lady replied, presenting a small basin of soft peaches. Chapter 56. The Canning Workshop. I want 2. Li Yong exclaimed, swiftly grabbing 2 and darting away. That little rascal, Li Wen chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Li Yong race toward the door. Come, let me divide them among you, Li Wen said, taking the bowl from the elderly lady. He handed each of the little ones a peach, leaving a few in the bowl for the eldest brother later. All right, hurry and eat. There will be something good for dinner. Just let Xiao Yong have a little less, Li Wen advised with a smile. Brother, what delicious food will there be? Tell me. Little Li Xiaojun whispered, clutching Li Wen's leg. I won't tell you, Li Wen exclaimed, lifting the little girl and playfully tickling her nose. You all go play now. And come back early tonight. Li Wen set the little one down, and they all rushed out together. After cleaning the kitchen, Li Wen fed the discarded peach skins to the pigs. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he had no desire to go out. He reclined on a cool chair in the courtyard, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the front door creaked open, and Li Wen, feeling slightly drowsy, immediately sat up. Second uncle, second aunt, you're back, he called out, rising to greet them upon recognizing his relatives. We returned late today, Li Dazhong said with a smile as he brought the vehicle inside. Second aunt also wore a broad smile, evidently having received a warm welcome at her family home today. This bicycle is quite wonderful, and thank you for your assistance to my family's village over the past few months, Chui Yanzi joyfully remarked, patting the bicycle's rear seat. It's quite all right, Aunt Air. We are all family. With Uncle Dashin's earnings, life at home will certainly improve, Li Wen said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. And Aunt Air, when you have some free time, you could learn to ride as well, he added cheerfully. Forget it. I wouldn't dare ride. The bike's frame is too high, Aunt Air quickly interjected upon hearing his suggestion. Well, when my older brother starts working next year and earns some money, he could buy you a women's bike for you to learn on, Li Wen replied with a grin. As soon as Aunt Air heard about her son working, she beamed with pride. Mother, you're back. Did you bring any tasty treats? Li Tao began rummaging through Aunt Air's bag. You little rascal, all you think about is food. Aunt Air's good mood was instantly soured by the mischievous child. Chui Yinzi swatted Li Tao's hand away and stuffed a handful of sunflower seeds into his pocket, shooing him off. The reason I came back late today is that I brought you this bag of mountain goods, Aunt Air explained. With autumn here, many wild products are ripening in the hills, and Uncle Dashin has gathered quite a bit lately. I wanted to bring you some now, and he'll deliver the rest in a few days, she said, patting the bag on the bike's front rack. All right then, I'll take it to the house first. I'll find some friends to help sell it these days, Li Wen said as he hoisted the bag off the bicycle. Are you there? Just as Li Wen carried the sack into the room, a voice called from outside. Upon stepping out, he saw it was the production team leader, Li Wen, looking for him while chatting with his uncle. "Uncle, did you need me?" Li Wen approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Come on, let us discuss this at the village committee," Li Wen said without hesitation, pulling Li Wen along. "Dezhong, you carry on with your work. I'll be off," he said, turning back to nod at Li Wen's uncle. "Uncle, have you just returned?" Li Wen inquired, noticing Li Wen was out of breath. "Indeed. I thought making a can would be a simple task, but it turned out to be quite the ordeal." After reporting to the commune, Director Zhang was indecisive. "Then we rode our bikes to the county to consult with County Chief Wu." "What did County Chief Wu say?" Li Wen asked eagerly. "Well, our entire Weha County lacks a canning factory, wouldn't you agree? We reported the situation to County Chief Wu, and he took it very seriously. Since we are located in the north with limited fruit cultivation, only the provincial capital has a canning factory. Even there, most of the production is for export, leaving a significant gap in domestic demand for canned goods," Li Wen elaborated. "County Chief Wu tasted the canned goods and gave very positive feedback. Upon learning you were behind it, he was quite pleased and approved it immediately. He even arranged for the food company to allocate us 500 pounds of rock sugar. However, once the canned goods are produced, we must surrender 90%. The county will provide a subsidy of 30 cents per can along with some documentation, while we can freely manage the remaining 10%, Li Wen explained with a smile. "That's quite good. I thought the county chief wouldn't agree. But it seems Wu is indeed wise," Li Wen replied, smiling. "If this batch of canned goods is successful, our village will have a much better year." Li Wen nodded in agreement as they arrived at the village committee's meeting room, which was already filled with local officials. As Li Wen entered, everyone erupted into applause, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. "Come on, take a seat. This time you have truly worked for the benefit of our village," the kind-hearted village leader, Grandpa Si, said while gazing affectionately at Li Wen. "Grandpa Si, you are not hastening my demise, are you?" Li Wen quickly stood and waved his hands in protest. Once everyone was seated, discussions commenced regarding the next steps. "Grandpa Si, I suggest we transform the backyard of the village canteen into a processing area for canned goods. It offers ample space, abundant firewood, and is conveniently located near the village warehouse. We can simply erect a shelter and set up a few cooking stations," Li Wen proposed. "Indeed, the location Owen mentioned is quite suitable," others echoed, as the ongoing debates about the workshop's location subsided upon hearing Li Wen's suggestion. "But how shall we arrange the workers for this workshop, and how will we calculate their contributions?" inquired Uncle Li Dequan. "Since we are just starting this year, let us draw lots to select the workers. Furthermore, as this is a canning workshop, we should not be stingy. Each member should receive a minimum of 10 contribution points, which can be increased based on their efforts," On replied. "You, On, will serve as the technical advisor, and you shall receive 20 contribution points per day. Your family will not need to draw lots, as the village will allocate an additional workshop position to you due to your contributions," the production team leader, Li Wen, stated matter-of-factly. "Very well, esteemed uncles and aunts," Li Wen smiled and nodded in agreement. "Let us not stand on ceremony. We shall proceed as discussed. I will ring the bell now," Li Wen declared as he stood up. Li Wen rang the bell at the village committee's entrance to summon the villagers. Li Wen and the others began to set up the box for the lottery. In less than half an hour, the sky had dimmed, and 2 large bonfires had been lit at the entrance of the village committee, illuminating the surrounding wheat fields. After a short while, villagers began arriving in succession. "Attention, dear members. I shall be brief. Today, our village's outstanding child, Li Wen, has provided us with the method for producing fruit preserves. As we still have a surplus of inferior peaches, the village committee has applied to the commune and county to establish a canning workshop in our Sanqing village production team. We are now beginning the recruitment process," Li Wen announced, proceeding to outline the benefits and compensation. As soon as Li Wen finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chatter, only quieting down after several minutes, thanks to the village officials' intervention. They then began the lottery, while Li Wen quietly returned to where his family was gathered. "Mother and heir," Li Wen softly inquired before taking a seat. "You two need not draw lots. I have secured a position for the workshop. The village has granted me a special quota due to my contributions," he said with a beaming smile. "On, you are remarkable. You can even make preserves," his second sister, Li Xia, exclaimed with delight. "Second sister, I am offering this quota to you. What do you think? Will you go?" Li Wen chuckled. "On, are you suggesting Xia go?" Is the work light? Aunt Air questioned, her brow furrowed. It's quite easy, really. Just peeling peaches and slicing them. Li Wen reassured her with a grin. Very well. Then let your second sister take the position. She has been working hard in the fields and has become quite tanned, Mother Wang Chunmei said with a smile. Thank you. On, Li Xia exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at her aunt's words. The villagers seated nearby looked on with envy, as this was indeed a daily affair of prosperity. However, they refrained from uttering anything, acknowledging that it was earned through sheer effort. After more than an hour of drawing lots and negotiating, all 15 workshop staff were finally in place. Upon returning home that evening, Li Wen retrieved the canned peaches stored in the well and had the elderly lady distribute a bowl to each person. As they savored the peaches and drank the sweet juice, a profound happiness enveloped them. The little ones, after relishing their treat, clamored for more the following day, only to be quelled by the authority of the household. In the subsequent days, Li Wen and the village officials busied themselves procuring supplies necessary for the canning workshop. Within 3 days, a courtyard had been transformed into a bustling workshop through the collective efforts of the villagers. Observing the 5 large pots and numerous basins arranged neatly, alongside rows of glass jars under the shed, Li Wen and the village officials felt a surge of joy as the village's second side business commenced. The village's first side business was a mill. Look at these cans. They've been stored for 4 days and show no signs of spoilage, remarked Li Juanli, inspecting the initially experimental cans one by one. This was indeed confirmed, for by extracting the air from within the cans, preservation was assured. Uncle Juanli, let us open a few cans for everyone to taste, Li Wen suggested with a smile. How sweet. The juice from this can is truly delightful. And the peaches are soft yet intact, with just a hint of tartness. Simply exquisite, praised Gao Aiqin after sampling a can. Soon, Li Juanli opened all the cans made by Li Wen in the previous days, allowing the workshop staff to indulge in the delicious results, which garnered unanimous praise. Very well. I hereby declare the official establishment of the Sanqing Village Canning Workshop, exclaimed Li Juanli with elation. Under the guidance of Li Wen and the village officials, a dozen women and men set about their tasks, peeling fruits, sterilizing jars, and cutting produce, all executed with remarkable orderliness. As days passed, the courtyard became a spectacle, boasting over 7,000 neatly stacked jars of canned goods. Chapter 57. Thriving prosperity time was of the essence. In just over a fortnight, they managed to can everything before the peaches softened. Li Juanli, gazing at the mountain-like accumulation of cans in the warehouse, let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming joyfully, indeed. Everyone has worked tirelessly, day and night. Many hands have been sore from the brine. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Today, the women's director has prepared 2 pounds of meat. Let us all gather at the village canteen to celebrate our successful production, Li Juanli announced to the workshop crew. Excellent. Our captain is generous. Truly commendable, Juanli. The villagers chorused in admiration. After the meal, Li Juanli hurriedly rode his bicycle to the commune to report their progress. In the afternoon, a truck and a jeep rolled into the village. Many children, having never ventured beyond the village, were filled with wonder at the sight of wheeled vehicles not drawn by oxen or horses, trailing behind them with shouts of excitement. Good day, County Head Wu. Good day, Director Zhang, Li Wen called out, rushing out from the workshop to greet the 2 gentlemen emerging from the jeep with a firm handshake and warm salutations. Comrade Li Wen, you are truly remarkable. I have heard from Director Zhang that you are indeed an outstanding youth, remarked County Head Wu with a smile as he shook hands with Li Wen. Comrade Li Wen, not only have you brought honor to your production team, but you have also made significant contributions to our commune, which is truly commendable, Director Zhang joyfully exclaimed as he grasped Li Wen's hands. Thank you, County Head Wu and Director Zhang, for your kind words. I am truly undeserving of such praise. With that, Li Wen invited the 2 leaders into the workshop. Upon entering the workshop, they were immediately struck by the sight of the small warehouse filled with jars of canned goods. A veritable mountain of preserves that left the leaders in awe. I can't believe it. You have truly accomplished this, County Head Wu said, hastily moving to the front of the warehouse to touch the jars with a delighted smile. Initially, upon hearing the report from Li Juanli and the commune, County Head Wu had been somewhat skeptical. However, after Li Juanli persistently urged him to send transportation for the goods, curiosity compelled him to come and see for himself. Yet, the sight before him, the tangible jars of canned goods, transformed his doubts into belief. County Head Wu, Director Zhang, please have a taste. These are the first jars we produced on opening day. They have been soaked for some time now, maintaining their quality and even surpassing the newly made ones in taste. Please, do try them, Li Wen said as he retrieved a few jars from the back row, opening them to present to the county head and his party. How could we possibly accept this? Each jar costs nearly $1, the group protested. Leaders, these are produced by us. The cost of a jar is merely 2 peaches and a bit of rock sugar. You may eat with confidence. Moreover, this is merely an opportunity for you to evaluate our canned goods, Li Wen remarked with a smile. Very well then. I shall taste it and see how our county's production measures up, County Head Wu replied, taking a jar with a hearty laugh. Quite delightful. This peach preserve is soft, fragrant, and sweet. Truly splendid and a resounding success, County Head Wu declared, giving a thumbs up after sampling a few bites. The others who accompanied the county head also praised the product, claiming it was far superior to the peaches from the supply and marketing cooperative. Excellent work. Your production has been immensely successful. As per our initial agreement, we will purchase all these peaches for our food company, declared the general manager of the food company after tasting the preserves, showering praise upon them, and making an immediate decision to acquire the goods. No problem at all. Li Wen beamed as he shook hands with manager Sun from the food company, saying, if it weren't for the rock sugar support we received from the food company last time, we would not have achieved this success. There are a total of over 700-800 jars of preserves here. According to our agreement of 90, let us pack 300 jars to keep it a round number. Li Wen suggested with a wave of his hand, smiling. Haha, thank you, Captain Li, the food company manager said, his heart brimming with joy. These preserves are highly sought after, whether for sale in provincial branches or for export to earn foreign currency. He was eager to acquire as many as possible. Let us begin packing, Li Wen instructed the workshop workers. Captain Li, I heard that your peaches have already been used up. Will your canning workshop wait until next year to resume production, or do you have further plans? County Head Wu, who was chatting with Director Zhang in the yard while the workers loaded the vehicle, turned to Li Wen and inquired. Li Wen scratched his head. He was merely a second-grade elementary school graduate, and the question posed by County Head Wu left him utterly perplexed. Uncle Wen, allow me to speak. Li Wen stepped forward. County Head Wu, here is my perspective. Our county is located in the north. Although the variety of fruits is limited due to climatic conditions and the cultivation area is small, there are still numerous fruits available in autumn. Our village's peaches have all been consumed and sold out. However, other villages and towns each have their specialties, such as apples, pears, grapes, and hawthorns, all of which can be processed into canned goods. These fruits have a longer shelf life than peaches. If everyone fulfills their obligations to the purchasing station and hands over the remaining inferior, smaller fruits to us, our canning factory can purchase them at the price of second-grade fruit. This way, the fruits that would otherwise go to waste in other villages can generate revenue, and our canning factory will not incur losses. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, Li Wen said with a smile. Will the quality of canned goods made from inferior and smaller fruits be assured? County Head Wu inquired with a hint of skepticism. Inferior and small fruits are not necessarily bad. The fruits we purchase still require cleaning and sorting. And then we cut these fruits into small pieces to place in the jars. Otherwise, if we were to put a whole apple or peach in a can, would that still be considered canned goods? Li Wen responded with a grin. If that is the case, it indeed seems feasible. The cooperative members will earn double the money, and the canning factory will turn what was once considered inferior into treasure. Very well. It's a win-win situation, I agree. I will issue a document upon my return to instruct other production teams and cooperatives in the county to send these fruits to your village, County Head Wu decisively stated. Thank you, leader. We will certainly remember our responsibilities and pay taxes on time, Li Wen said, shaking hands with the excited county head. After discussing the matter, County Head Wu and Director Zhang prepared to leave. Have arrangements been made? Li Wen asked Li Wen. Yes, uncle, including the county head's driver. There are a total of 5 people. I've briefed the driver. Each person will receive 2 jars of canned goods. I've set aside a few extra jars for them to distribute among themselves, Li Wen replied with a smile. That's excellent. Although we are conducting ourselves properly, it is essential to show our appreciation. A few jars of canned goods are not worth much. Li Wen nodded in agreement with a smile. After over an hour, all the canned goods were loaded onto the vehicle. Manager Son, will it be possible for us to establish a long-term partnership? Li Wen asked, glancing at the manager of the food company, who was resting nearby. Oh, What sort of collaboration do you have in mind? Manager's son, recognizing Li Wen standing in the village, did not underestimate him and inquired with a smile. Earlier, County Head Wu agreed that our canning factory could continue to purchase fruits from other production teams and cooperatives to make canned goods. The official notice will be issued countywide as early as tomorrow. The rock candy needed for canning can only be purchased from your food company, the department store, or the supply and marketing cooperative. Since we have already collaborated, I would prefer not to approach Director Sun of the supply and marketing cooperative or Director Zhang of the department store. Could you continue to supply us with rock candy? Li Wen asked with a smile. You young fellow, you certainly have an extensive network. I know both Old Sun and Old Zhang. Manager's son chuckled. I am friends with the daughter of Director Sun and the son of Director Zhang, Li Wen said, scratching his head with a smile. There is no need to search for them any longer. Our food company has supplied the rock candy from your canning factory. All the food nationwide passes through our system. And the rock candy for the supply and marketing cooperatives as well as department stores is coordinated with us. Manager's son declared confidently, patting his chest. Very well. I wish us a pleasant collaboration, Li Wen said with a smile as he shook hands with Manager Sunday. A fruitful partnership. We shall take our leave now. Please bring this receipt to the county tomorrow to collect the payment. After chatting for a while longer, Manager Sun handed a receipt to Li Juanli. Once the vehicle had driven far away, everyone joyfully leaped up. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Wen, Li Juanli, and accountant Li Dequan rode their bicycles to the food company to collect the payment. In total, they received 790 yuan along with several dozen pounds of sugar tickets and food tickets as a supplement from the food company, filling their hearts with joy. The total payment amounted to 190 yuan, with the food company providing 500 pounds of rock candy at no cost. The expenses totaled 400 yuan, and after deducting the 240 yuan for the canning jars, they were left with a surplus of 550 yuan, along with several hundred jars of canned goods, a tremendous profit indeed. This year, we aim to achieve great things. Upon returning to the village, Li Juanli convened a mobilization meeting in front of all the members, urging those with relatives or friends in other production teams to bring their fruits to Sanqing village. After 2 days of deliberation, the county approved Li Wen's proposal. After all, this is a positive development. The county merely facilitates. While the sugar is directly coordinated by Li Wen and the food company, the members of the cooperative managed a secondary sale of fruits. The canning workshop profited, and both the production team and the commune benefited, resulting in increased contributions, a true win-win situation. Through the county's promotional documents, production teams from various communes flocked to Sanqing village, creating a bustling scene, even more lively than the county town. Throughout the fruit season, the communes and production teams organized horse carts, ox carts, and tractors for selling. Individuals came carrying baskets, and even children pooled their efforts to carry a large basket to earn pocket money. Sanqing village spent nearly 100,000 yuan just on acquiring these fruits. If it hadn't been for the ongoing transactions with the food company, department stores, and supply cooperatives during this period, Sanqing village would have faced bankruptcy. As the weather gradually turned cooler over the course of 3 months, the supply of fruits in the warehouse dwindled. Li Wen gazed at the last batch of canned goods being completed, finally feeling a sense of relief. During these months, aside from ensuring enough labor for the fields, the village had mobilized over 100 individuals to work in the canning workshop. Most male members engaged in the acquisition and transportation of fruits, while the female members focused on washing and canning, with clear divisions of labor. Over these months, the canning workshop expanded from just a few pots to a dozen. Resembling a small factory, it has come to an end, Li Juanli reflected as he walked through the empty workshop with a sense of nostalgia. It's perhaps for the best. Everyone has been busy for several months, Li Wen said, patting the large iron pot with a smile. Chapter 58. The village is prosperous, all right, dear members. The canning workshop's tasks for this year have concluded. Please tidy up and feel free to return home. This afternoon will be a break, counting as a day's work point, Li Juanli announced with a grand gesture. Oh, a multitude of male employees erupted in cheers, while their female counterparts clapped joyfully, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Yet, let us not rush to rejoice. A more splendid announcement awaited. Due to the diligent efforts of the workforce over the past few months, the village had decided to reward each workshop employee with 2 bottles of canned goods. Li Juanli announced with a smile. The crowd's elation soared even higher. Despite their continuous toil in the canning workshop, The village imposed strict regulations allowing them only to sample the goods during Li Wen's inspections, with no possibility of bringing any home for personal enjoyment. The employees had longed to savor the fruits of their labor, and today they could finally claim their 2 bottles, clutching them tightly in anticipation of sharing with their families. Li Wen, as the technical advisor, had tasted each batch of canned goods, and he had grown weary of them recently. Moreover, his storage space was brimming with an abundance of canned varieties far surpassing those produced here, rendering him indifferent to this reward. Nevertheless, he promptly accepted the 2 bottles allocated to each workshop employee. Although he had discreetly brought home several cans under the guise of his work in recent months, his family had consumed them covertly, never daring to do so openly. As the employees completed the final load of cans, they dispersed, returning to their respective homes. With the last shipment delivered, the workshop stood empty, leaving only Li Wen and Li Jun behind. The warehouse still contained several hundred bottles, which had been prearranged to be distributed to the villagers in a few days. Well then, let us tally the accounts for the past few months. The county and the commune are waiting, the veteran party secretary, Li Jun, called from the workshop entrance. The 2 exchanged smiles as they locked the large door. Li Wen, casually carrying 2 bottles of canned goods, ambled towards home. Many villagers, upon seeing him, said nothing. After all, numerous employees had received their cans, and Li Wen, as a technician, had not received any special treatment. "Brother, you're back," exclaimed the little one, Li Wen, bundled in a thick cotton coat, running towards Li Wen with a bounce in her step, her eyes fixed on the 2 bottles. Li Wen smiled and took her small hand in his. "Let us go home and enjoy some canned goods," he said, leading her joyfully towards their abode. At merely 14 years of age, he was still a youth. "Ah Wen, is that you back?" His mother, Wang Chunmei, along with his second aunt and grandmother, sat in the front hall, engaged in spinning thread. It was now late December, and the northern chill signaled the onset of winter, with the wind howling through the courtyard, making it uncomfortable to sit. "Grandma, Mom, and second aunt, the workshop has been disbanded today, and everyone received 2 bottles of canned goods," Li Wen said, shaking the bottles in his hand with a smile. "Yes, we know. Your second sister just returned with 2 bottles as well," they replied, chuckling. "Here, Grandma, you take 1 bottle, and I will open the other for the little ones to taste," Li Wen offered with a grin. "No need for me to have one. I haven't finished the last batch of cans you made. Save that bottle for your grandmother's family," the elderly lady replied with a warm smile. "Grandma, the canned goods are meant to be eaten. It's been months, and you haven't had any," Li Wen chided gently. "I'm old. Eating 1 tea put on weight, or help me grow. Save it for the New Year feast," she said with a kind smile. In recent months, the family meals have been quite satisfactory, and the elderly lady has grown considerably more robust, her face plumper than before. "On, ask your second sister to open another jar." "1 jar is insufficient," the second aunt remarked with a smile. "Understood, second aunt," Li Wen replied with a nod, as the cold wind howled outside. Several bonfires were lit in the dining area. The elderly lady warmed 2 jars of canned goods in a pot. The little ones, clad like adorable pandas, were round and jolly, gathered around the table, enjoying their meal with great delight. The dutiful children occasionally fed their mother and grandmother. The mother and grandmother, along with the aunt, continued to spin yarn by the firelight, while the second sister assisted nearby. The father and second uncle were weaving straw mats, and the elder and second brothers were tidying up the reeds for them. Li Wen sat cross-legged on a chair, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing at the playful children and exchanging words with the adults. He felt that such a life was truly heartwarming. Due to the chilly weather, he refrained from venturing outside for a while. With winter upon them, the agricultural work in the countryside was mostly finished. However, the production team occasionally organized strong laborers to repair the irrigation channels before the ground froze. "How's it going, Lao? Have you calculated the accounts for the canning workshop?" Li Jun, standing, asked anxiously. During this time, the village committee had been busy tallying the accounts for the canning workshop and the work points earned by the members throughout the year. Seated at the table, Li Dequan swiftly manipulated the abacus beads, writing and calculating until he finally paused. "It's done. Over the past 3 months, including the income from the first batch of peach canned goods, the total revenue amounts to 23,205 yuan, Li Dequan exclaimed, holding the ledger with excitement. "Haha, excellent. Even after we contribute more than half of this sum, our production team can still retain 10,000 yuan. With this income, even if this year's autumn harvest is poor, we can still purchase grain for resale Li Juanli and several village officials laughed joyously. Indeed, the weather has been excessively dry this year. Even with irrigation, the autumn harvest has suffered significantly. After the village pays its grain tax, there won't be enough food to last until spring, sighed the old secretary, Li Jun. Fortunately, this year we have avoided any extravagant claims. If it were like the previous 2 years, boasting yields of over 10,000 pounds per acre and pigs as hefty as elephants, I fear there would be starvation this year. Li Junli lamented. Let us cease such talk. As long as our village leadership works harmoniously and shares the sentiments of the members, our lives will undoubtedly improve. The second uncle, Li Dequan, hastily interjected, concerned that they were straying too far into negativity. Indeed, this year, we can finally celebrate a joyous new year, Li Dequan remarked with a smile. As the village accountant, he felt secure only when the accounts reflected a surplus, which brought him greater joy than anything else. All right. This afternoon, we will convene a meeting to inform the villagers and distribute the grain we have saved. Recently, some members have approached the village committee for loans of grain. Li Junli stated with a smile. Good, let us begin the arrangements immediately. Winter has already set in, and the recent days have grown increasingly colder. It seems snow is on the horizon. The old secretary took a puff from his dry tobacco pipe and gazed up at the overcast sky. After lunch, everyone remained indoors. Some read, some slept, and others played. Suddenly, a clanging sound echoed through the air. The village is calling for a meeting. They must be discussing the year-end dividends. The father said with a smile while draping himself in a warm coat. Let us go. Hasten to take a look. If you arrive late, you will have to stand at the back and miss the speeches, Li Deo remarked as he donned his shoes. In the Li family, only the elderly matriarch remained at home to guard the door, while the rest of the family set out. Even the little one, Xiao Wan, joined in the excitement. Recently, the cold weather had made it cumbersome for the children to stay indoors. After a few minutes, the group arrived at the grain yard at the entrance of the village, where a throng had already gathered. Men were smoking, women were conversing, and children were crying. It was truly a lively scene. On, come to the front and sit at the village committee, Li Junli waved at Li Wen. Uncle Junli, I want to go. I'm just a child. And today there are too many people. My presence might disrupt the village's dignity. Li Wen hurriedly gestured to decline. Very well then. Li Junli, realizing he could not persuade Li Wen, finally relented. Li Wen had no intention of sitting at the front. He was merely a child among a crowd of uncles and aunts, and sitting there would only invite ridicule akin to that of a monkey in a zoo. All right, everyone, please refrain from talking. It's cold enough without letting the wind in. Second uncle Li Dequan stood up and declared. As the village's overseer of discipline and security, he held considerable authority. Upon his utterance, the children fell silent. Once he observed that the crowd had quieted, Li Dequan took his seat. The elder party secretary, Li Junki, being of advanced age, typically entrusted the speaking duties to Li Junli. Li Junli stood up, smiling as he surveyed the assembled villagers, noting their healthy complexions, which filled him with pride. Recently, the village had been engaged in fruit procurement, and the villagers had benefited significantly. Li Junli, having encountered many members of other communes and production teams, often found them gaunt and unwell. As the village's production team leader, Li Junli wielded considerable influence, sometimes even surpassing that of the secretary. Ensuring that the villagers had enough to eat was among his primary tasks and responsibilities. Attention, fellow villagers. I have gathered you all today to present a report, Li Junli announced with a smile. This report pertains to the achievements of our village's canning workshop and the distribution of benefits to everyone. Although this year has been plagued by natural disasters, our Sanqing village has experienced a bountiful harvest. The peach orchard yielded an abundant crop this autumn, and thanks to everyone's efforts, we managed to sell it at a good price. Furthermore, with the invaluable suggestions and technical assistance from our village's commendable youth, Li Wen, we established a canning workshop. Over the past 3 months, we have reaped significant rewards, Li Junli stated, reciting from his notes. Upon mentioning Li Wen's name, the crowd at the grain yard turned their respectful gazes towards the Li family, causing Li Wen to feel somewhat bashful. I hereby announce that, aside from the taxes payable to the state, our village's canning workshop has retained over 12,000 yuan in cash, along with a substantial amount of receipts. Li Junli proclaimed, and the yard erupted in astonished chatter. The villagers had not anticipated such a considerable income. It was worth noting that the previous year, the entire village of 128 households had shared less than 10,000 yuan. After several minutes of subdued murmurs, Li Wen stood up once more. In our village's canning workshop, the entire community has rallied together, prompting the village committee to decree that every household shall receive 2 jars of canned goods. This is a benefit afforded to the residents of Sanshan village, proclaimed Li Wen with great enthusiasm. Chapter 59, Delivering the Pigs. Great. Let us enjoy the canned goods. The village's youth and children erupted in cheers, clapping joyfully, clearly indicating that this decision was wise. Recently, the village had distributed canned goods to the workers at the workshop, and families who had not received any looked on with eager anticipation. Upon hearing of the village's generosity, how could the members not feel elated? The distribution of canned goods commenced. At the call of the production team leader, Li Wen, several strong men emerged from the village committee carrying baskets. Each household should send 1 person to collect their cans, Li Wen instructed. With his words, an influx of women surged forth from the wheat field. Li Wen's family had previously tasted the canned goods. Aside from a few little ones, the adults were not particularly concerned. They sent their second sister to fetch the cans, while others retreated. After a brief span of 15 minutes, the crowd returned to the wheat field, each child clutching their cans tightly despite the cold, causing the adults to frown as they attempted to organize the scene. Now, let's distribute the village's stored grain. As you all know, our village is unlike others. We set aside a portion of grain each year for unforeseen circumstances. This year's autumn harvest fell short, and many members have begun seeking assistance from the village. Due to the end-of-year accounting, I hadn't spoken up until now. Today, I will distribute the grain so that everyone can enjoy a prosperous new year, said the old party secretary, Li Junkai. Householders, follow me to the granary. Li Wen gestured towards the grain storage. Upon hearing of the grain distribution, the villagers were filled with joy. They knew well of the reserve granary, a decision made unanimously a few years prior to save grain for times of disaster. However, they had not anticipated that disaster would strike just a year after its implementation. After each summer and autumn harvest, a portion of the collected grain would be withheld, with the remainder distributed at the year's end to ensure that all could celebrate the new year and assist impoverished families in need. Yet, the past 2 years had been extraordinarily challenging, prompting the village to consider early grain distribution based on current circumstances. Li Wen's father, Li Dio, being the head of the household, quickly joined the queue to collect the grain. As the household head lined up, the children hurried home to fetch carrying tools. Grain distribution is a meticulous task. Although the heads of households were assigned this duty, no one wished to receive less than their fair share. So women and children followed closely behind. Li Wen's family waited in line for over an hour before his father, Li Dio, emerged carrying 2 large sacks of grain alongside his uncle and older brother. "That's quite a haul," exclaimed his mother, Wang Chunmei, her face lighting up as she looked at the 2 sacks and a shoulder full of grain. "Let us head home," Li Dio signaled, leading the way back. By the time Li Wen's family finished collecting their grain, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and the cold northern weather was becoming unbearable. Following in Li Dio's footsteps, everyone hurried home. Upon arriving, Li Dio set down the grain and let out a sigh of relief. "Due to the lengthy queue and the burden of carrying grain for over 10 minutes, my father, uncle, and elder brother bore flushed faces. The reserve grain was allocated according to the labor points, and this year we have indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. The amount of grain distributed is no less than that of the Liu family, who have 6 strong laborers." Li Dio took a puff of his dry tobacco and chuckled. "Indeed, this year, thanks to the restaurant we connected with through ON, we managed to gather quite a bit of manure, earning substantial labor points. When it came time to distribute the autumn grain, we ranked among the top in the entire production team," Uncle Li Daizhong said with a smile. "Today, we received 100 jin of wheat, 200 jin of corn, and over 100 jin of sweet potatoes. This grain will suffice until next summer's harvest. Our family finally has enough food," Li Dio beamed. Upon calculation, Li Wen found that the grain distributed today, combined with the stored grain, totaled nearly 1,000 jin. By June of next year, with each person consuming approximately 4 liang of grain per day, it would indeed be sufficient. In recent years, by the end of the year, the granary had been nearly empty. Every new year marked the onset of the most challenging times. With no food at home or in the village, we could only apply to purchase returned grain. The dividends from the cooperative had also been depleted over these months, and many families could not wait for the returned grain, resorting to borrowing from neighbors, promising to repay once the grain arrived. At this moment, Both adults and children in the household beamed with joy upon hearing Li Wen declare that there was enough food to eat. The basic needs of life are paramount. Nothing brings greater joy than the satisfaction of a full belly. Subsequently, everyone began to store the grain, placing the sweet potatoes in the cellar. By the time they finished their tasks, night had fallen. With the arrival of grain today, I will prepare pancakes for everyone. It is rare for mother to be so generous, and everyone was delighted. An hour later, the hot pancakes made from 2 parts flour were ready. As they sipped corn and hazelnut drinks, savoring the potato shreds alongside the pancakes, the contentment of life was palpable, evident in the joyful faces of the little ones. Head of the household, do you think this year's dividends will exceed 100? Aunt Chui Yinzi asked Uncle Li Daizhong with a smile. How should I know? He replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. However, this year is another year of famine. I am uncertain how much we will receive. True enough. This year, apart from the peach orchard and the canning factory, the village has not seen substantial income. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, it is certainly an improvement over the past 2 years, Mother Wang Chunmei said with a beaming smile. Indeed, 2 years ago was so difficult that hardly any livestock remained in the village, yet we still received over 40 pieces during the new year. With On's assistance, the village's income has undoubtedly increased. Dividends are surely forthcoming, Aunt Chui Yinzi analyzed cheerfully. In recent months, the transactions with the canning factory have yielded a good number of subsidy receipts. The government only collects taxes and does not require receipts. Even if the cash is less, this year's receipts are plentiful, Li Wen said with a smile. Good, receipts are far more valuable than cash, Aunt Chui Yinzi chimed in happily. After dinner, the group chatted for a while before extinguishing the oil lamp and retiring for the night, as oil prices were not cheap. In recent days, the weather has grown increasingly cold. Due to the frigid temperatures, the village had announced the submission of pigs yesterday. Early this morning, the Li family busied themselves, preparing to take their pigs to the town's purchasing station. This year, their pigs were undoubtedly the finest in the commune. Second aunt beamed with delight as she observed the 3 plump pigs in the pen. 2 of the village's designated fat pigs had already approached a weight of nearly 200 pounds. And even the smaller piglet that Li Wen had captured had grown into a standard hefty swine, estimated to weigh around 150 to 160 pounds. These pigs thrived under Li Wen's care, as he discreetly fed them with corn or wheat from his stash, complemented by kitchen scraps, which facilitated their rapid growth. Mom, can we not sell Little Black? The little girl often helped her family feed the pigs, especially the small black one raised by Li Wen and his group of children, forming an affectionate bond with it. Not only the little girl, but also Li Yong, Li Tao, and Li Min shared the responsibility of gathering pig fodder. Each year, when it came time to slaughter the pigs, the children felt a deep sense of reluctance. Li Wen looked at the small black pig, weighing only 167 pounds, and thought that if it were in the modern world, it would still be considered a young piglet, stirring a pang of hesitation in him. Mom, how about we keep this little pig, not slaughter it? We have 2 large barrels of silage left at home, enough to sustain it until spring. It seems a shame to kill it now, especially as it is in its prime growth phase. I think we should wait until it reaches 200 pounds. Li Wen suggested, glancing at his mother, Wang Chunmei. Those in the backyard, preparing to catch the pigs, paused at his words. All right, let us do as On suggests. In previous winters, when we ran out of fodder, the cost of feeding increased, and the pigs grew slowly, prompting us to slaughter them early. This year is different. We still have several large barrels of silage. It would be wasteful to not keep the smaller one, especially since we raised it ourselves, and it is not a task pig from the village, Father Li Wen said with a smile. Very well, let us keep it. This year, the pigs have been well cared for by you and the children. With these 2 larger ones, we will have no shortage of meat. Wang Chunmei agreed with a smile. Then it's settled. We will take both pigs to the village breeding farm to see how they will be arranged. Li Wen waved his hand in agreement. Opening the pig pen, the family herded the 2 large pigs, playfully chasing each other on their way to the village breeding farm. Along the way, villagers expressed their admiration and envy towards the Li family for raising such impressive pigs, showering them with compliments. Everyone is here. Looking at these hefty pigs fills me with joy, said production team leader Li Juanli with a cheerful demeanor. With Sanqing village being quite large, the annual quota for pigs was around 20. This year, the pigs in the village were noticeably fatter than in previous years, each exceeding 140 pounds, largely due to the canned food factory. Villagers collected the fruit peels discarded by the factory to feed their pigs, resulting in a substantial weight gain over the past few months. Old Wu, your pigs are remarkably large. They must be close to 200 pounds by now. Production team leader Li Wen exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the Li family's pigs. Leave one pig in the village for slaughter and distribution of the meat, while we will take the other to the purchasing station shortly. This will surely be the first of its kind and could earn us a reward. Li Wen arranged with a smile. Very well, just arrange it as you see fit. But this year we have 2 pigs at home, so the distribution of meat must not be meager, Li Dao remarked with a smile. Rest assured, the division will be based on weight. Your family has indeed prospered this year. You could end up with over 100 gene of pork, Li Wen praised. As you say, we have invested a considerable amount to rear these pigs. Who would dare take such a significant risk of raising 2 if it weren't for the chance of a larger share of meat? If one were to perish, we would also have to compensate the village, Li Dao responded, his face beaming with joy. However, we only need about 40 gene. The remainder can be exchanged within the village, Li Dao and Li Wen discussed. Is that settled? Once the pigs are delivered, there can be no turning back, Li Wen inquired. Indeed, 40 gene of pork will suffice for our family and relatives, Li Dao nodded in affirmation. Very well, the villagers ought to be grateful to you. Li Wen smiled. As for the Li family's monetary request, that can be easily managed. The village has had a substantial income this year, so we can directly offset it with cash, leaving behind several dozen gene of pork. With just over 100 households in the village, each family will receive a fair share. If the Li family insists on receiving meat, the village will have to contribute an additional pig, which would result in a lesser distribution for the villagers.